3 hours before the strange apocalypse, Yi Fan awakened the Gluttony Sequence and bound a daily intelligence system. He called his closest brother, emptied a warehouse of supplies, and stepped onto the road of escape. They joined the convoy led by the bald Long Yi, cutting down rioters, devouring aberrant beasts, and hunting monstrous horrors. Tempering a body of the 5 elements, wielding the power of electromagnetism, he swore to slay divine envoys and carve out a path for the human race. This was a game played by gods. Blue Star had been twisted into a single great sea route. Frail humans had become food for strange horrors and aberrant beasts. To survive, people formed convoys relying on extraordinary sequences and forbidden artifacts as they fled along the great sea route without end. Only by reaching the final destination would humanity earn the right to continue existing. Strange horrors and aberrant beasts came in countless forms, while extraordinary sequences brimmed with imagination and forbidden artifacts each bore distinct traits. This was no tale of invincible heroes. Every character advanced step by step. In the early days there were convoys, and some people maintained relationships without entangling emotions, but later the focus narrowed to a 5-person squad. The Gluttony Sequence: rapid consumption, Bloodanki, outer garment, flesh furnace, 5 viscera temple that can harbor corruption. The Electromagnetic Sequence: magnetic field perception, magnetic control, electromagnetic attachment, particle agitation. These were the first 4 tiers of the protagonist's 2 sequences. The later stages would be discovered only through further exploration in the story. Early abilities required a solid foundation built step by step. A crisp chime echoed in Yi Fan's mind. As the host's devoted fan, the daily intelligence system graciously offered Yi Fan a protagonist-exclusive gift pack containing Koi Physique, which would activate automatically and last permanently, an invisible backer through which the system would quietly find people to resolve his troublesome matters, and a vast number of peach blossom talismans, which he was cautioned to use sparingly and to take care of his health. A desperate cry echoed in his fading memory, someone begging the monsters not to devour his mind, only to be abruptly replaced by a sharp scolding. Yi Fan, the manager is holding a meeting while you sleep. Do you not want this job? Yi Fan groggily opened his eyes and found himself lying on the table in the company's meeting room. His head throbbed with dizziness and confusion. Hadn't the convoy been attacked by strange horrors? Hadn't his mind been devoured while he fought over a sequence crystal? The next moment, a stream of information unfolded within Yi Fan's mind. Gluttony Sequence. Sequence 1: rapid digestion. Ability greatly accelerates digestion, transforming food efficiently into Bloodanki power to enhance physical fitness. Side effect: if the Gluttony Sequence operates without food to consume, it will automatically begin consuming the user's own internal organs. An extraordinary sequence. He was an extraordinary being too now. Wait, had he actually been reborn a full week before the strange apocalypse? Yi Fan glanced at the time, July 4th, 2045, is 081416. A chill ran through him. There were barely 3 hours left. He remembered with horrifying clarity that at exactly noon on this very day the strange apocalypse had erupted without warning. When the apocalypse struck, cities had been flooded with strange horrors attacking humans. Hot weapons and communication devices all failed, forcing people to flee into the fog zones only to be hunted by aberrant beasts lurking within. A profound helplessness surged through Yi Fan's heart. What use was rebirth? Before the strange horrors, humans were far too insignificant. Ordinary people were little more than livestock awaiting slaughter. Even extraordinary beings merely prolonged their fragile lives. Reaching the final destination had seemed impossible. In his previous life, he had watched with his own eyes as 2 extraordinary members of the convoy, who once seemed so formidable, could do nothing but scatter and flee like frightened strays before the strange horrors. Just then another message surfaced in his mind. The daily intelligence system had successfully bound to him. As a chosen child of fate, Yi Fan would receive 1 random piece of intelligence from the system every day at 8 o'clock sharp, along with a chance to request 1 custom piece of information. The stronger he became, the greater the value and quantity of intelligence the system could provide. A cheerful chime followed. The system announced that the day's random intelligence had been delivered, asking whether the destined child wished to survive and urging him to strengthen himself as quickly as possible. The first piece of intelligence was stark. At exactly noon on July 4th, 2045, the strange apocalypse would descend upon Blue Star, and he should immediately stockpile supplies and flee. The second piece of intelligence described a glowing sphere that would appear after the apocalypse. If he ever encountered such a sphere, he had to seize it at all costs, for it would serve as a guiding pointer to the next city. Without it, reaching the final destination would be impossible. As a bonus for his first intelligence delivery, the system revealed 2 additional secrets. Hidden within Yi Fan's body lay another sequence with immense potential, and his Gluttony Sequence was still in its awakening stage. The system urged him to eat as much as he could to feed the awakening Gluttony Sequence. The more energy he accumulated, now the greater its future potential would become. Yi Fan could scarcely contain himself. A series of incredulous emotions surged within him as his stomach growled loudly in the quiet meeting room, the sound echoing off the walls. Yet there was no embarrassment on his face, only unconcealed joy. Not only had he awakened the Gluttony Sequence, he also carried another sequence within him and possessed a daily intelligence system. His future suddenly seemed filled with promise. Though he did not yet know what the other sequence was, the system's praise of its immense potential told him it must be extraordinary. All he had to do now was obey the system's guidance, eat, and keep eating until he could eat no more. The supervisor, furious at being ignored, stormed up behind Yi Fan and slapped him on the back of the head, demanding to know how he dared disregard her authority. Startled, Yi Fan turned and saw the familiar, overbearing figure who had long belittled him. In the past, he had endured her micromanagement in silence, but with the end of the world so close, her petty displays of authority felt intolerable. He stood up and struck back, knocking the supervisor off balance and sending her stumbling away. Under the stunned gaze of his colleagues, he told her in no uncertain terms to stay out of his way. Whispers rippled through the room, shock, disapproval, and even a trace of admiration, as Yi Fan turned away, seized his phone, and strode out of the meeting without a backward glance. He had no time to waste arguing with people who would soon be facing death. He checked the time again, July 4th, 2045, 083016. Fewer than 3.5 hours remained before the apocalypse. Anxiety tightened in his chest. Without hesitation, he dialed his closest friend Wuan. In his previous life, he had met his burly friend on the second day of the apocalypse, only to watch him die an hour later, swallowed by strange horrors, while saving Yi Fan's life. This time, Yi Fan swore to keep him alive. After several rings, the call connected. Yi Fan's voice came out taut with urgency as he asked, "Where are you?" On the other end, Wuan answered lazily that he was at a foot bath, sounding relaxed and carefree, unaware that his world was about to end. Wuan, as usual, joked about having found true love yet again during his visit, his tone light and teasing. Yi Fan cut him off mid-sentence, ordering him to drive his Hummer and wait at Yi Fan's home immediately. When Wuan protested that he was still soaking his feet, Yi Fan drove a hard bargain, promising to pay for his visits for a month if he arrived within 30 minutes. Wuan, suddenly attentive, sprang up, pushed aside the lingering attendant, and rushed toward the door without even changing clothes. On the way out, Wuan asked in a low voice if law enforcement had come after them, sensing that something serious had happened. Yi Fan replied that there were barely 3 hours left before the end of the world, and that they had to flee as soon as possible. Taken aback, Wuan insisted this was no joking matter. But Yi Fan's tone left no room for doubt as he told his friend that in 3 hours the truth would be clear, and if nothing happened, he would still honor his promise to pay for a month of foot baths. After a moment of silence, Wuan agreed. If Yi Fan was wrong, he would hold him to the promise, but if Yi Fan was right, he would do everything he could to help. Yi Fan's mind raced as he recalled his week of desperate struggle after the apocalypse in his previous life, and quickly listed the supplies they would need, assigning tasks for Wuan to gather them. Once the call ended, Yi Fan wasted no time. He immediately took out multiple online loans totaling over 500,000 credits, fully intending never to repay them in a world about to end. He then contacted a food supplier, placing a massive order for compressed biscuits, smoked meats and sausages, nuts, canned goods, honey and chocolate, along with dozens of crates of drinking water. Everything that could be stored for the long road ahead. Yi Fan added 2 special conditions: the goods had to be delivered by truck with the cargo hold filled to the brim, and he wanted to borrow the truck for half a day. The delivery had to arrive at the specified location within 2 hours. He promised double payment if they were punctual, but not a single extra credit if they were late. For every minute they arrived early, he would add another 100 credits, and he would pay an extra 10,000 for borrowing the truck. At first, Zhao thought someone was playing a prank, but when Yi Fan promptly transferred half the payment up front, Zhao's skepticism vanished. Laughing, he promised to oversee the loading and delivery personally and guaranteed that everything would arrive on time. After hanging up, Yi Fan hurried back to his apartment building. It was 085223 on July 4th, 2045. Just over 3 hours remained before the apocalypse. He headed straight for a nearby Aleokaniat beef hot pot restaurant known for its generous portions and real ingredients, which guaranteed abundant stock. With his gluttony sequence still awakening, he dared not delay his feeding. He briefly considered buying raw meat to eat on the spot, but he could not bring himself to do it. The nearest wholesale market was at least half an hour away, time he could not spare. So he chose the large buffet instead, where the meat was plentiful and the staff could help cook it. Yi Fan called the duty manager over and asked how much it would cost to book the entire restaurant. The manager Chen took one look at his plain clothes and dismissed him with open contempt, telling him not to cause trouble. A payment notification chimed. 20,000 credits had just been transferred to the restaurant. Yi Fan's gaze turned cold as he asked again if it was enough. Money, which would soon be worthless, no longer held any sway over him. Another chime, 50,000 more credits arrived. Yi Fan asked once again if it was enough, his tone flat and icy, while Chun and the staff stared in stunned silence, finally realizing he was utterly serious. Cold sweat streamed down the manager Chen's forehead, his voice trembling. Enough. What are you trying to do? A chime sounded as the payment system confirmed that 50,000 yuan had just been transferred. Yi Fan did not even lift his eyelids. His tone was as cold and sharp as shards of ice. I'll give you another 50,000. From now on, the entire place belongs to me. From this moment on, keep bringing out meat without stopping. Do it well, and your tip will be doubled. Do you not understand plain words? Before his voice had even faded, he casually grabbed the stainless steel electric kettle by the table with his right hand and clenched down hard. A crisp cracking sound rang out. The thick kettle body was crushed into warped scrap metal. In an instant, its spout bent and drooping. Scalding water mixed with steam splashed onto the floor with a hiss. The staff were so frightened their legs went weak, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets at the sight. That was a solid stainless steel kettle crushed as though it were nothing. Yi Fan's stomach roared like a famished beast, his gluttony sequence surging wildly, driving an almost unbearable urge to do. In his previous life, awakened extraordinary beings had all gained their powers in an instant. Only his gluttony sequence demanded an immense amount of energy to temper its foundation. It was not a flaw but a heaven-defying potential. He had no interest in wasting words. He kicked aside a chair and sat down, then shouted at the stunned servers, "What are you staring at? Open 5 tables and load them all with fatty beef. I can't wait any longer." Manager Chun was nearly scared out of his wits. He stumbled and almost crawled as he rushed forward. "Hurry, serve the boss's meat. If you delay even for a second..." The servers snapped out of their days, scrambling to open tables and drop meat into hot pots, their faces twisted into forced smiles that looked worse than tears. Manager Chen shrank back to the side, inwardly thinking how absurd this all was. Were all rich people's quirks this terrifying? The thought barely formed before his sense of absurdity turned into pure fear. Yi Fan's appetite was overwhelming. 5 tables of fatty beef took turns in the pot, and his chopsticks never stopped. He seized clumps of boiling hot meat and thrust them straight into his mouth, barely chewing. His throat worked once, and the meat was gone. In the back kitchen, the meat cutter's knife blurred into afterimages, yet even his speed could not keep up with Yi Fan's eating. Manager Chin's scalp prickled as he watched, terrified the man might choke in his restaurant, and he steeled himself and stepped forward to intervene, but the moment he opened his mouth, Yi Fan's hand lashed out and struck his face. The sharp sound reverberated through the restaurant. Manager Chin spun in place several times before collapsing to the floor, half his face swelling almost instantly. "Get out of my sight." Yi Fan's voice held no warmth at all. Not long after, a despairing shout rose from the back kitchen. "I can't cut anymore. I truly can't keep this up. Brother, can't you switch to some other kind of meat? Lamb, pork, fish, anything." Yi Fan did not even look up. "Bring all of it. Bring out as much as you have." The gluttony sequence roared at full power. The meat he devoured was digested at astonishing speed, transforming into surging blood and energy that hammered through his limbs and bones. Yi Fan could clearly feel his muscles swelling, his bones humming, his strength soaring. Just moments ago, crushing the kettle had taken effort. Now he suspected that a casual punch could smash through a wall. This sensation of becoming stronger was intoxicating. After the apocalypse arrived, dreaming of calmly eating a full meal like this would be impossible. Yi Fan stood, lifted the collapsed Manager Chun as easily as if he were a chick, transferred another 50,000 yuan to him, and ordered in a level voice. "Open 10 more pots. If there isn't enough meat, borrow from the hot pot restaurant next door. When we're done, you'll get another 100,000 in tips. If you dare refuse, you'll be staying right here today." With the end of the world approaching, he had no intention of worrying about how shocking his actions seemed. Eating a lot was hardly against the law. An hour later, Yi Fan patted his now rounded stomach and rose to his feet in satisfaction. He had stripped the buffet restaurant bare. Refrigerators and freezers were empty, the backup stock of frozen meat dragged out and devoured to the last piece. Ignoring the servers' awed stares, Yi Fan strode out of the restaurant. July 4th, 2045, 102739. The countdown to the strange apocalypse read 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 21 seconds. Only an hour and a half remained. Just as Yi Fan stepped out of the restaurant, his friend, nicknamed Fatty, called him with a sly tone. "Fancy, I'm downstairs at your place. Come down. I've got something good to show you." "Be right there." Yi Fan jogged downstairs. The moment he stepped out, he spotted Fatty grinning from ear to ear beside his Hummer, the vehicle crammed full of supplies. "Guess how much fuel I managed to get?" Fatty slapped the door of the vehicle, nose practically tilted to the sky with pride. His Hummer was a 2040 V3 off-road model with a 200-liter tank that could run 1,000 kilometers on a full load without pause. They had also rented a truck to haul supplies, an outright gas guzzler, so Yi Fan had specifically asked him to gather extra fuel drums. When Yi Fan pulled open the Hummer's door, even he was taken aback. The entire cabin was packed tight with 30-liter reserve fuel drums, leaving not even a tiny gap. "How many drums did you get?" 32 drums. 960 liters in total. Fatty thumped his chest. "My dad's old comrade once swallowed 3 million yuan from our family. I gave him a little scare, and he obediently handed this over." Yi Fan's lips curled into a grin as he clapped Fatty on the shoulder. "Nicely done. With the apocalypse this close, there's no reason to be polite with people like that. By the way, did you get what I asked you to find? Just as the words left his mouth, someone patted his shoulder from behind. Both men turned simultaneously, frowning at what they saw. Hey, you're the man who emptied the entire buffet, right? I'm outdoor streamer Lu Rian, and I want to interview you. She stood behind them, wearing a black fitted t-shirt and high-waisted denim shorts, her figure clearly outlined. She raised her phone, thrusting the camera right up to Yi Fan's face, looking smug, as though she had stumbled upon a sensational story. Yi Fan's gaze turned instantly icy. He knocked her hand away, slammed the car door shut with a dull bang, and snapped, "Leave. If you keep bothering me, you'll regret it." "Why are you so rude?" Lu Rian was not intimidated. If anything, she grew more excited. She shouted into her camera. Everyone looked closely. "It's him. The man who emptied an entire buffet by himself. I suspect he did it to stir up hype, or that he's not an ordinary person at all. Everyone tap. Like today, I must expose who he really is." Lu Rian had about 100,000 followers. The moment she heard about someone emptying a buffet, she recognized it as a perfect chance for traffic and went live to chase him down. Now her live room's viewer count had surged to 50,000, comments flying across the screen. Some viewers suspected it was all a stunt, others joked about him being an awakened glutton, or wondered if rumors of impending catastrophe were true. Yi Fan and Fatty exchanged a glance, and instantly realized she was live. Yi Fan longed to end it with a single slap, but reason forced him to tamp down his anger. With only an hour and a half until the apocalypse, he could not afford to cause trouble. The police in Longwo were extremely efficient, especially when public figures were involved. They could track someone down within an hour. There was no point in dragging this out. Yi Fan shot Fatty a meaningful look. Fatty understood, at once tossing the car keys over to him. He then arranged his features into an exaggeratedly lewd grin, staring at Lu Rian's chest cutouts, drool practically spilling, before he noisily sucked it back. Lu Rian shuddered in revulsion, retreating several steps. "What are you doing? Miss, dressed like that, aren't you looking for someone to play with?" Fatty rubbed his hands together, slinking forward with a lascivious laugh. "My cat at home can do backflips. Come back with me, and I'll put on a show for you." Lu Rian was so frightened her whole body went numb, her high heel twisted, and she cried out as she fell backward. In the instant she toppled, Fatty spun around and dove into the Hummer's passenger seat. Yi Fan slammed his foot down on the accelerator. The Hummer shot forward like an arrow loosed from the string, leaving only a cloud of exhaust behind. Lu Rian scrambled to her feet, trembling with anger, as she watched the Hummer vanish down the road. She glanced back at her livestream. Only a little over 1,000 viewers remained. The big spender who had sent rockets had already slipped away, and the barrage of comments was now mocking her. "Driver, catch up to that Hummer ahead. I'll pay you double the fare." In the rearview mirror, the shadow of a taxi grew steadily closer. Yi Fan's lips curved into a cold smile. So she wanted to chase them. Let her see if she still had the chance once the apocalypse arrived. As soon as the chubby guy got into the car, he eagerly turned his head to ask, "Fan Z, did you really eat out the entire buffet?" Yi Fan stared straight ahead and casually replied, "My goodness." The chubby guy's eyes nearly popped out, his expression one of disbelief. "When did your appetite become so fierce? You used to complain after eating just half a bowl of rice, and here I am with an appetite twice yours, and I wouldn't brag like that. Though, ouch, but..." The chubby guy scratched his head, looking confused, still unable to believe it. Even 10 pigs couldn't finish a buffet right. "Is your body okay?" He was shouting, but deep down he completely trusted Yi Fan. They had been friends since childhood. Oh, when had he ever lied? But this change is just too absurd. My good brother has suddenly turned into a bottomless pit. Who can handle such a contrast? You can understand it, as my body has mutated. Yi Fan pressed the gas pedal, and the Hummer roared as it shot forward. "Now I can kill a cow with a single punch, as easy as playing." "What? Are you serious?" The chubby guy instantly became excited, slapping his thigh. "Then won't my woo and become rich? From now on I can hold on to your coattails and walk through the apocalypse." "Stop dreaming." Yi Fan suddenly lost his smile, his tone cooling down, and a hint of severity flashed in his eyes. "In the upcoming apocalypse, even I will have to keep my tail between my legs." As soon as he said this, the smile on the chubby guy's face instantly froze. Yi Fan's next words sent chills down his spine, making his hair stand on end. Ordinary people will only have the chance to escape. In the near future, at least 90% of people will die. You better stay alert and not mess things up. The chubby guy completely wilted, slumping in the passenger seat, muttering to himself, "It's over, it's over. Does that mean there won't even be a chance to wash my feet in the future?" Yi Fan couldn't be bothered to respond. He knew that despite looking unreliable, this guy was absolutely dependable in critical moments. Better to splash some cold water on him in advance than to scare him into a panic when the apocalypse arrives. What he wanted was not a burden, but a brother who could live alongside. The Hummer sped along and soon arrived at the old house in the suburbs. Yi Fan parked at the yard entrance. Just as he turned off the engine, he saw Boss Zhao squatting by a truck not far away, smoking with a small pile of cigarette butts at his feet. July 4th, 2045, 105703. 1 hour 2 minutes and 57 seconds left until the strange apocalypse. Only 1 hour left. Yifan opened the car door and got out, ignoring the dazed, chubby guy still sitting in the car. He walked directly towards Boss Zhao, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, handed one over, and smiled, saying, "Boss Zhao, you're quite punctual." Boss Zhao took the cigarette, but didn't light it. Instead, he looked at Yifan intently, his face serious enough to be frightening. His voice trembled as he said, "Boss Yi, I've been sitting here for half an hour, and the more I smoke, the more anxious I feel. I just have this bad feeling that something big is about to happen." Yifan frowned, his heart sinking. This old guy wouldn't be trying to squeeze more money from him, would he? This suburban area was desolate with no residents for miles around. If Boss Zhao dared to pull any tricks, Yifan wouldn't mind sending him on an early journey, saving on the payment and sparing him some of the apocalypse's pain. Boss Zhao clearly sensed the chill in Yifan's gaze. He immediately smiled and waved his hands, his voice growing urgent. "Brother Yi, I'm not trying to raise the price. I just want to ask, you're buying so many emergency supplies and even paying double for the rush. Do you know something? Is something going to happen next?" Yifan glanced at his phone, 1100 sharp. 60 minutes left until the strange apocalypse descends. He didn't want to waste a single minute and still needed to grab the guiding pointer. He had no time to waste on this old guy. His irritation surged and his gaze turned even. Boss Zhao noticed his impatience, his voice nearly choking, almost crying out, "Brother Yi, I really mean no harm. Ever since I got here, my right eyelid hasn't stopped twitching, and it makes me anxious. Just tell me, is the sky about to fall? I promise I'll keep it to myself, not a word will escape my lips," he said, pulling out his phone, quickly flipping to a photo, handing it to Yifan, his hands trembling. In the photo is a bottomless pit surrounded by charred earth, and faintly some broken remnants of houses can be seen. "Look, Brother Yi, this was just sent to me by a friend from my hometown." Boss Zhao pointed at the pit, his voice quivering. He said the neighboring village was suddenly enveloped by a cloud of black fog last night, and then just vanished into thin air. All that was left was this pit. I recognize this place, it's right next to the village. And the strange incidents in the city haven't stopped these past few days. In Tianyu community, over 100 people died overnight. The officials said it was due to a gas leak. Who would believe that? There are also reports of monsters with tentacles seen in the suburbs, just like the monsters in movies. I used to think they were all rumors, now I believe it. Something big is going to happen. Brother Yi, you must know something, right? Yifan understood. Even if the officials tried to block the news, they couldn't stop rumors from spreading like wildfire before the apocalypse. There are always some smart people who can sense danger from these subtle clues and prepare to flee in advance. But most of these people are inadequately prepared, bringing only some biscuits and bottled water and daring to run outside the city, ultimately meeting the same fate. But it must be said, Boss Zhao's actions were already much better than those foolish, ordinary people waiting to die. But so what? Yifan had no obligation to save anyone. Boss Zhao looked at Yifan's indifferent face and became more determined. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly dropped to his knees, knocking his head on the ground 3 times in front of Yifan, his forehead reddening. "Brother Yi, please take my whole family with you. I'll give you anything. Money, cars, the goods in my warehouse, they're all yours. Even my life is yours. I'll give you all these goods for free. If that's not enough, I have hundreds of pounds of frozen meat in my warehouse. Oh, I'll bring it all to you. The warehouse is only 20 minutes away. My wife and daughter are already waiting there. I had the workers load up food and frozen meat. I can drive and move goods, so I can do any dirty or hard work. I just asked Brother Yi to give us a chance to survive." Yifan was completely taken aback. This old guy is quite decisive. Just based on a few clues, he dares to gamble his family's lives. However, that last statement hit Yifan's sweet spot. That wild eating at the buffet had completely activated his voracious appetite sequence, greatly enhancing his physical capabilities. If he could obtain a large amount of frozen meat, he could quickly boost his strength in the early days of the apocalypse, saving himself a lot of trouble. Yifan squatted down, staring at Boss Zhao, who was kneeling on the ground, and asked with a bemused smile, "Do you trust me this much? Aren't you afraid I'm just tricking you? That I'll sell you and your family off?" "I'm not afraid." Boss Zhao raised his head, his gaze incredibly firm. "The moment I saw you, Brother Yi, I knew you were not an ordinary person. My intuition has never been wrong. Brother Yi, I beg you. My family will follow your orders from now on. If you say go east, we won't go west." Yifan remained silent, lighting the cigarette he had in his mouth, taking a deep drag and exhaling smoke through his nose. He stared at Boss Zhao, remaining silent for a few seconds before suddenly saying, "Get up." Boss Zhao was stunned, not daring to move. "Remember my words." Yifan's voice was as cold as ice. "Don't ask what you shouldn't, don't say what you shouldn't, just follow me. If you dare have any second thoughts, this will be your end." As soon as he finished speaking, Yifan lightly stepped on the cement ground with his right foot. Crack! With a crisp sound, the cement beneath his feet instantly cracked with numerous fissures, and when he lifted his foot, a half-inch deep footprint was clearly visible. Boss Zhao's pupils dilated, his eyes nearly popping out, and he swallowed hard, his whole body trembling. "This is cement." Yifan had only lightly stepped on it, it wasn't even a stomp. What kind of monstrous strength is this? Get out. I understand. I understand everything. Boss Zhao was so frightened that he could barely speak, quickly scrambling to his feet and retreating a couple of steps, crawling backward. Get out. I understand. I understand everything. Boss Zhao was so frightened that he could barely speak, quickly scrambling to his feet and retreating. At first, when he saw Boss Zhao kneeling, he thought Yi Fan was secretly starting a cult to recruit followers. But once he saw the footprint in the cement, the chubby guy instantly wilted, silently taking out the cigarettes Yi Fan had left in the car, lighting one for himself, taking a long drag, with only one thought in his mind. Wow, my brother is really impressive. Not long after, Yi Fan walked out of the old house holding two things in his hands, a shiny axe and a glimmering pig-killing knife. These were all items left behind by the older generation in his family, full of steel fire and extremely sharp. This was the reason he came to the old house. In the apocalypse, firearms would become ineffective. Such cold weapons were the key to survival. Moreover, the location of the old house was conveniently on the way to pick up the guiding pointer. Yi Fan glanced at Boss Zhao, who was standing by the road, afraid to even breathe. Boss Zhao immediately understood and eagerly said, "Brother Yi, I'll lead the way up front. Just follow closely behind me." Yi Fan nodded. The chubby guy was actually sitting in the driver's seat, smiling obsequiously at him, making a gesture of invitation. "Brother Fan, please get in and sit tight." The chubby guy chuckled, sheepishly scratching his head, and the tension and fear in his heart instantly dissipated by more than half. It was still the same Fan Z, he hadn't changed. As Boss Zhao's truck drove a short distance, he suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing the vehicle to jolt violently. Screech. The harsh sound of the brakes echoed loudly in the quiet suburbs. The chubby man reacted swiftly, slamming on the brakes, and the Hummer came to a steady stop without scraping the vehicle in front by even a millimeter. A figure suddenly darted out from the front of the truck. It was none other than the relentless Lu Ruyin. This woman held her phone aloft, her face flushed with excitement. Like a mad dog spotting its prey, she lunged at Yi Fan's car. Yi Fan sighed, rubbing his forehead as a surge of anger flared up within him. He truly wished to smack this woman's head into pieces. Lu Ruyin slapped her hands against the car window, her voice shrill and piercing. "Hey, you are the awakened one. I saw the footprints on the cement very clearly. You must explain everything to me today, or I will release the video and let the whole internet know your secret." Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, snatched the phone away, glanced at the screen, and thankfully, it was just a video recording, not a live stream. He immediately burst into laughter, his gaze turning icy, his tone laced with biting sarcasm. "Release it. Go ahead. Without a live stream, who would believe a madwoman's words?" Yi Fan then hurled the phone far away. With a sharp crack, it shattered into pieces. Before Lu Ruyin could let out a scream, he swung his arm round and slapped her hard across the face. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed, and a surge of brute force sent Lu Ruyin flying crashing into a tree by the roadside like a ragged sack. With a muffled groan, her eyes rolled back as she fainted. Yi Fan exhaled a breath of foul air, feeling refreshed, a cruel smile tugging at his lips. Finally, some peace. "Old Zhao, let's go. Don't just stand there like a wooden post," he shouted at the truck, his voice carrying an undeniable pressure. Up ahead, Boss Zhao had already seen everything clearly through the rearview mirror, his hands gripping the steering wheel, drenched in cold sweat, palms slick with moisture. His throat tightened, his heart pounding. This guy was truly ruthless. In that moment, he suddenly felt a pang of regret. Was it a blessing or a curse to follow such a fierce person? But he had no choice. He could only slam on the gas and charge forward with a stiff upper lip. Yi Fan retracted his head, catching a glimpse of the chubby man's strange expression. Thinking he was frightened, he said casually, "Don't worry, it was just a little force to make her sleep. She won't die." The enhanced hearing from the hunger sequence was terrifyingly sharp. He clearly heard the chubby man mumbling under his breath, "That figure. Tsk tisk, what a pity. Damn it." Yi Fan scolded him with irritation, kicking the chubby man's seat. "I was still worried that you might be soft-hearted, you old pervert. What else do you have in your head besides women?" "Hey, how did you hear that?" The chubby man turned his head abruptly, his face filled with shock. "I was so quiet. Of course, my hearing is superhuman now. I can hear the frequency of a mosquito's wings flapping." Yi Fan shot him a glance. He then retracted his joking tone, his voice as cold and hard as iron. "Brother, remember, in the apocalypse, human lives are worth less than dogs. Don't have any unnecessary sympathy. Soft-hearted people die the fastest. Adapt well." The chubby man remained silent, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He didn't know what Yi Fan had experienced to turn from a laid-back youth into such a ruthless person. But he understood that what Yi Fan said was heartfelt advice. He couldn't hold them back. However, that Lu Ruyan's figure was truly exceptional. Seizing this moment, Yi Fan quickly sorted out the changes in his body. The hunger sequence 1, rapid digestion, showed immediate effect. The food consumed was fully converted into pure vital energy, rapidly refining muscles and bones. As long as there was food, his physical attributes could infinitely strengthen. So what if the weirdness comes? Worst case, he could eat a buffet until he collapses the entire blue star. Though this sequence had no direct attack capabilities, its growth potential satisfied Yi Fan to the utmost. Side effects. Would he be consumed by the sequence if there was no food? Yi Fan smirked, a rebellious glint flashing in his eyes. With his current physique being 3 times that of an average person combined with the daily support of the information system, as long as he remained cautious, he could stride through this apocalypse. The vehicle sped furiously, quickly arriving at Boss Zhao's warehouse. Boss Zhao's wife Lu Ying and their 13-year-old daughter Zhao Shui were already waiting beside a dual-temperature delivery truck, their faces filled with tension. Seeing this vehicle, Yi Fan's eyes lit up, his tone a bit lighter. Not bad, old Zhao. You hid this dual-temperature truck pretty well. With this thing he could store a large amount of fresh meat, which was much better than gnawing on compressed biscuits. To his surprise, Lu Ying had also prepared plenty of medications, cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, hemostatic powder, bandages. Everything was complete. Yi Fan picked up a box of hemostatic powder, his gaze flickering. In his past life, ordinary people never had the chance to use these, either dying from illness or being killed by the weirdness. In this life, these medicines were their capital for survival. Without a word, they worked together to fill the cargo truck with supplies. The 3 vehicles set off, immediately heading straight for Tianhong Building. On July 4, 2045, at 114100, there were 19 minutes left until the weird apocalypse descended. The 3 vehicles parked steadily beside Tianhong Building. Yi Fan got out of the car, looking at the convoy and people before him, unable to suppress a cold laugh. In his past life, when the apocalypse came, he was all alone, struggling to survive, barely able to fill his stomach. In this life, before the apocalypse arrived, he had already formed a small team of 5, truly a twist of fate. Remember everything I said earlier? Yi Fan scanned everyone, his gaze slicing through each face like a knife, finally landing on Boss Zhao, his killing intent apparent. Especially you, old Zhao. If my guiding pointer goes wrong, even slightly, your whole family will pay the price. Do you understand? Boss Zhao trembled all over, hurriedly nodding and bowing. Understood. Understood. Brother Yi, rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I won't delay your matters. With that, Yi Fan stopped talking nonsense and walked straight towards Tianhong Building. In his past life, he had heard a convoy captain say that on the day the apocalypse arrived, this guy was fooling around with his secretary on the rooftop, and the guiding pointer appeared out of thin air on the rooftop. That was the key item to guide them to the next safe city in this life. It could only be his. The chubby man and Boss Zhao exchanged glances, both seeing the fierceness in each other's eyes. They were both people who would risk their lives in the apocalypse. Boss Zhao quickly took out a cigarette, respectfully lighting it for the chubby man, his posture extremely low. Brother Fat, from now on the lives of my family depend on your... The chubby man took a deep drag, releasing a smoke ring, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. There are still 18 minutes left. If what Fanzi said is true, I won't be able to visit the footbath city anymore, and I won't be able to touch those soft little hands. Boss Zhao was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted, slapping his thigh and laughing heartily. Brother Fat, you're joking. With your relationship with Brother Fan, there will be plenty of women eager to serve you. When that time comes, not just foot baths, even back rubs, there will be plenty of people fighting to come. He winked, giving a suggestive glance. The chubby man understood and punched him on the back, laughing and scolding. Not bad, old Zhao. You're quite devious. Quick, tell me which foot bath city's girls are the best. Does your wife know you're sneaking out to have fun? Boss Zhao quickly pulled him away, lowering his voice and wearing a bitter expression. Brother Fat, keep your voice down. If my tigress hears about it, she'll definitely skin me alive. The chubby man laughed heartily. I didn't expect you to be so controlled by your wife. Coward. Before the laughter faded, the alarm clock in the chubby man's pocket suddenly rang sharply. The piercing sound echoed eerily in the quiet suburbs. On July 4th, 2045, at 114500, there were 15 minutes left until the weird apocalypse descended. The smiles on both their faces vanished in an instant, their expressions turning extremely serious. They both inhaled sharply, throwing their cigarette butts harshly to the ground, grinding them into the earth, as if venting their last anger and unwillingness against this crumbling world. Then without further ado, they hurried back to the car to make the final preparations. On the other side, Lu Ying held Zhao Shui, her voice trembling, her eyes red. Old Zhao is what that person said. True, we can't have any accidents. Shui is still so young. Mom, don't worry. Zhao Shui looked up with a determined expression, not at all like a 13-year-old, clenching her small fists. I've grown up now. Boss Zhao patted his daughter's head, gently comforting her. Shui is great. Dad will also do his utmost to protect you and Mom. Then he turned to Lu Ying, his expression suddenly turning fierce, his tone carrying an undeniable resolve. Yingzi, listen. If nothing happens in 15 minutes, it will only be a charge of possessing a controlled weapon with a sentence of a year or so. I can handle it. But if the apocalypse really comes, we must fight to protect these. Only by showing Brother Fan our value can we survive. This is our only chance. You, me, and Shui all must take up weapons to guard the cars. He gritted his teeth, each word dripping with blood. Whoever dares to rob the cars, don't show any mercy. Even if it means killing, we must protect the cars. Did you hear that? The words kill struck like thunder, making Lu Ying tremble violently, her face turning as pale as paper. She was just a rural woman who didn't even dare to raise her voice in a fight. How could she dare to kill? Boss Zhao watched her expression, feeling a pang of pain, but could only harden his heart, his words cutting deep. Yingzi. In chaotic times, the weak are just lambs to be slaughtered. It's one thing for us to suffer, but would you be willing to let Schwerer end up being bullied? You should know what it means for a 13-year-old girl in chaotic times. That would be worse than death. This statement pierced Lu Ying's heart like a sharp knife. Her tears instantly welled up, but she quickly wiped them away, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. Gritting her teeth, she uttered the most ruthless words of her life. Old Zhao. I understand. Whoever dares to touch our car, I will fight them to the death. I will kill them. Even if it costs me my life, I will protect Schwerer. Dad. Mom. Zhao Shui raised her tiny fist, her childish voice filled with determination. I also want to take a knife. I want to protect our home with you. The chubby man returned to the Hummer, his gaze falling on the Zhuge crossbow on the back seat, his expression complex. This crossbow was a replica he had paid a hefty price for, made of carbon fiber. It weighed less than a kilogram, could hold 10 bolts, and could empty its magazine in 3 seconds, packing a powerful punch. This was specifically requested by Yi Fan along with a full 100 bolts. Previously relying on his father's connections in the officialdom, he dared to create this, but had never used it. Today it seemed blood would be shed. He recalled Yi Fan's words from earlier in the car, each one piercing deep, etched into his bones. Chubby listened carefully. Yi Fan's voice carried a chilling clarity. After the apocalypse, besides me, everyone else has to be guarded against. Even parents could stab you in the back. Order collapses. Human hearts are unpredictable. There's no trust, only interests. Either you are stronger than others, trampling everyone underfoot, or you are more ruthless, daring to risk your life. Only then will others not dare to provoke you. Otherwise, when you are weak, they will pick your bones clean. No sympathy allowed. Remember, ordinary people have no value. They are just sacrifices. They are stepping stones. When being chased by beasts, you don't have to run the fastest, just faster than your teammates. That's why I keep old Zhao and the others around. In emergencies, they are just shields. They are scapegoats. But you are different. Yi Fan's voice suddenly softened with a rare warmth. You are my brother. You saved my life. Our families are already gone. You must live well. As long as there is a chance, I will save you. But remember, in the apocalypse, no one can be self-sufficient. You must become strong. Otherwise, I can't protect you. The chubby man fell silent for a long time, then finally smiled broadly, patting his chest, his tone carrying a hint of bravado. Rest assured, Fan Zi. I Wu and will only die on a woman's belly, and no one else has the right to take my life. Yi Fan laughed and scolded, kicking him in the butt. Damn. You really have your head in the clouds. In the apocalypse, when life is hanging by a thread, you're still thinking about women. The chubby man laughed heartily. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Are you saying you don't like women? On July 4th, 2045, at 115500, there were 5 minutes left until the weird apocalypse descended. Yi Fan burst into the Tianhong building, charging straight for the elevator, and within moments reached the top floor. Upon seeing the tightly shut security gate before him, he rolled his eyes, and without a second thought raised his foot and kicked. A dull thud erupted. The heavy iron door was kicked in, creating a large dent, and the twisted metal let out a piercing groan. On the rooftop, a couple was entwined in each other's arms. Hearing the commotion, they were instantly terrified and hurriedly grabbed their scattered clothes to cover themselves. Before they could get dressed, Yi Fan charged sideways into them. The door crashed down with a resounding thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yi Fan cast a glance at the panicked couple, and upon seeing the man's face, a cold smirk crept across his lips, his previously anxious heart now completely at ease. Looks like I didn't pick the wrong person. Today I'll settle the score from my past life. Yi Fan approached step by step, his footsteps echoing eerily on the empty rooftop. The couple recoiled in fear. The man backed against the air conditioning unit, forcing himself to sound calm as he shouted, "Who the hell are you? What do you want? I warn you. This is Tianhong Building. I'm the security manager, Zhao Hai. If you're smart, you'll get the hell out of here." Yi Fan let out a cold laugh, his voice laced with disdain. "Security manager. Zhao Hai, I haven't forgotten. Just because I looked at you a moment longer in my past life, you dared to slap me in public. You're quite brave." Zhao Hai was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend. Bro, there must be some misunderstanding. I don't even know you. Let's talk this over. Don't know me? Yi Fan's gaze turned fierce, each word piercing. You stole all my food and pushed me out as bait to feed the anomalies. How could you say you don't know me? Because of you, my brother Fatty was devoured by the anomalies, leaving no trace. How do you propose we settle this? Zhao Hai finally panicked, his face ashen. He fell to his knees with a thud, repeatedly bowing his head. Big brother. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I'll pay. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Please spare me. Money. Yi Fan scoffed, his eyes full of mockery. Soon this will just be worthless paper for wiping. Before he even finished speaking, Yi Fan swung his arm and slapped him hard. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap was accompanied by the crack of bones. Zhao Hai flew out like a broken sack, crashing into the air conditioning unit, a mouthful of blood spewed forth, staining half the wall. Zhao Hai felt dizzy, his consciousness fading. He weakly reached out his eyes, pleading, "Please, please don't kill me. I have money I still have." Yi Fan couldn't be bothered to listen to his rambling. His murderous intent surged as he raised his right foot and kicked down hard on his head. Thud! The muffled sound exploded. Zhao Hai's head was directly embedded into the air conditioning unit. Red and white matter spilled out, dead beyond revival. The woman beside them saw this scene, her pupils constricted, sharply releasing a piercing scream. Her eyes rolled back as she fainted. Yi Fan glanced at her slipping neckline and muttered to himself, she indeed had a fine figure. He looked down at his phone, the time glaring at him. July 4th, 2045, 115900. 1 minute until the arrival of the anomalous apocalypse. Yi Fan took a deep breath. Excitement and murderous intent surged in his chest. It's coming. It's finally coming. The sound of hurried footsteps and shouts echoed from the stairwell. It seemed the security downstairs had heard the commotion and rushed up. Yi Fan paid them no mind, raising his head and staring intently at the sky, waiting for the final judgment to descend. Downstairs, Fatty and Zhao's family of 3 stood by their car, their bodies tense, palms dripping with cold sweat. They gazed anxiously towards the Tianhong building with only one thought in their minds. This better be Yi Fan's joke. Soon the clock struck 12, echoing in everyone's mind. The anomalous apocalypse arrived as scheduled. The entire sky turned blood red in an instant, the crimson light so intense it was blinding. But the next second the blood color suddenly faded and the sky returned to its original appearance, as if everything just now had been an illusion. Just as people thought they were imagining things, a cold mechanical voice echoed without warning in the minds of everyone in the world. Global announcement: all humans must reach the final place within 3 years. Those who fail to arrive by the deadline will be annihilated. At the same time, piercing shrill screams like the wails of hellish demons surged with a bone-chilling wind sweeping across the entire city. Looking around, the once bustling skyscrapers were suddenly shrouded in a thick layer of blood-colored mist, and within the fog, countless twisted, grotesque shadows writhed, exuding a chilling aura. What the hell? Who is speaking? What is the final place? Look over there. What is that? Monsters. It's monsters. There are shadows near Huamin building. So many. It's over. There's a tentacle giant in Tianyue community. My home is right there. Help. There are monsters everywhere. We're doomed. Run. What happened to Hugo building? Stop dawdling. Run. Panic-stricken screams filled the air. Someone frantically pulled out their phone to call for help, only to despairingly discover that all service was completely lost. The sudden upheaval plunged everyone's hearts to the depths, a massive fear drowning the entire city. Boom. A deafening roar erupted from the west. The crowd instinctively turned their heads and saw the towering tentacled giant slapping down on a building. The reinforced concrete building instantly collapsed. Countless tentacles surged like venomous snakes, capturing those running on the ground and forcefully stuffing them into the giant's mouth full of sharp fangs. Up. The wails of agony echoed incessantly, sending chills down people's spines. Beside the Tianhong building, Fatty and Zhao's family of 4 were instantly drenched in cold sweat, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Fatty muttered to himself, terror filling his eyes. God, the apocalypse has really come. Zhao held his wife and daughter tightly. The 3 clung to each other, their bodies shaking like leaves, silent tears streaming down their faces. At this moment, any words seemed utterly powerless. Some reacted quickly, madly rushing toward the car, trying to steal it to escape. Fatty's eyes turned fierce, no longer hesitating. He grabbed the Zhuge crossbow from the back seat and jumped out of the car, the icy arrows aimed at those rushing forward, roaring, "Get lost. Anyone who dares to come near the car, I'll shoot them." Zhao, seeing this, also turned ready, shouting at his wife and daughter, "Ingzi, swear. The apocalypse has truly arrived. We must show Fangu our worth. We must survive." With that, he brandished his axe and gritted his teeth as he jumped out of the car. At this moment, on the rooftop of the Tianhong building, the instant the apocalypse descended, Yi Fan saw a shooting star-like light streaking across the sky, rapidly heading in his direction. He felt a surge of joy in his heart, unable to suppress his voice. Indeed. A guiding pointer. There's definitely a guiding pointer here. The shouts of the security guards echoed from the stairwell. These fools were clearly stunned by the apocalyptic scene in the distance. Yi Fan cast a disdainful glance and dashed towards the light. The light transformed into a gentle orb, landing steadily at the spot where Zhao Hai had just stood. Yi Fan extended his hand, gently touching the orb. In the next moment, the orb transformed into a stream of light, instantly drilling into his body. On his right wrist, a watch pattern slowly emerged. The watch's hands pointed firmly towards the northeast. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Yi Fan's eyes. To the northeast. That is the direction of the next safe city. This is the guiding pointer. The legendary key item that can lead to the final place. With it, one can accurately find their way through the mist of the apocalypse, guiding the convoy through the deadly zones between cities. Without it, even an extraordinary person from the Seer sequence would lose their way in the mist, ultimately becoming fodder for the anomalies. A single wrong step could spell doom for the entire convoy. Yi Fan's mind stirred. The watch on his wrist slowly vanished. As long as the holder does not actively reveal it, no one will discover this secret. However, he knew that the guiding pointer had a fatal characteristic. If the holder dies, the pointer will drop, and upon being touched by others it can be rebound. In his past life, he had heard the team leader Long Yi say that in order to compete for the guiding pointer, countless convoys had fought to the death. Even if it meant annihilating the opponent, they had to seize the pointer. Yi Fan glanced at Zhao Hai embedded in the air conditioning unit. A cold smile crept across his lips. This guy was lucky in his past life, stumbling upon the guiding pointer and becoming the convoy leader. Unfortunately, in this life, the luckiest person is me. Yi Fan no longer delayed, turning and charging towards the stairwell. As he descended a few floors, he found the stairwell packed with people, all frantic employees and security personnel, blocking the way completely. Yi Fan's expression hardened. Mercy. That was a thing of the past. In the apocalypse, it's either you die or I die. Without hesitation, he leaped up, stepping on the heads of the densely packed crowd, plunging downwards with all his might. The sounds of bones cracking and anguished screams echoed beneath his feet, but Yi Fan didn't pause at all. He didn't care whether these people's heads would be crushed into In just 2 minutes, Yi Fan paid the price of countless concussed victims. From the 33rd floor, he slaughtered his way down to the first floor. Looking at the crowded lobby on the first floor, Yi Fan frowned tightly, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. So many people blocked here, trying to break through the city thick with anomalies would surely require a hefty price. Yi Fan sighed helplessly, his gaze turning fierce once more. There's no helping it, I can only create a few more concussion victims. He leapt up again, stepping on heads, charging towards the entrance. Soon Yi Fan burst out of the Tianhong building, heading straight for the parking area. From a distance, the first thing he saw were 2 men on the ground, clutching their heads and screaming in agony. 2 unfortunate souls lay on the ground. One had a crossbow bolt lodged in his chest, blood gushing out clearly, on the brink of death. The other had a gaping wound in his neck, blood splattering everywhere, his limbs still convulsing. Yi Fan glanced at the fat man and old Zhao in front of the car. Both looked pale, with a few puddles of fresh vomit at their feet. Looking at the 3 vehicles, they were intact. He nodded in satisfaction, his voice cold and commanding. Well done. Get in the car, let's go. As his words fell, Yi Fan jumped straight into the driver's seat of the truck, slamming the accelerator to the floor, the truck roaring forward towards the national highway. He grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted, everyone, follow immediately. The Hummer goes in the middle. Old Zhao, you damn well floor the accelerator of the double-temperature truck. If you dare to fall behind, you will bear the consequences. Make sure you remember this. Whoever dares to block the way, no matter who it is, just crash into them. Don't hesitate. In this apocalypse, no one's life is worth more than yours. Fatty, do you still want to embrace beautiful women in the future? If you do, then charge. Old Zhao, think of your wife and children. If you want them to live, then don't be a coward. Whoever dares to slow us down, don't blame me for turning against you. Time is of the essence. If we can't break out, everyone will die here. The voice in the walkie-talkie grew harsher, bearing a chilling sense of urgency. He needed to make these people fully aware. Now was not the time for weakness. Survival was the only goal. Good. Received. Don't worry, you go. The voices of the fat man and old Zhao rang out almost in unison, filled with unmistakable fear, yet tinged with a desperate resolve. It was the instinct to survive, fully erupting under the threat of death. Yi Fan let out a long breath, his tense nerves slightly relaxing. He knew that these 2 were finally starting to adapt to the apocalypse. This cursed place allowed no trace of the modern society's kindness and tolerance. Those who were soft-hearted died the fastest. Yi Fan focused intensely, gripping the steering wheel tightly. His task had become heavier. He had to lead the convoy and break out of the national highway quickly. His greatest fear was a car accident. If a vehicle ahead had an accident, it could easily trigger a chain reaction, blocking the entire highway. At that time, not to mention survival, all the supplies in the 3 vehicles would be lost. He absolutely could not allow such a thing to happen. In his past life, he hadn't taken this route and had no idea if an accident would occur here. The tension in his heart weighed heavily like a stone. The impact of the apocalypse was devastating. Countless people watched in horror as distant skyscrapers collapsed under a mysterious force, crumbling into dust. Countless people watched as their family and friends were captured by those grotesque monsters, torn apart and devoured. The chilling screams and desperate cries filled the air above the entire city. Fatty, do you still want to embrace beautiful women in the future? If you do, then charge. Old Zhao, think of your wife and children. Half a bloody corpse was hurled by some force, crashing violently against the windshield of a nearby jeep. Crimson blood splattered across the entire window, shocking the driver into a panic, causing him to jerk the steering wheel. The speeding jeep lost control, instantly swerving violently and crashing into a Tesla in the adjacent lane. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, and the Tesla was instantly engulfed in flames, fire soaring into the sky. Yi Fan's pupils constricted. Without a moment's hesitation, he slammed the accelerator to the floor, the truck charging past the explosion like a wild horse. But in the next moment his expression darkened. A Camry ahead had suddenly stopped in the middle of the road, without warning. The lanes on both sides were completely blocked, not even a gap to squeeze through. Damn it. Yi Fan couldn't help but curse. Even from a distance he could hear a woman's furious shout from inside the car. Damn it. This damn car. It suddenly displays an advertisement at such a critical moment. And I can't turn it off. Yi Fan's anger surged instantly, but the absurdity of the situation almost made him laugh. These unscrupulous car companies were truly on the brink of death, yet still engaged in such disgusting antics. Feeling frustrated, he realized that this woman had blocked his escape route, so she could only blame her own misfortune. Yi Fan's gaze turned cold. Without any psychological burden, relying on the truck's weight advantage, he found the right angle and crashed into the Camry. Clang! The Camry flew sideways like a toy, hurtling into the adjacent lane. Angry shouts erupted around, but Yi Fan paid them no mind, pressing the accelerator and charging forward without looking back. The fat man and old Zhao behind watched with wide eyes, swallowing hard, yet dared not slow down for a moment, stepping on the gas to follow roaring past. The road ahead was filled with car crashes and explosions, fire and screams erupting continuously. Fortunately, no large-scale pileups occurred. The convoy barely maintained its speed, rushing towards the outskirts of the city. As they were about to break out of the Flower City, Yi Fan instinctively glanced in the rearview mirror. That glance made his hair stand on end. Behind the flow of traffic, a massive figure charged forward at a terrifying speed. It was a grotesque giant. Shrouded in black and gray mist, flickers of eerie blue flames danced within like ghostly fire from hell. Its enormous body dominated the entire lane, countless tentacles wildly thrashing in the air, tossing vehicles aside with ease, while innumerable people caught unawares were ensnared by the tentacles, dragged into the mist, unable to even scream. Fancy, what the hell is that thing? The fat man's trembling voice came through the walkie-talkie, tinged with tears. There are these things everywhere in the city. It's too terrifying. It's bizarre. Yi Fan's voice was cold and piercing, devoid of any emotion, coming through the walkie-talkie. In this apocalypse, those monsters treat us humans as food. Remember, if you encounter this thing in the future, run as far away as you can. These words fell like a bucket of ice water on the heads of the fat man and the Zhao family of four. They felt a chill run through their bodies, goosebumps rising all over. They had tried to imagine the horrors of the apocalypse as much as possible, but seeing these monsters with their own eyes, the fear that surged from the depths of their souls almost drove them to collapse. They didn't even dare to look in the rearview mirror again, fearing that in the next moment that grotesque giant would charge over and swallow them along with their car. Zhao Shui seemed to remember something suddenly, her childish voice trembling with tears as she hurriedly asked Brother Yi Fan, "What about the army? Can the army drive away these monsters? If we go to the army, will we be safe?" Yi Fan chuckled coldly upon hearing this, his tone laced with sarcasm. "The army? What if I told you that humanity's firearms have completely become ineffective since the moment the apocalypse began? Fancy, don't joke." The fat man's voice suddenly rose, filled with disbelief. "Joking?" Yi Fan sneered, his voice thick with despair and ruthlessness. "Give up your damned fantasy. From now on, welcome this damned apocalypse. If you want to survive, you can only rely on yourselves." Fortunately, that grotesque giant did not continue to chase along the national highway. Just as the convoy nervously stared at the rearview mirror, watching it halt a mere 30 meters from them, that grotesque giant suddenly stopped. Its massive body swayed in place, the black and gray mist swirling as if it were hesitating about something. After a moment, it suddenly turned and charged off in another direction, leaving chaos and despair in its wake. Yi Fan watched the suddenly interrupted flow of traffic, his heart racing. He suddenly recalled a line spoken by Captain Long in his past life. Those powerful aberrations have a strong territorial awareness. They only hunt within their own territory and will never allow other aberrations to step in. They won't easily leave their territory. Yi Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, his back drenched in cold sweat. Damn it, what luck! He refocused on his own body. At that moment he truly felt that his devouring sequence had seemingly been completely ignited the instant the apocalypse descended. The vitality of the extraordinary sequence was unprecedentedly high. The ability to digest quickly had noticeably increased. Even more to his delight, his physical qualities were being enhanced at a visibly rapid pace. Muscles were swelling, bones were humming, and power was surging forth continuously. Yi Fan felt a surge of joy and instinctively looked inward at his devouring sequence. In the next second, he was taken aback. The sequence of Gluttony. Sequence 2, Blood Chi Armor. Ability 1, accelerate the digestion of food, efficiently transforming it into blood chi power, enhancing physical qualities. Ability 2, control the blood chi to release a high-temperature energy layer that burns enemies and adds a weak energy impact to physical attacks. Yi Fan looked at the refreshed sequence panel in his mind. His eyes instantly brightened. Sequence 2. Blood Chi Armor. It has automatically upgraded. Is this the benefit of awakening the sequence early? Thankfully, he listened to the system back, then otherwise where would such a miraculous opportunity come from? While keeping a close watch on the road ahead, Yi Fan attempted to mobilize the blood chi within him. As his thoughts turned a thin layer of blood-red blood, chi instantly covered his right hand. Waves of red steam rose from his palm, carrying a scorching temperature. This was a phenomenon only produced by the rapid combustion of blood chi. While keeping a close watch on the road ahead, Yi Fan attempted to mobilize the blood chi within him. As his thoughts turned a thin layer, he then tried to control the blood chi, slowly covering the steering wheel with the energy layer. The cold steering wheel instantly became warm, even emitting a faint wave of powerful energy. Yi Fan felt a surge of joy. This meant he could attach the blood chi armor to weapons for combat. This ability was simply too practical. However, he quickly noticed the limitation. If he covered his entire body with blood chi armor with his current blood chi reserves, he could only last about 30 seconds before exhausting himself. But if he only attached it to his weapon, the duration would be maximized, easily lasting 3 minutes. Regardless, this was a significant gain. Previously, when facing threats, he could only run away with his tail between his legs. Now he finally had the ability to confront them head-on. Against those oblivious ordinary people, his intimidation factor was also maximized. The journey ahead was much smoother. Occasionally, he encountered unfortunate souls blocking the road, but without any hesitation, Yi Fan drove the truck straight through, sending both people and vehicles flying. Ignoring their screams and curses, his life was the top priority. Some reckless individuals even dared to block the truck, shouting for compensation. Yi Fan simply rolled down the window and slapped one out. Smack! With the crisp sound of the slap, the guy flew 4 or 5 meters away like a rag doll, clutching his neck and twitching on the ground, completely dazed. From then on, the drivers in the adjacent lane behaved like obedient grandchildren. They didn't dare to cut in line or even honk, fearing they might provoke this reaper. The convoy sped along, quickly breaking out of the urban area and plunging into the misty zone ahead. This misty area was gray and indistinct, with visibility over 200 meters. The expanse was vast enough to be intimidating, eliminating concerns of large. Yi Fan let out a sigh of relief. They were temporarily safe. He knew that the current threats were frantically hunting humans in the city. Only when the humans in the city were completely devoured, or when some weaker threats were driven out, would they need to flee for their lives again. This was a rare chance to catch their breath. The fat man and old Zhao needed to relax their strained nerves, while he had to seize the time to replenish his blood chi and grow stronger. Yi Fan drove the truck to a sparsely populated clearing, grabbed the walkie-talkie, and said in a deep voice, "Stop for a break. Everyone stay alert. You must carry weapons when getting out of the vehicle. Anyone who dares to slack off will bear the consequences." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped out of the truck holding a glinting butcher's knife. With a cold glance, those who had their eyes on the truck instantly shrank back, not daring to look a second time. Old Zhao also stepped out with a bloody axe, the blood on his face and clothes still fresh. Combined with his grim expression, he looked like a butcher who had just climbed out of a sea of corpses. The people around, seeing this scene, were so frightened they stepped back, repeatedly afraid of being stained with any blood. The fat man also got out holding a Zhuge crossbow, his usual playful demeanor completely gone, deliberately making the sound of loading the crossbow arrow very loud, glaring fiercely around, trying hard to put on a show. Even Lu Ying and Zhao Shui, the mother and daughter, each stepped out holding a machete. Lu Ying gritted her teeth, her face pale, yet she still made an effort to widen her eyes and adopt a fierce expression. 13-year-old Zhao Shui was even more amusing, mimicking the adults by baring her teeth, but her small hands holding the machete trembled slightly. Her attempt to look fierce was quite comical. Yi Fan looked at them, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, but he didn't laugh out loud. He understood that these four were using this clumsy method to mask their internal fears, proving to him that they were valuable and not just burdens. He had long told the fat man that in the apocalypse, only those who were valuable could survive. The fat man surely understood. What surprised him was that Lu Ying and Zhao Shui could recognize reality so quickly without crying and dragging him down. It seemed that this brat Zhao Tianhai had indeed taught his family well. As long as they were still useful, Yi Fan would not easily abandon them. After all, in his past life, wasn't he the same? Everyone was doing their utmost to survive. Watch the vehicle, and if anything happens, call me immediately. Yi Fan ordered, coldly, eyes sweeping over the crowd. Remember, when it's time to act, don't hesitate. Being soft-hearted to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. After saying this, he walked straight towards the back of the truck, cautiously opening a gap just wide enough for one person to slip through, and then locked the door from the inside. So much food was his lifeline, he could not afford to leak a single hint. Even though he was now powerful, he did not want to attract trouble for no reason. Inside the truck, various canned goods, cured meats, and compressed biscuits were piled up, along with frozen meat brought from Zhao Boss warehouse. Yi Fan wasted no time grabbing a piece of hard-smoked cured meat and stuffing it directly into his mouth. He didn't even bother to chew, swallowing it whole. His esophagus and stomach had long been transformed by the sequence to far exceed ordinary levels. This hardness was like eating noodles. If conditions allowed, he would love to attach a funnel to his mouth and hire someone to pour food into it. As long as it could enhance his strength and help him survive longer in this apocalypse, all notions of decorum were complete nonsense. The time to rest was too precious. Every minute and second had to be used to grow stronger. Yet there were always troublemakers trying to harm him. Just as Fan was enjoying his meal, suddenly his keen hearing picked up a commotion outside the truck. At first it was just a few people discussing this sudden apocalypse, and the strange voice in their minds that said, "Reach the final destination within 3 years, or be erased." But soon someone turned their attention to his convoy. "Hey, you guys, what's in your truck? Is it food?" A sharp and caustic female voice suddenly rang out, as harsh as nails scraping against glass, pointing at Lu Ying's nose, and shouting her voice loud enough for everyone around to hear. The speaker was a woman named Zhang Fun who had escaped with her son. When the apocalypse struck, the mother and son were preparing to eat at Tianhong Square, and their vehicle didn't even have a single hot dog. It was nearly noon, their stomachs growling with hunger, and her observant son spotted the temperature-controlled delivery truck, immediately planting the idea in his mother's mind to ask for food. Although they saw Fan and his companions looking fierce, holding knives and crossbows, Zhang Fun was not afraid at all. In her eyes, this was still a society governed by law. Who would dare to kill randomly? Moreover, she had plenty of experience in throwing tantrums. As a veteran who had fought with neighbors for over a decade in the community, Zhang Fun was quite cunning. She deliberately raised her voice to incite the surrounding crowd to join in. The law does not punish the masses. With numbers comes power. She didn't believe this group would dare to resist. "Sister," Zhang Fun changed her tone to a false kindness, saying, "Look, it's the middle of the day, and we are all refugees, each starving. If you have food in your truck, please share a little. We should help each other." As she spoke, she deliberately glanced around at the crowd, loudly shouting, "Don't you all agree? We can't be selfish." While saying this, she was also giving her son a signal. Her son was a habitual offender as well. The two had developed a tacit understanding over time, taking advantage of others in the community. Receiving his mother's signal, he jumped out to echo her. "Exactly. You two trucks must have stockpiled a lot of food. What's wrong with sharing a bit with everyone? It won't cost you a piece of meat." As soon as he said this, several hungry people around began to chime in. Yeah. If there's food, you should share it. We're all fleeing bits." "Exactly. Don't be so stingy. Share some with me. I'm starving. Hurry and bring it out. Don't force us to take action." Some sharp-eyed individuals noticed the blood on old Zhao's clothes and the Zhuge crossbow in the fat man's hands. Feeling apprehensive, they couldn't help but remind softly, "That guy has blood on him. He might have really killed someone. Everyone, don't provoke them. Be careful. What's there to be afraid of?" Zhang Fun immediately retorted, her voice sharpening. "This is still a society governed by law. Do they dare to kill, eh? Exactly. We have so many people. What's there to fear? Charge. Let's rob their food." More and more people were incited, their eyes greedily fixed on the two trucks eagerly moving forward. Seeing this, Zhang Fun felt the time was right, took a step forward, and her fake smile vanished in an instant, replaced by ferocity and greed. "Everyone, don't be afraid. There are only a few of them. We are so many. Let's charge together. We'll never miss out on food." With that, she rushed ahead, claws outstretched, charging towards the temperature-controlled delivery truck. Whoosh! A sudden sound of something cutting through the air erupted. Everyone only saw a shadow flash by, and before they could discern what it was, the foremost Zhang Fun fell straight down towards them. A pitch-black crossbow bolt was embedded in her forehead. The arrowhead was still quivering slightly. This bolt from the Grim Reaper struck like a thunderbolt at the hearts of all present. Looking at Zhang Fen's unblinking eyes, everyone was instantly horrified, their hair standing on end. Someone has been killed. He really killed someone. A piercing scream erupted, and the crowd, like startled birds and beasts, hurriedly retreated, wishing to distance themselves from the fat man and his companions. "He's gone mad. He's a lunatic. He dares to kill in a society governed by law. The police won't let him off. What are you afraid of the police for? It's the apocalypse now. Can't you see the monsters outside? Who cares about all that?" The discussions were filled with fear, and everyone's gaze was fixated on the Zhuge crossbow in the fat man's hand. The fat man's face was expressionless, his cold visage revealing no hint of emotion. He skillfully loaded the crossbow bolt, and the crisp sound of the mechanism was particularly chilling in the deathly silence. That appearance was just like a professional killer who kills without blinking. "Mom!" Lu Quan, Zhang Fen's son, pounced on the corpse, heart-wrenchingly crying out, yet his face bore no tears, only an unmistakable panic. "Bastard! How dare you kill my mom? I'm going to butcher you." He suddenly stood up, ready to charge forward, but was firmly held back by those around him. "Don't be impulsive. You've gone mad. That guy is ruthless." "Exactly. Going up there is just asking for death." Zhao Tianhai stood at the front, thrusting the bloodied axe into the ground, producing a dull thud. He leisurely pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. The afterglow of the setting sun fell upon his bloodstained shirt, and coupled with his nonchalant demeanor, everyone instantly equated him with the ruthless gangsters from movies. Let go of me. I want to avenge my mom. Lu Quan struggled, his face filled with fury. Those holding him back saw that he wouldn't listen, so they simply released him, coldly watching him put on a show of rage. As a result, Lu Quan shouted for a long time, yet his feet remained rooted in place, awkwardly frozen. The fat man looked at Zhao Tianhai's pretentious demeanor, his mouth twitching. Damn, I was the one who killed her. All the coolness is being stolen by this kid. The atmosphere at the scene had become bizarre to the extreme. On one side was the fat man with the crossbow, and Zhao Tianhai smoking with the axe, while on the other side was the trembling crowd. Lu Quan stood in the middle, unable to advance or retreat. At that moment, the door of the truck's rear was gently pushed open a crack. A rich, intense aroma of cured meat instantly wafted out, stirring the cravings of everyone's stomachs. Everyone instinctively turned to look and saw Yi Fan emerging with a piece of cured meat in his mouth, the corners of his mouth glistening with fat. He chewed the meat leisurely, his cold gaze sweeping over the crowd. Everyone involuntarily swallowed. There's really food in that truck, someone said in a voice as faint as a mosquito. This statement instantly ignited the long-suppressed desires in everyone's hearts. They're just a few people. We have so many. What's there to be afraid of? A voice suddenly exploded like a spark falling onto a pile of dry firewood. In the crowd, a burly man with a face full of scars stepped forward, licking his cracked lips, greedily staring at the truck. Without food, we'll starve to death sooner or later. Rather than starve, why not fight for it? Let's rob them. Before he even finished speaking, dozens of people rushed forward with red eyes. Another portion of people, however, let reason and fear override their desires, standing still. Lu Quan, who had just shouted the loudest, silently retreated several steps, shrinking back to the back of the crowd. Yi Fan looked at the crowd rushing forward, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth as he spat out the bone from the cured meat. You all get back. His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable pressure. It's time to teach these ruffians a lesson. The fat man and Zhao Tianhai instinctively took a step back upon hearing this. But after retreating 2 steps, both of them suddenly realized Yi Fan was alone. There were 40 to 50 people on the opposite side. No matter how strong he was, 2 fists couldn't fight for. Fancy. Dangerous. Brother Yi, we're here to help you. The 2 shouted, turning to rush back to help. But in the next second they froze in place, a wave of nausea rising uncontrollably in their throats. They saw Yi Fan wielding a gleaming butcher's knife, charging into the crowd like an arrow released from a bow. His speed was astonishing, so fast that no one had time to react. Pooh! The butcher's knife sliced through the air, carrying a fierce gust, directly cleaving into the scarred face of the man who was at the front of the charge. With a crisp sound, the scarred man was split in half. Blood and entrails splattered everywhere. Yi Fan's momentum did not diminish. He suddenly twisted his body, extending his left hand to grasp the collar of a nearby bald man like catching a chick, and with a backward fling, the bald man flew out like a broken sack, crashing into a tree 10 meters away, spewing blood, his life hanging by a thread. Immediately after, Yi Fan's wrist flipped, and the butcher's knife swept out. Crack! Another head flew into the air, rolling to the ground with its eyes wide open. 3 seconds. Only 3 seconds. The 3 people at the front fell dead at Yi Fan's hands. The people behind were completely stunned, uniformly halting their steps, their faces transforming from greed to sheer terror. Looking at the bloody corpses on the ground along with the butcher's knife dripping with blood in Yi Fan's hand, everyone's stomach churned violently. Ugh! Someone was the first to vomit, followed by a chorus of retching. The crowd surged backward like a tide, each rolling and scrambling, wishing their parents had given them 2 more legs. Yi Fan held the knife, stepping forward 1 step at a time. Each step felt like treading on the hearts of the crowd. He suddenly stopped, roaring, his voice shaking the surrounding trees. If anyone dares to have ill thoughts about my belongings, I'll kill one on sight. As his words fell, Yi Fan stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! A loud sound erupted, and the ground cracked instantly around his foot, with dense cracks sprawling out like a spider web. This scene completely stunned everyone. The place fell into dead silence, with even the sound of breathing almost inaudible. Everyone kept their distance, their eyes filled with awe and fear when looking at Yi Fan. This man is a devil. Why is he so strong? We are all fleeing together. Why can he shatter the ground with a stomp? Many people whispered with lingering fear, recalling the scene of Yi Fan pushing the cart with his bare hands during their escape, remembering his ferocity when he smashed through the obstructing vehicles, all of their faces turning pale. This person is truly not to be trifled with. Too ruthless. Yi Fan looked at the fat man and Zhao Tianhai, who were squatting on the ground vomiting, and waited for them to finish before slowly walking over, his voice calm and devoid of any fluctuation. In chaotic times, one must use heavy-handed methods. He looked at the few people speaking each word clearly. They must see our cruelty. There will always be some blind fools who will test our limits bit by bit. Once they think you're easy to bully, they will not hesitate to devour you until nothing is left. In the apocalypse, the only ones who can protect you are always yourselves. You all take turns to rest, go into the truck, and grab some food to replenish your strength. In a short time, no one should dare to have any crooked ideas. After saying this, Yifan no longer paid them any mind and turned back into the truck's rear to continue eating. The brief calm lasted for less than an hour. In the crowd, a bald man stepped out. He was alone, tall and robust with sharp eyes like an eagle. He stopped 20 meters away from the convoy and shouted loudly, "Brothers, I'm Long Yi. Like your leader, I am a sequence extraordinary. I have something to discuss with him. Could you help me convey the message?" Zhao Tianhai initially wanted to chase him away, but upon hearing the word sequence extraordinary, he hesitated. He didn't know what it represented, but he was clear that Yifan was definitely not an ordinary person. The fat man, hearing the commotion, came out holding the Zhuge crossbow, warily eyeing Long Yi, and said in a low voice, "Old Zhao, go call Fanzi. I'll keep an eye on him." Then he shouted at Long Yi, "You wait there." Zhao Tianhai nodded, sprinting towards the truck. Inside the truck, Yifan heard Zhao Tianhai's words, first taken aback, then unable to suppress a chuckle. "Long Yi, so it's this kid. His second captain in his past life. The Seer Sequence. Unexpectedly, this guy had also escaped from here." Yifan's thoughts raced. He knew exactly what Long Yi wanted to do. This guy must have already gathered a group of people to form a convoy. In his past life, he had heard that Long Yi immediately formed a group of over 100 people right after the apocalypse began. Join his convoy, or go solo. Yifan squinted, quickly calculating the pros and cons in his mind. Soon he pushed open the truck door and stepped out. When Long Yi saw him, a smile immediately broke out on his face as he quickly approached, laughing heartily. "Brother, you finally came out. I'm Long Yi, Seer Sequence. My ability is to perceive anomalies." He pointed to the mist around them, speaking sincerely. "It's all fog outside. Running around blindly is seeking death. It's easy to bump into those bizarre monsters. I've gathered a group of survivors and formed a convoy. We help each other to survive together. There's also an extraordinary from the bear sequence in the convoy." Long Yi looked at Yifan, his eyes filled with anticipation. "I came to invite you to join us. The more people, the greater the power. Brother, what do you think?" Yifan patiently listened, his face showing no emotion. He looked at Long Yi, slowly speaking, his voice calm, but carrying an undeniable authority. "Joining is not a problem." He paused, his gaze sweeping over his three vehicles, a faint smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "But I have people, I have vehicles, I have supplies. What benefits can I get by joining you?" Long Yi seemed to have anticipated that Yifan would ask such a question, a confident smile appearing on his face. "Firstly, we are all extraordinary sequences capable of exchanging experiences," and he pointed to his head, his tone filled with confidence. "After awakening my sequence, I have gained considerable, fundamental knowledge about the apocalypse that you certainly haven't heard of. Secondly, you know very well that when faced with life-threatening danger, the only ones who can help you are us extraordinary individuals." Long Yi's voice suddenly lowered, just low enough for the two of them to hear, his gaze sweeping over the direction of the fat man. With a smirk, "The convoy takes in ordinary people to have them work, find supplies, and act as cannon fodder. Surely you wouldn't push that fat brother out as a scapegoat, would you?" Yifan couldn't help but smile knowingly at Long Yi's cunning demeanor. Yifan, Gluttony Sequence. He stared at Long Yi, half teasingly, half seriously, asking, "Old fox, what should I call you?" "Haha. Long Yi, Perceiver Sequence." Long Yi laughed heartily, and upon hearing the words Gluttony Sequence, his gaze lingered meaningfully on the two cargo trucks behind Yifan, a knowing smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "Out there, you must call me Captain Long." Yifan, disinterested in Long Yi's little schemes, got straight to the point, his tone crisp and decisive. "How will the supplies be divided?" Long Yi showed no hesitation, clearly having rehearsed this spiel until it was second nature. "I will lead the way perceiving anomalies, but I will not engage in direct combat." He extended two fingers, articulating clearly. "You and Xiong Jiangwo of the Grizzly Bear Sequence will be responsible for fighting limited to anomalies you can handle. If we encounter a tough opponent, no need for chatter, just run. As for the supplies we find, the core extraordinary team will divide them proportionally. We can discuss the specific percentages later." Long Yi paused and added, "For supplies found by ordinary people, we will take 30% for distribution. Is that acceptable?" To avoid any misunderstandings with Yifan, he hurried to explain. "Dividing by percentage is to prevent anyone from prioritizing supplies over the lives of their teammates. We extraordinary individuals are responsible for holding off the anomalies, allowing ordinary people to seize more supplies in the meantime. This will minimize internal strife, understood?" Yifan pondered for a few seconds before his gaze sharpened. "Overall, I have no objections. But there is one condition: whoever finds the supplies will have priority in the division. Otherwise, it's a no-go." "That's only natural." Long Yi patted his chest in assurance, his smile growing friendlier. "Brother Yi, rest assured. Both Jiangwo and I are straightforward individuals. We won't play any tricks. You can trust us completely." Yifan rolled his eyes, not holding back his sarcasm. "Though I haven't met that Jiangwo, you old fox definitely have more schemes than a sieve." "Ha ha ha." Long Yi was not upset. Instead, he laughed even more heartily, patting Yifan on the shoulder. "Refreshing. So brother Yi, shall we drive over? The convoy has already cleared the best spot. Yi Fan did not refuse. Having followed Long Yi for 5 days in his past life, he was well aware of this guy's nature. Long Yi was relatively decent towards ordinary people, or at least when there was no survival crisis, he wouldn't casually sacrifice them. Now that everyone had mutual value, Long Yi was not foolish enough to turn on him. As for those intimidated ordinary people, they certainly would not dare to stick their necks out. Long Yi's camp already had around 100 people with tents set up neatly, and to gather such a large group in a short time, Long Yi's management skills and personal charisma were indeed commendable. Yi Fan's 3 vehicles were arranged in the central position of the camp, the safest spot, also convenient for immediate support. When Yi Fan followed Long Yi to the front of his vehicle, he saw an old man in his 50s squatting on the ground, fiddling with an abacus, muttering something as he calculated. In front of the vehicle, 2 middle-aged men were seated. One was the bald Long Yi, reclining comfortably with his legs crossed, leisurely sipping tea. The other was a stocky man with an angular face, his muscular build intimidating, standing like a tower, filled with explosive strength. Seeing Yi Fan approach, the stocky man immediately stood up, his voice booming like a bell. So you must be Brother Yi. Im Xiong Jangwo Grizzly Bear Sequence. Yi Fan looked up and noticed that this man was a head taller than him, easily over 1.90 m. He couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder you're from the Grizzly Bear Sequence, uncle. Is that muscle from the sequence, or have you always been this?" As he said this, Yi Fan felt a twinge of envy. Back in the day, he had an 8-pack. When he was about to achieve a 9th, it all turned into 1. Now with his Gluttony Sequence, all he did was eat, and as for an 8-pack, dream on. Xiong Jangwo grinned widely, revealing a set of shiny white teeth, his personality very straightforward. "I've always been like this. After half a lifetime of manual labor, my muscles are all genuinely built." He patted Yi Fan on the shoulder with considerable force. "Brother Yi, let's fight the anomalies together and look out for each other." "Sounds good," Yi Fan replied with a smile. Compared to an old fox like Long Yi who had daggers within smiles, he preferred straightforward people like Xiong Jangwo. Such individuals are the easiest to deal with and the best to exploit. Long Yi, seeing the two finish their greetings, quickly urged them to sit down and graciously poured a cup of tea for Yi Fan. "Here, Brother Jangwo, brother Yi, have some tea." He lifted his teacup, a look of nostalgia on his face. "This is my treasured Longjing purchased before the apocalypse. Now every cup is precious. The reason for calling you both here today is primarily to discuss the distribution of supplies." Long Yi shifted the topic, his gaze sweeping over both men. "However, before discussing official matters, we need to talk about our respective sequence abilities. Knowing each other's strengths will help us coordinate when making plans." Yi Fan and Xiong Jangwo exchanged glances, mutually lifting their teacups to drink, neither speaking first, both looking at Long Yi in unison. Long Yi paused for a moment, then smiled wryly. All right. He'll go first." He cleared his throat, straightened his expression. "My perceiver sequence is level 1. The ability is simple. I can sense the special aura emitted by anomalies, determining their location and movement." Long Yi extended 3 fingers, speaking with pride. "My current sensing range is 1 kilometer. When the sequence levels up, this range will expand. In short, as long as I am here, the area within 1 kilometer of the convoy is basically secure." Yi Fan caught the keyword, raising an eyebrow and asking, "Basically, does that mean your perception isn't 100% accurate?" Long Yi shot him a look as if it were obvious. "Of course, I'm only a level 1 perceiver." He pouted, his tone somewhat exasperated. "If I encounter a higher level anomaly, they can hide their aura. It's only normal that I can't perceive them right." Yi Fan shrugged, not pressing further, taking a sip of tea. The tea indeed tasted good. Unfortunately, in this apocalypse, no matter how good the tea was, it couldn't compare to a piece of cured meat. Long Yi ignored his indifferent demeanor and continued, "The side effect of my ability is that it consumes a significant amount of mental energy." He rubbed his temples, his face slightly pale. "Frequent use can cause dizziness, even mental disorders. So I can't keep my perception on all the time, or it can only be scanned intermittently. I can help the convoy avoid most dangers, but if an emergency occurs like an anomaly ambush, we will have to rely on your fighting power." After finishing, Long Yi picked up his water cup and leisurely drank, making it clear that it was their turn to speak. Xiong Jangwo glanced at Yi Fan, realizing this guy was still leisurely sipping tea, showing no intention of speaking. He helplessly shook his head and went first. "My grizzly bear sequence is also level 1. In battle, I can transform into a grizzly bear. How strong I can be, I'm not sure." He scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. "After all, I haven't fought against anomalies yet, so I haven't tested my strength. As for the side effect..." His expression suddenly darkened, his voice lowering a notch. "The longer I transform, the more the beastly nature of the grizzly bear will erode my consciousness. Over time, I'm afraid I might become a beast that only knows how to kill." As he spoke, Xiong Jangwo subconsciously glanced at a Wuling Hongguang parked in the corner of the camp. Following his gaze, Yi Fan saw a mother and daughter sitting by the car. The woman looked haggard, and the little girl nervously hid behind her, anxiously watching them. Noticing Yi Fan's gaze, the mother and daughter forced a smile, nodding at him. Yi Fan smiled back, signaling them not to be nervous. Then he turned his head, looking at Xiong Jiangwo, suddenly grinning and teasingly saying, "I'm quite curious, when you transform into a grizzly bear, does your underwear still off?" Xiong Jiangwo was momentarily stunned, the sadness and heaviness on his face vanishing without a trace. He blinked, scratching the back of his head, and asked seriously, "This? I've never thought about it. How about I transform now to show you?" Yi Fan quickly waved his hands, shaking his head like a rattle. "No way. I don't want to suffer from my trauma." He teased with a wicked smile. "If you're going to transform, do it at night, close the door, and show your wife." After saying this, Yi Fan downed the tea in his cup in one go, slamming the cup down heavily. A glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Having finished teasing others, it was now his turn to show off. Yi Fan cleared his throat and said leisurely, "Gluttony Sequence Level 2. He deliberately paused, slowly pouring tea, while keeping a close watch on the expressions of the two. How are you already at level 2? Xiong Jiangwo's eyes widened, raising his voice. "We all just awakened. Why did you jump a level?" Long Yi was even more exaggerated, spitting out a mouthful of tea, coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. "What did you say? Level 2? You can't be serious. Did you awaken before the apocalypse?" Yi Fan took a sip of tea, revealing a mischievous smile. "Lucky me, I awakened directly at level 2. Sigh, I really regret not experiencing the joy of upgrading from level 1 to level 2. Xiong Jiangwo's face turned red, enviously grinding his teeth. Long Yi rolled his eyes, pretending to be deaf and mute, clearly refusing to cooperate with Yi Fan's show-off. Yi Fan was overjoyed inside and continued, "My ability is very simple: to quickly digest food and strengthen my body. Advancing to level 2 added an energy shield." As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand, along with the entire cup of tea, was instantly covered by a layer of blood-red energy. Red steam surged, and a powerful wave of energy quickly spread out. Long Yi and Xiong Jiangwo's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. Yi Fan shook his hand, deliberately accidentally brushing against the edge of the can. Sizzle. A harsh burning sound rang out, and the corner of the table that was touched instantly turned black and started to smoke, showing signs of melting. Two synchronized gasps sounded just right, and Yi Fan looked at their shocked expressions with great satisfaction. Then, with a thought, the energy shield vanished without a trace, and he leisurely resumed drinking tea. After a long while, Long Yi looked at the charred corner of the table, speechless. "Brother, Yi, isn't it a bit much to establish your authority by damaging my table?" "Haha, I just upgraded my ability, and am not quite used to it. It was an accident." Yi Fan laughed heartily, looking generous. "How about I compensate you with a piece of cure? Then I won't be polite." Long Yi readily accepted, fully aware that this kid was deliberately trying to show off, while also subtly warning them not to have any ideas about the two trucks. Yi Fan glanced at the eager Xiong Jiangwo and waved generously. "Uncle Xiong, there's a share for everyone. Have your wife come and grab a piece. I have plenty." Long Yi rubbed his hands, full of curiosity. "Brother Yi, those two trucks of yours aren't filled with food, are they?" Yi Fan confidently admitted. "That's right, they're all food taken on. As for how I took them, I won't say a word." Long Yi nodded knowingly. This kid must have sensed the apocalypse and advanced to stockpile. So much indeed, his luck was off the charts. Xiong Jiangwo suddenly asked, "Brother Yi, the side effect of your sequence isn't that you have to keep eating, right?" "Exactly, I digest too quickly, feel hungry frequently, and have a huge appetite." Yi Fan admitted calmly, but didn't mention that food shortages would lead to the sequence eating away at his organs. The excitement on Xiong Jiangwo's face instantly faded, and he said awkwardly, "Then I'll pass on the cured meat. You can keep it for yourself." Yi Fan looked at his honest demeanor, feeling more favorably towards him. Then he glanced at Long Yi, whose eyes were darting around, and the difference was clear. Long Yi immediately interjected, Hey, what kind of look is that? The food from 2 trucks is enough for the convoy for a week." Xiong Jiangwo, "Don't be foolish. If he is willing to give it to you, just take it." Yi Fan laughed heartily. The atmosphere was quite pleasant, unlike Zhao Hai's convoy in his past life, which treated people like they were nothing. But he knew in his heart that this peace was destined to be short-lived. The most terrifying thing about the apocalypse was the human heart, and once a deadly crisis arose, everyone would fight for themselves. Long Ye's smile faded, and his expression grew serious. "Alright, let's get to the point. This is the information about the apocalypse that automatically appeared in my mind after awakening the perceiver sequence. The good news is that we are still on Blue Star. The bad news is that Blue Star has been expanded 3 times by a mysterious power, and all cities have been moved to the equatorial region. Next, we must rely on a guiding pointer to reach the next city to replenish supplies." Yi Fan and Xiong Jiangwo were instantly stunned. Yi Fan's heart trembled. In his past life, he had never had the qualifications to access such core information, and he had died without even catching a glimpse of the next city. Xiong Jiangwo's mouth formed an O shape. Is this for real? What kind of divine power is this? How come we didn't feel a thing? Who knows, maybe it's divine. Long Yi sighed, his gaze wandering. Yi Fan frowned. Wait a minute. All cities are at the equatorial region. What is the next city? It doesn't make sense. It's simple. The cities will move. Long Yi explained. Once we leave Huaqing and enter the mist zone, there's no turning back. The next city could be Lutian Town or Jing City, or even a city abroad. All previous geographical knowledge is rendered useless. Moreover, the longer humans stay in the urban area, the easier it is to attract powerful anomalies. Once we leave the urban area, the city behind us will be moved, and we can only escape endlessly on the road. My sequence only indicates the general direction of the next city. We must find the guiding pointer before we leave. This means we have to search in the urban area, otherwise we will be trapped forever in the second city. But this way we will likely encounter a large number of anomalies, and the danger will— Yifan suddenly coughed to interrupt him. Seeing the two look over, he revealed a proud smile. I might have that guiding pointer. Huh? What a— Two shocked voices erupted simultaneously. Long Yi suddenly stood up, trembling with excitement, grabbing Yifan's arm. You can't be joking, right? Yifan smiled, feeling it unnecessary to hide anything. The task of looking for the pointer in the city would likely fall to him, and Xiong Jiangwo, by proactively stating it, he could reduce risks and gain more benefits. Moreover, he had absolute confidence in his own strength. With a thought, a watch-shaped guiding pointer slowly emerged on his right wrist, its faint glow pointing northeast. Long Yi looked at the pointer first, stunned, then erupted in joyous laughter. Ha! Heaven is helping me. Brother Yi, bringing you into the convoy is truly a great— Xiong Jiangwo also breathed a sigh of relief, saying gratefully, to be honest, I really don't want to enter the city again. The terror of those giant anomalies is enough to give me nightmares. Lucky me, this thing flew to me while I was admiring the view on the rooftop. Yifan casually fabricated a story. Xiong Jiangwo looked at the pointer, suddenly frowning. Is the end of this road the final destination? What on earth is that place? I don't know either. Long Yi shook his head, his eyes filled with longing. Maybe there's truly no anomalies there, it could be humanity's last refuge. He knew that as long as one is alive there must be hope, otherwise one cannot endure the apocalypse. Alright, the navigation issue is resolved. Long Yi collected his emotions, his expression serious. Now let's discuss the real dangers of the apocalypse. Gunpowder has completely lost its effectiveness, and all firearms have become mere sticks. The army cannot come to save us. We can only rely on ourselves. The giants we see are collectively called anomalies. They feed on humans' physical attacks, are basically ineffective, and only the abilities of extraordinary sequences can counter them. But if level 1 extraordinary beings don't understand the weaknesses of anomalies, they can only last a few rounds against level 1 anomalies, but don't be arrogant. The mist zone between cities is a paradise for strange beasts. These flesh and blood monsters also eat humans, but they are easier to deal with than anomalies. Level 1 extraordinary beings can still kill them if they're careful. Xiong Jiangwo sighed heavily, looking disheartened. Great, so humanity has become the lowest end of the food chain, and anyone can take a bite. Long Yi shrugged helplessly. That's about it, or after all it's the apocalypse, what else is there to accept? He stood up, his gaze sweeping over the two, his expression solemn. Alright, we've discussed everything that needs to be said. Now, let's negotiate the distribution of supplies among the three of us extraordinary beings. Long Yi paused for a moment, and said, I have a suggestion. Considering that Brother Yi has a guiding pointer, and is at the second level sequence, how about this? Brother Yi takes 50%, Brother Jiangua takes 30%, and I take 20%. What do you think? Yifan naturally had no objections since he was benefiting. He turned to look at Xiong Jiangua and found him calm. Xiong Jiangua glanced at his wife and daughter not far away and said solemnly, I have no objections, but I have one request. If one day I lose my sanity to the beastly side effects of the sequence, I hope you will protect my wife and daughter at all costs. His tone was extremely serious, and Yifan could tell that this guy truly valued his family more than his own life. Long Yi replied seriously, no problem, I give you my promise. Xiong Jiangua looked at him gratefully, then turned to Yifan, his tone pleading, Brother Yi, what about you? Yifan pondered for a moment, and said, I won't make empty promises. What I can guarantee is that as long as it doesn't affect my safety, I will do my best to protect them. But let me make this clear, I don't take care of idle people. Xiong Jiangua's face instantly broke into a simple smile, and he quickly said, don't worry. My wife is exceptionally capable. My daughter is also very well behaved. They will definitely not cause you any trouble. Yifan didn't want to dwell on this topic, and turned to Long Yi. Captain, have you come up with a name for the convoy? Also, how do you plan to manage the convoy? Long Yi waved his hand dismissively. It's just a name, and we can call it whatever we want. Since we hope to reach the final destination, how about we call ourselves the Final Destination Convoy? Yifan and Xiong Jiangua had no objections. Then our convoy will be called the Final Destination Convoy from now on. Long Yi continued, as for management during the apocalypse, I advocate for a loose management style. As previously discussed, we will provide shelter for ordinary people, and they will contribute 30% of their resources. Half of this 30% will be used for the daily expenses of the convoy, and the other half will be distributed among the three of us proportionally. I will not interfere in other matters. Additionally, I have only one requirement: fairness must be maintained within the convoy. Encourage everyone to trade freely as long as both parties agree they can exchange anything. But anyone who dares to engage in forced buying and selling will be dealt with ruthlessly. Do both of you have any objections? Seeing the two nod, Long Yi continued. The last rule is no one is allowed to fall behind. No matter who it is, once someone falls behind, I will never stop the convoy to wait for them. Once the convoy sets off, there's a high probability of mysterious pursuits behind us. I cannot risk the lives of everyone. Everyone had no objections, and Long Yi called over Uncle Li from behind. This old man with a head of white hair had sharp eyes. After listening to Long Yi's explanation, he immediately organized people to spread the 3 rules throughout the entire camp. The 3 iron rules of the final destination convoy were thus engraved in everyone's hearts. 1. Extraordinary beings provide shelter for ordinary people, and ordinary people contribute 30% of their resources, half for convoy management and half for distribution among the extraordinary beings. 2. Fair trading is encouraged within the convoy. Forced buying and selling are strictly prohibited, and violators will be executed. 3. The goal of the convoy is the final destination. If anyone falls behind, they bear the consequences of life and death. Currently, there are 167 people in the camp. After the rules were announced, 37 chose to withdraw. Surprisingly, 13 people voluntarily requested to join. The final number of the final destination convoy was set at 143. Yi Fan glanced at those 13 people. They were all at least smart individuals. The camp quickly divided into 2 areas. On the right was the final destination convoy, which under Uncle Li's organization had assembled a fleet of 32 vehicles, orderly and well-structured. On the left were over 300 scattered survivors grouped in 3s and 5s acting independently. They occasionally threw mocking glances at the final destination convoy, their mouths spewing insults. These fools, giving food to others for no reason. Exactly. Have they lost their minds? They don't even know where the final destination is. If this is just a scam for protection money. A muscular man was hugging a provocatively dressed woman and disdainfully shouted, "Just those 3. Protect us." Heh. That big guy might look strong, but the other 2 are weak. I can take on 2 of them. What extraordinary beings. They're just trash. The woman stroking the muscular man's chest looked greedy. My little Xiong is the strongest. Haha, what? Are you getting tempted again? Long Yi and the others completely ignored the noise. In the apocalypse, they didn't need fence. This kind of atmosphere is just right. It can filter out all those who are hesitant, saving trouble later on. Of course, some clever people were unaffected and even took the initiative to calm those around them. One voluptuous woman deliberately raised her voice as if speaking for Long Yi and the others. Don't be foolish. It's our blessing that extraordinary beings are willing to lead us. Otherwise, when those monsters come, what will we use to defend ourselves? With our lives. As soon as she spoke, someone on the other side immediately retorted, "Oh, it's only been 3 hours since the apocalypse, and some people are eager to lick boots. What? Are you planning to crawl into the extraordinary beings' beds tonight?" Laughter erupted, mixed with even more vulgar taunts. I bet that tonight there will definitely be a loose woman who can't resist. People like that are just cheap. They have no boundaries. What nonsense, extraordinary. If they asked me to join, I wouldn't go. Sisters over there, come hang out with us. We can also reach the final destination ourselves. Seeing that the managers of the final destination convoy remained silent, many people's thoughts became active. Some young men and women on the edge of the convoy quietly picked up their luggage. Long Yi, seeing this, shouted to everyone, "If you want to leave, I won't stop you. The resources you contributed can also be taken back." As soon as these words were spoken, the convoy was immediately thrown into chaos. A few ruffians, braving their courage, went to Uncle Li to demand their resources back. Soon many others followed suit and left. Yi Fan was leisurely eating canned beef while watching this farce with great interest. Old Zhao, who used to run a factory, couldn't help but anxiously say, "Brother Fan, should we remind Captain Long to take control? If this continues, everyone will leave. If morale is lost, it will be hard to lead the team." The fat man, however, wore a look as if the sky was falling, and someone taller was holding it up, patting Old Zhao's shoulder. "Old Zhao, don't worry about it. It's fine." After saying this, he turned back to the compartment to get food, dumping it all in front of Yi Fan. He already knew the situation of the apocalypse and was aware of the side effects of Yi Fan's sequence. The stronger Yi Fan became, the safer he could live. Yi Fan glanced at Old Zhao and said lightly, "Don't think too much. Oh, just wait to watch the good show. Instead of wasting time, you might as well help your wife cook. I'm starving." Old Zhao responded sulkily and turned to help, but still couldn't help glancing frequently toward the other camp, his brows tightly knitted and his face filled with worry. Seeing this, his wife Lu Ying couldn't help but tease, "Old Zhao, you're like the emperor, worrying while the eunuchs are not. Just focus on your own business. There's no need to worry about unnecessary things." "Yes, Daddy. Hurry up and cook. Brother Yi Fan is hungry." Zhao Shueb blinked, her big eyes full of curiosity. Brother Yi Fan can really eat a lot. It's been over an hour and his mouth hasn't stopped. Shuer is so envious. How come his stomach doesn't get full? Old Zhao sighed with a face full of envy. He's an extraordinary sequence. I heard that as long as they keep eating they can become stronger. I wish I could awaken such a sequence one day so I can protect Schwer well. Just as old Zhao was lost in his thoughts, the fat man suddenly walked over with a serious expression. The fat man leaned close to old Zhao's ear, lowering his voice urgently. Let Schwer get in the car first and wait. If the situation goes awry, start the car and run away immediately. Old Zhao looked bewildered, his heart sinking. What was about to happen? He hurriedly urged Schwer to jump into the car and shouted for Lu Ying to quickly finish cooking while he busily packed away supplies that were temporarily unnecessary. 1 minute ago, Yi Fan, who was enjoying the show, suddenly noticed Uncle Li beside Long Yi starting to pack his things. He looked up at Long Yi, casting a curious glance. Long Yi responded with a knowing look, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He then walked straight to Yi Fan's side and whispered a few words in his ear. He then quickly walked over to Xiong Jiangwo, and after a brief exchange, Xiong Jiangwo's brows knitted tightly, his face clearly showing discontent. However, after Long Yi said a few more words, he ultimately sat back down helplessly. Long Yi returned to his car, nodding at Yi Fan in satisfaction. Seeing that everything was arranged, Yi Fan called over the fat man and whispered a few instructions. The fat man was no fool. He had already noticed that these extraordinary individuals were up to something, but he was curious about what kind of trickery it was. Before the fat man could ponder further, a commotion suddenly erupted from the back of the scattered convoy across the way. This uproar spread rapidly like wildfire, and the people in the convoy at the destination sensed something was off, standing up nervously and craning their necks to peer across, none knowing what was happening. Soon piercing cries penetrated the air, coming through. Help! There's a monster! Run! Don't bother about the stuff! Husband! Don't leave me behind! Help me! Mom! I fell! Pull me up! Whoa! You bastard! Don't you love me? Stop that monster! The people in the destination convoy listened to the rising cries, puzzled about what kind of monster was so vicious, only to see a woman desperately climbing onto the roof of a van. But in the next moment, a thick gray-black tentacle suddenly reached out, tightly wrapping around her waist. Help! The woman barely had time to let out a heart-wrenching scream before the tentacle yanked back, violently dragging her into the mist, leaving no trace behind. The people in the destination convoy were blocked from seeing the monster by the chaotically parked vehicles across the way, unable to get a clear view of the creature. But the ferocious tentacle instantly reminded them of the terrifying giant they had encountered not long ago. What was worse, the vehicles across the way were parked haphazardly, making it impossible for those people to escape, even if they wanted to. Looking back at the destination convoy, under Uncle Li's command, the 32 vehicles were lined up neatly, ready to charge out at any moment. Many people had already packed their luggage, standing by their cars in a state of readiness, yet they didn't know which direction to flee, only able to look anxiously at Long Yi. Yet Long Yi remained leisurely seated on a small stool, sipping tea, appearing unconcerned, which made everyone feel furious. The fat man and old Zhao felt their scalps tingle. The horrific scene across made them shiver. They instinctively looked at Yi Fan, only to find him eating the meal Lu Ying had just prepared with gusto. He even occasionally glanced at the commotion across, looking as if he was simply having dinner and watching a drama. Whispers began to arise among the crowd. Why aren't those extraordinary individuals taking action? They didn't join the convoy or contribute supplies. Oh, why should they save them? But they can't just stand by and do nothing, right? We're all human. If you're so capable, go save them. It's easy to talk when you're not in their shoes. They've taken so much food from us. They should help us in return. They didn't take supplies from the other side. Are you nuts? No, they should take action. Rob the supplies from those people across and share them with us. Why should those few people feast while I munch on this hard biscuit? Exactly. I'm still hungry. That truck must have a lot of food. These words were all clearly heard by Yi Fan, whose senses were heightened. He scoffed internally, realizing that many people still hadn't grasped the harsh reality of the apocalypse. It seemed necessary to teach this group a lesson. After Yi Fan finished his meal and let out a loud burp, he picked up a nearby butcher's knife and leisurely headed toward the opposing convoy. The tentacled monster seemed to sense the provocation, dropping a few ordinary people it hadn't devoured yet, and 8 thick, menacing tentacles accompanied by a whistling sound lunged toward Yi Fan. Those ordinary people who had narrowly escaped with their lives now rolled and crawled away in panic. At this moment they regretted it immensely. Why had they mocked the destination convoy earlier? Why hadn't they obediently submitted their supplies and joined in? Otherwise they wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. Watching the enormous tentacle rushing toward him, Yi Fan's expression tightened. Long Yi, that old fox, had clearly said this was just a level 1 anomalous beast. But he hadn't mentioned that this level 1 beast would be so large. Yi Fan cursed inwardly, damn old fox. He's setting me up. At that moment Xiong Jiangwo rushed over in big strides, standing behind Yi Fan in a posture ready to support him, loudly calling out, "Brother Yi. If you can't hold on, just shout. I'm right behind you." Yi Fan didn't let him go up immediately. He wanted to test how strong he really was. After all, although he had seen many fighting stances in movies, his real combat experience was zero. Being a level 2 against a level 1 anomalous beast with Xiong Jiangwo backing him up was the perfect opportunity to hone his skills. Yi Fan took a deep breath, focused his mind, and instantly a blood-red aura enveloped the butcher's knife. A wave of scorching pressure spread out, as if the very air had ignited. The tentacled monster seemed to sense this terrifying aura, abruptly standing upright, its massive formidable body looming like a small mountain before Yi Fan, bringing an intense sense of pressure from a gigantic creature. Xiong Jiangwo watched, shocked and speechless. This thing was too big, right? Even if he transformed into a grizzly bear, he would probably be a mere child before. He even began to doubt whether he could defeat this tentacled monster. Long Ye's expression also grew serious. He hadn't expected this level 1 tentacled monster to be so massive. His hand holding the teacup trembled slightly, and he couldn't help but mumble, "I hope this kid Yi Fan doesn't die before achieving success." 8 tentacles, accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, simultaneously struck toward Yi Fan. Yi Fan's body had been enhanced multiple times by the Gluttony Sequence, and his reaction speed far exceeded that of ordinary people. At the moment the tentacles swung toward him, he suddenly sidestepped to the right, narrowly avoiding this deadly strike. Then, without retreating, he leaped forward, charging toward one of the tentacles. At the moment the tentacle was about to hit him, Yi Fan swung his right hand fiercely. The butcher's knife, imbued with a scorching effect, struck fiercely against the flesh of the tentacle. Sizzle! A piercing, burning sound rang out, accompanied by a rich scent of roasted meat. With the sharp blade leveraging the momentum of his leap, combined with the burning aura, this tentacle was severed cleanly. Awesome! Brother Yi is amazing. Xiong Jiangwo couldn't help but cheer loudly. This move was utterly cool. Wow! The people in the destination convoy erupted in astonished exclamations, staring wide-eyed. So this is the power of an extraordinary individual. One slash to sever such a terrifying tentacle. They were saved. Seeing this, Long Yi finally relaxed, lifting his teacup for another sip, his expression returning to calm. The tentacled monster let out a heart-wrenching scream, its gigantic body convulsing violently. The remaining 7 tentacles flailed wildly on the ground, smashing nearby vehicles to pieces with shattered parts flying everywhere. Yi Fan, agile in movement, dodged the tentacle strikes with a series of swift steps. Taking advantage of the moment, he charged forward again, swiftly severing 3 more tentacles. Dark green blood splattered out, instantly staining the ground. Beautiful. Long Yi, who hadn't even swallowed the tea he'd just sipped, saw Yi Fan instantly sever 3 more tentacles, his excitement causing him to fumble, crushing the teacup in his hand. Scalding tea splashed onto his lap, burning him and causing him to grimace, yet he didn't dare to make a sound. With 4 of the 8 tentacles severed, the monster's movements became noticeably slower, its strikes weaker, and its breath extremely feeble. Yi Fan's lips curled into a chilling smile, showing no hesitation whatsoever. He used a crushed van as a springboard, leaping into the air, raising the butcher's knife, and aimed a powerful horizontal strike at the monster's massive head. He believed that with this strike he could directly end the life of the anomalous beast. Yet unexpectedly, at the moment the blade struck the head, it hit an incredibly hard object. The butcher's knife got stuck firmly inside. After all, it was just an ordinary knife, and facing such a colossal creature, even with the enhancement of the aura, it still couldn't sever it directly. Yi Fan's expression changed dramatically, silently cursing, "This is bad. Watch out." Xiong Jiangwo saw Yi Fan's cleaver jammed fast, and spotted a tentacle whipping toward him with thunderous force, so he roared aloud. Too late. The tentacle moved at impossible speed. Yi Fan, lacking combat experience, had no time to react. Its full impact slammed squarely into his back. Thud! A muffled crash echoed. Yi Fan flew like a ragdoll, hurtling several meters before crashing headlong into the driver's seat of a sedan. The car's body caved in instantly, glass shards exploded outward. No! Xiong Jiangwo's face paled. Without hesitation his muscles swelled violently. With a sharp rip, his clothes shredded away. As if in the blink of an eye he transformed into a colossal gray bear over 3 meters tall. His coarse dark brown fur bristled upright. Massive paws pounded the ground with deep resonant thuds as he charged headlong toward the tentacled monstrosity, hunting Yi Fan. Yet the creature was too swift, or rather its tentacles too long. For remaining limbs reared high, howling through the air, poised to smash down upon Yi Fan's fall. Yet the creature was too swift, or rather its tentacles too long. For remaining limbs reared high, howling through the air. Survivors watching from afar watched their post-crisis relief vanish, replaced instantly by raw terror, their faces bleaching bone white. If even a powerhouse like Yi Fan lay grievously wounded, what hope remained for ordinary mortals? Many shut their eyes tight, unable to bear witness to the coming carnage, just as those 4 tentacles like sides of death descended upon the crumpled sedan. All witnessed it. A blinding crimson light erupted suddenly from the flattened vehicle. "Look, what is that? He's alive. Brother Yi lives. Thank the heavens. He survived even that." Truly transcendent beings are awe-inspiring. Gasps and cries surged like wildfire. In the next instant, a scarlet humanoid silhouette burst forth from the sedan, darting with ghost-like agility, evading the four descending tentacles by the narrowest margin. Enveloped in a radiant crimson aura of vital energy, stood Yi Fan himself. He planted his foot hard upon one tentacle, using its recoil to launch himself like a cannonball straight toward the creature's skull. His right hand seized the butcher's cleaver lodged deep in the monster's head, and with a violent twist. Crack! A sharp snap echoed as the blade wrenched free. Midair, Yi Fan executed a flawless aerial pivot. Cords of muscle bulged along his arm as he channeled every ounce of strength into the blade. His crimson vital aura blazed hotter, fiercer. Then he brought the cleaver down in a diagonal arc toward the creature's skull. Squelch! The sickening sound of steel parting flesh rang clear. A grotesque gash split the creature's head wide open. Thick viridian blood and milky brain matter gushed forth. The beast froze mid-motion, its hulking frame locked rigid, then seconds later collapsed backward with an earth-shaking, deafening crash. Yi Fan landed heavily, willed his vital aura to recede, then leaned against the dented car door, breathing raggedly, his face drained of all color. That blow had been devastating. Even his enhanced physique could barely absorb it. His bones felt shattered, his back searing with agony. The battle's reversal had been so sudden, so vertiginous that none had grasped it yet. Only now did Xiong Jingwo, the great gray bear, reach Yi Fan's side, his enormous bear eyes warily fixed on the fallen monstrosity, wary it might yet stir. Silence held for a heartbeat, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Incredible! Brother Yi is unstoppable. Bloody hell, done already. That was insane. We're saved. We're actually saved. Fat Brother was first to react, dashing toward Yi Fan, his face etched with frantic concern. That blow had landed with brutal finality. He needed to check Yi Fan's condition now. Xiong Jingwo remained in bear form, cautiously approaching the corpse, pawing at it twice to confirm its utter demise, then turned his gaze toward Yi Fan. It's certainly dead. Yi Fan leaned on the car door, struggling to steady his breath. Exhaustion weighed upon him like lead, summoning his vital aura had drained nearly half his vitality. Uncle, examine its brain. There's something unusually hard inside. Retrieve it if you can. That object was almost certainly the beast's core, valuable no doubt to transcendent cultivators. Understood. The great gray bear rumbled in human speech, voice thick and resonant. Brother, you rest easy. I'll take a look. Yi Fan watched the bear's broad, earnest back, and suddenly recalled a childhood cartoon uncannily similar. Fancy, are you alright? Fat Brother rushed forward, gripping Yi Fan's arms, scanning him frantically. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. How bad is it? Does it hurt? Yi Fan offered a faint, weary smile. I'm fine. My body's tough as nails now. Just overextended that last surge. Only then did Fat Brother exhale, immediately guiding him back, muttering anxiously, nearly scared me to death. Letting Lu clean your wounds properly when we get back. Yi Fan's gaze hardened as he recalled the furtive whispers among the convoy, low, greedy murmurs about the supplies in his vehicles. Leaning close to Fat Brother, he whispered, voice low and edged with ice. Brother Fat, some still fail to grasp reality. They've already set their sights on my cargo. He paused, lips curling into a cold, razor-thin smile. Later help me stage a performance. Someone may need to die to cement authority. He murmured his plans softly into Fat Brother's ear. His mind was crystal clear. After this battle, mortals would finally comprehend the sheer terror of transcendent power, and so long as he stood watch, no one would dare covet those two freight trucks. But he couldn't guarantee safety if he left, even briefly, or if injury rendered him helpless. Could Fat Brother and the others hold the line alone? This moment demanded absolute deterrence, to crush every flicker of unrest before it took root. Fat Brother caught the intent instantly. His expression shifted seamlessly into grief-stricken despair. He gripped Yi Fan's arm, staggering, deliberately, voice trembling. How could this happen? Why push yourself so hard? Such grievous wounds. What do we do now? Yi Fan slumped compliantly, shoulders sagging, head bowed, perfectly mimicking a man broken by trauma, barely able to stand. They walked deliberately through the densest crowd. Fat Brother even squeezed out tears, his voice cracking with theatrical anguish. Why weren't you more careful? That strike must have shattered your organs. What becomes of us now? At those words, glances around them shifted, pity and sorrow mingling with something darker, hungrier, lurking just beneath the surface. Eyes flickered repeatedly toward Yi Fan's two food-laden trucks, burning with naked avarice. Everyone knew those trucks overflowed with endless provisions. Since Yi Fan's arrival at the camp, the scent of roasting meat had never ceased, driving everyone wild with hunger. Before, Yi Fan's overwhelming strength had quashed all temptation. But now, he lay grievously wounded, barely clinging to life. So what if he'd saved them all? In the apocalypse, food outweighed life itself. Would they starve, not for honor but for the sake of a dying man? Those trucks' bounty must be shared. Once conceived, the thought spread like wildfire, unstoppable, irrepressible. A heavy silence fell. No one dared speak, but beneath it churned a rising tide of unrest threatening to break the surface. Fat Brother slowly guided Yi Fan back to the trucks. Lao Zhao hurried over to lend support. Lu Ying and Shui Er had already prepared a soft bedding inside the truck, waiting only for Yi Fan's return. Just as Lu Ying fumbled with medical supplies, preparing to tend Yi Fan's wounds, Fat Brother abruptly blocked her path, voice trembling with exaggerated urgency loud enough for all to hear. "Sister-in-law, don't waste your time." His eyes re-drimmed, voice choked. "Brother Fan won't make it. His organs are pulverized. There's no saving him. Let him have peace in his final moments." He shoved aside those rushing to help, ignoring protests, firmly ushered Yi Fan into the truck cab, then slammed the door shut with a resounding bang, shouting over his shoulder, "Let Brother Fan be. No one disturb him." The moment the door sealed, Yi Fan muttered under his breath, glaring at Fat Brother's retreating back. "Damn you, Fat Brother. Act if you must, but cursing me near death. You'll pay for that. Half a month's worth of girls, deducted." Long Yi, who had come to check on Yi Fan, watched as the chubby man hurriedly shoved Yi Fan into the cargo compartment, listening to the heart-wrenching cries of the chubby man, his lips twitching like a sieve. The tension he had felt earlier evaporated in an instant. He understood this brat too well. He definitely wouldn't die, and it was hardly a big deal. He was clearly just putting on a show. A thought flashed through Long Yi's mind as he recalled what he had hidden in his vehicle. He had been troubled about how to quietly find ingredients, but now he had the perfect cover with Yi Fan's act. He couldn't help but chuckle. As his thoughts settled, he immediately donned a heartbroken expression and said to Uncle Li in a solemn tone, "Uncle Li, Brother Yi has fought valiantly for our convoy, making such great contributions. Let him depart in peace. You must instruct everyone to keep their distance from this vehicle. Do not disturb him." "Understood." Uncle Li glanced at the cargo compartment with a complicated expression. Having been in the bureaucratic trenches for many years, he vaguely sensed something was off with these people's demeanor. But then he thought to himself that monster's tentacle as thick as a water bucket struck Yi Fan with such terrifying force that it was already miraculous he hadn't been turned into a meat paste on the spot. Given the current situation of internal injuries and near death, it was reasonable. Suppressing his doubts, Uncle Li immediately conveyed Long Yi's orders and swiftly organized the personnel to clean up the battlefield, gathering scattered supplies and corpses. Before long, Xiong Jiangwo returned with a bone thicker than a thigh. His towering frame, over 3 meters tall, was still splattered with the monster's black blood, and his sharp claws gleamed coldly. Whether they were veteran members of the convoy or survivors from the other side, everyone held their breath upon seeing him, their eyes filled with awe. No one dared to underestimate this big gray bear who could tear apart monsters. As soon as he returned to the camp, Xiong Jiangwo instantly reverted from his transformed state, tossing the half-meter-long bone to the ground and asking in a deep voice, "Where's Brother Yi? He was fine just a moment ago. How come he's disappeared?" The chubby man was about to shout he's about to go, but was shot down by Long Yi's icy glare. Long Yi was clear in his mind. Xiong Jiangwo looked simple-minded, but he was very impulsive. If this big fool learned the truth, who knew what trouble he would cause ruining their plans? He hurriedly leaned in close to Xiong Jiangwo, lowering his voice. "It's fine. That kid is sneaking a snack in the vehicle. Just play along later and pretend he's close to death. He's deliberately feigning death to fool those people. We'll accompany him in this act." There were only the three of them present, and though Long Yi's words were light, the chubby man heard them clearly, immediately protesting, "Didn't I act convincingly enough? How did you see through it so easily?" Long Yi laughed heartily. "Chubby, did you forget I'm an extraordinary sequence user? That guy in the vehicle is eating so greedily that the aroma is practically wafting out. I told everyone to keep their distance to avoid blowing our cover." Xiong Jiangwo scratched his head in confusion. "It's good that Brother Yi is fine, but why are we putting on this act? Isn't it unnecessary?" Long Yi patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "You don't need to understand. Just do as you're told. Just say that the transformation drained your energy and you need to rest. Take your wife and child back into the vehicle and don't wander around. He'll call you if there's something." Xiong Jiangwo looked at the two with suspicion, opened his mouth to ask more, but upon realizing he wouldn't have to act, he immediately swallowed his words and turned to call his wife and child. Long Yi then turned to the chubby man, his tone growing grave. "Since you want to use this act to establish authority, your subordinates must be resolute and show no signs of fear. Otherwise, if this act fails, you will suffer the consequences. We've all shed blood. There's nothing to fear." The chubby man gritted his teeth. Long Yi looked deeply at him, his voice light, yet carrying an undeniable implication. "If we're going to make a scene, let's make it a big one. Let's scare these people so badly that they won't dare to covet your supplies for the rest of their lives. Otherwise, if we let them go this time, there will surely be thieves looking to snatch your resources in the future." The chubby man watched Long Yi's departing figure, his shoulders sinking as he suddenly understood that Long Yi had tacitly approved of their upcoming cleanup operation. As the captain of the convoy, Long Yi would never personally step in to help, or at most, he would come out at the end to mediate and smooth things over. The coming hard battle would have to be borne by him, and old Zhao along with their brothers. As for Yi Fan, he could only appear at the most critical moment to have a decisive. He knew all too well that Yi Fan could not guard the convoy's supplies forever. Once Yi Fan left, there was no telling if some reckless person would dare to come and rob them. Rather than waiting until then to patch things up, it was better to establish their authority, now scaring these people to make them fear and respect them. Only by making these people feel terrified at the sight of him, and old Zhao, like mice encountering a cat, could Yi Fan leave the convoy with peace of mind. The chubby man clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white under the unprecedented pressure, but his gaze grew increasingly resolute. He composed himself and found old Zhao and the others clearly explaining the current situation, but he did not mention the truth of Yi Fan feigning death. The fewer people who knew, the more convincingly the After listening, old Zhao and the others said not a word, silently stowing away unrelated items, secretly slipping knives and steel pipes under the tables and chairs, then solemnly standing guard by the cargo vehicle, their sharp gazes scanning the surrounding crowd, without leaving even a step. The chubby man observed the calm demeanor of the three, finally feeling relieved. Just moments ago he had been worried that old Zhao and the others might waver under the pressure, and if he were left to shoulder the burden alone, it would be troublesome. Fortunately, they did not let him down, nor did they let Yi Fan down. The chubby man turned and returned to his Hummer, lifting the Zhuge crossbow onto his lap, setting a quiver full of bolts beside him, leaning back in his seat to rest with closed eyes, but the coldness in his gaze grew ever stronger. On the other side, the battlefield was quickly cleaned up. Survivors huddled together in groups, whispering about the fierce battle that had just taken place. Many were thankful they had joined the convoy, saving their lives. But not long after, some keen individuals in the crowd began to steer the conversation, and soon the topic had swerved towards the two extraordinary beings in the convoy. After some exaggerated exchanges, a conclusive piece of news quickly spread. Yi Fan had been struck by the monster's tentacles, severely injured and near death, and could not hold on much longer. He was currently waiting to take his last breath in the cargo vehicle. As for the other extraordinary being, the big gray bear capable of tearing apart monsters, he had also become extremely weak due to the toll of transformation, reportedly unable to even stand up now. Once this news spread, everyone panicked. They had long witnessed the power of extraordinary beings and had recognized the survival rules of the apocalypse. Ordinary people had to cling tightly to the legs of extraordinary beings to survive. But what was the situation with the convoy now? Two major extraordinary powers were either dying or incapacitated. As for the convoy leader Long Yi, in their eyes, he was merely a supporting character who could only lead the way. He was of no real use. What hope was there in following such a convoy? It would be better to take the supplies and flee now, seeking refuge with a convoy that had powerful extraordinary beings. With both extraordinary beings and the convoy incapacitated, staying here is just waiting for death. We need to find another way out. A sharp-faced man whispered, inciting the crowd. If we don't stay here, what will we do if we encounter monsters? Someone hesitated. Is there anyone left in the convoy who can fight? Yi Fan is dying, and the big bear is down. Is staying here is just waiting to die. What about Long Yi? He's just a useless guide. He's of no help. Then where do we go? Take the supplies and seek refuge with another convoy. That's better than waiting here to die. But with our meager belongings, we can't run far. What are you afraid of? The sharp-faced man glanced at Yi Fan's cargo vehicle. Those supplies and the two vehicles belong to us. The people around were taken aback. Yi Fan is dying. Why should those four hoard everything? These supplies rightfully belong to us, the man snarled through gritted teeth. Do you want to seize them? You're insane. The fat man and his group are armed. Someone cried out in alarm. Rules. In the apocalypse, the man scoffed. Do you wish to starve daily while watching them feast? Leaning in, he whispered persuasively. My boss brother He has already rallied over 30 people. Strength lies in numbers. As for Long Yi, a share of the supplies. Let's do it. Men die for wealth. Birds perish for food. Who hesitates is a coward. One man's gaze hardened with ruthless resolve. Brother. A sly-eyed man suddenly emerged from the crowd and clapped him on the shoulder, startling both men. The instigator instantly adopted a fawning expression. Brother He, you've arrived. When do we strike? His earlier incitement vanished beneath a mask of obsequious deference. Brother He, you've arrived. So when do we move? No rush. Let the bullets fly a while. Brother He declared with unwavering certainty, his voice brimming with confidence. Rest assured, this heist is ours to win. Yes, we follow Brother He. Night deepened as wisps of smoke rose from cooking fires across the camp. Dinner was being prepared. Long Yi and Uncle Li stood beside a steaming pot, devouring fragrant cured pork with hearty gusto. The rich aroma carried far across the encampment. Many survivors clutched stale, brittle biscuits in their hands. The scent made their meager rations taste utterly bland. Their eyes flickered with envy and longing as they watched the two men eat. Brother He and his men caught the savory fragrance too, and exchanged glances, their expressions hardening with mounting ferocity. As Long Yi and Uncle Li finished eating and returned to their vehicle, Brother He lowered his voice among the crowd. You all smelled it, didn't you? Pull this off and cured pork will be plentiful. Those 2 trucks are packed with food, enough to sustain us for months. Let's do it. I'm sick of these wretched biscuits. Take it from them. Cowards get nothing. Just 4 ordinary people. What's there to fear? That transcendent cultivator probably died inside the vehicle long ago. In an instant, dozens seized clubs, iron pipes, and crude weapons. Advancing upon the fat man's group like a pack of ravenous beasts, their eyes gleaming with desperate hunger fixed on the 2 trucks. The fat man sighed faintly, then barked coldly, "Old Zhao, get ready." Without hesitation, Old Zhao's family snatched up their weapons and formed a tight defense. Even Xiao Shui gripped her cleaver tightly, forcing her eyes wide open in a fierce, if youthful, display of defiance. No retreat, no surrender. The fat man hoisted a Zhuge repeating crossbow onto his shoulder, slung a quiver of bolts across his back, and sprang nimbly atop the Hummer's roof. His icy gaze swept over the ragged mob below as he roared, "What do you think you're doing?" Seeing the crossbows and axes in the fat man's group's hands, and comparing them to their own shoddy weapons, the mob faltered unnerved. Yet with arrows drawn and no turning back, boldness surged among the throng. A bespectacled college student, egged on by his girlfriend, swallowed hard and shrieked from behind the crowd, "We demand food. Why do you hoard so much while denying us any share?" That cry ignited the fuse. The crowd erupted. "Exactly. Hand over the food. We're starving. Do you have any humanity left? We're all part of this convoy. Why do you monopolize everything?" Those in the front row raised their weapons and advanced step by step, trying to overwhelm the others with sheer intimidation. The fat man's group laughed bitterly. These people truly had no shame. He bared his teeth in a chilling grin, voice like frozen steel. "Humph. A rabble of fools. Take one more step forward, and you die without mercy." His words struck such terror that the entire crowd fell deathly silent. But the next moment, a venomous roar erupted from the rear. "What are you afraid of? Their transcendent cultivator is dead. Just 4 ordinary men." The speaker was Lu Quan, the son of the woman who'd earlier clashed with the fat man. Perched high, the fat man saw clearly, and his gaze turned glacial. That face would be etched forever into his memory. He was as good as dead. Even Jesus couldn't save him now. Lu Quan's words reignited the mob's frenzy. "Right? We outnumber them. What's there to He dares kill. The law won't punish us all. Charge." Those behind surged forward, pushing the front ranks several involuntary steps ahead. At that very moment, the fat man raised his Zhuge crossbow. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 bolts flew in rapid succession. 4 men in the front row collapsed instantly, crossbow bolts protruding from their chests, while a 5th pierced Lu Quan's throat with surgical precision. Lu Quan's eyes bulged wide in disbelief, his face twisted with boundless resentment as he crashed to the ground. He never imagined he could be struck down so accurately from within the crowd. The recoil trembled violently through the fat man's right arm. The visceral aftershock of taking life coursed through him, terrifying even though he wasn't killing for the first time. Yet he clenched his jaw, swiftly drew another bolt from the quiver, and reloaded. That lethal, unerring precision stunned every onlooker into silence. Wails and roars of fury tore through the air. "Dad, why did you die? I'll tear you apart. Feezy, you killed my son. I'll slaughter you. Arg, you murdered my wife, you monster. Charge. How many bolts can he possibly have? Cut that fat bastard down. Damn it. I was running streets while he was still playing in the mud. Kill him. If we can't beat monsters, can't we take down one fat man? Charge." The tide of suppressed rage exploded. Madness consumed the mob as they surged forward once more. Zhao Tianhai stepped forward, placing himself at the vanguard, and swung his razor-sharp steel axe straight toward the leader's neck. The man frantically raised his iron pipe to block, but the flimsy metal snapped on impact and his neck was severed in a gush of crimson. Zhao withdrew his axe, drenched in blood, his eyes locked on the crowd. Silent, unblinking, radiating an unmistakable warning. One step closer means certain death. The fat man had no time for distractions. He swiftly loaded 10 bolts, took a deep breath, and suppressed the dread coiling in his gut. He knew this was merely the appetite. To establish dominance in the apocalypse, one must pave the way with blood and lives. With all restraint gone, he raised the crossbow, aimed and fired. Whistling bolts filled the air in rapid succession. 7 more bodies dropped to the ground. He leapt down from the vehicle, crossbow in hand, and advanced step by deliberate step. Zhao Tianhai fought like a god of slaughter. His axe carved arcs of lethal force. Lu Ying and Xiao Shui held the rear, weapons flashing as they repelled every attacker who dared close in. Their opponents too fought with berserk fury, charging relentlessly forward. Blows rained upon Zhao, carving bloody gashes across his body, but each attacker met either the edge of his axe or the point of the fat man's bolt. Soon only 8 figures remained standing. They scanned the carnage, bodies strewn everywhere, and their minds went blank, paralyzed by sheer horror. Bang! A sharp, piercing gunshot shattered the camp's suffocating silence. Long Yi leisurely emerged from the car, his face contorted in rage as if he had just been awakened. He bellowed, "Enough! All of you stop it now. Do you want to rebel? Have you lost your minds? The echoes of gunfire still lingered in everyone's bones, and with Long Ye's shout the remaining 8 were instantly terrified, dropping their weapons with a clatter. They stared in horror at the 4 portly men, and aside from Zhao Tianhai, who was covered in blood and injuries, the other 3 were surprisingly unscathed. However, over 30 lives had already been lost on their side, the stench of blood permeating the air, so nauseating it made one want to vomit. Just then a scene that sent shivers down everyone's spine. The door of the truck that the 4 portly men desperately protected was suddenly pulled open with a loud bang, and Yi Fan lazily stretched and jumped down. As he moved, bags of chips and cans tumbled out of the truck, and in the silent camp the sound was like the scythe of death slicing through the courage of the rebels. How is this possible? Black Brother's eyes nearly popped out as he fixed his gaze on Yi Fan, his voice trembling. Wasn't he dead? We've been played. We've been made fools of. Black Brother, you said he was definitely dead. The younger brother beside him was in a complete panic, his voice shaking uncontrollably. Shut up, fool. Black Brother shot him a fierce glare and hissed, if you don't want to die, play dead. Almost simultaneously, Xiong Zhengwo stepped down from another vehicle, looking spirited and vigorous, showing no signs of being too weak to stand. In the crowd, someone finally broke down, pointing at Yi Fan and Xiong Zhengwo, screaming in agony. Liars. They're all liars. Oh. After his scream, his gaze became vacant, and he collapsed to the ground, babbling madly. No one bothered with him. This was the price of greed, and in the apocalypse no one would pity fools. The remaining few exchanged glances, their souls flying away in terror, and turned to run. Captain Long, I report. Ma Zi grabbed Black Brother wearing a nauseatingly flattering smile, and shouted hoarsely, he incited us to cause trouble. It has nothing to do with me. Bastard. Black Brother cursed angrily, and lifted his foot to kick this traitor. Bang. Bang. 2 gunshots rang out decisively. Without saying a word, Long Yi raised his hand and shot each of the 2 men, blood splattering on those nearby. No one dared to make a sound, not even daring to breathe. Long Yi put away his gun, sternly announcing the expulsion of all rebels from the convoy, and pretended to reiterate the convoy rules 3 times, finally adding, next time shoot to kill, which frightened everyone into silence. On the other side, Lu Ying had long rushed over with a medical kit, tears streaming down her face as she carefully wiped Zhao Tianhai's wounds. Zhao Shui also ran over with water and food to feed her father, her small face streaked with tears, yet she held back and didn't cry out. The portly man silently approached the bodies, squatting down, pulling out the bolts from the crossbow one by one, his movements swift, but his eyes cold as ice. Zhao Tianhai gasped for breath, grinning to reveal blood-stained teeth. I'm fine. Not dead. How about that? I was quite brave just now, right? If this were ancient times, I would definitely be a general. Huh. Enough. Enough. Lu Ying cried as she bandaged him, hitting him lightly. My great general, don't move. If you do, your wound will split open. Yi Fan stood aside, watching with satisfaction, knowing that his resources had now found solid assurance. However, Xiong Zhengwo approached with a dark expression, his tone filled with suppressed dissatisfaction. Brother Yi, is it really necessary to go this far? They just wanted to steal some food. It's not a crime deserving death. Steal food. Yi Fan glanced at him, his tone calm, yet carrying a chilling edge. Uncle, if you went out to scavenge for supplies, and someone harmed your wife and children, what would you do? Xiong Zhengwo trembled all over, his hands tightening into fists, knuckles whitening, veins bulging on his forehead. A surge of violent power immediately erupted from within him, enough for Yi Fan to feel the oppressive aura. But in the next moment, this power quietly receded. Xiong Zhengwo lowered his head, his voice hoarse. You're right, I was too naive. Thank you. Saying this, he climbed back into his vehicle without looking back. Yi Fan did not try to persuade him. Some truths must be understood through one's own blood. He had spent a week understanding the laws of the apocalypse, while the portly men had completed their transformation at the cost of over 40 lives. Ultimately, Xiong Zhengwo's family had to walk this path themselves. In the apocalypse, it is already difficult for a person to manage themselves well. Yi Fan's gaze fell on Long Yi, secretly vigilant. This guy knows too much about the apocalypse, especially that uniquely designed handgun at his waist. He knew that after the apocalypse, firearms had long since become ineffective. This gun concealed too many secrets. As midnight approached, Yi Fan could no longer hold back and silently recited, Customize today's intelligence. I want to know what the second extraordinary sequence is and how to activate it. The cold system prompt immediately sounded. Ding. Received customized intelligence request. Today's intelligence has been delivered. The second sequence is an extremely special sequence. You need to go to the next destination, the center square of Ingtai Town, where the pool holds the only compatible sequence crystal. Swallowing it will activate it. Bonus intelligence, first time customized exclusive. The tentacle monster's vertebrae is an excellent material for taboo items. Even if not refined, it far surpasses ordinary iron as a weapon. Yi Fan was overjoyed. Ingtai Town was in the northeast direction indicated by the guiding pointer, and he was determined to obtain that crystal. As for the others, he could only help them as much as he could, prioritizing his own safety was his unchanging survival principle. Yi Fan pulled out a pack of cigarettes from the portly man's pocket, lit one, and offered another. How about it? The portly man stood up, not caring about the blood on his hands, took the cigarette, and took a deep drag, the nicotine finally relaxing his tense nerves. After a long while he hoarsely asked, Fanzi, how can I awaken the extraordinary sequence? I feel too weak still. Two methods, Yi Fan replied solemnly. One is natural awakening, I don't know how that works. The other is swallowing the sequence crystal, which can directly awaken you. The portly man's eyes lit up, eagerly grabbing Yi Fan's arm. Then how do we get the sequence crystal? Don't worry, if there's a chance I'll definitely get one for you. Yi Fan patted his shoulder. The portly man smiled, releasing his grip and exhaling smoke rings. No, you take care of yourself first. Once you get stronger, we all have a way out. You'll be a sequence user soon, I promise. Yi Fan spoke with utmost certainty. With the intelligence system in place, getting a sequence crystal wouldn't be difficult. At that moment, a hearty laugh came over, and Long Yi approached with a perfectly timed smile, striding toward them. Before the person arrived, the voice came first. From a distance, Long Yi's loud voice could be heard. Brother Yi, come over and take a look at our spoils. Thanks to you, this time we have quite a harvest. Yi Fan's eyes brightened, and he quickly approached. Beside Long Yi's vehicle lay a large piece of meat and a thick vertebra. The moment Yi Fan saw the vertebra, his eyes sparkled. This was precisely the vertebra of the tentacle monster mentioned in the intel and material for crafting taboo items. Though he was still unclear about what the taboo item was, it was certainly something valuable. Xiong Zhengwo was already waiting nearby, his demeanor tense, clearly still preoccupied with what had just happened. Once the two were seated, Long Yi pointed at the vertebra and said, Brother Yi, this is the hardest part of the tentacle monster. You contributed the most, so this belongs to you. Then he looked at Xiong Zhengwo. Brother Zhengwo, no objections, right? Xiong Zhengwo shook his head and said nothing. Long Yi then pointed to the piece of meat. The tentacles of this tentacle monster are edible. After processing, we will have over 2,000 gene. The remainder will be divided as per our agreement. You will get 1,000 gene, Zhengwo 600 and I 400. No objections. His words were clearly directed at Yi Fan. After all, Yi Fan had put in the most effort. Yi Fan did not agree immediately. Instead, he picked up a small knife and cut off 2 gene of meat, asking suspiciously, Are you sure this is edible? Long Yi laughed heartily. Don't worry, I already gave a bit to those cleaning up the battlefield. He did not say the rest, but Yi Fan understood it must have been given to those people to test. And since nothing went wrong, Yi Fan nodded and called Lu Ying to cut the meat into pieces and cook it, while he leisurely drank tea, showing no intention of responding. Haha, let's drink tea first. Long Yi smiled as he poured tea for the two, without rushing them. 10 minutes later, Lu Ying brought over a basin of meat. Mr. Yi, the meat is ready. After thanking her, Yi Fan divided the meat among the two and said with a smile, Come have a taste. Our Ying Jia has great skills. Long Yi's mouth twitched. Who needed skills to boil meat in water? This kid just couldn't relax. However, he did not mind. He had also let ordinary people taste it earlier, so he took the initiative to pick up a piece and put it into his mouth. Though the meat was tough, it had a robust meat flavor. Xiong Zhengwo, not thinking too much, followed suit and tasted a piece politely, saying, Brother Yi, you should try it too, it's quite good. Yi Fan leisurely sipped his tea, waiting for the two to finish most of the meat in their bowls before he picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. The meat was a bit tough, but the vitality it provided was far greater than that of compressed biscuits. Thinking of the several boxes of choking compressed biscuits still in his vehicle, Yi Fan felt a headache coming on and immediately said, I want 1,500 gene, Uncle Xiong 300 gene, Captain Long Yu 200 gene. Additionally, I'll compensate you both with 4 boxes of compressed biscuits and Captain Long 2 boxes. I have other food in my vehicle. You can also trade meat for it. This meat is useful to me. No objections. Xiong Zhengwo readily agreed. He knew that Yi Fan had basically done the killing of the tentacle monster, and he was already satisfied to get 300. Long Yi nodded immediately. The ratio he mentioned earlier was just for show. He had not wanted to undermine himself. Yi Fan did not monopolize because he knew that in a convoy mutual support was unavoidable and hoarding benefits was unrealistic and unnecessary. Though he had a leading pointer and could form a convoy himself, the other two extraordinary individuals had their uses, and managing the convoy was too labor-intensive. After reaching an agreement, Long Yi immediately instructed everyone to divide the meat and promised rewards for those working. The enthusiasm of the crowd instantly soared, and they worked particularly diligently, their eyes filled with hope once more. Once Long Yi finished arranging, Yi Fan asked Captain Long, Shouldn't you explain about that gun of yours now? Oh. Haha, you mean this? Long Yi took out the gun at his waist. This is a taboo item 06312, named Blood and Flesh Handgun. It is explained that taboo items are regular objects infected by strange auras possessing incredible abilities. The principles of formation are unclear, but all taboo items have special abilities, and using them requires a corresponding cost, which can be quite bizarre. For instance, my gun's cost is that it must be fed human blood and flesh, isn't that? Yi Fan shot him a glance and instantly understood the key point. No wonder Long Yi wanted to collect corpses and was willing to cooperate in the act. He let the rebellion escalate just to gather food for this handgun. What a guy. He made himself do all the dirty work while reaping all the benefits and gained a good reputation in the process. Long Yi noticed Yi Fan's dissatisfaction and pretended to be clueless, laughing. Brother, Yi, what are you looking at me for? 50 gene of meat, isn't that excessive? Yi Fan's gaze turned cold, carrying a threat. If he didn't give it, had exposed this matter. Haha, fine. They'll have someone deliver it over later. Long Yi readily agreed. Yi Fan felt it was a pity he was still going to lose out. But he did not dwell on it, and continued to ask, what does 06312 mean? I'm not sure either. Long Yi shook his head after recognizing the owner. A number is automatically assigned to it in the mind. There must be a specific entity that assigns numbers to taboo items. According to this logic, the earlier the number, the stronger the power. Mine is only over 6,000. I can't imagine how terrifying the first taboo item is. At that moment, a woman suddenly broke down emotionally and cried out, Captain Long, when will this life come to an end? Will the country come to save us? This shout made all the survivors stop their work and look towards Long Yi, their eyes filled with hope. Long Yi, looking into the eyes of the crowd, knew they all longed for hope. But he could not deceive them. They must understand that from now on they could only rely on themselves. He silently returned to the vehicle and took out a police-issued sidearm. Many people recognized it at a glance. Long Yi pulled the trigger in front of the crowd, instantly causing, be careful. Someone was shot. But in the next second, everyone was stunned. Nothing had happened. Those close by had clearly heard the sound of the trigger. Could it have been a blank gun? Long Yi removed the magazine, allowing everyone to see the bullets inside, then repeatedly pulled the trigger. The handgun only made a click, click, click sound, still no gunshot. As everyone looked puzzled, Long Yi disassembled a bullet, poured out the gunpowder, and took out a lighter to try to ignite it. There was no response. Many faces in the crowd changed drastically. A balding middle-aged man rushed over as if he had gone mad. He grabbed the gunpowder, brought it to his nose to sniff, then examined it closely with his eyes, murmuring, impossible, this is impossible. In the next moment, he snatched the bullet from Long Yi's hand, picked up the tool, and opened it again, revealing the same result inside. It was indeed gunpowder. Impossible. How could this happen? The bald man slumped to the ground, his faith shattered, mumbling these two phrases over and over like a madman. Someone in the crowd recognized him and exclaimed, isn't that Professor Wu Shiweming from our school? He is a Ph.D. in physics. What's going on? Didn't they say the government would save us? Why are they suddenly messing with guns? Exactly. Just say it plainly, don't keep us in suspense. Finally, someone knowledgeable stepped forward and explained in a deep voice, Captain Long is telling us that the gunpowder has become ineffective. So what if it's ineffective? Why can't we use the guns? Are they broken? Exactly. Make it clear, this is driving us crazy. At this moment, Long Yi took over the conversation, his voice heavy like a stone. That's right. Everyone, the moment the apocalypse struck, the gunpowder became completely ineffective. This means that all of humanity's firearms have become mere decorations. Guns, artillery, missiles, all useless. Do you understand what this means? It means that the military can only rely on cold weapons to fight against monsters. Soldiers are ordinary people too. They can't save you. The only ones who can save you are yourselves. What about laser weapons? Doesn't the military have those? Wu Shiweming, who had been slumped on the ground, suddenly stood up, shaking his head in despair. Most laser weapons are likely just for show. Even if they work, how many times can they be used? Where will the power come from? Moreover, the domestic devices for miniaturized laser weapons are scarce, mostly installed on large equipment, making flexible combat impossible. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man with a large belly and a square face stepped forward, looking like someone seasoned in the bureaucratic world. With a bitter smile, he added, besides, even if laser weapons can be used, it's uncertain whether they can harm those bizarre monsters. Even if they truly work, they would definitely prioritize protecting important figures. By the time it's our turn, the grass on our graves might already be a meter high, he said. Someone suddenly remembered something crucial. Didn't Captain Long just shoot? That gun can clearly kill. Long Yi grinned, pulling out a uniquely shaped handgun from his waist. Are you talking about this? Yes. Isn't this a gun? It just killed those guys a moment ago. Why can this one be used? In the next moment, before the terrified gazes of the crowd, the muzzle of the handgun slowly extended, numerous fine tentacles wriggling like a living creature. A monster. What the hell is this thing? The crowd stepped back in fright, their faces pale. This is my forbidden item, the flesh and blood handgun. Long Yi played with the handgun, casually saying, if you insist on calling it a gun, I suppose that's acceptable. Then Long Yi briefly explained the current situation in Blue Star to the crowd before ignoring the dazed group, turning back to his vehicle. Seeing that there were no new updates, the others could only disperse despondently, but each person's expression changed. They all understood that the old days were truly gone. Uncle Lee's management skills were indeed commendable. that enormous tentacled monster was thoroughly dismembered in no time. Soon 1550 pounds of exotic beast meat was delivered. Yifan simply had someone empty the back of his truck specifically to store the meat, which was both bloody and smelly, so it couldn't contaminate other food. The surrounding survivors watched this scene with envy, especially those who helped move the meat, eyeing the canned goods in the truck bed, but with Yifan watching closely, they didn't. Yifan had Luing cook some exotic beast meat for extra rations, and after tasting it, he was even more satisfied. With this, the food source had significantly increased. After all, the Misty Zone was full of exotic beasts. Now that the apocalypse had just arrived, they simply hadn't encountered any yet. Many found the smell of exotic beast meat appalling and rushed to exchange supplies with Yifan. Seizing the opportunity, Yifan traded away a significant amount of hard-to-swallow compressed biscuits. Even Xiong Jiangwo exchanged for 200 pounds, while Long Yi traded for 50 pounds. After all this commotion, Yifan's truck bed was stuffed full with exotic beast meat, a total of 1850 pounds. The remaining precious supplies were tucked beside the driver's seat. Looking at the full truckload of gains, Yifan clapped his hands in satisfaction. Now I can eat meat with peace of mind. Delicious. Fan Ge. The plump guy came over holding a barrel of oil with a sly look in his eyes, nudging his head sideways. Look at how those women are looking at you. They look like they want to eat you. Don't you have any thoughts? Yifan saw through this guy's little schemes. He was trying to ride on his coattails. He didn't indulge the plump guy. The apocalypse had just begun, and it wasn't the time to think about such things. He shot back. The apocalypse has just begun. Stop pondering these nonsense. Once the convoy stabilizes, I won't forget the promise I made to your sister. Ha ha ha, all right. I'm just waiting for you to say that. The plump guy rubbed his hands together, leering at the women, and hurried off to refuel the 3 vehicles. This was a specific instruction from Yifan. The fuel tanks must be full. He didn't want to find himself running away one day only to run out of gas halfway. That would be too embarrassing. Not far away, 3 female college students dressed in tank tops were subtly glancing over at Yifan. They had just exchanged some canned goods for exotic beast meat, and after a close encounter realized that Yifan not only had strength and abundant supplies, but was also handsome and generous. If only they could follow him. The lively and bold Zhang Ziwei poked her companion beside her teasingly, saying, "Hey, what are you two thinking? Your faces are all red." "Not at all. Shut up. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll scratch you." "Aw, don't scratch. It tickles." On the other side, a mature woman dressed in professional attire stood gracefully. Her fitted suit accentuated her alluring curves, and her long legs clad in black stockings attracted the attention of many men around. Gu Yan frowned disgusted as she avoided those lecherous gazes. Having been in the workplace for many years, she was all too aware of what those men were thinking. Now that the apocalypse had just arrived, the shackles of morality hadn't completely broken down, but what about in a few days? She knew very well that in this world women sometimes had to rely on the strong to survive. In the past, she could firmly refuse the unspoken rules of the workplace, but now she had no choice. She had to find a reliable backing, otherwise she would eventually be devoured by these hungry wolves until nothing was left. And Yifan was undoubtedly the best candidate, strong, resourceful, and importantly, he seemed decent. Following him, at least, she wouldn't go hungry. Gu Yan took a deep breath, steeled her courage, and subtly lowered her collar, revealing an impressive cleavage. She forced a smile that she believed was the most alluring, swaying her hips as she approached, Yifan slightly bending forward, her voice sweet as honey. "Brother Yifan, can I chat with you for a moment?" Yifan was chewing on meat when he heard the voice and looked up, unintentionally meeting the sight of her fair skin, instinctively swallowing the food in his mouth. At that moment, Gu Yan felt reassured. It seemed her charm was still effective. She was fully confident in her qualities: smooth, fair skin, a goddess-level face, and a stunning cup figure. As long as she wanted, no man could refuse her. Gu Yan smiled, even sweeter, her voice so soft it could drip. "Brother Yifan, can I follow your vehicle? I can do anything for you, anything you desire, I can fulfill it. I just want to become yours." But before Yifan could respond, long yes roar echoed above the camp. "Pack your things and get in the car. We're leaving immediately. Hurry." No sooner had he spoken than Long Yes' vehicle shot forward, speeding towards the northeast. Without a word, Yifan turned and shouted, "Fatty, get in the car. Hurry." He jumped directly into the truck's driver's seat and slammed on the accelerator. He had previously instructed Fatty and the others that as soon as Long Yi called for them to leave, they must depart immediately, without hesitation, leaving everything behind. Thus they had long since developed the habit of putting their belongings back in the vehicle after use, fearing such emergencies. Yifan's 3 vehicles followed closely, kicking up clouds of dust. Xiong Jingwo also shouted, "Keep up. Don't dawdle." After shouting, he stepped on the gas and sped away. Gu Yan was stunned, her smile frozen. Had she been rejected? But her instincts as a career elite made her alert to the unusual. Without saying a word, she spun around and rushed back to her car, slamming the accelerator to catch up. "Oof, stupid man." Gu Yan, fuming, smacked the steering wheel, treating the plush dog on the car window, as Yifan hitting it fiercely, This is the first time I've said such a thing, and you actually dare to leave me hanging." The remaining survivors were all bewildered. No one knew what was happening, but everyone understood one thing: following the extraordinary was the only way to survive. Many grabbed whatever they could reach, scrambling onto the vehicle racing alongside the convoy. Others, reluctant to leave the supplies behind, muttered, "What a waste," as they rushed to pack, taking their time to start. Even more, some were enviously eyeing the items others had abandoned, insisting on picking them up one by one. "Hurry up. Stop grabbing things. People are A man, anxious, stomped his feet and tugged at a nearby woman's arm. "What are you so anxious about?" The woman named Wang Finfin shook off his hand, rummaging through the supplies on the ground. "It would be such a shame to lose these. We might need them later." "Exactly. What's all the fuss about? What could possibly happen?" someone nearby echoed, still clutching an unopened pack of instant noodles. "Damn, I found a box of Hidaleo self-heating hot pot. Wang Finfin, are you coming or not? If not, I'm leaving without you." Zhang Tianjin was anxious, his eyelids twitching, a sense of foreboding rushing over him. "I'm coming. I'll grab one more pack of instant noodles, and then we'll go." Wang Finfin didn't even look up. "Damn it. For a pack of lousy noodles, are you really not afraid of dying?" "Nonsense. Zhang Tianjin, if you have the guts, don't eat what I take in the future." As soon as Wang Finfin got in the car, Zhang Tianjin slammed on the gas, the vehicle roaring as it sped away. Wang Finfin clung to the car window, watching the food scattered on the ground through the rearview mirror, glancing at those still picking things up, pouting, "See, nothing happened. No need to panic." Just as Zhang Tianjin was about to retort, Wang Finfin's scream pierced his eardrums. "Ah, what's wrong?" Zhang Tianjin was startled, gripping the steering wheel tightly, unwilling to lose focus. Behind. Wang Finfin's voice trembled uncontrollably. Zhang Tianjin gritted his teeth and quickly glanced in the rearview mirror. The next second, his pupils dilated and he cursed, "Damn it." A chill ran down his spine, and he slammed the gas pedal, the car speeding as though it might fly. He cursed the foolish woman beside him. If it weren't for her greed for food, how could they have ended up like this? In the rearview mirror was a massive wall of twisted human. That ghastly thing moved at an unbelievable speed, instantly swallowing those still picking things up. Some realized they needed to drive away, but before they could even open their doors, they were engulfed by the wall of faces. Their vehicle had become the last to flee. That eerie wall of faces was relentlessly pursuing them, the wailing sounds sending chills down their spines. Zhang Tianjin, a novice driver who had just obtained his license, was terrified to the point of losing his mind. He could only shout, "Wang Finfin, take a look. How far is that thing from us?" No one responded. "You foolish woman. Are you deaf?" Still no answer. Zhang Tianjin turned his head sharply to glance at the passenger seat. Wang Finfin had already fainted in fear, slumped over in her seat. With no other choice, he could only quickly glance in the rearview mirror while the road was steady. Thankfully, the current speed was barely enough to create some distance. But when his gaze fell on the fuel gauge, despair surged through him. The fuel was nearly empty. He could only drive another 7 kilometers. Damn it. How did I not check the fuel gauge? If I had known, I would have filled up first. Due to Wang Finfin's delay, the vehicle ahead had long since vanished, and he could only make out the direction by following the tire tracks on the ground. He could only pray, desperately praying that the ghastly thing wouldn't catch up within 7 kilometers, praying his driving skills wouldn't fail, praying for a smooth road ahead, and praying he could catch up with the convoy within 7 kilometers. The more he thought, the more despair filled Zhang Tianjin's heart, and his hatred for his inept girlfriend grew stronger. He had to find a way to save himself. In the next moment, he suddenly noticed that Wang Finfin hadn't fastened her seatbelt. Normally this would only lead to a fine, but now Zhang Tianjin's eyes turned fierce. He aimed for a sharp turn, gripping the steering wheel tightly, freeing one hand to violently yank open the passenger door, and then shoved the unconscious Wang Finfin out. Wang Finfin rolled on the ground several times, her head bleeding, waking up in an instant. She looked dazedly at the car that was driving farther away, muttering, "Isn't that the car my dad bought for me? How did I fall out?" A heavy sound of something crushing the ground came from behind her. Wang Finfin suddenly turned around, and upon seeing the wall of human faces, she let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Zhang Tianjin, you bastard!" Zhang Tianjin stared at the rearview mirror and saw that the wall of faces had indeed turned a corner, chasing after Wang Finfin, creating more distance between them. He let out a long sigh of relief, muttering, "It's all your fault. You insisted on taking things. It's your fault. You deserve this. Who told you not to wear your seatbelt?" But before he could completely relax, a large pit suddenly appeared ahead. Zhang Tianjin hurriedly swerved to avoid it, but the speeding car couldn't stabilize. The vehicle lost control in an instant and crashed violently into a nearby tree. Bang! The car rolled and flew out, finally landing on its side, the deformed chassis trapping Zhang Tianjin tightly. The sounds of heavy objects moving grew closer, and countless voices of suffering whispered in his ears. Despairing, Zhang Tianjin closed his eyes, pounding his fist on the steering wheel, roaring, "Speeding must be punished too, you bastard." The trajectory of the car's roll inadvertently widened the distance between the wall of faces and the convoy. After devouring Zhang Tianjin, the wall of faces finally lost the scent of the convoy. The convoy was finally safe. Long Yi sensed the eerie presence behind him dissipate, and his tensed body relaxed at once. After driving forward for another half an hour, he could hardly hold on any longer, so he notified the convoy to take a break. The convoy came to a stop, and many people immediately began to complain. What's going on? Suddenly running off without even a word. Exactly. We didn't even finish packing. Is this some kind of joke? Enough. Say less. Captain Long must have his reasons. Oh, already licking his boots. Why defend him so fiercely? Several young women shrieked in protest. Upon hearing this, Long Ye's expression darkened. He barked at Uncle Li, "Go tell those whining fools. If they don't want to follow, they can get out. Those who do wish to follow, shut up. One more word, and I'll slit your throat." The complaints vanished instantly. Not a single voice dared murmur again. Just then someone scratched his head in bewilderment. Wait, has anyone ever traveled this road before? I've driven taxis and watching for over a decade, and Captain Long already explained. The Blue Star has expanded threefold, the terrain has shifted entirely. What did you skip class? Even now in the apocalypse you're still not listening. Someone retorted irritably. I just haven't processed it yet. Dead weight. Hey, who are you calling that? What if I am? Better not get us all killed. Yi Fan leaned back in the driver's seat, his gaze turning solemn. In his past life, he had joined Long Ye's convoy, only for this man to lead them in endless futile circles through the mist zone, desperately evading anomalies, yet ultimately failing to escape. At the critical moment, this wily old fox abandoned the entire convoy as bait, fleeing with only a handful of vehicles, and sealed their doom. He remembered it clearly. The panicked convoy, stumbling blindly into a mountain ravine, discovered a natural sequence crystal. While fighting others for it, he was devoured by an anomaly, his brain torn apart, and thus reborn. Now altered by his rebirth, fate had shifted. Whether that crystal would reappear remained uncertain. Barely an hour had passed before Long Ye's roar thundered anew. Everyone, back in the vehicles. Head east now. This time no one dared complain aloud. Only hushed murmurs slithered through the convoy. Through Yi Fan's walkie-talkie, Fatso's voice crackled. Fancy, what's Captain Long playing at? He keeps stopping, starting, changing direction. Where on earth are we going? Old Zhao's voice followed immediately. Direction shifts, yes, but the overall bearing remains northeast. We're not off course. Old Zhao, how'd you figure that out? I served in the military motor vehicle unit. A sense of direction is second nature. Zhao Tianhai's tone carried quiet pride. Fatso's eyes lit up. Blimey, you've been hiding your light under a bushel, Old Zhao. Yi Fan felt a surge of quiet relief. Someone from motor vehicle unit would surely know how to repair vehicles. Now mechanical failures wouldn't spell disaster. He pressed urgently. So, you can fix cars? Absolutely. Give me the parts, and any fault yields to my hands. Zhao Tianhai thumped his chest in assurance. Excellent. From now on our vehicles rest in your care. Yi Fan exhaled deeply, then clarified. Yes, we're heading northeast bound for Yingtai town for supplies. As for the constant course adjustments, that's simple. It's Captain Long's ability. He senses anomalies drawing near. Each turn is evasion, tracking their pursuit. We simply follow his rhythm. That's like having a living navigation system. Zhao sighed in awe. Exactly. Without a perception sequence bearer, no convoy survives long in the mist zone. Getting lost means certain death. That's precisely why we joined this convoy. Fatso suddenly interjected. Fancy, if this wily old fox leads us straight into a trap, what then? Yi Fan fell silent. Instinctively he wanted to object. After all, Long Yi would perish too. Yet the words froze on his tongue and receded. In his prior life, this scoundrel had indeed sacrificed others for self-preservation. After a pause, Yi Fan let out a cold, glacial laugh. The guiding compass is in my hands. He dares not betray us. Should he try, then we end him first. He carries forbidden objects. Killing him guarantees profit, not loss. Good. Precisely. Fatso and Old Zhao echoed in unison, voices thick with conviction. Within them, yearning for the transcendent sequence deepened. How glorious it would be to wield such power themselves. For hours thereafter, the convoy continued shifting course, evading anomaly pursuit. According to Long Yi, at least 5 anomalies shadowed them, while predatory beasts circled hungrily. Watching Long Yi's haggard, exhausted face, Yi Fan cautioned gently, rest when you can. Don't push yourself beyond endurance. He couldn't afford for this wily fox to collapse mid-journey. Without guidance, they'd be doomed. Long Yi merely waved a hand, voice low and grave. You two need rest. Soon I'll require you and Xiong Jiangwo to jointly eliminate several beasts, minimize detours. Remember swift, decisive strikes. No delays, no. Over the next few hours, Yi Fan and Xiong Jiangwo eliminated 3 minor beasts. But haste left no time to process carcasses. Regretfully, they abandoned them roadside. Their efficiency broke the cycle of relentless flight. As dawn bled gray across the sky, 7 a.m., the convoy, worn thin by an entire night's ordeal, finally halted to regroup. Before them stood a weathered signpost, welcome to Yingtai town. 5 kilometers to urban center. Stunned silence fell. Every eye widened, disbelief etched deep upon each face. Even though Long Yi had forewarned them of the blue star's metamorphosis, witnessing it firsthand defied comprehension. Yingtai Town. Isn't that deep in the western plateau? We were on the coast. This spans the entire Huagua nation. Someone screamed, voice trembling with raw terror. Is that true? I've heard of that place. But this is utterly preposterous. Pandemonium erupted. The irrefutable signpost standing as stark, undeniable proof, plunging all into profound shock. Even Yi Fan stared at the signpost motionless for a long breath, before slowly accepting the surreal apocalyptic truth. The chaos gradually subsided, calmed at last by a middle-aged woman's quiet remark. "Why are you gentlemen overthinking?" A middle-aged woman shouted hoarsely. "We're starving here. What use is thinking about these things? Since there's a town, why not go in and find something to eat?" As soon as this was said, the noisy convoy fell silent. Everyone was taken aback, and upon reflection, it made perfect sense. True. Since we can't figure it out with the apocalypse upon us, what's so strange about this? Right? No amount of thinking will change anything. We need to focus on filling our bellies first. However, Long Yi did not hurry to lead the group towards the Camp Iron Town. He spoke in a deep voice. "The urban area is ahead. Everyone stay alert. We will rest here to regain our strength, but we must be ready to depart at any moment." After a whole night of travel, everyone was utterly exhausted. No one knew what awaited them in the town, and Long Yi dared not recklessly lead the group, and it was prudent to rest and regain their condition first. Yi Fan naturally raised both hands in agreement. After driving all night, his eyelids felt like they were about to stick together. More importantly, his daily intelligence system refreshed random information every morning at 8 o'clock. With less than an hour until 8, it would be much safer to enter. After acquiring the intelligence from Camp Iron Town, the safety factor would increase several times. There were surely mysteries hidden in the town ahead. Rushing in without information would be tantamount to seeking death. Moreover, his target was the pool in the town center. Without intelligence to support him, he dared not act rashly. Upon hearing the plan to rest, everyone sighed in relief, with most of them collapsing into sleep. Since the apocalypse began, they had been on edge for a full 20 hours and could hardly hold on any longer. Fortunately, the convoy was basically a few people per vehicle, allowing them to take turns resting, so things weren't too dire. Moreover, his target was the pool in the town center. Without intelligence to support him, he dared not act rashly. Upon hearing the plan to rest, everyone sighed in relief, with most of them. Yi Fan was well aware that such a situation could not last indefinitely. They had to either recruit someone into their small team or give up a vehicle. He was reluctant to part with the oversized storage space of the 2 cargo trucks, but if an emergency arose, the slow speed of the cargo trucks would be a liability, and they would need a Hummer with strong off-road capabilities to escape. That was why he insisted on having the fatty drive the Hummer, just to leave a route for retreat. As for bringing someone to help them drive, Yi Fan hesitated even more. In the apocalypse, human hearts were the most unpredictable thing. Allowing Lao Zhao to join was merely based on the idea that in danger someone could delay the situation. He couldn't afford to let just anyone join. After reminding Lao Zhao to wake him immediately if anything happened, Yi Fan, filled with worries, fell into a deep sleep. In his hazy dreams, Yi Fan found himself driving that oddly shaped large truck, racing madly at the front of the convoy, with something terrifying seemingly chasing behind him. The fatty sat in the passenger seat, his face pale, constantly glancing back. He couldn't help but peek at the rearview mirror, only to find that behind them was just Long Yi's vehicle closely following, while the rest of the convoy was parked by the roadside. He even saw Xiong Jiangwo transformed into a huge gray bear, one hand grabbing a person standing there stiffly, exuding an indescribable eeriness that sent shivers down his spine. In the next moment, his truck suddenly stalled and could no longer move. Immediately, countless silver substances began to burrow out from his skin, rapidly crawling all. He struggled desperately but couldn't even move a finger. Yi Fan suddenly screamed, his eyes wide open, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He gasped for breath and realized he had only been dreaming. However, his expression was grave. This was definitely not an ordinary dream. He would rather believe this was a warning from the universe. He grabbed his phone to check, and the screen displayed 759. In the next second, the time jumped to exactly 8 o'clock. Ding! Today's random intelligence has arrived. At 8:00 a.m. on July 5, 2045, the unfortunate destined person actually arrived at Camp Iron Town on the second day of the apocalypse. This place seals a level 5 anomaly, Iron Anomaly. Friendly reminder: the seal of the Iron Anomaly is directly above the sequence crystal you are looking for. Whatever you do, don't wake it up. Additionally, your activity time within the town is limited to 1 hour. Exceeding this time will result in being assimilated by the power of the Iron Anomaly. Upon first arriving at the town, you receive a complimentary piece of friendship intelligence. Extra intelligence. By the poolside in the central square there lies a decent forbidden item. You will definitely like it. After reading the intelligence, Yi Fan nearly burst out laughing. This information was simply too crucial. Had they not known about the 1-hour time limit, they would have likely perished in Camp Iron Town. That was the power of a level 5 anomaly. Yi Fan had no courage to gamble on whether he could withstand the assimilation. What surprised him even more was that there was news about a forbidden item. He had long coveted Long Yes blood meat pistol, and unexpectedly, he would soon have a forbidden item of his own. An hour later the convoy set off again. The journey ahead was exceptionally smooth, whether it was due to being near Camp Iron Town or not. There were no anomalies, not even an hour later the convoy set off again. The journey ahead was exceptionally smooth, whether it was due to being near Camp Iron Town or not. There were no anomalies, not even a single strange beast encountered. Along the entire route, only the rumbling sound of the convoy could be heard. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that good fortune had finally arrived. But when they reached the edge of the town, everyone froze. Not far away there was actually another survivor convoy parked. Those people wore worried expressions, their faces showing anxiety and unease. This scene made the faces of Yi Fan's convoy darken. Clearly the situation in Camp Iron Town was far worse than they had imagined. This place might become the second Huaqing. But they had no choice, their supplies were already running low, especially gasoline. Having experienced the previous mass escape, everyone understood that gasoline was life. People could go hungry, but vehicles could not run out of fuel. Yi Fan's convoy stopped 500 meters away from the other convoy. Long Yi signaled Yi Fan with his eyes, and the two walked straight towards the opposing convoy. Upon seeing them approach, the other convoy immediately stirred. They are coming. What do they want? What else could they want? They must be inquiring about the situation. Do they dare to rob us? Our convoy has the sword, Immortal Lord. Too bad those extraordinary individuals are trapped in the town, otherwise we wouldn't need to fear them. Damn it. That town is too sinister. Our convoy had over 100 people go in, and not one came out. They all turned into statues. It's terrifying. Sigh, if this continues, our supplies won't last a few days. Let's see how many days we can last. So many have died, dividing their supplies might allow us to survive a little longer. But we don't know where the next destination is. That's the most troublesome part. Captain Chun said that without a guiding pointer we cannot find the next safe zone. Do you think their convoy might have a guiding pointer? You mean we should join them? Join? Why not just take it directly? Hey, that's not a bad idea. Captain Chin, do you think it's feasible? A group of people chattered finally, all looking towards a pair of young men and women who looked alike. The boy snorted coldly and lowered his voice. Everyone tone it down. Don't ruin things. Let's assess the situation first. Hehe, understood. We will definitely cooperate in the act. Lao Luo stopped smiling. Act pitiful. Got it. This pair of young men and women exchanged a serious glance and approached Long Yi and Yi Fan. Bro, what should we do? The girl asked in a low voice. Just pay attention, these two are definitely not simple. Be wary of them suddenly making a move. The boy replied seriously. Don't worry, bro. I'm the most aggressive of the sword immortal sequences. Taking on two is no problem. They should be the ones who should be. The girl held her long sword at her waist, wearing a confident expression. The boy nodded, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Let's not rush to act. We'll find a way to take out a portion of them first, then attack, annihilating them at the least cost. Will they have a guiding pointer? Hard to say. The boy stroked his chin, but logically a convoy with a guiding pointer wouldn't let him take risks. Maybe we'll be lucky and pick up a great bargain. You're really impressive, bro. The girl smiled brightly and praised. Where's the impressive part? Everywhere is impressive. Haha. The two stopped more than 20 meters away from Long Yi and Yi Fan. Long Yi spoke first in a calm tone. Hello, we are extraordinary individuals from the final destination convoy. I am Long Yi and this is Yi Fan. What do you two go by? Hello. The boy forced a smile. We are from the Bright Convoy. I am Chun Hai and this is my sister Chen Shui. What are you planning to do? Are you trying to enter the town? He tried hard to appear nonchalant, but Yi Fan immediately noticed that the guy looked quite haggard, obviously having just gone through some major ordeal. Beside him, Chen Shui wore a face full of vigilance, tightly gripping her long sword. The blade shimmered coldly. She was clearly of the swordsman sequence. This meant that Chun Hai should be the perceiver of the Bright Convoy. Long Yi pretended to be puzzled and asked, Yes, we are preparing to enter the town to look for supplies. What happened to you? You seem to be in trouble. Chun Hai hesitated, seemingly weighing whether to speak. Finally he sighed and said, I advise you not to go in. This town is very sinister. If you want to know more, you'll have to exchange supplies. Unfortunately, our convoy's supplies have run dry. Yi Fan and Long Yi exchanged glances, both reading the seriousness in each other's eyes. It seemed that there were indeed major issues hidden within Camp Iron Town. Exchanging supplies for information was a deal worth considering. Long Yi asked directly, How much supplies do you want? Chun Hai quickly calculated in his mind and replied, Food for 20 people for 3 days plus 200 liters of gasoline. I can give you food for 20 people for 2 days and 100 liters of gasoline at most. Long Yi did not hesitate to haggle. Our supplies are also limited, otherwise we wouldn't risk entering the town. You should understand this logic. Chun Hai and Chun Shui exchanged glances, then looked at Yi Fan's cold, gleaming butcher knife and his unfriendly expression. A conflicted expression crossed Chun Hai's face, and he finally sighed, "Deal." When Xiong Jiangwo brought the supplies over, Long Yi coldly said, "The supplies are here, it's your turn to speak. You'd better not pull any tricks, the consequences are something you cannot bear." Chun Hai arranged for someone to take the supplies away, smiling bitterly, "Follow me." Chun Hai led Yi Fan and the others directly towards the direction of the Bright Caravan. The members of the Bright Caravan hurriedly pulled each other's arms, reminding hurry. Act more convincingly. Shut up. They are coming. Chun Hai guided the three to the front of the caravan, pointing at the road leading directly to the town. In the next moment, Yi Fan and the others stiffened their hairs, standing on end. On both sides of the road, dozens of figures were frozen in place, some holding large bags of supplies, and some even sitting in the driver's seat, all wrapped tightly in a layer of silvery white substance resembling lifelike sculptures. Peering deeper into the street, such sculptures were everywhere, each face frozen in terror and despair, sending chills down one's spine. Long Yi's face was grave as he asked in a deep voice, "What are these things? How long have they been inside to become like this?" Chun Hai's expression showed pain, his voice hoarse. "They have been progressing smoothly after entering, encountering no anomalies or beasts. We still don't know what's going on. From entering the town to becoming sculptures, it's about 2 hours. I suspect it's a matter of time if you go in to search for supplies. Be sure not to exceed 2 hours." Yi Fan listened, glancing thoughtfully at Chun Hai, remaining silent, but secretly laughing coldly. Long Yi frowned tightly. "So we only have a maximum of 2 hours. Logically, 2 hours should be enough to search for supplies. Why don't you plan to go in again?" Chun Hai looked despondently at the sculptures, his tone dejected. "Initially our supplies were insufficient, but now dividing the supplies of these corpses would be enough for over 20 people to last several days. Our people have already lost the courage to go back in." Yi Fan and the others turned to look at the Bright Caravan, and sure enough, only about 20 people remained, each with a dazed expression, as if they were frightened out of their wits. At that moment, Yi Fan suddenly spoke, his gaze falling on the long sword at Chun Shui's waist, revealing a combative expression. "Isn't that the Swordsman series? Your sword looks really cool. Can I take a look? And from the Blade series, perhaps we could exchange some insights," he said, pretending to be curious as he took a step forward. Chun Shui instinctively took half a step back, her face filled with disgust, coldly huffing, "Get away. Don't touch me." Yi Fan immediately put on a dissatisfied expression, muttering, "Humph. What's so impressive about that?" After saying this, he turned and walked away. Long Yi quickly mediated, smiling at Chun Shui. "Don't take it to heart. He's just like that, a bit aggressive, but not malicious. Your intelligence is crucial, thank you. We'll head back to prepare. All right, be careful. Let's go." Long Yi quickly caught up with Yi Fan and lowered his voice anxiously, asking, "Brother Yi, what did you discover? I know this guy too well. He's not really aggressive. That behavior earlier was clearly intentional." "They are lying." Yi Fan snorted coldly, his tone filled with anger. "If you stay in the camp for over an hour, you'll become a sculpture. They want to lead us to our doom. If it weren't for the intelligence system, we would have been completely sold out this time." At that moment, the intelligence system's status in his heart skyrocketed. It was like his own father, second only to the reader's adoptive father. Xiong Jiangwo was shocked, his eyes nearly popping out. "Huh? How did you know?" "I didn't notice anything at all." Long Yi closed his eyes, carefully recalling the details from earlier. He only felt something was off, but couldn't grasp the key, hurriedly asking, "Brother Yi, how can you be sure it's an hour limit? Don't ask so many questions. The information is definitely reliable." Yi Fan couldn't explain the intelligence system, shifting the topic to Long Yi. "That Chun Hai, is he a perceiver like you?" Long Yi gazed deeply at Yi Fan, realizing this guy had a big secret. But since Yi Fan didn't want to speak, he had no way to press further. This was a lesson for him. He had nearly lost his basic judgment, intimidated by the tragic state of the Bright Caravan. Luckily, Yi Fan reminded him, or the End Caravan would have suffered heavy casualties this time. Exactly, perceivers can sense each other, it can't be wrong. Long Yi nodded, instantly guessing Yi Fan's thoughts, hesitantly asking, "So you're thinking of killing them? Otherwise, why keep them alive?" Yi Fan took out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and took a deep drag. "What do you think they want to trick us for?" "Don't tell me it's because they misremembered the time. They just want to steal our supplies. They're too scared to enter the town, so they think of ways to lead us to our doom and reap the benefits. Also, don't forget the guiding pointer. In this camp, Iron Town, you all know how important this thing is. If it were me, without the guiding pointer, I'd rather mistakenly kill than let any other caravan leave alive." Long Yi didn't say anything, snatching the cigarette from Yi Fan's hand, tossing one to Xiong Jiangwo, and lighting one for himself. He exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression turning somber. "Brother Jiangwo, this time, you must not show mercy." Xiong Jiangwo's hand holding the cigarette trembled suddenly, but he didn't speak. Yi Fan saw his hesitance and immediately became dissatisfied. "You big fool. Think about it. If we die in the town, will the Bright Caravan attack our people, and can your wife and daughter survive? They also have a swordsman series. Can Long Yi handle that alone? Even if they don't act, if you die, will your wife and daughter be better off? Do you think Long Yi, that old fox, will really protect them? Don't be naive. Hey, I'm still here. Long Yi complained loudly. But Yi Fan ignored him, his gaze fixed intently on Xiong Jiangwo. Xiong Jiangwo remained silent for a while, finally, sighing helplessly. I'll deal with that, swordsman. You guys handle the ordinary people. That's all I can do. That's more like it. Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction. Long Yi immediately warned Brother Jiangwo, you must keep a close eye on that Qin Shui. Don't let her act out of desperation and start killing people in our care. Rest assured I'll keep a close watch on her. Alright, wait for me a moment. Long Yi finished speaking and quickly turned back to his vehicle. 2 minutes later, Long Yi's slightly fatigued voice came over. Get in the car. Yi Fan and Xiong Jiangwo climbed into the vehicle and immediately saw a strangely shaped full-length mirror standing in front of Long Yi. The mirror was actually half kneeling on the ground, its top bending down at an angle of several dozen degrees, exuding an inexplicable eeriness, yet somewhat familiar. As the two got into the car, the mirror seemed to sense the outsiders, quickly shrinking down to become an ordinary round mirror, just 20 centimeters in size. Long Yi's face was somewhat pale as he explained, this is Forbidden Object 05127, the vanity mirror of the Witch of Desire. It can help us spy on nearby scenes. Let's first investigate the bright caravan situation to avoid falling into a trap. Yi Fan's eyes lit up. Wow, this is another good item. Originally reflecting Long Yi, the mirror suddenly blurred, and the next second the perspective shifted to a view from above. They first saw several familiar vehicles. Yi Fan with sharp eyes instantly recognized his 2 large trucks. Soon the mirror's image moved towards the bright caravan, eventually stopping at a white minivan. Seeing 2 familiar faces in the vehicle, the expressions of the 3 instantly turned strange. A man was seen with his left arm around a woman's shoulder, his face full of enjoyment. The woman nestled in his arms spoke with a worried expression. Do you think the people from the end caravan will fall for it? Hearing this voice, the 3 people in front of the mirror exchanged glances, their faces filled with disbelief. Goodness, this is too exciting, isn't it? Aren't they siblings? Yi Fan elbowed Long Yi, raising an eyebrow and giving him a curious look. Long Yi shot him a fierce glare, signaling him to focus on the show and not cause trouble. Yet Yi Fan could clearly see that Long Yi's eyes held the same curiosity as his own, pretending to be indifferent when he was clearly engrossed. He turned his head again to look at Xiong Jiangwo, just about to make a sarcastic remark when new voices emerged from the mirror. With a convoy of over 100 people, the supplies have long run out. Are they just going to wait to starve? Don't worry, they'll definitely go. The man's voice was filled with certainty. It would be best if all their extraordinary people went in. At that time we can pretend to bid farewell and take the opportunity to raid their camp, stealing all the supplies. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed. Didn't your forbidden item detect 3 extraordinary individuals among them? At that time we can pretend to bid farewell and take the opportunity to raid their camp, stealing all the supplies. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed. By then if I take him out first, the convoy won't be able to turn things around. You're so clever, darling. How about we celebrate a bit in advance? How annoying. Just then the mirror flashed violently before returning to normal, and the image completely vanished. Hey, Long Yi, are you okay? Yi Fan said anxiously, slapping his thigh. Why do you always mess up at critical moments? I took my pants off for this. His loud shout caught Uncle Li's attention outside the car. Startled, he paused his actions and glanced into the car with a shocked expression, wanting to hear more. However, after hesitating for a long time, Uncle Li finally sighed and quietly walked away, muttering, "I am getting old, can't keep up with the pace of the young ones, they really know how to have fun." Inside the car, Long Yi looked at Yi Fan's unfulfilled expression, gritting his teeth in frustration. He wanted to see the follow-up too. This broken mirror wasn't something he could control. Stop complaining. Long Yi scolded harshly, this thing is out of my control. With everything happening they want to kill us, and you still have the mind to care about this. Focus on the important matters. Yi Fan pouted, thinking to himself, can watching others cause trouble be the same as causing trouble myself? A bunch of pretentious. Xiong Jiangwo, however, was filled with anger, clenching his fists and growling. How can they be so malicious? They really want to kill us. Why don't we take advantage of their distraction and kill them directly? Long Yi's eyes lit up as he mischievously suggested. Yi Fan suddenly brightened, leaning closer to the two and whispering out a plan. After hearing the plan, Long Yi couldn't help but curse, damn. You're such a crafty bastard. This trick is too vicious. Yi Fan grinned slyly. I once saw a fishmonger who became a gangster after reading The Art of War. I was curious and flipped through it a few times, now it's come in handy. Alright, you win. Haha, brother Yi, this plan is brilliant. It will definitely catch them off guard. Xiong Jiangwo couldn't help but applaud in admiration. Not long after, 3 vans slowly drove out from the end of the convoy's camp, heading straight toward the direction of the Guangming convoy. Seeing this scene, the people of the Guangming convoy panicked, shouting urgently, Captain Chun! Captain Chun! 3 vans are coming from the opposing convoy. We don't know what they are here for. Hurry out and take a look. Chen Hai and Qin Shui received the news and quickly crawled out of their tents. Both looked a bit fatigued, especially Chen Hai, who walked with a slightly unsteady gait. Yi Fan could tell at a glance that it had only been about 5 minutes since then, not to mention he heard the commotion earlier. There had even been a prelude. At this moment, the 3 vans had already reached the edge of the camp. Long Yi and the others got out of the vehicles with Long Yi wearing a big smile, warmly saying, "We discussed it on our way back, and your information is truly crucial. Without your reminder, we might have lost our lives this time in the town." The weak-looking Chun Hai was somewhat bewildered and could only wave his hands perfunctorily. "Haha, it's nothing. Didn't you all also give us supplies? In the apocalypse, helping each other is what we should do." "Helping each other? Of course." Long Yi quickly interrupted him, speaking in a hearty tone. "To be honest, our convoy recently hunted down an exotic beast. The meat may not taste great, but it will definitely fill you up. The 3 of us decided to give you half. Don't be polite." As soon as these words came out, Chun Hai and Shin Shui were stunned, instinctively looking at the 3 vans with faces full of suspicion. Were these people not? Yi Fan was too lazy to waste words with them, directly instructing the driver to reverse. The backs of the 3 vans lined up neatly towards the Guangming convoy. Immediately, the rear doors of the vans swung open with a loud crash, revealing neatly stacked exotic beast meat instantly exposed to everyone's gaze. The people of the Guangming convoy erupted in excitement, exclaiming in unison, "Heavens! It's all meat. Is this meant to be shared with us? Aren't they too generous? Should we really take action against them? Are you an idiot? If they are willing to give away so much meat, it means there's even more in their convoy." "Exactly. You fool. Don't you want to eat meat every meal?" "Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful not to let them hear you." Long Yi looked at their drooling expressions and laughed heartily. "Chen Hai, my brother, don't be stunned. Quickly arrange for people to come over and move the meat. Brother will definitely not treat you poorly. Right?" Yi Fan echoed, nudging Xiong Jiangwo with his elbow, signaling him to speak up quickly. "After all, this meat will spoil if left for too long. Sharing it with you is no issue. In this world, what matters is loyalty. Once we enter the town, we can definitely find more supplies, right, big guy?" Xiong Jiangwo suddenly came to his senses, the earlier reminder from Yi Fan flashing through his mind. "Uncle, when the time comes, you need to act a bit simple-minded. Just say, 'We can't finish eating.' Don't be polite, take it, and eat, got it?" Xiong Jiangwo suddenly came to his senses, the earlier reminder from Yi Fan flashing through his mind. "Uncle, when the time comes, you need to act a bit simple-minded. Just say, 'We can't finish eating.'" Xiong Jiangwo was so furious he nearly blew his top. "Can you stop using my family to threaten me? I'm doing this for your own good." Yi Fan retorted without reservation. "If you don't toughen up, something will happen to your family sooner or later. Don't be a dog-biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a good person's heart." Xiong Jiangwo was speechless and finally sighed helplessly, saying, "I got it, I will cooperate." Yi Fan elbowed him again, interrupting his thoughts. Xiong Jiangwo immediately composed himself, putting on a simple and honest demeanor, speaking with a slight shyness. Yes, we just can't finish eating. You don't be polite, take it, and eat." Chen Hai and Chun Shui looked at Xiong Jiangwo's appearance, and their hearts immediately felt amused. This was clearly someone who was unwilling but had to force himself to put on a brave front. Only such straightforward people would be fooled by Long Yi and Yi Fan into doing such foolish things. Their wariness immediately dissipated by more than half secretly laughing at these people selling themselves while counting money, and hurriedly called their subordinates. "Quick! What are you all dawdling for? Hurry over to move the meat. Don't keep them waiting." Afraid that Yi Fan and the others would suddenly change their minds, the people of the Guangming convoy rushed forward. Long Yi, on the other hand, smiled broadly, putting his arm around Chun Hai's shoulders and leaned closer to his ear, slyly saying, "Chun Hai, my brother, come, I have something good for you. There's an old pervert in my convoy who has a ton of good stuff saved on his phone. I specially got a copy for you, you know what I mean." As he spoke, he intentionally pulled Chun Hai away. Chun Hai's eyes instantly brightened at these words. This was truly a good thing. In the future, when he and Shin Shui were working, they could watch and learn at the same time. How enjoyable would that be? He felt overjoyed and eagerly followed Long Yi without a hint of resistance. Shin Shui suspiciously glanced at the backs of the two. Seeing Chun Hai and Long Yi chatting and laughing, looking quite amicable, her wariness completely dissipated. When they reached a secluded spot, Long Yi glanced around furtively, then slowly unzipped his jacket. Under Chun Hai's expectant gaze, he slowly took out an item from inside. Chun Hai was stunned when he saw the strange object that Long Yi pulled out, which was a grotesque flesh-and-blood handgun. Without waiting for him to react, Long Yi aimed at his chest and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The gunshot exploded suddenly, and the change came too abruptly. Chun Shui's expression changed drastically as she instinctively turned her head to look in the direction of the gunfire. In that momentary lapse, Xiong Jiangwo let out a low growl, his muscles bulging, instantly transforming into a towering gray bear over 2 meters tall. His enormous paw like a fan rushed towards Chun Shui's right hand with a fierce wind. Clang! The long sword was swatted away by the giant paw, embedding itself in the ground with a buzzing sound. Chun Shui's body lost balance, instantly staggering backward. In the next moment, a blinding red light swept across her vision. She lowered her head in confusion and saw her body slowly collapsing, hot blood gushing from her neck. Is that my body? This was her last sentence left in the world. Chen Hai shot and falling to the ground did not lose consciousness immediately. He watched helplessly as Chun Shui's head rolled to the ground, filled with unwillingness and disbelief, his throat emitting raspy sounds as he struggled to speak. Why? Long Yi snorted coldly, looking down at him from a height, his tone, I see you wanted to kill us, and yet you ask why we want to kill you. Chun Hai's eyes widened in terror and confusion. How did they know? But Long Yi didn't give him a chance to waste words, decisively firing 3 more shots. Bang. 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 These shots completely severed Chun Hai's lifeline. Meanwhile, the Guangming convoy members who had come running excitedly to gather meat were all frozen in place at this shocking scene. What the hell is happening? It's over. Run. Before they could turn around, the neatly stacked meat piles in front of them suddenly collapsed. They were not exotic beast meats, but cardboard boxes covered with a thin layer of meat skin. At the moment the meat piles collapsed, burly men wielding knives and steel pipes rushed out from behind the boxes, their roars deafening. Kill. Don't let a single one escape. The sounds of screams, pleas for mercy, and fighting mixed together, echoing throughout the entire camp. 20 minutes later the camp fell silent once more. The members of the endpoint convoy had cleaned up the battlefield, and the supplies of the Guangming convoy were completely cleared out. Even the gasoline in their vehicles was siphoned clean by a clever individual, with a few people driving the enemy's vehicles back to the camp. Long Yi turned a blind eye to this. It was their just reward. Once they were done, Long Yi took the flesh and blood handgun and began devouring the corpses on the ground one by one. Yi Fan sat atop a Cadillac, crossing his legs, enviously watching him, filled with anticipation for the forbidden items of the Ying Tai town. What exactly are their functions? Are they ranked higher or lower than the flesh and blood handgun? Soon the 3 of them gathered again, and before them lay 2 items, a gleaming long sword and a pair of seemingly ordinary black-framed glass. Long Yi picked up the long sword, weighing it in his hands, and smiled, saying, this time we struck it rich. Although this sword is not a forbidden item, the material is quite good and very sharp. Who wants it? Yi Fan pouted. He still preferred his cleaver. Xiong Zhengwo also waved his hands, repeatedly stating that for his gray bear sequence the best weapon was his own claws. Seeing that neither of them was interested, Long Yi put the sword away first. He then picked up the glasses, pointing at the tiny patterns on them, introducing forbidden item 07128 perception glasses. They can sense extraordinary energy fluctuations within a 300-meter range, but the function is very limited. They can only determine if someone is extraordinary, not detect their exact strength. The side effect is that the more you use them, the worse your vision will get, eventually leading to complete blindness. I think it's more suitable for me to keep this. You have no objections, right? Naturally, Yi Fan and Xiong Zhengwo had no objections. These glasses were of higher value for Long Yi, who belonged to the perception sequence. Before Yi Fan could complain about him acquiring yet another forbidden item, Long Yi took the initiative to say, to compensate you both, Yi Fan, I'll give you 100 gene of exotic beast meat. Brother Zhengwo, I'll get you some canned food and compressed biscuits, more than enough. Haha, no problem. Yi Fan grinned proudly, stating, your meat is gone. Get lost. Long Yi laughed and scolded him, while Xiong Zhengwo also happily accepted. On the other side of the camp, the ordinary people from the endpoint convoy were all in high spirits. Long Yi distributed some supplies, and everyone received a meal's worth of food. Those who had rushed forward to fight even received enough rations for 5 days. Everyone gathered together to discuss. Some praised Yi Fan's swift execution of a headshot, some marveled at the cleverness of the plan, and others were indignant about the Guangming convoy's malice. Gu Yin blended into the crowd, sipping from 2 large bottles of 8 treasure porridge. In the past she avoided sweets to maintain her figure, but now the warm sweet porridge made her feel incredibly comfortable. After a day of fleeing, she understood the need to rely on the strong in this apocalypse. So when Yi Fan called for people to clean up the battlefield, she was the first to sign up. At this moment she saw Yi Fan walking towards the truck, took a deep breath, gathered her courage, stood up, and tightly grasped the bottle, shouting, Yi Fan, wait a moment. Yi Fan paused in confusion and turned around once again, seeing Gu Yan's voluptuous curves, and her flushed face. The fire ignited by the image in the mirror surged again, and a certain part of his body responded honestly. Gu Yan felt his scorching gaze, and turned even redder, her voice barely a whisper. Thank you for the opportunity you just gave me. This 8 treasure porridge is for you. I know you need to eat. Remembering the bold words she had spoken before, her heart raced anxiously, yet joyfully, awaiting Yi Fan's response. As long as he spoke, she would agree without hesitation. However, all she heard was a low, deep breath. Yi Fan forcibly suppressed the wicked thoughts in his heart, did not take the 8 treasure porridge from her hand, and simply said, you should keep it. If I need anything, I will find you. Stay alive, and I won't take useless people. Just before entering Ying Tai town, where dangers lurked everywhere, he had no time for romantic entanglements, nor would he allow useless people into his team. Even if he were to take in this woman, she would merely be a tool. After saying that, Yi Fan did not linger and turned to walk towards his truck. Gu Yan stood there in shock, clutching the 8-treasure porridge, her heart filled with disappointment and frustration. However, her strong will quickly tightened her fist, shouting at Yi Fan's back, "I will prove it to you. You wait." "Haha, okay, I will wait." Yi Fan's voice echoed from afar. Nearby, Zhang Ziwei and the others immediately gathered around Gu Yan with excitement, saying, "Sister Gu Yan, you are so brave." Yeah. I saw the way he looked at you. It was like he wanted to breathe fire. I even saw him react down there. It seems quite impressive." Listening to their chatter, Gu Yan's disappointment dissipated significantly. She couldn't help but glance in the direction of the truck, muttering to herself, "Stupid man, clearly wants it, but won't say it. If you just spoke, I would agree to you." This scene caught the eyes of many men around, and those who had been eyeing Gu Yan suddenly dismissed their intentions. Who would dare to provoke someone Yi Fan has his eyes on? If she became Yi Fan's woman with his ruthless nature, their heads would surely roll. Quickly, this matter spread throughout the entire convoy. When the fat man heard about it, he specifically ran to check on Gu Yan, and upon seeing her alluring-shaped figure, he instantly understood, slapping his thigh and laughing. "What's with Fanzi being so reserved? Such a hot chick, let daddy help you out." The chubby man immediately called for old Zhao, and the two of them, one carrying a box of beef cans, and the other wielding a cleaver, hurried over. The chubby man walked straight up to Gu Yan, wearing a satisfied smile reminiscent of a father looking at his daughter-in-law, and deliberately shouted, "Gu Yan, this is your supply, take it. Don't starve yourself," he said, shoving the cleaver into Gu Yan's hand, then glancing fiercely around, especially at a few local ruffians, "And take this knife, so that some blind fools won't dare to have ideas about my brother Fan's woman." The moment this was said, the few ruffians instantly cowered, hurriedly patting their chests to assure, "Don't worry, brother Fat. Whoever dares to seek death, Li Si will be the first to disagree. They'll take him out." "Exactly. Who dares to touch brother Fan's people? They'll be the first to cripple him. We're all watching. Absolutely no one will dare to be blind." The chubby man nodded in satisfaction and had someone move Gu Yan's car to the side of their camp for easier care. After this series of actions, everyone in the convoy fell silent. It was obvious to anyone with eyes that this woman could transform from a wild chicken to a phoenix with just a nod from Yi Fan, soaring to the envious, jealous. More than half of the women in the convoy turned red, and many secretly began to ponder how to get close to Yi Fan. There were also those self-aware enough to know they couldn't compare to Gu Yan, this delicate flower, and simply set their sights on Xiong Jiangwo and Long Yi. In just one night, the three extraordinary individuals of the terminal convoy became the most sought-after targets in the eyes of all the women, along with their core members becoming the hunting targets of the women. Women's intuition is always sharp. Xiong Jiangwo's wife Chen Yi and Zhao Tianhai's wife Lu Ying almost simultaneously sensed the hostile gazes coming from all directions. A warning bell went off in their hearts, and they instinctively moved closer to their men. Zhang Ziwei and 3 other female college students went from being excited by the gossip to noticing the strange atmosphere around them, and then to watching helplessly as Gu Yan carried away a box of beef cans and was arranged next to Yi Fan. They stared blankly for a long time before reacting. Wasn't Gu Yan, who had to tread carefully to survive, like them, suddenly soaring to new heights? What right did she have to do that? The flames of jealousy surged wildly in the hearts of the 3 girls, yet they dared not act. The less they dared, the stronger their jealousy became. They wanted to eat beef cans too. And the instigator of all this, Yi Fan, had no idea about what was happening behind him. He returned to his car, continuing to munch on the exotic beast meat, while also instructing Lu Ying to cook more as he needed to restore his condition to the best. An hour later, a well-fed Yi Fan was called over by Long Yi. Upon meeting, Long Yi stared at him with an expression akin to that of an old lecher leaving Yi. Without waiting for him to ask, Long Yi instructed him and Xiong Jiangwo to wait at the car door. 2 minutes later, a tired voice came from inside the car. "Get in." They had already agreed that once they rested enough, they would use the forbidden object, the witch's vanity mirror, to explore the situation inside the iron camp. After all, with only an hour of activity time, the one-way trip would take at most 30 minutes. They had to plan the route in advance to maximize their benefits. Soon the mirror lit up again, showing the scene of the convoy. Under Long Yi's control, the perspective quickly moved deep into the iron camp. The next moment, all 3 let out a gasp. They saw the streets of the town filled with dense silver-white sculptures, so numerous they were beyond counting, stretching as far as the eye could see. Fortunately, these sculptures were completely motionless. If they could run, that would truly be terrifying. The perspective swiftly swept over the street and stopped in front of a supermarket. Fortunately, the goods inside the supermarket were intact and had not turned into bizarre sculptures like those people. Next, Long Yi directed the view toward the nearest gas station, confirming that it was normal like the supermarket, and they could see through the gas tank that it was stocked with sufficient gasoline. Just when Long Yi intended to direct the view to check other stores, the mirror suddenly blurred, then returned to the appearance of an ordinary mirror. Yi Fan and Xiong Jiangwo turned to look at Long Yi in unison, their expressions clearly asking what happened. Did it malfunction again? Long Yi awkwardly scratched his nose. The energy is insufficient. Yi Fan understood immediately forbidden objects had side effects, and this so-called insufficient energy was certainly one of them. He curiously pressed what exactly is the energy of this mirror. Long Yi stammered, looking as if he found it hard to speak. Yi Fan stared at him for a long time. This guy seemed energetic before getting in the car, yet became lifeless after 2 minutes. Coupled with the strange shape of the mirror earlier, he suddenly realized, his face filled with shock. No way. The energy of this broken mirror isn't meant to feed, that is it. Long Yi, seeing he couldn't hide it any longer, bitterly smiled and nodded, glaring fiercely at Yi Fan, his eyes clearly warning, if you dare to say it'll kill you. Xiong Jiangwo beside him looked completely perplexed. Feed what? Long Yi darkened his face and remained silent. Yi Fan suppressed a laugh, stubbornly refusing to speak. Laughter aside, the serious matter still needed to be addressed. Long Yi cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, the situation has been clarified. First, the time spent in the town must not exceed 1 hour, or one will turn into a sculpture. Second, along the street in front of us there is at least one supermarket with ample supplies and one gas station with enough gasoline. These 2 points of resources are sufficient for our convoy. There's no need to waste time going to other places. Next, I will have Uncle Lee arrange personnel, and you should also prepare. Remember, just to be safe, the time for gathering supplies in the supermarket is only 20 minutes and the gas station only 15 minutes. Once the time is up, we must head back. Don't cut it too close. Xiong Jiangwo frowned. Isn't 15 minutes too rushed? With so many of us, it will definitely turn into chaos. Long Yi pondered for a moment. Wait, I'll have Uncle Lee find a way to manage it uniformly and divide the work. Otherwise, it will definitely get messy, especially at the gas station. There are only 2 gas pumps, and if not properly planned, 15 minutes won't fill much. Fine, it's settled then. Yi Fan suddenly spoke up. Wait. Team Leader Long, could you please check the situation at the town center square again? Long Yi looked puzzled. With time so tight, what are you going to that broken square for? I dropped something there and need to go retrieve it. Yi Fan lied without flushing or missing a beat. Long Yi's mouth twitched violently. The Iron Camp was in the Western Plateau. How could someone from a coastal city lose something thousands of kilometers away? This lie was so poorly disguised that he couldn't even be bothered to cover it up. Who would believe it? Long Yi refused without a second thought. Impossible. 10 kilograms of cured meat. Impossible. Plus a box of milk to help you replenish your body. Impossible. 3 cans of goji berries. For a moment, Yi Fan didn't know whether they were lucky or unfortunate. The lucky ones felt no pain or despair. The unfortunate ones had not even a glimmer of hope to struggle. Brother Jiangwo, you go back to prepare first. Yi Fan, you wait for 5 minutes. Yi Fan gave Long Yi a half smile. This guy looked under 40, yet seemed so, but he wouldn't say anything after all the side effects weren't falling on him. Besides, who knows, maybe Long Yi, this freak, actually enjoyed it. 5 minutes later, a weak voice came from the car. Come up. Yi Fan climbed into the car carrying a large bag of supplies, looking just like he was visiting a friend who had just been discharged from the hospital. Long Yi watched him like that, his mouth twitching. He really felt like this rascal had him firmly in his grasp. Complaining aside, time was tight, and he dared not delay. The mirror lit up again, the perspective swiftly sweeping past building after building, finally stopping in front of a huge square. But no matter how Long Yi controlled it, the vanity mirror stubbornly refused to move forward another step. In the scene where the mirror froze, both of their breaths instantly halted. In the sky above the square there lurked an enormous, bizarre, silver creature. A long, thin object as slender as a finger was piercing firmly into the central pool of the square. The image froze at this position for a full 2 seconds. Besides the ripples on the water surface swaying with the wind, everything else was motionless, exuding a chilling eeriness. What made the 3 scalps tingle even more was that even through the mirror they could feel the terrifying pressure emanating from that finger, as if the air itself had frozen. Long Yi's expression instantly became extremely serious as he stared intently at Yi Fan. Are you sure you want to go there? What exactly is there? Are you sure you can survive under that eerie pursuit? I tell you, I absolutely will not lead the convoy to accompany you to your death. Think it through. Yi Fan helplessly said, I have no choice. He paused and added, moreover, according to the information I received, that thing has already been sealed and cannot move. Don't worry, I won't joke with my own life, and my life is more precious than anyone else's. All right. Long Yi stared at him, his tone icy. If the situation goes awry, I will lead the convoy to retreat to the northwest immediately and will not wait for you. No problem. Yi Fan nodded. This time I will go in myself, and the fatty and Lao Zhao will stay with the convoy. Rest assured I will keep an eye on them for you. Very well then, I will go prepare. We act in 30 minutes. Understood. Yi Fan turned and left quickly, calling the fatty and Lao Zhao together, and said in a solemn tone, the supplies on our vehicle are enough to last until the next stop. Next, you 2 don't need to enter the town. Fatty, give me your Hummer, fill it up with fuel, and put in more food, especially meat. Remember, if I don't come out in time and Long Yi leaves, you must follow immediately. He will protect you for a while, and I will catch up as soon as possible. Of course, if I don't have any news for a long time, you both know that you can't hold on to the supplies from the 2 trucks by yourselves. Hand over more than half, just leave enough for you to eat. The fatty got anxious, raising his voice. No, at least let me go with you. I can drive for you. Yi Fan shook his head, his tone leaving no room for argument. Two trucks cannot rely on Lao Zhao alone. You must stay and guard these supplies for me. But you've said the supplies are enough, why take this risk? The fatty looked confused, anxiously stamping his feet. I must go. Yi Fan's eyes were resolute. There are things there that can enhance my strength. He knew clearly that the sequence crystal capable of opening the second sequence was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity he could not miss. Meanwhile, Gu Yin tightly gripped the machete given by the fatty, gritting her teeth as she walked straight towards Uncle Li. Uncle Li was busy compiling the list of those exploring the town. When he saw Gu Yin approach, he was momentarily stunned. Miss Gu, you want to go too? Although Captain Long has clarified the situation in the town, no one can guarantee that there aren't hidden dangers. I'm going. Gu Yan's voice carried a sense of resilience. She was indeed scared. Having escaped from the city yesterday, she witnessed countless people torn apart by the anomalies that fear etched deep in her bones. But she also understood that in the apocalypse, to survive, one had to prove their worth. She wanted that scummy man to know that she wasn't just a vase relying on others. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the people around her changed instantly. Previously, they thought the woman had climbed up to Yi Fan through her body, but now it seemed she was no ordinary woman. Soon the appointed time arrived. Yi Fan's Hummer was at the forefront, followed closely by a total of 27 vehicles. Uncle Li had relayed the gathered information to everyone without missing a word. Most people in the convoy were either short of food or fuel, and many were lacking both. They had no choice. If they wanted to continue following the convoy and survive, they had to take the risk to enter the town. Uncle Li reiterated the rules. The supplies collected must be submitted at 30%. The remaining 70% will be evenly distributed among all those entering the town. Anyone caught cheating or dragging their feet will have their supplies confiscated, and the worst will face execution. After fleeing for so long, the survivors understood that leaving the protection of the extraordinary was a road to death. No one dared to voice any dissent. This exploration was to be conducted in two teams. Xiong Jiangwo would lead the main force to search for supplies at the supermarket and gas station. Yi Fan would go alone to the town's central square. Although the people in the convoy found this action inexplicable, no one dared to speak up. In the crowd, only Gu Yin was looking towards Yi Fan's direction, her face full of worry. Yi Fan stood at the front of the convoy, sensing that peculiar gaze, and turned to look. Their eyes met, and seeing the worry written in Gu Yan's eyes, Yi Fan felt a warmth in his heart, smiling at her, and signaling with a gesture to not worry. Long Yi stepped in front of everyone and shouted, "Everyone remember, you must return within 30 minutes. Time is tight." Uncle Li has emphasized this repeatedly. I don't want anyone to lose their life inside because of greed. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone responded in unison, their voices laced with unmistakable tension. Yi Fan's cigarette in mouth gazed seriously at the road ahead. Just now, when Long Yi was examining with the mirror, he had paid special attention to the road conditions. Although there were many cars parked haphazardly on the road, it was still a straight main road. As long as he was careful with the speed of the Hummer, he estimated he could reach the square in just over 20 minutes. The rest depended on luck. He just hoped he wouldn't encounter any anomalies or strange beasts on the way. As for the customized information for today, he had refrained from using it. It was kept as a trump card for emergencies. Everything was ready. With a command from Long Yi, the convoy set off towards Yingtai town. Yi Fan pressed the gas pedal hard with his right foot, gripping the steering wheel tightly. The Hummer shot out like an arrow, quickly pulling away from the main force, racing straight towards the town center. The fatty stood by the roadside, watching the Hummer's receding figure, his fists clenched tightly, filled with a sense of helplessness. He felt too weak, unable to even help Fanzi. Lao Zhao and his family also stared intently in that direction, their hearts in their throats. They knew that once Yi Fan encountered trouble, their good days would be over. Lu Ying anxiously clutched Lao Zhao's arm, her voice trembling. Lao Zhao, do you think Yi Fan will be all right? He will definitely be fine. Lao Zhao's tone was resolute, yet he felt uncertain inside. The fear brought by those anomalies was too deep. He truly feared Yi Fan would encounter an anomaly attack in the town. That would be troublesome. I hope everything goes smoothly. Yingtai town's economy seems undeveloped. As Yi Fan drove through, he saw no tall buildings, the tallest ones only a dozen stories high. Fortunately, the lanes on both sides of the road were quite spacious, giving a sense that this town was once prosperous, but later fell into decline. Considering the name Yingtai town, Yi Fan speculated that it should be a resource-based town, perhaps once hosting a large iron mine. After the mine was exhausted, the young people likely left, leaving mostly the elderly behind. When the apocalypse struck, the elderly probably didn't have time to react, so he didn't see many accident scenes on the road to the town center. Yi Fan was secretly relieved, thinking that perhaps the young people here had successfully escaped, but the next moment the scene before him made all the hair on his body stand on end. The Hummer sped past the entrance of a residential area, and Yi Fan saw countless terrified faces rushing out of the complex with bags in hand. Some were frantically opening car doors, some were running desperately, and some were bending down to pick up dropped luggage. But all their actions froze at that moment. It was the same kind of statue-like people he had seen before. It turned out they hadn't escaped. Rather, at the moment the apocalypse struck, they all turned into these eerie. So were all those statues he saw through the mirror originally residents of the town? A chill shot up from his feet to the top of his head, and Yi Fan's heart raced. The people of this town were too unfortunate. He was immensely grateful to have escaped from Huaqing safely. It turned out that the people here had no hope of survival at all. Was all of this caused by that level 5 anomaly? Yi Fan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white. Facing such terrifying power, did humanity truly have any hope of survival? The closer the Hummer got to the town's center, the more statue-like people appeared on the road, and the denser the crowd became. Each frozen face, filled with terror, made Yi Fan's heart feel a mix of emotions. No matter what, he must survive until the end. He still couldn't understand what these statue-like people really were. Even when there were statue people blocking the road, he didn't dare to recklessly crash into them, only able to carry. Yi Fan tried to maintain high speed, constantly dodging the haphazardly parked vehicles and the rigid statue-like people on the town's roads. 22 minutes later, the Hummer came to a steady stop in front of the town center square. Yi Fan took a deep breath, gripping the pig-slaughtering knife at his waist, and pushed the car door open to get out. He found that the closer he got to the town center, the more natural the expressions of these statue-like people became, their faces devoid of any fear, as if they hadn't even realized the apocalypse had arrived before being instantly frozen into statues. For a moment, Yi Fan didn't know whether they were lucky or unfortunate. The lucky ones felt no pain or despair. The unfortunate ones had not even a glimmer of hope to struggle for survival. Yi Fan looked up, a massive shadow looming overhead. The legendary level 5 anomaly was sealed right there, and the sequence crystal he was looking for was surely beneath it. Yi Fan dared not delay, rushing towards the central pool of the square. He just didn't know why, but ever since he got out of the car, he felt uneasy, as if something was lurking in the shadows watching him. He just didn't know why, but ever since he got out of the car, he felt uneasy, as if something was lurking in the shadows watching him intently. This feeling was as if those sculptures were all watching him, as though they possessed their own consciousness, making Yi Fan extremely uncomfortable. He did not want to waste a single second. With all his might and running, in just 3 minutes, he had arrived at the center of the pool, directly beneath the shadow. Yi Fan quickly spotted the sequence crystal emanating a soft glow, a mysterious sense calling out to him. Time remaining 35 minutes. Yi Fan anxiously swallowed, not daring to pause for a moment, and rushed forward. Just as his left hand was about to touch the sequence crystal, his brain suddenly trembled, a terrifying pressure swept over him. He could feel an unmistakable sense of threat, as if any further extension of his hand would lead to horrific consequences. Yi Fan knew that this must be the pressure emitted by the sealed level 5 strange iron creature above him. Wasn't this creature sealed? It could still cause trouble, how infuriating. But as the saying goes, since he was here, he couldn't just give up. If it was sealed, it should stay quiet and not cause chaos. With gritted teeth, he braced himself against the discomfort and stretched out his left hand, grasping the sequence crystal directly. In the next moment, Yi Fan felt an angry roar coming from above, and he quickly turned his head only to see the massive shadow, which had been motionless, showing slight cracks. He thought to himself, this is bad. Could it be that this guy is about to break free from the seal? At that moment, the unmoving sculptures in the town center square began to tremble, and many of them showed cracks. Seeing this, Yi Fan felt a sudden chill run. What are these things trying to do? These humans, influenced by strange forces, will soon return to their original forms and invite Yi Fan home for dinner. These sculptures, though he desperately hoped the correct answer was the despairing sight of over 1,000 sculptures turning their heads in unison, maliciously staring at him, filled him with dread. In an instant, Yi Fan felt goosebumps all over his body. He dared not hesitate, and the blood-chi armor quickly covered his legs as he rushed towards the location of the forbidden item mentioned in the level 5 strange iron creature above must be targeting him. 2 minutes later, he found a spear about a meter long at the foot of a sculpture by the edge of the pool. As he approached, the spear seemed to possess intelligence, vibrating continuously, as if welcoming Yi Fan's arrival. Yi Fan quickly picked it up, and the spear, which had been shaking violently, instantly calmed down. A sense of intimacy transmitted to Yi Fan's mind. Haha, what a good spear. Yi Fan felt the information in his mind, and was instantly filled with joy. In the next moment, 2 long tendrils extended from both ends of the spear, piercing into his right shoulder blade and left rib, and he did not resist. He knew this was the forbidden item, recognizing its master. The 2 tendrils pierced through Yi Fan's back and quickly merged at his chest, slowly transforming into a strap-like shape, securing itself firmly on his back. Enduring the pain, Yi Fan continued to sprint toward the Humvee's location, while carefully sensing the information of this forbidden spear. Meanwhile, the large group, led by Xiong Jiangwo, chose to split into 2 routes to save time. Part of them took all the fuel drums from the convoy to the gas station, while the other part headed to the supermarket identified by Long Yi. Both groups aimed to empty the gas station and the supermarket in the shortest time possible, and they even completed more refined divisions of labor under Uncle Lee's rehearsal. The tragic state of the bright vehicle exploration team had made everyone realize that at this moment every second counted, and only by working together could they maximize their benefits. The largest group headed to the supermarket with a simple division of labor. After getting out of the vehicle, they immediately rushed to push shopping carts at the supermarket entrance. Some men dashed directly toward the grain and oil section, while others rushed toward the drinking water area. This division of labor fully considered the physical differences between men and women, and everyone had specific categories of items to grab. The final distribution of this division of labor fully considered the physical differences between men and women, and everyone had specific categories of items to grab. The final distribution of items would be handled collectively by the convoy, which everyone agreed upon. Those who raised objections were firmly kept in the convoy by Uncle Lee, who absolutely would not allow them to cause trouble. Naturally, they lost their right to receive supplies. When they got out of the vehicle and rushed into the supermarket, even though they had been warned in advance, many were still frightened upon seeing the sculptures up close and dared not move an inch. In the end, a man with a square face shouted angrily, "These things won't move. What are you afraid of? We don't have much time. Hurry up." "Yeah, do you also want to become one of these things?" the people behind began urging. The few people at the front gritted their teeth and forced themselves to charge forward, but once they passed by these sculptures they found that they showed no reaction and their hearts relaxed. One brave woman even reached out to touch one and exclaimed in surprise, "These things seem to be made of iron." "Are you crazy? Don't you value your life?" a man beside her exclaimed, startled by her action. "What are you afraid of? They won't move, you coward," the woman retorted in dissatisfaction. Someone spoke up to advise, all right, everyone should say less and get to work quickly." The man shot a glare at the meddling woman and then ignored her, charging directly towards the rice section. Seeing that no one paid her any attention, the woman kicked the sculpture in front of her in frustration and then hurriedly left. Many around her frowned at this scene, secretly cursing her for being a nuisance. Soon they finished their first haul of supplies, stacking all the shopping carts at the supermarket entrance. Half of the group immediately pushed new shopping carts back into the supermarket, while the other half quickly paired up to stuff the collected supplies into the carts. Under this unified command, as they watched the large amount of supplies being gathered, everyone could not help but feel relieved. Similarly, those at the gas station worked together, filling up gasoline very quickly. Everything was going so smoothly that many were even praising Uncle Lee's planning organization is indeed beneficial. However, just as those people rushed back into the supermarket to load the shopping carts again, everyone felt a sudden heaviness in their hearts, as if something bad was about. The relaxed atmosphere was suddenly shattered, and everyone's movements halted, instantly looking at each other, unsure of what was happening. Several young women shrieked in protest. Upon hearing this, Long Ye's expression darkened. He barked at Uncle Lee, "Go tell those whining fools." No one answered her. Meanwhile, she felt the sounds of objects moving around her suddenly cease. She turned her head in confusion and found herself locking eyes with the cold gaze of a statue. Was that statue just looking my way? In the next moment, she turned to look at the other statues around her and was startled to find that they were all gazing in her direction, cold sweat instantly soaking her back. She trembled as she turned to look at the others, only to discover that the statues surrounding them were also staring at her companions. "What should we do?" Someone whispered, beads of sweat rolling off their forehead continuously, the eerie feeling paralyzing everyone into silence. "What is happening?" Someone was on the verge of tears. "It's not right to leave, but it's also not right to stay. What should we do?" "I don't know either. Let's move slowly and carefully without disturbing these creepy things." "All right, everyone be careful. Guyan, don't push yourself. Let's get out first." "Okay." Guyan's heart raced as she dared not grab anything else, cautiously pushing the shopping cart towards the supermarket exit. She dared not move too loudly, fearing that she might disturb the statues and that they might spring to life at any moment. The others followed suit, quietly pushing their carts towards the exit. Everyone noticed that the statues' gazes were fixated on their movements. I can't take it anymore. Run." Zhang Ziwei and 3 other female students couldn't bear the immense psychological pressure and immediately dropped their shopping carts, sprinting towards the supermarket exit. Seeing this scene, many began to hesitate. Uncle Lee had clearly stated that anyone who carelessly abandoned supplies would lose their allocation qualifications. Bastards, how dare they abandon the supplies? What should we do? These statues are becoming increasingly terrifying. Should we run too? After all, those 3 took the lead. Right, we can put all the blame on them. I can't take it anymore, let's go. They had thought about abandoning the supplies, but were scared of going hungry later. Once someone took that step, everyone began to waver. Compared to losing their lives, what was going hungry? Besides, it wasn't their fault for leading the way. Soon everyone dropped their supplies one after another and ran towards the supermarket entrance. "Guyan, hurry up, it's too terrifying here." "Yes, stop pushing the cart and hurry." Seeing this, Gu Yin bit her lips, stuffed a few chocolate bars into her pocket, grabbed a few more with her hand, and ran towards the supermarket exit. The sound of her high heels was particularly grating at that moment, as she hated those expensive shoes bought for 3,000 yuan. She stomped her foot, and the heel broke off instantly. It seemed that this stomp triggered something. Gu Yin keenly noticed that the statue in front of her left had started to move. The sight terrified her, causing her to drop the chocolate onto the ground. She dared not pick it up and sprinted towards the supermarket entrance with all her might. At that moment, the people at the supermarket entrance also sensed the commotion inside. The nearby statues had turned to look at them. Fortunately, the first batch of supplies had basically been loaded onto the truck, and the driver was already in the driver's seat waiting for the people inside to come out and quickly leave this increasingly eerie place. Soon Zhang Ziwei and the others rushed out first, diving into the vehicle. The driver asked urgently what happened inside. "Where are your supplies?" "Run. Those statues are all staring at us. We didn't dare take the supplies and just ran out." Those statues suddenly became so terrifying. "Hurry, drive." The driver shouted angrily. "So you just threw away the supplies? Bastards. Get ready to face the consequences." He didn't dare to drive without permission, recalling Uncle Li's words clearly. Anyone who acts recklessly without encountering life-threatening danger causing issues with the team's supplies will be severely punished. Don't blame me for being harsh. He glared at the three college students through the rearview mirror, sneering internally. These three girls will be in for trouble. Soon more people rushed out of the supermarket, each carrying some food, unlike Zhang Ziwei and her friends who had come out empty-handed. As Guyan burst out of the supermarket, she shouted, "Hurry, drive. Those monsters are about to come out." Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed, striking the hearts of everyone like hammers. "Hurry, drive." The people watching the statues surrounding the supermarket shouted in fear. In the next moment, everyone saw the statues really starting to move. Without a hint of hesitation, many vehicles slammed on the gas and charged out. Guyan was lucky to make it just in time. As she got into the car, it sped away, and behind her 3 statues were in pursuit. Thud. The sound of heavy objects falling closely pursued, making everyone anxious. Some people hadn't come out of the supermarket yet, but no one dared to wait any longer. No one dared to gamble with their lives. They would rather face punishment from the team than risk losing their lives here. "We can't worry about that now, let's go." "But there are still people inside. Should we wait a bit?" "Wait for what? If we don't leave, no one will be able to escape." Someone saw through the rearview mirror that 1 or 2 survivors had just rushed out, only to be surrounded by a group of statues. The statues initially moved awkwardly, but quickly began to move faster, actually starting to chase after the vehicles. No one dared to show mercy at this moment. "No, help me." Seeing the vehicles driving away, those who had just rushed out realized they had been abandoned, their faces pale, as they screamed, hoping someone would stop to take them along. But not a single vehicle stopped. Listening to the cries coming from behind, the people inside the car turned pale, unable to imagine the consequences of being caught. Meanwhile, at a farther gas station, Xiongjiangwo was busy refueling barrels, while others rushed towards the small supermarket and the warehouse behind the gas station, looking for more barrels. Like the people in the supermarket, they were suddenly overtaken by an ominous premonition. After noticing something was off with the statues, Xiongjiangwo shouted, "Everyone, get in the car and retreat immediately." They were the farthest from the convoy, and Long Yi had specifically reminded them, once something abnormal occurs, don't hesitate and retreat immediately. Hence Xiongjiangwo reacted decisively, ensuring that everyone in the group boarded the vehicle and rushed back towards the convoy. In the central square, Yifan helplessly glanced at the red tent to his left, which clearly read "Entrance to the Camp Irontown National Comic Festival." No wonder there are so many people here. But then he thought, if it weren't for this comic exhibition, this forbidden object might not have appeared here. Forbidden Object 03731, the Cold Radiant Spear. Forbidden Object 03731, the Cold Glint Spear. Introduction. With the determination to charge into the battle, there is no life or death. A glimmer of cold light arrives first, followed by the spear, striking like a dragon. This is a forbidden object elevated by the power of a mysterious sequence crystal possessing 2 forms. The short spear form is 1.3 meters long with a blade length of 0.3 meters, while the long spear form reaches a total length of 3 meters with a blade length of 0.5 meters. This is a combative long spear, and combat may trigger the awakening of more forbidden characteristics. Current characteristic: weightless handling. Moreover, the users will gradually be eroded by the spear's desire for battle until they become a mere puppet of the Cold Glint Spear. However, the owner of the mysterious sequence crystal is not affected. The sharp spearhead emits a chilling glow with 3 arc-shaped blood grooves etched upon it. At the connection between the spearhead and the spear shaft is a sinister dragon-shaped skull from which the spearhead extends, revealing sharp fangs that form the backward hook of the Cold Glint Spear. The spear shaft of the Cold Glint Spear is intertwined with numerous slender tendrils with a diameter of approximately 3 centimeters. The moment Yifan grasped the spear shaft, the tendrils rapidly entwined around him, deeply piercing into his palm. There was no pain at all. Instead, it felt like a natural sensation of unity between man and spear, as if this cold glint spear had always grown from his hand. Yi Fan was extremely satisfied with this spear, especially the characteristic of weightless handling, which weighs only 1 kilogram at its lightest and can reach up to 200 kilograms at its heaviest. If it were to strike down, it could not only crush a person, but even squash a car without difficulty. However, with his current strength, he couldn't even lift the 200-kilogram cold glint spear. To use it flexibly with his current physique, he could only manage about 50 kilograms of spear weight. As for the long spear form, its 3-meter length is nearly twice Yi Fan's height. When fully extended, the spearhead of the cold glint spear rapidly grows an additional 20 centimeters, and the tendrils on the spear shaft continuously extend and expand. The 3-meter-long spear shaft is incredibly flexible, as soft as a willow spear, yet can instantly become taut and resilient at Yi Fan's will. This flexibility, combined with the weightless handling characteristic, enriches Yi Fan's combat style. The more Yi Fan looked, the more satisfied he became. With a flick of his right hand, the cold glint spear automatically retracted behind him. This time the information system truly excelled. Forbidden object No. 03731 is undoubtedly a rare treasure. Long Yi previously mentioned that forbidden objects ranked in the top 4,000 might awaken characteristics. Forbidden objects with characteristics are equivalent to the extraordinary among forbidden objects, a completely different level from those ranked lower than 4,000. Yi Fan deeply felt this now, just comparing the cold glint spear to Long Yi's useless blood meat gun that only devours human flesh, it is 100 times stronger. Even without considering the extraordinary sequence, with just the cold glint spear, he could easily thrash Long Yi and probably deal with the foolish Xiong Jiangwo without much trouble. The only side effect of the cold glint spear is that it consumes stamina at a greater rate. For Yi Fan, who belongs to the Gluttony Sequence, this is hardly a concern. Just as Yi Fan was filled with joy, a sudden sound of creaking metal echoed, as if someone was forcibly twisting an old rusted machine. In the next moment, Yi Fan keenly noticed that the nearby sculptures were moving. His heart sank, and he quickly scanned his surroundings, discovering that all the sculptures that had turned to stare at him were trembling violently, with iron shavings constantly falling from their bodies. Yi Fan instantly realized the severity of the situation. Fortunately, he had already rushed to the front of the Hummer. He quickly jumped into the vehicle, pressing his right foot firmly on the accelerator, causing the Hummer to surge forward wildly towards the direction of the convoy. He kept his gaze fixed outside. The movements of the sculptures were becoming increasingly vigorous. Yi Fan understood that he had seen hundreds of sculptures on his way, if not thousands, along with his previous speculations. It was likely that no one in the entire Iron Camp town had successfully escaped, all transformed into these bizarre sculptures. If all these sculptures were to start moving, the consequences would be unimaginable. There are 32 minutes left. It took 22 minutes to arrive, but the return journey is sure to be difficult. It is conservatively estimated that it will take at least 22 minutes to get from here to the convoy, but there are too many sculptures on the way, and he has no confidence in avoiding them all at full speed. Once a collision occurs, it will only make matters worse. Moreover, these sculptures could start moving at any moment, making the time take even longer. The only 10 minutes of spare time is far from enough to deal with any unforeseen circumstances. If he is blocked and trapped by the sculptures, today will be the end of him. Yi Fan could not afford to procrastinate and immediately shouted in his mind system, "Customize today's information. Quickly tell me the weaknesses of these sculptures and how to escape." Ding. Today's customized information has been delivered. As expected of this system's host, the sequence crystal of Iron Camp Town has been acquired so quickly. The host only needs to swallow the crystal immediately to fully activate the unawakened sequence abilities within their body. This is a sequence with limitless potential, so develop it well. Friendly reminder: the host has been targeted by the 5th level bizarre Iron Curse. Even if it is still sealed, some of its power is forcibly seeping out. Next, you will face the pursuit of all the sculptures in the town. Warm reminder: sculptures have extremely weak impact resistance and jumping ability. Utilizing their weaknesses is key to escape. Additionally, they cannot leave Iron Camp Town. 5 minutes countdown. After 5 minutes, they will be fully active. Hurry and escape, poor host. Only 5 minutes. This is madness. Yi Fan's heart tightened. Without any hesitation, he took out the sequence crystal and stuffed it into his mouth. The crystal melted instantly upon entry, and a warm current surged towards his brain. Crack! A clear shattering sound echoed in his mind, as if some shackles were being broken apart by the warm flow. In an instant, the world in Yi Fan's eyes changed completely. Countless peculiar lines floated in the air, intertwining and repelling each other, enveloping the entire world in these strange lines. The second sequence has awakened. The next moment, sequence information appeared directly in his mind. Electromagnetic Sequence. Sequence 1. Magnetic Field Perception. It can sense the magnetic fields emitted by living beings and metals. The sensing range is limited by the user's mental power. Magnetic Field Perception. Yi Fan was terrible at physics, but he had watched plenty of short videos and movies. Isn't Magneto's superpower just the control of magnetic fields and metals? He vaguely remembered that it was mentioned in physics class that controlling the magnetic field equals mastering electromagnetic force. The short videos all said that Magneto's powers were not fully developed. Using them merely as a magnet would be a waste. The more Yi Fan thought about it, the more excited he became. If he could control the magnetic field, wouldn't everything related to iron have to obey him? The human body contains iron, especially in hemoglobin. As long as he manipulates the iron within the human body to destroy hemoglobin blocking oxygen delivery, wouldn't killing someone be as simple as squashing an ant? On a larger scale, the magnetic fields at the north and south poles of Blue Star are the strongest. If he could directly reverse the poles, wouldn't that be a way to bring about the end of the world? After all, electromagnetic force is one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe. The intermolecular forces friction and elasticity all are derived from electromagnetic force. The possibilities of this ability are simply limitless. No wonder the intelligence system claimed this sequence had boundless potential. This was not merely infinite, it was truly against the heavens. Mastering one of the 4 fundamental forces, if developed to its extreme, would lead to becoming a deity invincible in the universe. Now that Sequence 1 is magnetic field perception, does Sequence 2 mean that he can directly control the magnetic field? Yi Fan felt elated with the daily support of the intelligence system. Any bizarre phenomena would eventually bow down and yield to him. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed his overwhelming joy. The big trouble in front of him was still unresolved. However, this magnetic field perception ability was simply tailor-made for his current situation. As he digested the information from the electromagnetic sequence, he blinked, filtering through the dense lines before him, until only the magnetic field signals of the sculptor. This godlike perspective gave Yi Fan immense confidence for the upcoming escape. Recalling the terrain of Iron Camp and combining it with the weaknesses of the sculptors provided by the intelligence system, an escape plan swiftly formed in his mind. Great. There are 5 minutes of breathing time left. It's time to race against the clock. Yi Fan had just walked this path and was thoroughly familiar with the conditions. With the magnetic field perception capability, the positions of every sculptor in the distance were crystal clear. Even better, the moment the electromagnetic sequence awakened, his neural reaction speed skyrocketed. Now he could press the accelerator without restraint and speed away at full throttle. The time for speed and passion had come, and adrenaline surged. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the scenery outside the car window rushed by. Yi Fan stared intently ahead, watching the sculptors become increasingly agile. There are 27 minutes left, and 40 kilometers to go. Is it enough? Hopefully nothing unexpected happens. Yi Fan's heart tightened. He knew very well that once he was blocked by the sculptors, he would have no choice but to abandon the vehicle and run a scenario he dreaded the most. But Murphy's Law is such a bitch. The more you fear something, the more it comes to pass. Relying on magnetic field perception, Yi Fan easily dodged the slowly moving sculptors, and the Hummer swam just 3 kilometers away from the convoy with 8 minutes left. In front on the road, several sculptors were moving sluggishly, so numerous that they almost blocked the entire road. And the only lane that wasn't blocked had a car from their convoy survivors parked in it, clearly crashed into a sculptor. Though the Hummer was sturdy, it couldn't withstand the consequences of a high-speed crash. Yi Fan's eyes turned red, gripping the steering wheel tightly, wishing he could stomp on the gas and ram that broken car aside. But when he scanned the road conditions behind that car with magnetic field perception, he sighed helplessly. He had no choice but to abandon the vehicle. That survivor's car had stopped precisely because it crashed into a sculptor. Even if he managed to push it aside, the Hummer was too tough to smash through those sculptors, which were as solid as iron blocks. Moreover, the road behind was already completely filled with densely packed sculptors. Clearly, these sculptors were intentionally blocking the exit. In that crash car, 2 people were stuck in their seats. Upon seeing Yi Fan's Hummer, the 2 immediately cried out, as if they had found a lifeline. Yi Fan, brother Fan, save me. Help, we're stuck. The Hummer screeched to a halt sideways in front of their car. In the 2 people's eager gaze, Yi Fan kicked the car door open and leapt onto the roof of their car. Bang! A dull thud sounded, and the immense weight on the car roof pressed the already deformed body further down. The iron sheet that had been stuck on them instantly sank deep into their flesh. Yi Fan, what the hell are you doing? Hurry and save me. Bastard, are you trying to kill me? Please, save me. I don't want to die. Yi Fan couldn't be bothered with their cries. Not dragging them out to attract the sculptors was already a merciful act. Save them? Huh. His life and time were far more precious than these 2 wastes. Yi Fan leaped and dashed forward. Hey, Yi Fan, save me. Please, save my life. Bastard, you want to die a good death? No, I don't want to die. The 2 in the car finally realized they had been completely abandoned. Their curses and pleas echoed in the desolate road. They listened to the sounds of the sculptors moving slowly around them, getting closer and closer, and fear instantly consumed all rationality. Currently, although the sculptors moved as sluggishly as elderly men, they were no match for Yi Fan, the dual sequence wielder. Yi Fan gripped the cold gleam gun tightly and sprinted towards the convoy. 3 kilometers, 8 minutes. Time was basically sufficient. The real test was whether he could survive this 3-kilometer death zone. He didn't dare to release the blood-chi cloak. Its duration was too short and must be saved for the most dangerous moment. Even though he had just replenished quite a bit of food in the car, the current blood-chi cloak could only last a little over a minute. Given the current situation, even if all went smoothly, it would take at least 5 minutes to escape. Meanwhile, the convoy returning from the supermarket and gas station finally arrived back at the camp under everyone's hopeful gaze. Instantly, the camp erupted in chaos. Everyone surged forward shouting, "What happened? Are you okay? How much did you find? Where's my son? Jiqiang? Lu Jiqiang, where are you? Honey, Zhu Mingshan, are you back yet?" Long Yi and Uncle Su stood aside, their expressions grave as they watched the returning convoy. Xiong Zhengwo's wife Chun Yi and daughter Xiong Xinxin were even more nervous, gripping their hands tightly and staring at the cars. Xiong Xinxin, with her sharp eyes, immediately spotted the car driven by Xiong Zhengwo and shouted, "Dad," before sprinting over. At that moment, Xiong Zhengwo tiredly stepped out of the car. The fear in his eyes was impossible to hide. Upon seeing this scene, the camp fell silent, and the smiles on everyone's faces froze. Seeing Xiong Zhengwo get out of the car, others who had been hiding inside finally opened their doors one by one, each walking down with their heads hanging low. Everyone silently unloaded boxes of food and gasoline from the car. They exchanged glances, puzzled. Obviously, they had brought back so many supplies. Wasn't that a good thing? Why did they all look like they had lost their souls? Until everyone had exited the car, someone finally noticed something was amiss. The numbers didn't add up, and there were fewer cars. They had departed with 27 vehicles and 67 people. However, only 19 vehicles returned, and counting them resulted in only 42 people. A middle-aged woman in her 50s rushed into the crowd, trembling all over, tears streaming down her face. She looked intently at each face, counting the cars. She desperately hoped to see her son Lu Jiqiang among the crowd, wishing this was just a joke he was playing on her, or that he was too tired to wake up in the car. No, it's not him. Her actions grew more frantic as she grabbed a person unloading supplies, staring intensely at their face. But the more she did this, the more despair surged. Finally, she exhausted all her strength and screamed, "Jiqiang! Jiqiang, where are you? Don't joke with me, please. Come out. You're over 30 years old now. Stop playing hide and seek. Mom begs you. Don't joke with me, please. Come out. You're over 30 years old now. Stop playing hide and seek. Mom begs you." In the camp, there were many people like her, frantically searching for their loved ones in the crowd. Fathers, mothers, lovers. But the outcome left them all stunned, slumped on the ground, completely engulfed in despair. Those around them watched this scene with sorrow in their eyes, yet felt powerless. A beautiful woman in her 30s now wore a dazed expression, her eyes filled with countless blood vessels. She fixed her gaze on the direction of Iron Camp, trembling all over. Pan Lian was waiting, hoping her husband would rush out from that direction at any moment and tightly embrace her, saying, "Wife, him back." But what she saw were those terrifying sculptors, all turning their heads in unison, staring towards them. However, their bodies were slowly shifting towards the interior of Iron Camp, as if there was someone they had to kill. Everyone witnessed this bizarre scene. At that moment, everyone finally understood why those who returned had ashen faces, and why so many had failed to come back. Many were frightened, and quietly retreated, their faces filled with terror. Long Yi fixed his gaze on the direction of Iron Camp, quickly realizing that someone must be rushing towards them from inside the town. And that person must be Yi Fan. Although the sculptors in sight were moving towards the town, he dared not bet on whether these monsters would suddenly charge out. He immediately shouted, "Everyone gather the supplies at once. Hurry, be ready to depart at any moment." The others, including the fat man and old Zhao, were also extremely The fat man simply climbed onto the roof of the truck, setting up the crossbow's scope, peering in the direction of Iron Camp. Through the scope, he vaguely saw a shadow racing towards them from afar. Creak! The harsh sound of brakes echoed from within the town. This noise instantly lifted the hearts of countless despairing souls. They immediately rushed to the edge of the town, their eyes filled with hope, waiting for the person they cherished most to dash out from amidst the throngs of monsters. However, the person they longed for was currently facing a crisis of being surrounded on all sides. Countless figures of humanoid sculptures were closing in from all directions. Even though their speed was slow, the sheer number was overwhelming. In Yi Fan's field of perception, numerous dense lines entwined around him. At that moment, anyone with a fear of dense clusters would likely faint upon witnessing this scene. Just in front of Yi Fan on this road, at least 1,000 sculpted figures filled his vision, each pair of eerie eyes fixated upon him. Moreover, the sculpted figures surrounding him, nearly 10,000 of them, were continuously emerging from nearby buildings, office towers, and parks. What was even more terrifying was that their pace was increasing, and this acceleration was becoming increasingly pronounced. Heavens, how can this be happening? The chubby man standing atop a truck was drenched in cold sweat upon seeing the dense mass of sculpted figures. Fatty, what's wrong? Show me. At this moment Long Yi also jumped onto the truck's roof, snatching the Juga crossbow from the chubby man's hands. The sight that met his eyes startled him greatly. What the hell? Did this bastard poke a hornet's nest? This is an army of thousands. The chubby man gritted his teeth and said, Captain Long Yi, can we save him? With so many sculpted figures blocking the way, how can he possibly get out? Long Yi remained silent for a moment before replying, No, I can't go. I won't let you go either. That bastard Yi Fan warned me before, no matter what happens to him inside, we can't rush in. You must understand we won't be able to help him. We'll only hinder him. Upon hearing this, the chubby man felt a jolt in his heart. At that moment he yearned even more for extraordinary powers so he could help him, or at least not be a burden. He clenched his fists tightly, trembling as he spoke. Then can we ask Brother Jiangguo to help? We could exchange supplies from the truck for his assistance. Long Yi answered without hesitation, Impossible. Xiong Jiangguo just informed me of the situation inside. Those sculpted figures are likely solid. His big bear abilities are truly insufficient. At that moment Xiong Jiangguo standing below the truck spoke gravely. If Brother Yi can get near here, I will do my best to help. The chubby man hadn't expected Xiong Jiangguo to offer assistance under such circumstances. His heart was filled with gratitude as he responded with surprise, Great. Brother Jiangguo, I'm already very thankful that you can help. Old Zhao was also filled with joy, quickly instructing Lu Ying to bring food and drink for Xiong Jiangguo. Naturally Long Yi had no reason to stop this. He didn't want Yi Fan to get into trouble either. After all, the guiding pointer was still with Yi Fan, and they needed his guidance to reach the next city. Long Yi stared intently in Yi Fan's direction, unable to fathom what means Yi Fan possessed to evade this calamity. He was also extremely curious about what could compel Yi Fan to strive so desperately to seize it. A truly enigmatic man. Yi Fan felt a sense of urgency and suddenly looked towards the direction of the convoy, shouting, Long Yi, the sculpted figures cannot leave the town. Upon hearing this shout, the convoy members instantly halted their actions and collectively turned to the direction of Yingtai town, then quickly looked towards Long Yi. First, gather the supplies and observe the situation. Long Yi understood the meaning behind Yi Fan's words, but he still instructed everyone to continue gathering supplies. After all, what if? Yi Fan knew that Long Yi wouldn't abandon him without cause as long as there was no danger. Because Long Yi understood that the convoy needed fighting strength and the guiding pointer was still with him. If he were gone, this convoy likely wouldn't survive for long. He believed that Long Yi was a clever man, which was also the purpose of his shout, to tell Long Yi to wait patiently for him. The one who just shouted should be Yi Fan, right? He wouldn't really charge out from there, would he? That's too unbelievable. How could so many sculpted figures possibly allow him to escape? Is he crazy? Yeah, I feel it's quite precarious. I felt those sculpted figures were quite strange when I was in the supermarket earlier. Now have you noticed their speed is really increasing? Right? I kicked those things earlier, and they're solid metal. If Yi Fan gets caught by them, wouldn't that be the end? Isn't Yi Fan very strong? He should be fine, right? Who knows? I'm not an extraordinary person. I just feel it's precarious. You're not an extraordinary person. Oh, what do you know? I believe he can definitely break through. The members of the convoy began to discuss among themselves upon witnessing the scene. Many were skeptical that Yi Fan could truly escape. They knew Yi Fan was formidable, but could 100 or thousands of monsters truly be escaped from? At this moment, Gu Yan was also anxiously watching Yi Fan's direction. She carefully climbed to the top of the truck, nervously asking the chubby man, Fat brother, Yi Fan will escape, right? The chubby man turned to look at Gu Yan, who wore a worried expression. Hearing the convoy member's skeptical remarks, he suddenly realized that if he didn't believe in Yi Fan at this moment, who would? The furrowed brows relaxed involuntarily, revealing a look of ease as he looked at Gu Yan and said firmly, He will. My Fan Z is so amazing, he will definitely come out, so you can rest assured. Gu Yan looked at the chubby man's determined gaze and instantly smiled, saying, Yes, I believe he can do it. Upon seeing the smile, the chubby man suddenly felt warmth in his heart. Fan Z, you must come out. With 5 kilometers to the convoy, and only 7 minutes left. The current agility of these sculpted figures was akin to that of a 6 or 7-year-old child, nearly devoid of rigidity. Yi Fan's figure swiftly darted between the sculpted figures, continuously evading their heavy mountain-like arms. He knew that once they caught him, his fate would be sealed. Next, he had to seize the 2 weaknesses that the intelligence system had provided regarding the sculpted figure's weak impact resistance and poor jumping ability. In that moment, Yi Fan felt as if he were like the legendary Zhao Zilong charging alone into the enemy camp. Yi Fan suddenly recalled a phrase from the introduction of the Hanmang spear. The will to charge into the fray regardless of life or death. A flash of cold light strikes first, followed by the spear like a dragon. A surge of lofty ambition enveloped Yi Fan's heart. At that moment, 5 sculpted figures surrounded Yi Fan, grinning with a sinister smile, reaching out to capture him. Yi Fan's right hand tightly gripped the cold light spear, which instantly elongated at that moment. The spear tip violently stabbed forward, forcibly embedding itself into the cement pavement. Utilizing the spear's 3-meter length, he pressed down hard on the shaft, and with a powerful push from his legs, he leaped into the air. The cold light spear, bent to its limit, suddenly rebounded. The spearhead retracted in an instant, the shaft shortened, and Yi Fan, harnessing this formidable spring force, swiftly leaped forward. Only 5 sculpture figures remained standing in place, looking up in awe. Without the slightest pause, Yi Fan repeated the action just as he was about to land. Leveraging the power of the cold light spear, he burst through the first layer of encirclement. Long Yi, wielding a Zhuge crossbow, witnessed this, seeing his mouth agape and is this even possible? What happened? The chubby man snatched the crossbow, but upon seeing Yi Fan's graceful movements, he was momentarily speechless. Have I worried for nothing? Huh, I told you. Fancy can definitely do it. The chubby man laughed heartily, his voice booming across the entire camp. He wanted those who doubted to hear clearly that Yi Fan would escape. However, the situation for Yi Fan was far from optimistic. He had only cleverly surged forward for over 500 meters, barely avoiding the first layer of encirclement. The remaining 2 kilometers was the real hell. In his magnetic field perception, there were still 2 densely packed layers of encirclement waiting for him, and Yi Fan's psychological pressure instantly surged to its peak. He ran desperately forward, quickly realizing that the second layer of encirclement could not be bypassed with the same trick. The sculpture figures were packed tightly. If he dared to jump and once caught by an ankle, it would be a dead end. Only 6 minutes left. Yi Fan's gaze quickly locked onto the buildings beside him. He intended to use these structures to circumvent this deadly encirclement. Easy. Clang. Hearing the harsh sounds of the sculpture figures colliding ahead, Yi Fan gritted his teeth and charged towards the left house. This time he had to engage in real combat. In an instant, a red glow emanated from Yi Fan's right hand as layers of white chi surged forth, his breathing becoming urgent and powerful. The cold light spear in his hand instantly donned a coat of chi, reverting to its 3-meter length, with the weight skyrocketing to 50 kilograms. Yi Fan gripped the end of the spear with his right hand and supported it with his left, his figure shooting out like a streak of red light. The chubby man, through the crossbow's scope, clearly saw a point of cold light piercing out first. Following that, Yi Fan twisted his waist, and the 3-meter spear shook violently. The fierce force transmitted along the shaft to the spear tip, and in the next moment, the chubby man witnessed an wow. The sculpture figure blocking the way was actually knocked away by a spear, shattering into iron scraps in midair. Bang! The massive impact resonated throughout the entire survivor camp. Everyone was dumbfounded. That was a solid iron sculpture figure. How could it be shattered like that? Was this man still human? My God, that monster must weigh dozens of pounds, right? Come on, have some common sense. A solid iron one weighs at least 100 pounds. Yi Fan is just too fierce. This young man is simply extraordinary. But there are still so many sculpture figures blocking the way. How can he keep charging out? Right? Even if he's strong, he'll eventually tire out. I really hope he can break through. Me too. Yi Fan, go for it. Those still hoping for the return of their loved ones reignited hope in their eyes. They gazed intently in the direction of the camp, hoping Yi Fan could create a miracle and perhaps bring their families out with him. Although many knew deep down that it was impossible. But what if? The chubby man swallowed hard in disbelief as the crossbow was snatched away by Long Yi again. He too was eager to know how Yi Fan managed to pull this off. At this moment, Yi Fan, propelled by his forward momentum, twisted his waist repeatedly, using his core strength to knock away the obstructing sculpture figures one by one. Buzz buzz, buzz buzz. The cold light spear vibrated rapidly, emitting an excited hum. Yi Fan could clearly feel his connection with the spear tightening once more. Hiss! This kid is just too exaggerated. Long Yi watched, heart racing, his eyes fixated on the spear. This is definitely a forbidden item. No wonder he risked everything to get it. It truly is powerful. Just from a glance, he knew that this spear's rank was far higher than his own blood and flesh handgun that only gnawed on human flesh. Under Yi Fan's violent onslaught, he quickly reached the edge of a shop, using the support of the cold light spear to leap up, landing steadily on the shop's sign. Under the gaze of the convoy members, a red figure soared from the mass of sculpture figures, landing on a huge billboard. The distance to the convoy was 1.5 kilometers with 5 minutes remaining. Immediately after, everyone saw that red figure stepping on each of the signs along the street, continuously jumping relay style, racing toward the camp. So clever. Long Yi couldn't help but marvel. This guy's combat reflexes are too fast. If he fought hidden on the ground, even if Yi Fan was twice as strong, he would still fall. Now like this, he might really escape. My God. He actually jumped onto the billboard. Such quick reflexes. This way he doesn't have to clash hidden with the sculpture figures. Go for it. It feels like hope is growing. Impossible. There's at least 500 meters of open road ahead with no cover. He can only fight through. That's 500 meters densely packed with sculpture figures. How can he get through? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean Yi Fan can't. Stop talking nonsense here, or he'll beat you. Hey, I'm just stating the facts, don't blow things out of proportion. Just as everyone was arguing, all eyes suddenly focused intently. That rapidly leaping red figure suddenly came to a halt. In the instant before anyone could react, 3 shadowy figures suddenly darted out from the front of the billboard beneath Yifan. However, as they charged out, their feet found nothing beneath them, causing them to plummet straight down. If they had been knocked down, it would have been the end. No wonder it's Yifan. His reaction is astonishingly fast. Just as everyone sighed in relief and praised Yifan, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The billboard beneath Yifan suddenly began to tremble violently. Long Yi clearly saw through the scope that below the billboard several sculpted figures were relentlessly pounding on the wall, their fists crashing against the bricks with a resounding bang, as if they were intent on tearing down the entire building to force Yifan down. Even worse, the earlier charge from those 3 sculpted figures had caused the billboards in front of Yifan to come crashing down, completely blocking his path. This is bad. These guys actually have intelligence. They're tearing down the wall. Long Yi's voice trembled slightly. Just watching through the scope made his hair stand. It's easy to imagine the immense pressure Yifan was under, trapped in a dire situation. Don't worry. Fanzi will definitely make it out. The chubby man clenched his fists, his tone resolute. Long Yi shot him a glance filled with skepticism. This was a dead end. Where did he get his confidence? Yet the chubby man was inwardly shouting, Fanzi, go for it. He must not fall here. With no way forward and enemies below, Yifan was utterly trapped. Long Yi, gripping the Zhuge crossbow, was sweating profusely, unable to help but feel anxious for him. At that moment, Xiong Jiangwo also climbed onto the rooftop of the truck, snatching the scope. Upon seeing Yifan's predicament, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. If it were him, he would have already become a meal for the sculpted figures. Just when everyone in the camp fell into despair, Yifan moved. He thrust the cold light gun fiercely into the wall beside him, the gun barrel instantly taut, like a drawn bow. In the next moment, he replicated the jumping motion he had used earlier, leveraging the powerful rebound of the gun barrel, propelling himself like an arrow towards the rooftop. He wouldn't be foolish enough to engage these iron lumps on the ground. If playing, he would play parkour. The length and flexibility of the cold light gun were the best leverage points, and the electromagnetic sequence allowed him to predict every landing spot, while the bloodthirsty sequence provided an unending source of explosive power. Yifan leapt rapidly from rooftop to rooftop, exploiting the weakness of the sculpted figures who were slow and could not jump high. No joke, his current parkour skills would definitely be world-class in the apocalypse. These heavy iron lumps couldn't even touch the corners of his clothing. Awesome. Xiong Jiangwo watched, his eyes glittering, unable to contain his excitement. No wonder he's Brother Yi. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a deep breath, tossed the Zhuge crossbow to the chubby man, and without a second thought jumped off the truck, striding towards the edge of the town. He had to go support Yifan. There were no rooftops to leverage at the town's edge. Yifan had to fight his way through the crowd of sculpted figures in those last few hundred meters. Xiong Jiangwo knew full well that if Yifan could break out, helping him today would yield future benefits. If he stood by, given Yifan's temperament, he would likely never. Thinking of the side effects of his sequence, Xiong Jiangwo sighed. He had to wade through this murky water. Yifan naturally spotted Xiong Jiangwo at the edge of the town and nodded slightly. At least this bear had some loyalty. He gestured towards Xiong Jiangwo, then his gaze locked onto the front. Just 500 meters to the edge of the town. But that 500 meters of open ground was now packed with sculpted figures, leaving no gap for escape. An invisible barrier stretched across the edge of the town, trapping all the sculpted figures inside. Those iron lumps were like sharks, sensing blood, fixating on Yifan and making a clattering noise of metal scraping. 500 meters away, the members of the final vehicle were nervously watching him, the discussions clearly audible. Did anyone notice? Only 2 minutes left. Huh, what does 2 minutes mean? Captain Long said before. If you stay in the town for more than an hour, you'll turn into one of those sculpted figures. What? Then Yifan. He still has 500 meters to run, all full of sculpted figures. There's no way to take shortcuts. We're doomed. He really can't make it out this time. No way a person can do this. Damn it. It's just this little bit. The discussions grew louder, filled with despair. Yifan's heart sank heavily. 500 meters, 2 minutes. Time was really running short. But he had a plan. Taking a deep breath, the blood energy enveloping Yifan exploded, the red glow nearly solidifying. He forcefully pressed the gun tip against the edge of the rooftop, and with a powerful thrust, he shot forward like a cannonball towards the crowd of sculpted figures. In that moment of falling, Yifan's mind focused. The cold light guns, light and heavy as one, characteristic activated instantly, with the weight of the gun skyrocketing to 200 kilograms. The acceleration from the third floor combined with the terrifying weight of 200 kilograms created an overwhelming force that was destructive. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the heavens and earth. Dust filled the air, and everyone was left stunned. Amidst the dust, a glimmer of cold light flashed frantically, with each flicker the sound of iron shattering accompanied it. Holy crap! It flattened them directly. How heavy is that gun? Yi Fan is too fierce. Xiong Jiangwo felt his scalp tingle, unable to suppress a gulp. If that shot hit him, he would be left with nothing but bone dust. The chubby man stared at the three sculpted figures turned into iron pancakes, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. His good brother was becoming more and more like a monster. Yet as much as they were shocked, everyone was aware that the distance of 500 meters was extraordinarily dangerous. The densely packed sculpted figures surged like a tide. Could Yi Fan really break through? Yi Fan himself did not know the answer. He could clearly feel that the blood energy within him was rapidly depleting. At this rate, he could last at most another 10 breaths. The cold light gun swung wildly in his hands. With each sweep, it could send a group of sculpted figures flying. But just as he cleared a path, more sculpted figures surged in to fill the gap. If this continued, he would eventually exhaust himself to death. Even if Xiong Jiangwo rushed in to assist, it would be of no use. With his abilities, he simply could not withstand the onslaught of the sculpted figures. This couldn't go on. Yi Fan's eyes hardened, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. In the moment he knocked a sculpted figure away with the gun tip, he suddenly thrust the gun barrel towards the ground. Using the force, he leaped. His body traced a sharp arc in the air. In the face of despair, he could only fight with everything he had. The cold light spear was swiftly retracted, and Yi Fan's waist twisted sharply, causing the spear shaft to extend once more, with the tip accurately piercing into the head of a sculpted figure. Using the momentum from his forward charge, he bent the entire spear shaft violently, and his body leaped into the air again. In midair, Yi Fan twisted his waist, sharply spinning like a top as he soared towards the direction of the convoy. Under the gaze of everyone in the convoy, Yi Fan, enveloped in a red glow, darted through the crowd of sculpted figures like he was riding on an invisible wheel of fire, charging straight towards them. What the hell? Is this even possible? This must be the ultimate way to use the wheel of fire, right? So fierce. Truly terrifying. Just as everyone thought Yi Fan was about to succeed in breaking through, a heart-stopping scene unfolded. The dazzling red light surrounding Yi Fan suddenly extinguished at the moment he made his last leap. Not good. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, realizing the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Through the scope, the fat man saw everything clearly. Yi Fan spat blood, his eyes rolled back, and he fell unconscious. Quick! Save him! The fat man yelled hoarsely, his voice trembling. Xiong Jiangwo, guarding the edge of the town, had long sensed something was off. With a roar, his muscles bulged wildly, instantly transforming into a three-meter giant gray bear. The power of the extraordinary sequence erupted completely. The enraged giant bear charged towards the sculpted figures in the town without hesitation. With each swipe of its paws, it could send a solid iron lump flying, smashing a bloody path through the crowd of sculpted figures. He braved the rain of attacks from the sculpted figures, enduring excruciating pain as he rushed to where Yi Fan lay, and with his right paw he accurately grabbed the shaft of the cold light spear. Seeing the tentacles on the spear shaft tightly wrapped around, Yi Fan's right hand, Xiong Jiangwo, was caught off guard and suddenly exerted force to fling it backward. Unconscious, Yi Fan had no ability to resist. Like a kite with a broken string, he was flung away, instantly crossing the invisible barrier of the camp iron town. Buzz! The tip of the cold light spear plunged forcefully into the ground ahead of the convoy. The immense inertia carried Yi Fan forward, but the tentacles on his hand yanked him back with brutal force. Yi Fan's body, emaciated like a dried twig, dangled lifelessly from the spear shaft. The members of the convoy stared dumbfounded at this bizarre scene, momentarily too shocked to approach. Quick! Save him! The fat man and old Zhao reacted first, rushing forward like madmen, while Guyan followed closely behind, his eyes red. But just then the cold light spear violently pulled out from the ground, its tip pointing directly at the crowd. The spear shuddered slightly, exuding an aura of intimidation that forbade anyone from approaching. Seeing this, Long Yes' eyes lit up briefly before dimming again, and he sighed with regret. This is a forbidden object protecting its master. This kid Yi Fan is too lucky. Oh, I really can't comprehend what kind of luck he has to obtain such a heaven-defying treasure. Roar! A piercing and high-pitched bear roar suddenly echoed from within Camp Iron Town. Everyone looked up to see Xiong Jiangwo desperately charging towards the town's exit. But his speed was no longer as swift as before. The force of his paw strikes had diminished significantly, and his body was covered in varying degrees of dents. Not good. Xiong Jiangwo can't hold on any longer. How could it be so fast? He's only been in there for a few minutes. Chun-Yi stared intently at the giant bear, her hands clenched so tightly they turned white, her lips almost bleeding from biting them. She had long advised her husband not to go. What she feared most was exactly this scene. The conversation from a few minutes ago echoed in her ears once more. Jiangwo, can you not go save him? It's too dangerous there. She clutched her husband's waist, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Xiong Jiangwo let her hold on to him, but his face was filled with determination. If he had no hope of escaping, I wouldn't intervene. But as long as there's the slightest chance, I must go save him. I know that with my strength charging in could mean I won't come back out again. Then why are you still going? Chun Yi's voice was tinged with tears. Xiong Jiangwo looked at her gently, pretending not to feel any pain as usual. Wife, I have no choice. If he dies in there, then so be it. But if he can come out, and I do nothing today, our family will eventually perish in the apocalypse. He saved me when I was in danger. If I stand by and do nothing given his nature, if I ever fall into misfortune, he will never lend a hand. He might even add insult to injury. He fixed his gaze on Yi Fan's figure tumbling among the sculpted figures, his face no longer displaying any trait. On the contrary, if I risk my life today to save him, at least when I completely lose my humanity in the future, you and Xingxin's lives will have some guarantee. So I must go. Xiong Xinxin was already in tears looking at the struggling giant bear ahead. She wanted to rush forward, but was tightly held back by Chen Yi. At that moment, a sculpted figure collided violently with Xiong Jiangwo's back, causing the giant bear to stagger and nearly fall. Dad! Xiong Xinxin cried out heartbreakingly. The bear, already battered from countless blows, felt his consciousness starting to fade, but his daughter's cry was like a thunderclap, jolting him awake. I cannot die. I cannot die here. The reluctant gazes of his wife and daughter flashed in his mind. He couldn't just leave them behind. A surge of furious power suddenly erupted from deep within his veins. Xiong Jiangwo let out a deafening roar, his gray fur visibly turning red, his eyes bloodshot, and his body swelled once more, instantly transforming into a 5-meter giant blood bear. Sequence ability promoted to level 2. Without time to think further, Xiong Jiangwo knew his body couldn't hold on for long, and with all 4 paws on the ground, he charged recklessly towards the town's exit, ignoring the attacks from the sculpted figures that rained down on him. Just 2 meters from the edge of the town, the blood bear leaped fiercely, finally breaking through the encirclement of the sculpted figures. Upon landing, he rapidly shrank back to human form, collapsing to the ground, completely unconscious. The sculpted figures, having lost their target, went completely insane. Countless iron lumps charged towards the outside of the town, and the figures behind even climbed onto their comrades' shoulders, stacking up like a tidal wave, madly crashing against the invisible barrier. Many people in the convoy screamed in fright upon witnessing this scene. Yet even though the sculptures were stacked 4 to 5 meters high, it was futile, as they were firmly blocked by an invisible barrier. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that they could not break free. Chun Yi and Xiong Xinxin quickly rushed forward, while Lu Ying, prompted by old Zhao, hurried over with Zhao Shui and a medical kit. Seeing the bruises and wounds all over Xiong Jiangwo's body, Chun Yi and Xiong Xinxin were filled with heartache, and tears streamed down their faces. Sister, let me help Brother Jiangwo with his wound. Lu Ying approached, carrying the medical kit. Old Zhao had just explained to her the reason why Xiong Jiangwo risked his life to save Yi Fan. Their family was unable to help Yi Fan, but Lu Ying could lend a hand, and she absolutely could not stand by and watch, as she could not let Yi Fan lose face. Alright, Jia, thank you so much. Chun Yi stood up with tears streaming down her face. Just then she felt her hand being grasped by a rough, large hand. Looking down, she saw Xiong Jiangwo looking weak, opening his eyes to look at her with a gentle smile. Jiangwo, it's so good that you're okay, you scare me to death. Dad, how are you feeling? Xiong Jiangwo didn't speak, just gently shook his head to indicate he was fine. Lu Ying quickly pulled away the mother and daughter, who were rushing over again, smiling as she said, Alright, as long as Brother Jiangwo is fine, he probably just needs to rest. Let him take a good break, you all step aside, I will clean his wounds. On the other side, the fatty and Long Yi looked at Yi Fan with worried expressions. The cold gleam of the gun was too overpowering, and no one dared to approach to check on Yi Fan. The fatty shouted anxiously, Fanzi, wake up quickly. Brother Fan, get up. This gun is blocking us from getting in. Old Zhao was also anxiously stomping his feet beside them. After a few minutes, the extremely weak Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the cold, gleaming gun in front of him and the worried expressions of the fatty and others, he revealed a relieved smile. His right index finger trembled slightly, and the cold, gleaming gun obediently returned to his back. Then Yi Fan only managed to utter a word, hungry, and soon fell unconscious again. Long Yi breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this and immediately shouted, Quick! Fatty old Zhao, take him to the car and feed him. You guys lift Brother Jiangwo onto the car. Everyone else got into the car, and the convoy retreated 3 kilometers for a warning and rest. With 2 combatants unable to move, Long Yi's pressure increased sharply. He knew very well that they could not leaving Tai Town now. There were 5th-level anomalies present, and at least no other anomalies or beasts dared to venture in. Retreating 3 kilometers was to prevent that invisible barrier from breaking, allowing them some buffer space. What they truly needed to guard against next were the other human convoys. He understood all too well the importance of the guiding pointer. As a perceiver, he could only sense the location of the first city and nothing more. This meant that after leaving Ying Tai Town, any convoy without a guiding pointer would be like headless flies, inevitably dying in the fog zone. Thus convoys without guiding pointers would undoubtedly turn on each other at this moment, fighting over others' pointers to secure a path to survival. Therefore Long Yi hoped fervently for Yi Fan to recover quickly. Only with Yi Fan's monstrous combat power escorting them would he have the confidence to face other convoys. After the convoy stopped 3 kilometers away, Long Yi quickly came to Yi Fan's side. To his surprise, even while unconscious, this guy was still stuffing food into his mouth non-stop. Was it the instinctive reaction of the Gluttony Sequence? Long Yi was filled with doubt. This sequence seemed a bit off. But he didn't linger on it, as the apocalypse had arrived, and there were too many things that didn't make sense. Why bother being entangled? Confirming that Yi Fan could eat properly and regain his strength, he wasted no time and immediately notified unholy to gather everyone in the convoy. All the pots of the convoy members were requisitioned. The men were responsible for cutting meat, while the women were responsible for cooking it, and no one was idle. Everyone had witnessed Yi Fan's terrifying combat power, understood his importance, and knew that with Yi Fan around, they could survive longer. Long Yi had the exotic beast meat from Yi Fan's truck unloaded, directly distributed for cooking, and then given to the fatty and others to feed Yi Fan. No one dared to cheat or hide anything. Everyone was supervising each other, and if caught they would be shot on the spot. After Long Yi shot a woman trying to steal meat with his blood meat gun, many who were momentarily tempted quickly abandoned their crooked thoughts. Lu Ying was still cleaning Xiong Zhengwo's wounds, while the fatty old Zhao and Zhao Shui kept stuffing meat into Yi Fan's mouth. The 3 were in a flurry of activity, and in the end, they simply called Gu Yan over to help. Everyone watched Yi Fan like a monster swallowing large chunks of meat, without chewing, each one terrified that Yi Fan would choke on it. But when they learned from the fatty that Yi Fan had emptied an entire buffet restaurant before the apocalypse began, everyone's expressions changed. A monster. So he had awakened his extraordinary sequence before the apocalypse. No wonder he was so strong. Long Yi thought to himself. Watching Yi Fan's originally emaciated body gradually recover to a robust form as he continued to eat, his complexion also changed from ashen to rosy. Everyone's nervousness slowly eased. As Yi Fan's eating speed slowed down until he completely stopped and fell into a deep sleep, everyone's anxieties finally settled. At that moment, Lu Ying also came down from Xiong Zhengwo's vehicle and said, "Brother Zhengwo has also woken up and is slowly eating. His recovery ability is very strong, so there should be no major issues." Hearing this, Long Yi instantly smiled. As long as both of them were fine, that was excellent. Now they needed to deal with the issues within the convoy. Long Yi, holding his blood meat gun, looked coldly at the crowd. The convoy members seemed to sense something and put down what they were holding, quietly watching him. Those who had gone out to explore resources all lowered their heads at that moment. Just a day ago, they were still law-abiding citizens. A day later, they abandoned their teammates for their own survival, causing many families to be torn apart, and they felt deep guilt. Yet everyone knew that in that situation, no one could guarantee that they could take everyone away. Long Yi himself could not do it, but he knew that he had to show a stance. After all, he was the one who ordered the exploration, and as a result, so many people had died. At this moment, Long Yi also understood. No matter what happened in the future, he no longer wished to struggle. Everyone could look for their own resources. That was fine. That was the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, only humanity mattered, never maximizing benefits. Among the crowd, someone could not bear the oppressive psychological pressure and pointed at Zhang Ziwei and the other 2 women, shouting. They were the first to run out. Uncle Li said not to run away on our own. They were the ones who ran first. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on Zhang Ziwei and her 2 companions. Zhang Ziwei trembled in fear, but still mustered the strength to shout, "This can't be blamed on me. You saw those monsters too. Even 2 extraordinary beings nearly met their end inside. If we ordinary people don't run, are we just waiting to be turned into statues?" "Exactly. If it were you, would you dare say you wouldn't run?" Her companion chimed in. "Besides, didn't you run as well? Right? We didn't do it on purpose. We were frightened and ran first, but didn't they follow us? Why is it only our fault?" The 3 women desperately argued. Many in the convoy secretly agreed with their words. Among those who went to explore Yingtai town, many had also wanted to slip away at the first opportunity, but out of pride, they didn't dare to be the first to flee. "So you can just abandon my husband, Zhu Mingshan? Huh?" A beautiful woman, Pan Lian, hysterically rushed in front of Zhang Ziwei, pointing her finger at her and questioning angrily. "Right? What gives you the right to do this? If you had waited a bit longer, maybe they would have come out." Those who had lost loved ones also surrounded them, each voicing their condemnation. "Wait!" Zhang Ziwei was provoked by their angry shouts, her voice rising as she yelled, "If we wait any longer, we'll all die inside. If it were you, would you have the guts to wait? Stop talking without knowing the pain." She grew increasingly agitated. "If you really had the ability, why not go in and save them yourselves? You're just afraid of dying. If you're scared, why should we bear the consequences? Are you all out of your minds?" Zhang Ziwei's words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing everyone's fantasies, dragging them back into the harsh reality of the apocalypse. Those who had previously been immersed in guilt now felt a sense of relief. Yes, in the face of disaster, prioritizing one's own survival is the normal course of action, isn't it? Those still grieving slumped helplessly to the ground, unable to utter another word. Long Yi felt somewhat surprised. He had thought he would need to step in personally to resolve the situation, but he didn't expect that Zhang Ziwei's words would be so powerful. He couldn't help but regard her with newfound. Seeing that everyone had fallen silent, Zhang Ziwei's confidence surged, becoming even more arrogant as she declared, "I feel distressed too. Do you know the pressure I'm under? Moreover, putting my situation aside, those who died did so because they lacked the ability to escape. They deserved it. They should die." Her words sent the crowd into a stunned silence. Everyone was taken aback. Is this something a person can say? You? Say that again. Pan Lian trembled with rage, her fingers shaking as she pointed at Zhang Ziwei. I could say this 100 times. They deserve to die. You all deserve to die. Zhang Ziwei completely lost her mind, looking at Pan Lian's face, which was prettier and better shaped than her own. A surge of fury rushed to her head, and without thinking she yelled it out. I'll fight you. Pan Lian's face turned red with anger as she charged forward, grabbing Zhang Ziwei's hair and pulling it down hard. Zhang Ziwei felt the pain and quickly reacted, grabbing Pan Lian's hair in return, cursing, "You filthy bitch, do you dare hit me?" Her two companions rushed in to help, tearing at Pan Lian's clothes. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Soon several women who had also lost loved ones charged in to assist Pan Lian in her fury. Beat this mouthy one to death. Filthy bitch, I'll tear your mouth apart today. Zhang Ziwei had just insulted their families as well. I'm not wrong. They deserve to die. You dare say that again? I'll kill you. Come on, you slut. I'll rip your clothes apart and let everyone see how promiscuous you are. Long Yi originally wanted to step in to stop them, but upon hearing this, his raised foot silently retreated. Ahem, women's matters should be resolved among themselves. He seriously looked for a way to excuse himself. 10 minutes later, several women stood panting on either side, still cursing at each other, but lacking the strength to continue fighting. Long Yi and the others watched with great interest, many men's eyes still lingering on Pan Lian's voluptuous figure, nearly drooling. Seeing that the two sides had nearly calmed down, Long Yi allowed several middle-aged women to step forward and separate them. He cleared his throat and said, "This time the situation is special. To gather more supplies, we arranged for everyone to cooperate as a team. Indeed, we collected quite a bit of supplies, but as you can see, there were costs involved. Unholy distribute the supplies according to the rules later." He looked toward Zhang Ziwei and her companions, his tone icy. It was agreed that anyone who slows down the group would lose their eligibility for supply distribution. You three, you won't get a share. If you're not satisfied, get out of the convoy. From today onwards, regardless of the situation, each person must find their own supplies, and they will bear the consequences themselves. Zhang Ziwei, injured all over, still wanted to argue, but her two companions held her down firmly. They dared not let Zhang Ziwei make trouble any longer. After Long Yi finished speaking, he turned and left, leaving behind a group of silent people. Uncle Li sighed helplessly. This team cooperation was arranged by him in the past. It would have been the most efficient way. The result was indeed good, as the supplies collected were enough for everyone to eat for 3 days. But in the lawless apocalypse, this approach became a joke. Faced with danger, people only prioritized their own survival. He knew that this convoy could never truly work together again. From now on, it would only be a battle for individual interests. Fortunately, the extraordinary beings still remained somewhat united. As for the ordinary people, Uncle Li already had a clear idea of their fate. He sighed again, no longer overthinking, and hurriedly arranged for the distribution of supplies. Pan Lian glared at Zhang Ziwei and her companions with resentment, especially when she saw Zhang Ziwei's defiant expression. Her anger boiled. She didn't blame the convoy at all. She understood that they were trying to help ordinary people like her fight for survival resources. But it was because of Zhang Ziwei and her companions' interference that her husband, she secretly vowed in her heart that she would take revenge for this grudge. The women who had lost their husbands did not personally participate in the search for supplies, yet their men perished during the exploration of Yingtai Town. The convoy, recalling past ties, still left behind the share of supplies that rightfully belonged to their husbands, so for the time being they need not worry about food and drink. In contrast, Zhang Ziwei and her companions were truly trapped in dire straits. Their food would last at most another day. Zhang Ziwei slammed the car door, her face filled with rage as she pounded the steering wheel. Why should we be treated this way? Why should that scoundrel Long Yi deny us supplies? We personally went to the town to search for them. Exactly. Why should those stinky women who have lost their husbands get supplies while we do not? It's so unfair. Her two classmates also voiced their discontent, but their voices were kept very low. After calming down, they realized that their previous words and actions had completely incited public anger. Causing further trouble at this critical moment would likely lead to being thrown out of the convoy by Long Yi. But with food only lasting for a day, what should they do next? A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhang Ziwei's eyes as she suddenly suggested, why don't we go and take the supplies from those stinky women? No. Sister Ziwei, absolutely not. Her two classmates panicked instantly. Have you forgotten the convoy rules? Stealing will get you killed. Damn it. Bastard! Zhang Ziwei furiously pounded the steering wheel, venting her pent-up anger. She silently vowed to take revenge on these people, especially that scoundrel Long Yi, who showed no respect whatsoever. Meanwhile, Long Yi had already arranged the watch. 32 people were divided into 4 groups, each with 8 members, and 4 vehicles taking turns to keep an eye on this. As night fell, and everything around remained peaceful, the convoy rested in place. This was the first time since the apocalypse that the survivors could relax completely, no longer just taking short naps of an hour or two. With their tense nerves relaxing, the atmosphere within the convoy also eased significantly. However, Long Yi's statement, each person must find a way to gather supplies, and you are responsible for your own life and death, filled everyone with a newfound anxiety about their own supply reserves. Many began to communicate privately, exchanging supplies, those lacking food, but having extra gasoline traded it for food, while others needing weapons offered food in exchange for knives. Gradually, the number of people trading goods increased. Long Yi, seeing this, not only did not intervene, but actually welcomed it, as this represented a healthy development that could help more people survive. Thus, as night descended, a large trading fair spontaneously formed within the convoy. The sounds of bidding and angry curses about unfair offers intertwined, yet everyone was remarkably restrained, and no instances of coercive buying and selling occurred. Even when voices grew heated, no one truly resorted to violence. Long Yi had specifically reiterated the convoy rules, and was currently seated in the center sipping tea, with that intimidating bloodstained handgun prominently displayed on the table. The message could not have been clearer within the rules: I will not interfere, and anyone who dares to violate the rules and cause trouble will be dealt with mercilessly. Long Yi's actions relieved many of the elderly, especially those widows who had lost their husbands, as this was already their most helpless time. With rules to fall back on, they could feel slightly reassured. Pan Lian stood at the edge of the crowd, her gaze vacant, yet harboring a hint of madness. She was a clever woman, having been pampered since childhood, and unable to endure even the slightest hardship. Yet she was also fortunate enough to have met Zhu Mingshan during her university years. That man treated her like a princess, shouldering all the storms himself, but no matter how tough things got, he never lost his temper or laid a hand on her. After her parents passed away in a car accident shortly after her graduation, Zhu Mingshan had taken care of her meticulously for the past 10 years. She was acutely aware that she knew nothing, and in this apocalypse, without a man to rely on, she could not survive. Moreover, she had no intention of living long, as she knew she would never reach the final destination within 3 years. Since death was inevitable, she was determined to take revenge before she died. She wanted Zhang Ziwei dead. Pan Lian took a deep breath and walked straight towards Long Yi. Without beating around the bush, she made it clear that as long as Long Yi helped her kill Zhang Ziwei, she was willing to spend the night with him. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she noticed Long Yi's gaze instinctively flinching away. Was he not interested in her? A hint of disappointment surged within her. Pan Lian was very confident in her figure, believing she was no less attractive than Gu Yan, who had climbed into Yi Fan's bed, albeit slightly lacking in temperament. Yet she did not feel disheartened. If he did not want her, surely others would. She turned around and found the fat man. Zhu Mingshan had repeatedly warned her before his death to stay away from this man, saying he was not only ruthless and had killed many, but was also extremely lecherous. At this moment, the fat man's gaze was indeed glued to her chest, and Pan Lian felt a surge of joy. He was indeed a lecher. She deliberately tugged at her collar, lightly deepening the cleavage that captivated the fat man's attention, and spoke in a sultry voice, "Fat brother, as long as you help me with one thing, you can have me do anything you want." As she spoke, her lips parted slightly, and her tongue gently licked her lower lip. The fat man gazed at the alluring woman before him, watching her cheeks flush from her own seductive actions, and his heart raced. Was he about to play the role of Chow Chow? He slightly bent forward, concealing his physical reaction, and hurriedly asked, "What is it?" "Help me kill Zhang Ziwei." Pan Lian's voice suddenly turned fierce. The fat man's expression froze, his enthusiasm instantly cooling by more than half. Although he was tempted by Pan Lian's body, he knew that the convoy rules could not be casually violated. More importantly, Yi Fan had not yet awakened, and he could not just kill someone without reason and then explain himself to Yi Fan. Furthermore, he saw the hidden madness in Pan Lian's eyes. Such a person was not to be trifled with, as getting involved with her would only bring trouble. "This is not easy. We cannot break the convoy rules." The fat man hesitated and refused. Pan Lian said no more and silently returned to the crowd. Over the next hour, the fat man watched her approach one man after another, knowing without thinking that she was asking the same thing. The fat man gently shook his head, feeling a sense of admiration in his heart. Zhu Mingshan was truly fortunate to marry such a charming woman, but it was a pity he died too early. An hour later, Pan Lian approached the fat man again. This time she did not mention the request to kill. She simply wanted to trade for a box of instant noodles. The fat man followed her previous path and saw nearby a bald man next to his vehicle with 2 20-something boys peering in. He vaguely recalled seeing Pan Lian talking for a long time in front of that vehicle earlier, even getting into an argument, before she finally walked over looking dejected. What did you discuss with him? The fat man could not help but ask. Pan Lien candidly replied, he is in the late stages of cancer and wanted me to accompany him and his 2 sons to trade a box of instant noodles for the children and then help me kill Zhang Ziwei. Is it a life for a life? After hearing this, the fat man fell silent and turned to walk into his vehicle, no longer speaking. 20 minutes later, with a rosy complexion, Pan Lien emerged holding a box of instant noodles, striding directly towards the bald man's car. The rotund man felt a twinge of reluctance but did not stop her. This woman was resolute in her death wish, and there was no way to prevent it. This was the apocalypse. He spoke softly. As a reward for what you just did, if that bald man fails to act, I wouldn't mind helping you kill him. Upon hearing this, Pan Lien trembled violently, tears streaming down her face, but she quickly wiped them away and stepped forward. The rotund man said no more. If the bald man took the money and did nothing, it would be extortion, giving him reason to kill. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag, feeling exhilarated. An hour later, Li Yongxuan, grinning and holding a small knife, knocked on Zhang Ziwei's car door. Many men in the convoy were watching this scene, fully aware of the bald man's intentions. Though they all coveted Pan Lien's body, no one dared to take on the job, though everyone feared for their lives. Dying under a peony is still romantic. Even as a ghost, one can be stylish. This old Li has guts. Oh, why bother? Isn't it better to be alive? To be honest, I truly admire that woman Pan Lien. That's true love. It's just a pity her man died so tragically. Indeed, fate can be cruel. Zhang Ziwei's expression turned disgusted as she saw the repulsive bald man approaching. Impatiently she said, what do you want, you disgusting thing? Li Yongquan chuckled. Haha, I came to bring you some food. You spoke so well just now. Hearing this, Zhang Ziwei immediately opened the car door, curious about what he was. Li Yongquan abruptly grabbed the car door, his smile vanishing, replaced by a sinister glare as he looked at Zhang Ziwei. You filthy woman, do you know I almost didn't make it back? I nearly became one of those damned souls you mentioned. Hey, what are you doing? Don't be impulsive. Upon seeing the knife in his hand, Zhang Ziwei's face turned pale. He was going to kill me. Zhang Ziwei was so frightened that she kept retreating, but the small space in the car left her nowhere to go. Her 2 college classmates sitting in the back had yet to comprehend what was happening. Li Yongxuan, already in the late stages of cancer and nearing death, had been in immense pain just hours earlier, nearly fainting from the agony. He knew that without medication his condition would only worsen. He didn't want to endure the torment of his illness. He wished to secure something for his 2 sons before he died. He empathized with Pan Lien's plight, as he was one of the last to escape. If it hadn't been for the quick reflexes of the driver in his vehicle, they might have all perished. With Pan Lien coming to him, he found a new resolve. Since death was imminent, he might as well indulge himself. Especially after seeing Zhang Ziwei's contemptuous gaze, Li Yongquan felt even angry. He lunged forward, stabbing Zhang Ziwei directly in the abdomen, blood gushing out instantly. Zhang Ziwei's scream immediately drew the attention of everyone in the convoy. The 2 girls in the back seat finally understood what was happening, terrified as they huddled into a corner, fearing that this madman would kill them too. What happened? What's going on? Those unaware rushed to ask, initially thinking something strange was occurring, but seeing many people watching like it was a show eased their tension somewhat. It's fine, old Li is dealing with that loudmouthed woman. But isn't this convoy off limits for that? Someone exclaimed in shock. Old Li is in the late stages of cancer. He won't live much longer. Does he even care? A knowledgeable bystander said someone else chimed in. Yeah, they had their moment. It's not a loss. Is that even allowed? You with your sheltered perspective should learn more. Li Yongquan had no thoughts of mercy. He swiftly withdrew the knife and plunged it into Zhang Ziwei's thigh, determined to stab this woman to death, just as he promised Pan Lien. Old Li was never a good person. I excel in gambling and vice. I admire people like Pan Lien and despise you wretched woman. Now Old Li will also be a hero, haha. In a frenzy, Li Yongquan pulled out the knife again and stabbed it into Zhang Ziwei's chest, exclaiming, satisfying. That's what you get for being so talkative. Haha. At that moment, despite being stabbed 3 times, Zhang Ziwei, fueled by an unknown strength, kicked Li Yongquan hard with her uninjured leg. Li Yongxuan, already weakened by illness, was sent staggering by the kick. Zhang Ziwei exhibited a powerful will to survive, quickly starting her car and accelerating out of the convoy. Li Yongquan was dumbfounded as he watched, repeatedly slapping his face with his right hand. Damn it, I should have just killed that woman. Damn it. The surrounding men hurriedly rushed to stop Li Yongxuan, saying, All right, Old Li, that woman has been stabbed 3 times. She won't survive this. Yes, she's definitely dead. Oh, just rest assured. Li Yongxuan, filled with regret, said unwillingly, I let Pan Lien down. I didn't avenge her. Don't worry, it's a sure thing. Long Yi watched everything unfold without intervening. But the convoy's rules were rules. If they could be broken at will, what was the point of having rules at all? Long Yi, with a stern face, approached Li Yongquan with Uncle Li. The people surrounding Li Yongquan parted to make way. Li Yongxuan, with a wry smile, said, Captain Long, can I go apologize to Sister Pan Lien? I failed to do what I promised her. Long Yi nodded, not stopping him. Li Yongxuan, filled with guilt, walked toward Pan Lian's car, and upon getting closer, he was instantly terrified and felt. The crowd quickly gathered, eager to see what was happening, only to find that Pan Lian had already taken her own life in the car, a look of satisfaction on her face, as if she had avenged herself. "Sister, I'm so sorry," Li Yongquan cried out in anguish. Someone nearby observed and murmured, "It seems it just happened recently." The person next to him immediately patted him, signaling him to stop talking. Li Yongxuan, who was sitting helplessly on the ground, felt utterly broken upon hearing this. Throughout his life, he had committed countless wrongdoings. Even when his wife left him due to gambling, he felt no guilt. He had wanted to do a good deed before dying, but Pan Lian had committed suicide in loyalty to her husband, and he had let her escape. Remembering Pan Lian's expression of satisfaction and vengeance made his heart ache intensely. He stood up and ran to Long Yi, kneeling and shouting, "Captain Long, kill me. I beg you to kill me." "Dad, Dad." Li Yongquan's two sons rushed over like madmen, tightly clutching his arms, tears mingling with dirt, as they cried hoarsely, "Dad, please don't leave us." "Old Jing, old Luo, get them away." Li Yongquan buried his head low, his shoulders trembling violently, shouting, "Zihua, Izihong, I'm useless, I'm sorry. Remember, one must act with conscience and promises must be kept. Live on. Dad, no. We don't want to live without you. Dad, please." Two scarred men with rough faces held cigarettes, forcefully pinning the youth down, their grip so strong that he couldn't move. Old Jung said in a deep voice, "You little brat, see clearly. Your dad is a man who dares to take responsibility, not a coward afraid of death." Li Yongquan suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Long Yi, his voice like a torn cloth. "Captain Long, I broke the convoy's rules, and am willing to die." Long Yi's expression remained unchanged as he took a deep breath and pulled out a bloodied handgun. Bang! The gunshot exploded in the mist, startling a few strange birds. Long Yi put away the gun and coldly said, "Uncle Li, find a place to bury them." "Bastard. Li Yongxuan, do you dare to kill me? I want to die." "Oh." Zhang Ziwei's eyes were red, her foot pressed hard on the accelerator, the car's engine screeching as it wildly sped through the fog. Covered in blood, her consciousness gradually blurred, with only one thought left: escape. If she didn't escape, she would die. The two girls in the back seat trembled in fear, gripping the door handles tightly, crying out, "Sister Ziwei, stop the car. It's all too strange here, running around will get us killed. Please, Sister Ziwei, wake up. Not good, she's about to pass out." The blonde girl stared at the rearview mirror, seeing Zhang Ziwei's eyelids drooping. She made up her mind, squeezed into the passenger seat, and reached out to grab the steering wheel, shouting, "Let go. Are you trying to get us killed?" Zhang Ziwei, barely conscious, clung tightly to the steering wheel, refusing to let go. "Don't take it. My car. I want to live. Let go." The blonde girl was in a panic, sweating profusely, struggling to reach the brake, stomping it down hard. Zhang Ziwei instinctively pulled the steering wheel back. Creak. Bang. The car suddenly lost control, rolling over, the sound of shattering glass and twisting metal mixed with screams echoing through the fog. Moments later, the car stopped and the three of them were knocked unconscious inside, blood oozing out through the cracks of the car door. A few minutes later, a surprised voice came from the depths of the mist. "Sister Ing, look quickly. That car is over there. Come on, old Zhao, let's go. Let's do it." The cheap liquor burned as it went down. Someone put down their glass, looking at Pan Lian's car with a sigh. "Old Zhao, what was that girl thinking? Just like that, she committed suicide. Isn't it better to live?" "You don't understand." Old Zhao took a sip of his drink, his gaze complex. "To live, one must have hope. Her man is gone, hope is broken, and so her soul has vanished. To have such a loving woman, her man was fortunate. I wanted to persuade her before, but looking at her eyes, all I saw was a will to die. There was no way to change her mind. In ancient times, this girl would at least have had a chastity monument. What good is a monument? The person is gone." Someone sighed. "It's a pity Zhang Ziwei ran away. Pan Lian will probably be unable to rest in peace. Don't worry, she won't survive. With 3 wounds and so much blood in this apocalypse, without medicine or doctors, she's bound to die. Let's hope so. Why think so much? Drink, drink." After this commotion, the atmosphere that had barely calmed down in the convoy sank again, everyone lamenting that Pan Lian's death was in vain. Upon learning that Pan Lian had taken her own life, she was frozen in shock. Never had she realized one could fall into such despair. Surely her man must have treated her very well for her to follow him so willingly. Upon learning that Pan Lian had taken her own life, she was frozen in shock. Never had she realized one could fall into such despair. Surely her man must have treated her very well for her to follow him. Thinking of this, she unconsciously looked towards the truck in front. Yi Fan was inside. How would he treat her? Pan Lian's death silenced those sharp-tongued people and left many helpless women in panic. They finally saw how difficult it was for women in the apocalypse, understood Pan Lian's despair, yet lacked her courage. They didn't dare to die, instead they wanted to live. Thus in the deep night, many figures quietly knocked on others' car doors. The convoy welcomed the longest rest period since the apocalypse. Until the next morning around 6 o'clock, two urgent long honks pierced the silence, waking everyone up. It was the patrol team's warning. Get up. There's something going on. Everyone instantly jumped up, rushing out in a panic. Long Yi emerged from the car with a serious expression, shouting, "Combat team, gather with weapons immediately." He had just used his perception glasses to scan the area. A convoy was approaching in the distance, and there were two extraordinary beings among them. Two long honks meant that the opposing convoy had no more than 10 vehicles. This was Uncle Lee's signal. Long honks represented human convoys, one honk corresponding to 5 vehicles, facilitating quick-scale assessment. Short honks indicated encounters with strange beasts or anomalies requiring immediate withdrawal. Urgent short honks signaled that danger was approaching and immediate evacuation was necessary. The patrol team's task was perilous. The convoy would allocate 10% of the supplies submitted by ordinary people to them, 10% to extraordinary beings, and the remaining 10% as compensation for everyone. This was Uncle Lee's suggestion, and Long Yi and the others had no objections. At that moment, everyone silently thanked his foresight. In addition, Uncle Lee proposed forming a combat team. Once they encountered enemies like the bright convoy, extraordinary beings wouldn't be able to attend to everyone, and ordinary people must fight for themselves. The combat team quickly assembled, mostly comprised of men who had previously surrounded the bright convoy, including Fatty and Zhao Tianhai. The two scarred men carried shiny machete cigarettes in their mouths. Old Zheng glanced sideways at Old Luo, disdainfully saying, "Old Luo, do you think we'll actually fight this time? You warmonger, you just want to get into action, right?" Old Luo carefully wiped his machete, helplessly replying. Old Zheng chuckled, "I just love this life. Remember that time in Tongluan? I chased that Chin kid for 2 blocks, scaring him so badly he almost wet his pants. 30 men against 1, and we took down 7. How can you brag about that for more than a decade?" Old Luo scoffed. "Why not mention how that person later became the leader while you were begging for mercy on the ground? Don't talk about things that don't matter. Why is your mouth so foul? Haha, so you know you're short. Damn it, you're the one who's short. After this fight we'll see who is short and who is a grandson. Alright, just make sure you come back alive." Old Luo laughed. Old Zheng paused, then wrapped his arm around his shoulder, chuckling. "Don't worry, I won't die. A woman crawled into my car last night. That feeling, TSK. After this is over, I'll introduce her to you." Long Yi and the fatty exchanged glances, their eyes sweeping over the combat team ahead, unable to suppress their laughter. The tense atmosphere that had been so charged only moments ago dissipated significantly due to the antics of those two lively characters. Many members of the combat team bore smiles of tacit understanding, secretly reminiscing about the warmth shared the previous night. Those who could join the combat team were either robust and strong or ruthless and fierce, all of whom had a higher survival rate in this apocalyptic world, naturally becoming the first choice for those vulnerable. However, a few naive youngsters in the crowd looked around in confusion, their eyes filled with bewilderment. "What's going on? Did you all secretly indulge in something good and leave me out?" Someone leaned in to whisper an explanation of last night's events. Upon learning that they had missed out on the good fortune due to being too deeply asleep to hear the knocking, the expressions of several people turned green with envy. "Damn it. I'm not sleeping tonight. I'll guard the car door. What a blood loss this is. You guys are too ungrateful. Didn't you hear the knocking and call me? Woe is me, what a huge loss." Old Zheng then realized that all of them had enjoyed such treatment. He glanced at Old Luo beside him, noticed the other's evasive gaze, and suddenly had an epiphany. What a guy! It turns out this kid had already indulged. He had foolishly thought of introducing him, which was truly unnecessary. The commotion among the group completely spread the news of last night's events, and soon a crowd of women with flushed faces emerged. But when they discovered that they were not alone in their actions, the sense of shame gradually dissipated, and they bore the gazes of others with calm acceptance. To their surprise, the gazes were not filled with disdain, but rather understanding and encouragement. They instantly thought of Pan Lian. Had it not been for her bravery waking everyone with her life, they might still be enduring strange looks and accusations. Xiong Zhengwo emerged, his body wrapped in bandages, limping as he walked to Long Ye's side. Long Yi promptly and succinctly explained the current situation. Xiong Zhengwo gazed solemnly into the depths of the fog where several vehicles were faintly appearing in the distance. "Although I have broken through to level 2 sequence, my body has not fully recovered yet. I hope those two extraordinary individuals from the other side are not too strong. Yes, I have already sent Gu Yan and Lu Ying to call Yi Fan, hoping he can wake up." Long Yi spoke in a low voice. At that moment, the patrol team quickly returned to camp. The leader jumped out of the car and quickly ran to Long Yi, reporting the situation at a rapid pace. "Captain Long, we are facing a team of 8 vehicles, all ordinary family sedans, visibly unharmed from battle. But their intentions are not good. When we tried to communicate, they drove straight at us. Luckily, our driving skills were good, or we would have been hit." Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts tightened. It seemed a fight was indeed imminent. Long Yes' expression darkened, and he shouted sternly, "Everyone pay attention. Prepare for battle immediately, and be on guard against them ramming the camp. The opposing team has 8 vehicles, and their numbers are estimated at 30 to 40 people, with 2 extraordinary individuals of unknown strength. Everyone stay alert." "Yes. Don't worry, Captain Long." Everyone responded in unison, the tension that had dissipated earlier once again coalescing as each person tightened their grip on their weapons. Long Yi turned to Xiong Jingwo. "It seems we are facing a tough battle ahead. We must respond cautiously." "All right." Xiong Jingwo nodded, gripping the machete at his waist. The two stood side by side at the front of the convoy, their gazes sharp as they fixed on the front. Soon the unfamiliar convoy came to a slow stop about 20 meters away, the sound of engines fading the air thick with an impending sense of storm. 30 minutes earlier, Zhang Ziwei slowly opened her eyes, greeted by the gray sky above the blood-red moon, casting an eerie glow. "Did I die?" she mumbled in bewilderment. Just then a gentle female voice sounded beside her. "You didn't die, we saved you." "Not dead." Zhang Ziwei's heart jolted, and she instinctively reached for her abdomen. Her fingertips touched a smooth, flat surface devoid of any wounds, and not a hint of pain. She sprang up in disbelief, repeatedly feeling the previously injured area, exclaiming in joy, All healed. Heavens, how miraculous is this?" "It is quite miraculous, isn't it? This is Sister Ying's extraordinary ability. As long as there is still a breath left in you, she can save you. I was saved by her in the same way before." Zhang Ziwei then saw clearly that the speaker was a mature woman in her 30s. The woman stood up with a smile, gently saying, "Since you've woken up, let me go get Sister Ying. She has something to ask you." Zhang Ziwei washed her head towards a pink car not far away, then turned to survey her surroundings. She saw her own car overturned in a nearby clearing, and lying next to it were her 2 friends. What sent chills down her spine was that a cloth was covering her friends' heads, soaked in dark red blood. Had they died? Tears instantly blurred her vision as Zhang Ziwei choked out, "Why? How could this happen? How could they just die?" "I'm sorry, by the time we arrived they had already passed away. My ability couldn't save them. You were very lucky to still have breath, allowing you to be saved." Zhang Ziwei looked up to see a woman with pink wavy hair standing before her, smiling down at her. To her left stood a hefty woman weighing at least 200 pounds, a lollipop sticking out of her mouth. "My name is Luing, the captain of the Rose team. What happened to you?" Luing introduced herself, her gaze sweeping over the 2 corpses, her brow slightly furrowing. "Rose team." Zhang Ziwei was completely confused. Seeing her reaction, Luing smiled and explained, "Our team is entirely composed of women, hence the name Rose team." "All women?" Zhang Ziwei exclaimed in shock, her eyes widening. "Are you serious? No men?" "Haha, of course not." The hefty woman burst into laughter, her tone filled with pride. "We don't need those annoying men. We can thrive on our own." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziwei could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down her face as she cried, "Wah! Finally found a group. Sister, I've been bullied terribly by those men." Luing was startled by her sudden reaction and quickly stepped forward to embrace her, gently soothing. It's okay, you must have felt wronged, right? Take your time with your sister here, I'll take care of it." "Right?" The hefty woman clenched her fists, her eyes wide with anger. "Who bullied you?" "Zhu Mingming will go beat him to death." Zhang Ziwei shook her head, her voice quivering as she said, "It's useless. They have extraordinary individuals. We can't provoke them." Luing smiled slightly, her tone confident. "Let me introduce myself. I am a level 2 extraordinary sequence healer sequence." Then she pointed to the hefty woman beside her. "This is Zhu Mingming, our team's main combat force, level 1 extraordinary sequence brawler sequence. This convoy actually has 2 extraordinary individuals." Zhang Ziwei's pupils constricted sharply, and a malicious thought surged in her mind. Since Yi Fan has yet to wake up, the convoy is now vulnerable. Perhaps she could use the Rose team to avenge the previous grievances. "We must find a way to make the Rose caravan attack them. Only by killing that bunch of bastards can I relieve the hatred in my heart. You see, our Rose caravan has 2 extraordinary individuals, so there's no need to fear anyone." Luing smiled sweetly. However, for some reason Zhang Ziwei found that smile to be inexplicably eerie. But at that moment her heart was filled with hatred, and she had no time to ponder. Her mind was racing with thoughts of how to persuade this group to help her take revenge. Thus Zhang Ziwei began to speak tearfully about her experiences. She portrayed herself as a pitiful person who had suffered endless bullying, claiming that the terminal caravan had ruthlessly exploited ordinary people and forced her 2 companions to do unspeakable things. She fought desperately to rescue her unconscious companions, but was instead accused of harming them, and was stabbed 3 times by a repulsive bald man. "If it weren't for my desperate efforts to save them, the 3 of us would probably have been tortured to death. Yet I still couldn't protect them. I hate myself for being unable to take revenge for them. Sob. I'm sorry for them." She cried heart-wrenchingly, her tears flowing like beads spilled from a broken string, and the women of the Rose caravan around her couldn't help but tear up, feeling her pain. Luing wiped her tears and said with compassion, "Sister, you have suffered greatly. Don't worry, we sisters will definitely help you take revenge and kill all those nasty men who laid hands on you. However, Zhang Ziwei shook her head vigorously, feigning refusal. No way. Their caravan has 3 extraordinary individuals. Although one is unconscious and another severely injured, only one perceiver remains, the captain, who wields a pistol known as a forbidden item. We can't defeat them. I don't want my sisters to sacrifice anymore. While saying they couldn't win, she was actually revealing all the information about the terminal caravan being weak, yet hiding treasure. Glancing at Lu Ying, who appeared to be deep in thought, she continued to cry. They have many people, over 100, and at least 10 who can fight. They have killed many people and robbed a lot of supplies. They are utterly despicable. We really can't win. Supplies. Lu Ying's eyes suddenly lit up. The Rose caravan was in dire need of supplies. 3 extraordinary individuals, 1 unconscious, 1 severely injured, and only a non-combatant perceiver remaining, yet they possess a forbidden item. Lu Ying was thoroughly tempted. Their caravan had yet to possess a single forbidden item, and they just happened to need a perceiver. This was a heavenly opportunity, one that could be exploited. But she still felt uneasy and pressed. Sister, can you tell me how they got injured? Did they encounter some sort of mishap? Zhang Ziwei had been waiting for this question. She knew that the Rose caravan would likely go to Camp Iron Town for supplies, and given the current situation in Camp Iron Town, entering to gather supplies would be tantamount to seeking death. Thus she laid bare the dangers of Camp Iron Town and exaggeratedly described her own framing experience there, embellishing all her statements to sound exceedingly. Upon hearing that Yi Fan had a peculiar long gun, Lu Ying's heart raced. Another forbidden item. Is this terminal caravan actually loaded? What thrilled her even more was that from Zhang Ziwei's words, she keenly picked up on a key piece of information. The terminal caravan was actually heading directly to the next city, and they had a guiding pointer. Ever since their caravan's perceiver had died in a strange incident, they had been passively reacting in every situation. Now the opposing extraordinary individuals were weak, and they had a perceiver, abundant supplies, and 2 forbidden items, yet they couldn't enter Camp Iron Town, and they possessed a guiding pointer. Her heart raced. This was too enticing. The possession of great riches could lead to disaster. This terminal caravan was essentially digging its own grave. Lu Ying exchanged a glance with Zhu Mingming behind her, and the plump woman immediately nodded and said foolishly, Sister Ying, I'll follow your lead and help Sister Ziwei take revenge. Good. Sisters, our little sister has suffered such great injustice. We cannot ignore it. Follow me to help Sister Ziwei take revenge. Lu Ying shouted loudly. All right. Kill them. So disgusting. They must be wiped out. Yes. We cannot let this group of bastards go. Drive straight into them. Let them know the consequences of bullying us. This little sister is so pitiful. Sob sob. Lu Ying and Zhu Mingming were the first to get out of the car, glaring fiercely at Long Yi and Xiong Jiangwo across the way. Seeing Xiong Jiangwo wrapped in bandages, both felt a surge of joy, as the news was indeed accurate. This person was indeed severely injured. Sister Ying, I'll go deal with that big guy. First you distract that perceiver. After I finish him, he'll come to help you. Zhu Mingming said, disdainfully sucking on a lollipop. Lu Ying naturally agreed. She was a level 2 perceiver, more than capable of handling a level 1 perceiver. Zhu Mingming was a level 1 martial artist, easily able to take down an injured level 1 big bear. All right, you finish the battle quickly and come help me. Don't worry. I'm super strong, I can knock that guy out with 1 punch. Zhu Mingming patted her chest in assurance. Then she cautioned, be careful. Even though your physician sequence is level 2, your combat power is weak, so you can only engage in melee combat. Especially be wary of that perceiver's forbidden item pistol. Understood. Once we kill them, we will have endless food. You can eat as much as you want then, Lu Ying responded with a smile. No one knew that her apparent physician sequence was merely a disguise, and her true sequence was actually a worm master. The reason she could save Zhang Ziwei before was that she had implanted worm eggs into her body, allowing the worms to replace her bodily cells. To put it bluntly, now Zhang Ziwei only had her head intact. Her body had long since been devoured by the worms. As long as Lu Ying wished, she could let the worms invade her brain at any time, completely turning her into her. Not just Zhang Ziwei, the entire Rose caravan had long since become her puppets. This was also the reason she could quickly advance to level 2. Even without using the abilities of a worm master, relying on the physical prowess of a level 2 sequence, as long as she was careful, she had no fear of that pistol. Moreover, even if she was injured, she could quickly recover thanks to the worms. With this thought, Lu Ying's enthusiasm grew ever hotter. She was especially eager for the unconscious extraordinary individual. If she could implant worms while he was out cold, she could completely control an extraordinary being, greatly enhancing her own power. If done properly, she might even be able to control the entire terminal caravan, turning all over 100 people into worm puppets. At that point, she would no longer need to hide her, just as she fantasized about controlling extraordinary beings and living a life surrounded by a vast puppet army. Long Yi across the way finally spoke. What does this mean, you two? Long Yi asked in a deep voice, his sharp gaze locking onto Lu Ying and Zhu Mingming across from him. A hint of disdain curled at the corner of Lu Ying's mouth, and her eyes. Long Yi and Xiong Jiangwo were merely lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Humph, do you even know you dared to stand here alive after tormenting our sister Ziwei so cruelly? Long Yi was bewildered. Sister Ziwei. When did he ever commit such a heinous act that would invoke the public's wrath? And when did he ever provoke someone like her? The next moment Zhang Ziwei strutted out of the pink car, her gaze filled with resentment as she swept it over the crowd at the finish line. What the hell? She's still alive. How is that possible? Old Li and Pan Lian died in vain. Kill her. Avenge Old Li and Pan Lian. Yes, slaughter this wretch. The angry shouts surged, and Long Yi's expression darkened to the point of dripping water. He suddenly understood the cause and effect. This woman was clearly twisting the truth and sowing discord. He examined Lu Ying closely through his perception glasses and found her internal energy fluctuations were significantly stronger than the nearby chubby woman, nearly rivaling Xiong Jiangwo. She was likely a level 2 sequence user. With Xiong Jiangwo still injured and Yi Fan unconscious, the combat strength of the convoy was depleted. Long Yi wanted to negotiate and avoid conflict, but Lu Ying gave him no chance at all. Sisters, attack. Kill all these stinking men. Lu Ying ordered coldly. As soon as she finished speaking, over 30 women surged out from the convoy, each wielding weapons and showing fierce expressions. Yet when the combat team members saw the weapons in their hands, they couldn't help but laugh. Some were even wielding wooden sticks. Is this it? You think you can kill us? Oh, I'm so scared. Old Zheng mocked, resting a machete on his shoulder with an arrogant grin. Ha ha ha. The combat team members burst into laughter, and the tension dissipated by more than half. Zhu Mingming was completely enraged by this laughter. She clashed her hands together, and a pale blue airflow instantly appeared, condensing into a pair of menacing gauntlets in her palms. Level 1 sequence boxer. She sneered. You foul-mouthed men, just wait. He'll kill you all in a moment. Lu Ying also coldly laughed. Mingming, take care of that big guy. He's severely injured, so make it quick. He'll keep that perceiver occupied. All right. Long Yi sighed lightly. It was evident that the situation of the convoy had been completely exposed, and a fight was inevitable. Brother Jiangwo, can you handle that chubby woman? Xiong Jiangwo grinned disdainfully. Don't worry. Just a level 1 boxer, not a problem. As soon as he finished speaking, the 1.9-meter-tall man suddenly surged in size, the bandages on him bursting apart one by one, transforming into a 5-meter giant gray bear. With his wounds forcibly torn open, blood trickled down from his thick fur, and combined with his fierce appearance, he was truly intimidating. Roar! Xiong Jiangwo let out a deafening roar towards Zhu Mingming, the enormous sound wave making her shudder. She looked up at the giant gray bear, which was more than 3 times her height, and felt a moment of confusion. How could she still punch her chest? Seeing Xiong Jiangwo transform, Lu Ying's expression turned dark. He was also a level 2 sequence user. But when she noticed the numerous wounds on him, she immediately smiled. She abruptly flicked her right hand, sending dozens of small, off-white particles flying towards Xiong Jiangwo. Watch out! Long Yi had been closely observing Lu Ying's movements and immediately called out. Xiong Jiangwo hurriedly dodged to the side, but those off-white particles were simply too small and flew too fast. He couldn't avoid them and could only watch as after a moment he felt nothing unusual and couldn't help but wonder. It seems like nothing happened. Don't let your guard down. Make it quick. Long Yi's face turned gray. He felt that something was off and immediately ordered, combat team attack. This time the spoils will be divided among you. With the combat strength of the convoy depleted, he needed these ordinary people to probe Lu Ying's abilities first. Yes. Long team, long lived. Kill. Avenge Old Li and Pan Lian. The morale of the crowd surged as they rushed towards the Rose convoy. Seeing Zhu Mingming actually wanting to retreat, Lu Ying coldly snorted. Mingming, hold him for 10 seconds. I can control this bear, and then you can slaughter him at will. Huh. Zhu Mingming was taken aback and didn't react. Trust me, my level 2 sequence ability can control him. If you get hurt, I can help you recover. Seeing Zhu Mingming hesitate, Lu Ying's expression suddenly darkened. She could directly turn Zhu Mingming into a puppet, but a puppet ultimately lacked the instincts of a human and was less useful than a living person. Brother Jiangwo, go for it. All right. Both knew time was of the essence. Xiong Jiangwo was the first to swing his giant paw down towards the dazed Zhu Mingming. Zhu Mingming was startled. Her plump body was surprisingly agile at that moment, and she leaped aside. But before she could stabilize herself, another giant paw from Xiong Jiangwo followed. Bang! The giant paw hit the ground, creating a deep pit and raising clouds of dust. Meanwhile, Long Yi didn't hesitate and drew out his flesh-and-blood pistol, aiming at Lu Ying and pulling the trigger. Lu Ying had long been prepared. As soon as she saw him raise his hand, she swiftly sidestepped and kept retreating, increasing the distance between herself and Long. My ability is not for close combat. Lu Ying sneered, shouting to the women behind her, Sisters, the longer we drag this out, the higher our chances of winning. Rest assured we are bound to win. Ha ha. The chubby man had already locked onto Zhang Ziwei from behind the crowd, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Now he could finally avenge Pan Lian without any reservations. He raised the Zhuge crossbow targeting Zhang Ziwei's chest, and without hesitation pulled the trigger. Whoosh! Zhang Ziwei was stealthily trying to retreat, wanting to avoid the frontline battle, when she suddenly caught sight of a black flash coming at her. She turned her head sharply only to see a crossbow bolt shooting towards her. There was no time to dodge. The bolt accurately pierced her chest, filling Zhang Ziwei's eyes with despair. Why was she, who had just escaped from the clutches of death, about to die again? Good. Fat brother is awesome. Old Zhang initially wanted to rush up and slash Zhang Ziwei, but seeing the chubby man take the lead, he immediately cheered loudly. Whoosh! Whoosh! The chubby man, not yet satisfied, shot 2 more bolts, all of which struck Zhang Ziwei. What a relief. Old Zhang, filled with adrenaline, wanted to rush forward to deliver the finishing blow. But the next second, everyone froze, including Zhang Ziwei herself. She instinctively wanted to fall backward. Wasn't it always portrayed that way on television when someone was hit by an arrow? But after waiting for a long time, her chest, she looked down in confusion, only to see white worms crawling out of the wound, which should have been bleeding. Zhang Ziwei was horrified and trembling, unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. What is wrong with my body? What the hell? What kind of monster is this? Old Zhang was also startled by this bizarre scene. But he wasn't timid. Gritting his teeth, he swung his machete and plunged it into Zhang Ziwei's chest, then fiercely slashed downward. Die! But what chilled his heart was that the machete fell with no resistance, as if he had struck cotton. Oh, where were the bones? In the next moment, more white worms surged out from the enormous wound on Zhang Ziwei's chest, crawling all over the ground. What the hell? Old Zhang was terrified and retreated repeatedly, his face pale. What on earth is this thing? Zhang Ziwei completely broke down, tears streaming down her face. She trembled as she looked at Lu Ying, instantly realizing that the changes in her body were undoubtedly related to her. She had saved her. Lu Ying watched this scene with an exceedingly strange smile, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. Sister Ziwei, what are you afraid of? She said softly, her tone laced with a chilling coldness. Look, you are now an immortal body. Isn't that good? No. Please turn me back. I'm begging you. Zhang Ziwei cried, collapsing to her knees before Lu Ying, repeatedly bowing and pleading. Everyone present stared at the white worms continuously falling from Zhang Ziwei, their bodies cold, and the silence was terrifying. All eyes eventually converged on Lu Ying, who wore a strange smile. How about that? My perfect creation, isn't it impressive? Lu Ying laughed maniacally. Sisters, what are you afraid of? Don't be afraid. You are all immortal now, Oh, what do you mean? Are we like her? No, I don't want to become that kind of monster. As soon as Lu Ying said this, the women of the Rose team were frightened and retreated. They looked in disbelief at this Sister Ying, who had always treated them kindly. How could she change like this? One girl resolute made a cut on her own arm. Seeing the writhing white worms in the wound, she fainted in terror. Run! The members of the Rose team saw this scene and instinctively tried to escape. It was too terrifying. They didn't want to stay here for a second longer. Run! What are you running for? Can you escape? Lu Ying's face darkened. I am about to take control of the destination team. How could I let you escape? Through his sensing glasses, Long Yi noticed that the energy within this woman suddenly surged. Not good. Without hesitation, he raised his bloodstained gun and fired. Bang! Long Yi was dumbfounded as Zhang Ziwei struggled to stand up, using her body to block the bullet. Why? In the next moment, everyone from the destination team felt a chill. They saw the women from the Rose team who had just fled, all turning back. Each of them wore a vacant expression, moving stiffly towards this side, like walking corpses. What the hell is this? Zombies. This ability is too damn creepy. Brother Jianguo, let's finish this quickly. Long Yi shouted, pulling the trigger again, without hesitation. The situation was getting worse. Damn it. My body is malfunctioning. Xiong Jianguo roared with difficulty. His body was already so stiff, he could. Long Yi suddenly turned to look at Xiong Jianguo, his scalp tingling. White worms were actually crawling out from Xiong Jianguo's body. This is bad. Those weren't wounds at all, they were worm eggs. I'm so lucky. Lu Ying laughed maniacally. Your team actually has 3 extraordinary beings. One is seriously injured and natural host for the worms. One is in a coma, completely unable to resist my control. Her gaze fell on Long Yi, licking her lips. And you, the censor, kneel before me, and I will spare your life, letting you be my male pet. How about that? Hearing this, everyone's expression turned extremely ugly. Lu Ying triumphantly shouted, Mingming. That dumb bear's mobility has already been restricted by me. Hurry up and make a few more cuts. Soon I will be able to control him completely. 5-meter tall big bear, TSK. Zhu Mingming watched the scene before her, frightened and backing away. She pointed at Lu Ying in disbelief, her voice trembling. You demon. How can you do this? Lu Ying's smile instantly froze. She turned her head stiffly to look at Zhu Mingming, stating word by word, you better behave and don't cause trouble. I won't. Zhu Mingming shouted angrily, I am an extraordinary being. I won't listen to a devil like you. You are disgusting. Lu Ying laughed angrily, hee, I'm disgusting. You are the one who is disgusting. You fat piece of rubbish, don't you know that your fat body is the best breeding ground for my worms? How could I possibly let you go? Zhu Mingming's face turned pale as paper trembling. She asked you. You won't turn me into that kind of monster, will you? Of course not. How could I bear to let you go? Oh, I will kill you. Zhu Mingming completely broke down, her eyes reddening as she charged towards Lu Ying. But her steps grew slower and her body heavier. It felt as if she was gradually losing control of herself. Watching Lu Ying's smile grow more radiant, Zhu Mingming suddenly understood. It was over. In the next moment, everyone from the destination team watched in horror. Zhu Mingming slowly stopped her charge towards Lu Ying, then slowly turned her head, revealing a vacant expression, staring intensely at them. This scene sent chills down everyone's spine. Even extraordinary beings can't escape. At this moment in the Rose team, except for Lu Ying, everyone else wore a vacant expression, staring blankly at them. A chill suddenly swept across the entire place. Huh. Captain Long, how about that? Lu Ying laughed arrogantly, isn't my creation perfect? Even extraordinary beings can only submit at my feet. Stop resisting, just surrender obediently, ha. Damn it. What to do? This woman's ability is too damn disgusting. Xiong Jiangwo has also been controlled, we have no chance of winning at all. Should we just run away quickly? Damn. Why does it have to be us? Old Luo, let's fight them. Killing one is enough, killing two is a big profit. It would be great if Yi Fan woke up. He must have a way. Yeah, Brother Fan is so powerful he can definitely deal with this crazy woman. Long Yu was also sweating profusely. This woman is truly ruthless, treating all the members of her team as hosts, utterly inhumane. He took a deep breath and suddenly shouted, Yi Fan, how long are you going to hide? Long Yi had been wearing sensing glasses, his gaze never leaving the direction of Yi Fan. He noticed the moment Yi Fan woke up, this kid was deliberately hiding and not coming out. Yi Fan had already been awakened by the commotion caused by Gu Yin, and the two women quickly recounted the situation of the Rose team's attack. After understanding the situation, Yi Fan did not rush out immediately. Instead, he chose to observe quietly from the side, using his magnetic field sensing ability to carefully probe the movements of the Rose team. He would not act rashly without clarity of the situation. What if he couldn't win? That would be seeking death. However, after watching for so long, he had already grasped the details of that pink-haired woman. Just a clown controlling people with little worms. Yi Fan, the extraordinary being who is in a coma. Lu Ying was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, and then scoffed disdainfully, humph. Even if he wakes up, what can he do? He's still just a clown. Captain Long, are you actually counting on him to save you? She licked her lips, her tone full of mockery. You might as well kneel down and lick my shoes, and I might consider sparing your life. How about that? What? Brother Fan woke up. Huh. There's hope. Crazy woman. You're dead. Brother Fan is here, you're dead. Huh. Finally there's hope. Great. With Brother Fan here we don't need to be afraid. You're dead, you bastard. Hearing this, Lu Ying's expression instantly darkened, roaring fiercely, very good. Very good. You're all dead. Yi Fan, you filthy rat, come out. What kind of man hides away? After I kill you, I will slowly torture these foul-mouthed guys, ha. What? Afraid to come out? You're not scared enough to run away with your tail between your legs, are you? Coward. Lu Ying became even more arrogant as no one responded. Whoosh. At that moment, a glimmer of cold light shot through the air, heading straight for Lu Ying's face. Lu Ying's expression changed drastically as she hurriedly retreated to evade. Bang! A heavy thud resonated. Amidst the swirling dust, a tall figure gradually stood firm. I heard you call me a clown. A gentle breeze brushed against his face, dispersing the dust ahead. Everyone saw the cold gleam of the spear embedded in the ground, with Yi Fan standing firmly on its tail, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of mastery. Look, it's Brother Fan. Oh, so cool. Great. We are saved. Brother Fan, quickly kill that disgusting woman. So damn disgusting. The people from the finish line team shouted excitedly upon seeing the familiar figure. Fan Z, be careful. That woman's ability is very sinister. A chubby man in the crowd hurriedly shouted to warn, fearing Yi Fan might fall into her hands too. Long Yi also quickly spoke up. Brother Yi, be careful. Never let her create any wounds. Her ability can unleash strange insects that can control people once they make contact. Yi Fan, hearing this, sneered contemptuously. Relax, she's just a filthy bug that hides behind and plays dirty tricks, not worth my attention. Lu Ying was enraged by his words and screamed sharply, bastard. You cowardly rat. You're seeking death. Yi Fan shook his head helplessly, too lazy to argue with this madwoman. With a light push of his right foot against the cold, gleaming spear, it instantly leaped into the air. Yi Fan lightly leaped up, grasping the spear's shaft, and suddenly swung it forward, the spear tip aimed directly at Lu Ying. Yi Fan coldly said, Woman, I'll give you a chance to kneel and lick my shoes, and I might consider sparing your life. What do you say? Lu Ying's face turned red with anger upon hearing this. This was exactly what she had just thrown at Long Yi, and Yi Fan had the audacity to return it word for word. She was instantly furious and sneered repeatedly. Hey, what are you even? How dare you speak to me like that? Are you blind? I am a level 2 sequence worm master. I have so many insect puppets under my control. What gives you the right to be arrogant before me? In the next moment, she swung her right hand fiercely. Zhu Mingming was the first to charge forward, the blue glowing gauntlet representing the strength of a boxer instantly taking shape. Not only that, but the people from the Rose team also charged forward like crazy. Yi Fan looked at the blank-faced puppets, snorted coldly. What's this? Did the bugs eat your brains clean? Just because you've just reached level 2 you think you can act so? A bunch of worthless chickens and dogs. I really don't understand what gives you such delusions of grandeur. Bastard. Just you wait. I will turn you into an insect puppet and torture you to death. Having carved a bloody path through mountains of corpses, these mere dozens of insects were nothing. His chi and blood enveloped his body instantly, making the cold, gleaming spear appear even more fearsome. Facing Zhu Mingming charging at him, Yi Fan did not flinch at all, swinging the cold, gleaming spear horizontally. Seeing this, Zhu Mingming immediately stretched out her hands to block, seemingly attempting to grab the spear with her bare hands. Arrogant woman. Yi Fan's mind moved, controlling the cold, gleaming spear to instantly increase in weight to 50 kilograms. The tremendous impact hit Zhu Mingming hard. Her body, already eroded by insects, could not withstand this force and shattered on the spot, countless white insects flying into the air. Seeing this scene, Lu Ying's expression changed dramatically as she screamed in disbelief. How is this possible? How could he be this strong? Damn it. Brother Fan is amazing. One-hit kill. This is too fierce. Long Yi, who had been anxious, breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this. Great. As a fellow level 2 sequence, Yi Fan was obviously far superior. At that moment, Xiong Jiangwo's eyes turned red, his whole body stiff, unable to move. He could clearly feel the insects within his body thrashing and biting wildly. Fortunately, his newly acquired ability upon reaching level 2 was slow healing, just enough to counter the insect's erosion, allowing him to barely delay the time he was under control. The sensation of countless insects crawling and biting within his body made him feel like he was in agony. But he was more afraid of turning into that woman's puppet. Upon witnessing Yi Fan's terrifying strike, the anxiety in his heart finally eased. He knew he was saved. Yi Fan did not pause at all. The cold, gleaming spear moved like a red dragon, sweeping through the insect puppets back and forth. Wherever it passed, the puppets shattered, white insects flying everywhere. Lu Ying watched this scene, her face pale. Clearly everything was under her control. She was about to take down the finish line team. Why did Yi Fan suddenly appear? She clenched her teeth, fully unleashing her sequence ability. The insects that were knocked away instantly exploded, transforming into countless beige insect eggs, overwhelming and sweeping toward. Die? My larval worms can control people, not just through wounds. In Long Yi's perception glasses, Lu Ying's energy intensity surged instantly. But even so, it was still far inferior to Yi Fan. At this moment, Yi Fan's energy intensity was more than a whole level stronger than Lu Ying at full blast. Yi Fan completely ignored the dense beige insect eggs swarming towards him, charging straight at the retreating Lu Ying. Those larval worms, which Lu Ying had high hopes for, lost all vitality upon touching the chi and blood armor on Yi Fan, as if burned by high temperatures, and fell from the air. Lu Ying stared blankly at the scene before her, unable to believe. She muttered to herself, How is this possible? Yi Fan had no time to listen to her nonsense. A cold gleam rapidly enlarged before Lu Ying's eyes, the spear tip piercing directly into her skull, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Yi Fan did not stop. The cold gleaming spear struck Lu Ying violently, smashing her body to pieces. Countless white insects crawled out from her remains. This guy had actually transformed herself into such a disgusting form. Was this a side effect of her ability? No wonder she acted like a fool. This woman's ability was too bizarre. Yi Fan dared not guarantee whether this madwoman had any means of resurrection. Even after smashing her into a pulp, Yi Fan was still not at ease. He turned and shouted, Long Yi, quick, bring some gasoline. Burn all the insects on the ground clean. Long Yi had thought of this long ago, and seeing the tide had turned, had already sent the battle team to fetch flammable materials. Brother Jiangwo, are you okay? Long Yi turned to look at Xiong Jiangwo, his face full of concern. That big bear looked dispirited, but white insects were continuously being squeezed out from his wounds. Immediately after, Xiong Jiangwo's honest voice rang out. I'm fine. Once that woman dies, all the insects in my body lose their vitality. I can squeeze them all out. Hearing this, Long Yi instantly felt relieved. He thought this big guy was going to be completely finished, but it seemed the outcome was not too bad. He sighed, great. This woman's ability was too terrifying. We almost lost everything just now. I say, you guys could have acted directly at taking her by surprise. Might have seen you take down Lu Ying already instead of dragging it out. If I hadn't woken up, we would all have been done for. Yi Fan scolded unhappily. Haha, wasn't it thanks to brother Yi waking up just in time? Long Yi grinned shamelessly. How are you feeling? Did you get hurt just now? Yi Fan looked up at Xiong Jiangwo. Seeing he was mostly fine, he also breathed a sigh of relief and casually replied, "Just a mere clown. What injury could I sustain?" Ding, today's random information has been delivered. Ding, today's random intel has been delivered. On July 6, 2045, at 8:00 a.m., the unfortunate destined individual has survived the third day of the apocalypse. Unexpectedly, a conflict arose so soon with the human convoy. I must say the host's performance is quite commendable. However, unfortunately, according to your upcoming route, you will inevitably encounter the convoy of the Pathkeeper belonging to a certain mysterious entity. It would be best for the host to delay departure by a day. Oh, don't rush in recklessly. They have received an extraordinary promotion potion granted by the mysterious entity, boasting 1 level 3 extraordinary and 2 level 2 extraordinary beings acting as hunters on your route, specifically targeting you, the extraordinary sequence. As a reward for the host's excellent performance, here's an additional piece of intel. Additional info: there is a strange presence within your convoy possessing one of the exploration personnel from Ingtai Town. It feeds on the despair of its host, and those possessed will find their spirits tainted, ultimately leading them to commit suicide in an extremely brutal manner before others. If anyone witnesses the possessed individual committing suicide, they will be tainted spiritually and become one of its hosts. It is currently in an extremely weakened state, and complete control over its host will take some time. Please locate its host and keep your distance. Beware, this is a tricky anomaly. Do not let it know that you have discovered its existence. Otherwise, even if it is currently extremely weakened, it is not something you can eliminate at this moment. Damn. After dealing with the Rose Convoy, Yi Fan caught sight of today's random intel at a glance. The contents of the intel made his scalp tingle. A Pathkeeper convoy that he could not possibly defeat a mysterious entity. Why are they called Pathkeepers? And why specifically hunt the extraordinary sequence? The amount of information is overwhelming. Especially that additional piece of intel, which left his hair standing on end. This anomaly's ability is simply outrageous. Fortunately, it is the apocalypse now. If such a thing had appeared before the apocalypse with the spread of the internet, wouldn't it obliterate the blue planet in no time? If that host were to suddenly commit suicide in front of the entire convoy, it would be a huge mess. Spiritual pollution. This is definitely beyond what they can handle. Long Yi noticed Yi Fan's increasingly grim expression and felt a sinking feeling in his heart, thinking that something bad was about to happen. He could guess that Yi Fan must have a channel for obtaining special messages, perhaps some forbidden object. Seeing that Yi Fan had no intention of speaking up, he hesitated to pry further. Could it be that Yi Fan had received some life-threatening news? What's wrong? Long Yi asked in a low voice. Yi Fan took a deep breath. He certainly did not forget the warning in the intel. He must not let the anomaly know he had discovered its existence. It seems he had to play the riddle master today. An anomaly with the ability of spiritual pollution. Currently no one in the entire convoy can withstand spiritual pollution. He had never even heard of what spiritual pollution was before. He simply couldn't afford to provoke it. He completely couldn't afford to provoke it. Yi Fan suppressed the turbulent waves in his heart and tried to maintain a casual demeanor. He forced a smile and said to Long Yi, "Haha, it's nothing. Just a bit hungry. Alright everyone, let's return to our vehicles and rest, no crowding together." After saying that, Yi Fan gave Long Yi a subtle glance and headed straight for his cargo truck. Long Yi watched Yi Fan's string of unusual actions, and his heart sank heavily, instantly realizing that something was seriously wrong. He immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, "Alright. The crisis is resolved. Everyone hurry back to your trucks to rest. The patrol team doesn't need to patrol anymore. You just stay inside your vehicles and don't wander around. We might depart at any moment. Who knows when we will have such a peaceful time to rest again." Great. That's wonderful. With Yi Fan here, we can finally take a proper— Yes. Fan Gu is our guardian angel. Alright, let's go back and rest. Who knows when we will have to run again. Yi Fan jumped into his cargo truck, and the moment he closed the door, the smile on his face completely vanished, replaced by a grim expression. He had been unconscious for too long, and he had no idea what had happened within the convoy during this time. Now he had to quickly grasp all the circumstances of the convoy. Seeing that Long Yi had also returned to his truck, Yi Fan immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie and gritted his teeth, growling, "Long Yi, you bastard, respond to me." Fortunately, Long Yi had not been to Ingtai Town, eliminating the possibility of being possessed. He finally had someone to discuss things with. "What's wrong?" As Long Yi got into the vehicle, he heard the walkie-talkie that was exclusive to him and Yi Fan ringing. Yi Fan's voice, filled with suppressed rage, sent a chill down his spine and a strong sense of unease. "Sir." He knew Yi Fan very well. Although he was difficult to get along with, he was not someone who would get angry for no reason. Since he was in such a state, something must have gone terribly wrong. "What have you been doing? There's an anomaly lurking in the convoy, and you don't even know," Yi Fan shouted through clenched teeth. If it weren't for his intel system, the entire convoy would have likely been wiped out at some point without understanding why they died. At that moment, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. Even if they could swiftly eliminate the extraordinary beings from the Guangming and Rose convoys, in the face of an anomaly, humanity was still far too weak, The power of the anomaly was simply terrifying. Fortunately, he had the daily intel system as a golden finger, otherwise he would have been caught completely off guard today. How is that possible? I just comprehensively sensed the area. There's absolutely no anomaly in the convoy. Long Yi replied, feeling a chill run down his spine. He activated his sensing ability again, carefully checking the entire convoy. After confirming there were no abnormal fluctuations, he finally felt a bit of relief. Long Yi's tone had a hint of dissatisfaction. I just scanned again. While speaking, there's really no anomaly. Did you misinterpret something? Yi Fan completely ignored his rebuttal and bluntly stated my information cannot be wrong. The problem definitely lies with you. Long Yi's temper flared instantly as he shouted angrily, what problem could I possibly have? I am a level 1 sequence perceiver specifically trained to handle anomalies. As he spoke halfway, Long Yi suddenly froze, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Yi Fan also realized at this moment, instantly grasping the key. At least it was a level 2 anomaly. Level 2. Long Yi's lips trembled violently, his voice quivering. Yi Fan, don't scare me. Yi Fan was silent for a moment. He didn't want to believe this fact, but the intel system had never been wrong. He had no choice but to believe. He sighed, his tone filled with helplessness. Given the situation, it's at least level 2. I think you wouldn't joke with your own life. Long Yi's hand holding the walkie-talkie suddenly trembled uncontrollably. A level 2 anomaly lurking within their convoy. What does this imply? They could face catastrophic disaster at any moment. Even more terrifying is that they don't even know where the source of danger lies, let alone how to avoid it. And Yi Fan's next words made Long Yi drop the walkie-talkie with a thud onto the ground. According to the information I received, this anomaly escaped from Yingtai Town. Its method of attack is spiritual pollution, and those it possesses will commit suicide in an extremely cruel manner before others. Anyone who witnesses the suicide will be directly spiritually polluted. Suicide? What the hell? Pan Lian. Long Yi immediately thought of Pan Lian, his whole body trembling like a sieve. Would seeing a person commit suicide pollute one's spirit? In the convoy, at least 1/3 of those who witnessed Pan Lian's tragic suicide were present, and Long Yi was unmistakably among them. Could it be that he too had been spiritually polluted? How could that be? Why did he feel nothing at all? Yi Fan's deep voice came through the intercom. Has anyone committed suicide during this time? Hey, Long Yi, speak up. Get it together. What are you dazed about? Damn. The next moment, Long Yi's trembling voice came through the intercom. Yes. Damn it. Hurry up and tell me what's going on. Yi Fan even had the impulse to directly use today's customized intelligence. The psychological pressure brought by this eerie situation was overwhelming. He would rather face the bizarre giant from Huaqing than provoke this mysterious, unknown entity. Long Yi took a deep breath and recounted everything that happened after Yi Fan fell unconscious. From the conflict between Zhang Ziwei and Pan Lian to Pan Lian selling herself for help to Li Yongquan trying to kill Zhang Ziwei, but letting her escape, and finally Pan Lian's act of self-immolation, he explained it all clearly. Yi Fan frowned deeply when he heard about the transaction between the fatty and Pan Lian. He almost crushed the intercom in anger. Damn it. So at least 1/3 of the convoy saw Pan Lian's corpse, including me and the fatty. Long Yi's voice was filled with coldness. He didn't want to die and could only pin his hopes on the forbidden object in Yi Fan's hands that could acquire special information. Thus, he emphasized that the fatty was also in. He had long sensed that among the entire convoy, the person Yi Fan cared about the most was the fatty. Even he himself might be viewed by Yi Fan as a potential sacrifice. Despite that he shared the same thoughts, during a special moment he too could sacrifice Yi Fan to save himself. But it was precisely because he and Yi Fan were similar types of people that he could guess what Yi Fan was thinking at this very moment. Yi Fan clenched his fists tightly. He had already made up his mind to escape with the fatty and Lao Zhao at night. But this old fox Long Yi directly extinguished. He could not abandon the fatty to run away alone. If he did, he would probably feel guilty for a lifetime. In his past life, the fatty had unhesitatingly sacrificed himself to save him. In this life, he could never leave the fatty behind to escape if he had the chance. Could he use the customized intelligence at this moment? Why was this strange ability so peculiar? Suicide. Suicide. Wait. Yi Fan suddenly recalled the description in the intelligence system. The possessed human will have their spirit polluted until they commit suicide in an extremely cruel manner in front of others. This seemed to be different from what Long Yi said. Yi Fan immediately shared his thoughts with Long Yi. Long Yi was taken aback at first, then his face burst into an expression of joy hurriedly, saying, "Are you sure? It must be that they have to commit suicide in front of others to transmit the effect." Absolutely sure. Yi Fan replied decisively, who exactly witnessed the entire process of Pan Lian's suicide. Upon hearing Yi Fan's affirmative response, Long Yi's anxious heart finally settled, and he couldn't help but curse. That's great. You scared me to death, you bastard. Then Long Yi thought carefully and uncertainly said, at that time everyone's attention was on Li Yongquan killing Zhang Ziwei. No one said they saw the process of Pan Lian's suicide. Should I have Uncle Li ask each person? No way. Yi Fan immediately stopped him sternly. Listen. We absolutely cannot let that eerie entity realize that we know of its existence, or we will all die. Yi Fan's unquestionable tone came through the intercom, causing Long Yi's heart, which had just calmed down, to leap back up into his throat. Isn't it supposed to kill only through spiritual pollution? Long Yi asked in confusion. I don't know, but if it realizes, there will definitely be immense danger. Damn. Then we're in big trouble. Long Yi sighed. With so many people, how do we find anyone? Do we have to wait for the next person to commit suicide? Yi Fan was also at a loss, only able to helplessly say, you need to recount Pan Lian's incident in detail again, especially how she died, every action, every detail, remember them all. Long Yi dared not be vague, carefully recalled, and recounted everything. Wait. When Yi Fan heard Long Yi describe Pan Lian's death, he suddenly realized something. What's wrong? Long Yi asked in confusion. Did you just say that Pan Lian was smiling when she died? Yi Fan's voice was filled with surprise. Yeah, it was that kind of exhilaration from avenging a great feud. Can you understand? Of course I can. But is there a possibility that this wasn't the doing of the eerie entity? Could she have simply avenged herself and then chosen to commit suicide? What do you mean? Long Yi didn't immediately grasp it. Yi Fan, with his left hand resting on his forehead, helplessly said into the intercom, what I mean is that eerie entity survives by devouring human despair. Do you think someone who has just avenged a great feud would be in despair? Would they smile while committing suicide? Oh, that actually makes sense. Long Yi instantly reacted to this, realizing he had been scaring himself all along. He almost scared himself to death. Realizing it was a false alarm, the two immediately began to communicate rapidly. Since the eerie entity had not acted, yet everything still had a chance. As long as they arranged carefully and proceeded cautiously, they should be able to smoothly evade this suicide eerie. When Long Yi learned that Yi Fan had awakened the second sequence, he was utterly stunned. Electromagnetic Sequence. Your sequence sounds so impressive. No way is it like Magneto's powers. What is the ability of Sequence 1? Magnetic field perception. I can perceive the magnetic fields emitted by living beings and metals. Yi Fan replied indifferently. He was quite satisfied with Long Yi's reaction. If he couldn't act cool, wouldn't that be a wasted opportunity? Long Yi's heart immediately started ringing alarms. Good grief. Isn't that the ability of his perceiver's sequence? No wonder Yi Fan had the confidence to lead people away. Oh, it turned out he no longer needed him. But can this ability sense the eerie entity? No. Eerie entities don't belong to the realm of living beings. At least I can't do it right now, Yi Fan said. He knew Long Yi's thoughts and immediately comforted him. It's quite comfortable staying with the terminal convoy, don't worry. Then the two continued their in-depth communication. They needed to devise a perfect plan to ensure nothing went wrong. 30 minutes later, Yi Fan let out a long sigh, picked up another intercom, and pressed the switch. Fatty Lao Zhao, stay put in the car and rest. Don't get out or move around. We could depart at any moment. If you're hungry, eat something in the car. Yi Fan reminded them. The fewer people who know about this, the better, so he could only hint at them in this indirect way. He didn't bother to remind Gu Yan. Gu Yan also participated in the exploration of Yingtai Town, and theoretically, she could also be someone possessed by something strange. Yi Fan believed Gu Yan was a smart person who wouldn't create trouble for herself, and this could be seen as her final test. Thinking of Gu Yan's alluring figure, Yi Fan felt a surge of heat within him. Once this matter concluded, he would surely seek an opportunity to relieve himself. Fatty keenly sensed that something was off with Yi Fan and wanted to ask, but was cut off by Yi Fan's, just rest well. Fatty sighed helplessly and muttered to himself, I really miss the days of lying at home and sleeping all day. Before long it was noon. The members of the convoy gradually woke up and got out of the car to prepare lunch. Gu Yan had also enjoyed a lovely nap and stepped out of the vehicle feeling refreshed. With confidence she had already planned, first she would help Sister Lu Ying cook, then serve it to Yi Fan, taking the opportunity to entice him further. She now understood that Yi Fan had not approached her before because he wanted to conserve his energy for Yingtai Town. Now that he was well rested, he would surely not reject her. During this time the convoy had experienced so much, and she increasingly realized that only by joining Yi Fan's small team could her survival be ensured. Moreover, as she paid more attention to Yi Fan, she discovered that she seemed to have developed feelings for this man. Gu Yan walked towards Zhao Tianhai's truck, but she strangely noticed that Fatty and the others had not gotten out of the car. Something was off. Shouldn't it be time to cook now? Someone had already prepared the meals, and the aroma of food wafted through the air. Moreover, it was one thing for Fatty and Yi Fan not to get out, but why were Captain Long and the others also staying in the car? A peculiar feeling suddenly arose in Gu Yan's heart. She quickly scanned the convoy members, seeing no abnormalities as everyone chatted and prepared their meals. Everything seemed peaceful, yet why did she feel that something was amiss? Just as Gu Yan was puzzled, Lu Ying rolled down the car window and softly said to her, Gu Yan, why don't you go back to the car and rest well? Off. Before Gu Yan could ask further, Lu Ying had already rolled up the car window. She frowned at the window, feeling that strange sensation intensifying. Gu Yan had no intention of being reckless, so she decided to obediently return to her car to rest. Someone nearby asked, Gu Yan, what's wrong? Aren't you going to eat? Oh, I'm not too hungry, I want to rest a bit more, Gu Yin casually replied. It's strange, why is everyone suddenly so tired and wanting to rest? How could they not be tired? They have been busy for so long. Do you think everyone is like you, hiding behind to watch the fun without helping at all? What do you mean by that? It's not that I don't want to help, I just can't. Alright, stop talking, let them rest well. Fortunately, there are extraordinary people here, otherwise we would be in real trouble. That's right. I saw how Fan Gu fought just now, it was so exciting. Of course Fan Gu is the best. The survivors around chatted casually, and at that moment it felt as though everyone had returned to the time before the apocalypse, their spirits light and relaxed. On the edge of the convoy, the patrol member Li Yong was happily eating self-heating hot pot and drinking beer. Come on Chun Gu, join me. Alright Li Yong, drink less. We might have to patrol later, but don't delay things. Go away, I can drink liquor by the kilo, these few bottles of beer are nothing. Stop meddling in my business. I'm telling you, don't mess with my work. Li Yong's Captain Chen said sternly. Got it. Li Yong replied impatiently. He glanced at Zhu Yitian, who had been hiding in the car, and asked, Captain, do you think Zhu Yitian has been acting strange since coming out of Ingtai town? Could it be that he found, otherwise why would he keep hiding in the car? Chen also curiously glanced over. He had long noticed that something was off with Zhu Yitian. He was fine when they returned from Ingtai town, but after one night, he became abnormal, sometimes crying, but he didn't want to meddle, casually saying, maybe he's gone crazy. You drink your liquor, why are you so nosy? Do you live by the sea? You guessed it right. I do live by the sea. I used to make a living by live streaming and scavenging. Li Yong chuckled, standing up swaying as he walked towards Zhu Yishan's car with a bottle of beer. Chen hurriedly stopped him. Li Yong, you're drunk. Come back, don't cause trouble. Bullshit. I'm not drunk. This is just the liquor not making me drunk, but me getting drunk by myself. Li Yong completely ignored Chen reaching Zhu Yishan's car, slapping the hood vigorously with his left hand, shouting, Hey, Zhu Yitian, what are you doing hiding in the car all day? The next moment Li Yong saw Zhu Yishan's head, which had been hanging low, suddenly lift up, revealing an extremely eerie smile. That smile was terrifying. Li Yong's drunkenness was instantly shaken off, and he thought he was seeing things, shaking his head vigorously. When he looked at Zhu Yitian again, he saw the other man's hollow eyes staring straight at him, devoid of focus and gray. Then Li Yong saw Zhu Yishan's eyes unexpectedly fall out without warning, leaving only two thin blood vessels connecting to the eye sockets. Yet Zhu Yitian still maintained that eerie smile, as if he felt no pain at all. A gust of cold wind blew by, and those two grayish-white eyeballs swayed in the air. The cold wind brushed against Li Yong, making him shiver. The hair on his body standing on end. A wave of intense horror surged in his heart, and his drunkenness completely vanished. What the hell? Are you crazy? Don't mess around. Li Yong's voice trembled uncontrollably as he pounded on the car window, shouting, Stop. Stop now. Noticing something was wrong, Chen rushed over. Seeing this bizarre scene, he quickly pulled at the car door, but it had already been locked from the inside. Through the car window, he could clearly see Zhu Yishan's mouth being stretched and torn apart by immense force, blood dripping onto his clothes from his chin. There was no sign of pain on his face, instead his smile grew wider and more eerie. For some reason Chen felt that Zhu Yitian seemed to be enjoying this process. What unfolded next plunged the two men into an icy abyss, sending a chill straight to their skulls. Zhu Yishan's hands slowly rose, firmly gripping his head and jaw. Then with a crisp crack, Zhu Yitian suddenly yanked his head off. Red and white matter instantly splattered all over the car. Fuck. Oh. Li Yong was so terrified that he collapsed to the ground, wondering what the hell was happening. Chen was also frightened and kept retreating, almost losing his mind. What on earth was happening? I've found you. Yi Fan continuously monitored the entire convoy with his ability to perceive the electromagnetic sequence's magnetic field. As long as someone committed suicide, he could immediately sense the disappearance of the biological magnetic field, and thus lock onto the new parasitic entity. Long Yi, they're here. 115 direction, two people huddled together, hurry. Yi Fan shouted at a rapid pace. Right away, keep a close watch on them. Long Yi was currently sitting alone in the car with the witch's vanity mirror of desire placed before him. Faster, faster, faster. Long Yi urged himself repeatedly. He knew that even a moment's delay could be fatal. A life and death depended on this very moment. 10 seconds later, a satisfied smile appeared on Long Yi's face as the scene of the convoy's destination quickly materialized on the vanity mirror. Without any hesitation, he immediately moved towards the 115 direction. Is it ready yet? Yi Fan urged again. It's done. I found them. It's the patrol team, Li Yong and Chen. Long Yi's face instantly lit up with joy. Since the strange entity had already been locked on, as long as they handled it carefully, getting rid of it should be no problem. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan finally relaxed his previously tense heart and immediately reminded, that's good. The incubation period for the first parasitic entity is about 23 hours, so we should be safe for a short period. Let's proceed as planned. Alright, Have you found the location of the protector convoy? Not yet. Keep a close watch on those two. I'm starting to search now. No problem. Zhu Yixin's suicide quickly attracted the attention of the convoy members. Many bold individuals approached to take a look only to bend over and start vomiting on the spot. Seeing this scene, the timid ones shrank back, only daring to inquire from a distance, "Hey, what happened to that person? Don't go look. It's so disgusting. Damn, I just ate, and now I've thrown it all up. What a loss." "Then eat it again." Long Yi quickly brought people over. Wearing his perception glasses, he glanced at Zhu Yixin's tragic state from afar. Even though he was accustomed to the cruelty of the apocalypse, his stomach churned, feeling extremely uncomfortable. He glanced warily at the pale-faced Li Yong and Qian Chun. This strange entity was too ruthless, actually tearing a person to shreds. Long Yi knew that to successfully implement the plan, he had to help conceal the truth about this strange entity. He sighed lightly in his heart, and began to lie. He must have failed in the awakening of the extraordinary sequence. Oh, what a pity. Huh. The people surrounding Long Yi were momentarily stunned and didn't react right away. You all know that after awakening the extraordinary sequence, one becomes very strong, but what you don't know is that if the body can't handle the extraordinary power, there will be a terrible price to pay. Long Yi continued to explain, his tone full of regret. This tragic state of his is mostly the result of a failed awakening. It seems that if he had succeeded, his abilities would surely have been formidable. After speaking, he instructed unholy beside him. "Unholy, find a few people to move the car. Don't deal with the corpse, it's too disgusting." The people around looked at each other, momentarily speechless. But with this explanation, their fear of the unknown diminished considerably, replaced by a deep dread of the extraordinary sequence. No one didn't want to awaken the extraordinary sequence. Oh, wasn't it exhilarating to rampage like Yi Fan? However, upon realizing the terrifying price of a failed awakening, many suddenly felt that being an ordinary person might not be so bad after all. A fear that should have spread was quietly resolved by Long Yi's single statement. People gradually returned to their spots to continue eating, and laughter began to resonate above the convoy once again, with discussions almost entirely revolving around the extraordinary sequence. Long Yi and his group also got out of the car to cook. Guyan also got out. She could clearly sense that Yi Fan and Long Yi's demeanor was somewhat unnatural. Were they mourning Zhu Yixin's death? Probably not. Guyan took the initiative to help Luing cook, but discreetly chose not to disturb Yi Fan, who was continuously smoking nearby. "Guyan, what are you thinking about?" "Probably not." Guyan took the initiative to help Luing cook, but discreetly chose not to disturb Yi Fan, who was continuously smoking nearby. "Guyan, what I'm telling you, if you want to think about that, it has to be at night. During the day, he might not be so open." No." Guyan's face instantly turned bright. How could Luing say it so directly? It was too shameless. The fat guy and old Zhao, upon hearing this, also burst into laughter. Leaning against the car door, Yi Fan suddenly threw his cigarette on the ground, crushed it with his right foot, and shouted in a deep voice, "Long Yi, come here." The people who were chatting all noticed Yi Fan's action. Luing lowered her voice and said with a smile, "Guyan, look, brother Fan is shy." What she didn't know was that the fat guy, old Zhao, and Guyan all secretly wore a slightly serious expression. Long Yi immediately jogged over, asking anxiously, "What's up? Did you find them?" 3 o'clock direction. They are heading northwest, and we are rushing directly north. We should be able to catch up. Good. So are we setting off now? Yes, we'll depart in 1 minute. I'll lead the way. No problem. Long Yi immediately turned and got out of the car, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Everyone pack your things immediately. We leave in 1 minute. Why the rush? We haven't finished eating yet." "Shut up. It's not the first time. Captain Long even specifically gave us a minute to prepare. Aren't you satisfied?" "That's not it. We've rested for so long. I thought we could take a break. I don't have time to argue with you. I hope nothing happens." "Don't worry, since we have time to prepare, there should be no danger." "I hope so." The fat guy and the others exchanged glances and quickly began to pack up their supplies. Guyan picked up the prepared meals and quickly ran to Yi Fan's car, nervously asking, "Brother Fan, should I bring the food up?" Yi Fan leaned out of the window, his gaze moving from top to bottom, instantly attracted by the deep cleavage in front of Guyan. The parasitic entity of the suicide strange had already been identified, completely eliminating Guyan's suspicion. The heat that Yi Fan had suppressed in his heart surged up again at this moment, and he could no longer hold it back. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Bring it up. Also, you don't need to take your car. Bring your stuff over and ride in my car." Guyan was taken aback. "What? Don't you want it?" "Oh no, it's not that. They'll go get it right now." Guyan, realizing the situation, felt her face flush bright red as she handed her food to Yi Fan and hurriedly ran away, covering her burning face. As Guyan got into the vehicle, Yi Fan's truck was the first to leave the camp, followed closely by the fat guy driving Guyan's car, then followed by Lao Zhao, Long Yi, Xiong Zhengwo, and others, with the entire convoy heading north in a grand procession. The fat guy sat proudly in Guyan's car, thinking to himself, girls' cars are just different, that the pink decorations are piled up in heaps. At this moment all of Guyan's personal belongings had been moved to Yi Fan's vehicle, leaving only some trivial items behind. TSK tisk, this car is really nice. Yi Fanzi, I wonder how long you can hold out. Guyan's right hand kept rubbing her left fingers as she nervously sat in the passenger seat, her heart pounding. She had seen many men and watched plenty of movies, but this was her first real interaction with a man. Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh at her shy and awkward demeanor. This smile made Guyan's already flushed face even redder as she timidly asked, What are you laughing at? Yi Fan reached out his right hand to cup Guyan's chin, forcing her to turn and look at him. Feeling his domineering gesture and meeting his aggressive gaze, Guyan's cheeks felt like they were about to ignite as she stammered, What are you doing? What? Is it your first time? Seeing her delicate, flushed face, Yi Fan's interest grew and his desires intensified. Guyan shyly nodded, not daring to meet his gaze. Instinctively lowering her eyes, she happened to catch a glimpse. Up. She was so startled that she quickly turned her head away, not daring to look again. Yi Fan was extremely pleased to see this. This little girl was definitely in. He didn't intend to force her. Instead, he said, There are beef cans in the back, take one out and feed me. Oh, okay. Guyan looked out the window, ready to accept Yi Fan's impolite request. Upon hearing it was just to feed him, she felt inexplicably disappointed. She quietly took a can of beef from the back seat, pulled the tab, and handed it over, watching Yi Fan rudely pour the meat directly into his mouth. She had learned from the fat guy that Yi Fan needed to eat a lot to replenish his energy. But seeing him eat so unabashedly, she couldn't help but laugh, especially when she saw the meat juice flowing from the corner of his mouth, looking just like a greedy child. She took out a tissue, leaned over, and gently wiped the meat juice from the corner of Yi Fan's mouth, her eyes unconsciously revealing tenderness. Yi Fan glanced down and once again found his gaze drawn to her, deep, curves desire surging uncontrollably. Guyan sensed his suddenly intensified breathing and looked up in confusion, just in time to meet his burning gaze. Ugh! Yi Fan suddenly kissed her. Guyan's face turned beet red in an instant. Ha. The fat guy in the back saw the truck ahead suddenly swerving and laughed heartily. Fancy, you really couldn't hold back, ha. Guyan, startled by the sudden kiss, quickly pushed Yi Fan away and quietly reminded him, Be careful driving. Ha. Yi Fan laughed heartily and looked at her, saying, Guyan, I'm really fired up right now. Off. Guyan was momentarily stunned. Having spent years watching short videos, she instantly understood the meaning of his words and blushingly took out a pink hair, tying her hair up. For hours later, Yi Fan's car came to a gradual stop. They had arrived at the designated location, and now all they had to do was wait for the legendary convoy of protectors to appear. Previously, when communicating with Long Yi, Fan had informed him about the protector convoy. Long Yi was also unclear about what protectors were and didn't understand why they hunted extraordinary individuals. But since the intel indicated they were the hunters on this route, it was only a matter of time before the two sides would cross paths. Rather than passively encounter them later, it would be better to proactively send them a gift. And this gift was the suicide trick within the convoy. If luck was on their side, they might even be able to eliminate the opposing convoy directly. To accomplish all of this, the key lay in Yi Fan's customized intel for system. I need detailed intel on the protector convoy, including why they are called protectors. I need detailed intel on the protector convoy, including why they are called protectors, the strength and number of extraordinary individuals in the convoy, their route, and which direction to head to meet them. Ding. Customized intel request received. Today's customized intel has been delivered. They are called the Protector Convoy because there is at least one protector in their ranks chosen by a mysterious entity. The extraordinary abilities of protectors are usually very powerful, with the mission of killing extraordinary individuals on their respective routes in exchange for rewards from the mysterious entity. The Protector Convoy you are about to encounter has one level 3 extraordinary individual, 2 level 2 extraordinary individuals, and a total number of over 1,000. They will be moving from your 130 direction towards the northwest. If the host wants to meet them, they should head due north at a speed of 40 kilometers per hour for 4 hours. However, foolish host, do you really want to throw yourself into the trap? Yi Fan couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth when he saw the intel. He had to admit that those with backing level up really fast. Strange creatures, exotic beasts, protectors, mysterious entities. This apocalypse was quite lively. Just wait, no matter who you are, one day, I will kill you all. Now let's start with this group of protectors. Yi Fan, having stopped the car, picked up the walkie-talkie and said in a deep voice, Long Yi, the chick is at 130, it's your turn to work, let the eagle take flight. Received. Hee, leave it to me. Long, yes. Mischievous laughter came through the walkie-talkie. Guyan, looking adorably confused at Yi Fan, blinked her big eyes and asked, What are you all talking about? Haha, it's just a game of eagle catching chicks. What's wrong, do you want to play catch too? Oh no. I'm begging you, I'm exhausted. Haha. Long Yi put down the intercom and handed a sealed envelope waxed with paraffin to Uncle Lee beside him, speaking in a deep voice. Uncle Lee, have you arranged everything I asked for? Uncle Lee took the envelope and nodded in response. Yes, I have already spoken to Li Yong and Qian Shun about their subsequent arrangements as the patrol team leader and deputy leader. They were both extremely excited and promised to obey your command, without question. Very good. Have you given them everything? Yes, the box of beef cans and Red Bull have been sent over. However, are you sure you don't need to appear in person? Long Yi took a deep breath and glanced at Uncle Li. This old fellow was exceptionally capable, and he did not want to put him at any risk. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a spare intercom from the car and said, "Have someone take this along with the envelope and come back immediately. I will communicate with them through the intercom for the rest of the matters." "All right," Uncle Li responded and quickly walked away with the items. 5 minutes later, a jeep sped away from the convoy heading straight towards the southeast. Watching the vehicle disappear from sight, Long Yi slumped back in his seat. Seeing this, Uncle Li looked puzzled and quickly asked, "Captain Long, what's wrong?" Long Yi revealed a relieved smile, saying, "Nothing, it's just that we all escaped a Uncle Li, having been in the officialdom for many years, instantly understood that this had to do with the departure of Li Yong and Qian Shun. But what exactly had happened? Long Yi did not avoid Uncle Li and directly picked up the intercom, saying, "Yifan, the eagle has set off to catch the little chickens." "Nothing went wrong, right?" Yifan asked. "No. However, to keep them steady and avoid being spotted by the peculiar, I gave them an extra intercom. I should be able to communicate with them without any issues." "Good." Yifan immediately picked up the intercom belonging to Fatty and said sternly, "Fatty, keep a close watch." "Got it. If I can't see the tire tracks, I'll shout at you immediately." At that moment, Fatty was holding the only long-range equipment of the team, his crossbow's sight firmly focused on the direction the jeep had departed. However, his gaze remained fixed on the tire tracks rather than the jeep itself. Although he did not understand why he should do this, Yifan's serious tone left no room for negligence. Guyan was completely baffled, unsure of what Yifan was plotting. But being a smart person, she knew it was not the time to interfere, so she quietly sat aside, as still as a decoration. Meanwhile, the two men in the jeep were chatting excitedly. "Yongzi, why did Captain Long specifically send us to deliver the letter?" Qian Shin felt something was off. This operation of delivering letters in the apocalypse seemed strange. Li Yong casually replied, "Why are you overthinking it, Brother Chan? Didn't Captain Long say that he wants to unite the strength of 2 convoys to hunt a strange beast? After that, we'll have an endless supply of meat. You forgot about that tentacle monster before. The meat was a bit tough, but it was still meat. Besides, we're not just delivering a letter. Didn't you see we got an intercom too? This is clearly to help connect the 2 teams." "True, but I still feel something is off." Qian Shin's cautious nature made him overthink everything. But Li Yong was more carefree, grinning widely. "Why worry? Captain Long wants to promote us as the patrol team leader. How can we gain respect without some merit? This is just a job to earn credit. We'll deliver the letter and come back. What could possibly happen?" Suddenly, Qian Shin recalled a saying, "When 2 nations are at war, the messenger should not be harmed." They were merely messengers. How could anything go wrong? With this thought, his anxious heart relaxed significantly, and he smiled, saying, "If that strange beast is really hunted successfully, we might be able to feast on meat for several days." "Haha, that's right. When the time comes, I'll bring out the beer I've been hiding, and we can have barbecue with drinks. I heard Brother Fan has some barbecue supplies, but once we become team leaders, won't it be easy to borrow some?" Drinking beer and eating barbecue in the apocalypse, that taste is simply exhilarating. Hey, can you hear me?" Just then, Long Yes' voice suddenly came through the intercom. Qian Shin quickly grabbed the intercom and replied, "Captain Long, we're here." "Very good. Qian Shun, Li Yong, the road ahead is very safe. You just need to deliver the letter and intercom to the extraordinary members of the other convoy. After that, head directly east, and we'll be waiting for you in front. Once you return, I will officially issue the appointment of Qian Shun. You will be the patrol team leader, and Li Yong, you will be the deputy leader. Don't let me down." Qian Shun and Li Yong exchanged glances and shouted in unison, "Understood. We guarantee to complete the mission." "Good, waiting for your triumphant return." Long Yi took a deep breath, knowing he had done all he could, and from now on it was all up to fate. He hoped that the peculiar wouldn't notice anything unusual. The next moment, Yifan's voice came from the intercom, "Fatty can no longer see the tire tracks of the jeep. Oh, prepare yourself, we need to leave." "All right." Long Yi took a deep breath and shouted at the convoy, "Everyone pay attention. We depart in 2 minutes." Soon the convoy set off again. If at this moment Qian Shun and Li Yong could see the convoy's movements, they would surely be astonished. The direction the convoy was heading was clearly towards the east. It was not at all in the opposite direction of the sun, as Long Yi had stated. Unfortunately, they chose to unconditionally trust Long Yi, joyfully carrying that suicidal ruse capable of destroying the entire convoy, and headed straight towards the Path Protector convoy. Before long, the 2 men saw an endless stream of vehicles appearing ahead, slowly moving forward. At the end of the convoy, there were even people riding motorcycles, electric bikes, and others pedaling bicycles. The vast troop stretched out endlessly. They had initially thought that gathering over 100 people in the terminal convoy was impressive, but the convoy before them had at least 1,000 people. This is truly spectacular. Li Yong could not help but exclaim. Qianxin keenly noticed that several vehicles were speeding towards them, and quickly said, "Slow down. Someone is coming." Soon the two groups met in the middle of the road. "Where did you guys come from?" A bald man covered in tattoos arrogantly asked, his eyes full of hostility. Qianxin quickly forced a smile, and cupped his hand saying, "Hello, big brother. We are from the terminal convoy. Our convoy's extraordinary members asked us to deliver a letter to your extraordinary members. We found a huge strange beast ahead, and want to cooperate to hunt it down, then share the meat." The bald man and his companions exchanged glances, and then burst into loud laughter. "Cooperate? With just you few you think you can collaborate with us? Capture them." Upon hearing those words, Qianxin and Li Yong instantly paled. They whirled around, desperate to flee, only to find themselves surrounded by 7 or 8 burly men. Outnumbered and overpowered, the two were swiftly pinned down. "Damn you! Let me go, you scum!" Li Yong thrashed and cursed wildly, while Qianxin remained markedly calmer, quickly forcing a smile as he explained, "Brothers, this is a misunderstanding. We mean no harm. We're merely messengers. Our convoy includes 3 transcendents, each exceptionally formidable. Think carefully before acting rashly." "3 trash," sneered the bald man, his face twisted with contempt. "Before the 3 honored masters of the holy sect convoy, they aren't even worthy to polish their brother who spare no more words with them. Drag them back, interrogate them under torture, and force them to reveal their convoy's location. Then strike directly." "Exactly, brother who. This is the 3rd convoy we've tracked down with transcendent leads. Perhaps the masters will reward us handsomely this time." "Haha. Isn't this the 3rd already? The last convoy's transcendent was crushed into pulp beneath Guardian Shue's fist. I watched it all, and what a spectacle it was. Hey, that's nothing. I hear the 1st convoy's female transcendent suffered far worse. Day after day, tsk. Qianxin turned deathly pale upon hearing this. They had walked straight into the tiger's den. Though Li Yong appeared carefree, he was no fool. He knew full well that capture meant certain ruin. Seizing the moment when their captor's attention wavered mid-conversation, he lunged sideways, slamming into the thug on his left and sending him staggering. Then, with a swift kick, he sent the man reeling backward and bolted toward the jeep. "Scum! Trying to run again." Brother who roared, leading the charge as they swarmed Li Yong, once more pinning him down without mercy. Blows rained down unrelentingly. Soon his head bled profusely, and all resistance faded into limp silence. Qianxin watched, his heart sinking like stone. Their so-called patrol commandant, a hollow title, pure nonsense. No, he would not surrender meekly. Survival demanded action. His fingers closed around a jagged stone on the ground, pressing it hard against his throat. He screamed, "I surrender. I demand an audience with your transcendent master. I'll reveal our convoy's location and deliver critical intelligence. Refuse me and I die here, right now." Brother who stared into Qianxin's fever-bright eyes and hesitated. He'd seen such madness before. This man truly would slit his own throat. The men exchanged glances. One murmured softly, "Brother who?" No further words needed. With a heavy sigh, who glared venomously at Qianxin, "Boy, I'll take you to the master. But pray your intelligence holds value. Otherwise consequences will be yours alone to bear. Enough talk, move." Qianxin knew this was his sole life. He gambled that Long Ye's letter would captivate them. If he could stand before a transcendent, survival might be assured, perhaps even elevation to patrol commandant. Suddenly clarity struck Long Ye. Had chosen him precisely for his composure and decisiveness, had recognized his latent capability, entrusting him with this pivotal mission. All ruined by that brainless Li Yong. If he could bring Li Yong along too, his standing within the convoy would soar, and his future grow ever brighter. Qianxin steadied his breath and spoke with practiced calm, "Bring my companion as well." Brother who shot him a sharp, suspicious glance, then snorted coldly, "Drag that one along." The holy sect convoy's transcendents had already been alerted, and now gathered awaiting their arrival. "Shui Tianming, this transcendent belongs to me. Try to seize him again, and I won't hold back." A slender, effeminate man spoke, arm draped possessively over another man, his gaze icy as it locked onto the corpulent figure across from him. Shui Tianming smirked. "Heh, Hechin Jun with skin so delicate and soft, beware. You may end up subdued yourself. Don't blame me then for snatching him away." At the center sat a woman in her 30s, clad in a yellow ceremonial robe and crowned with an ornate alien headdress. Beside her stood a crimson ritual staff. Her voice cut through the air, cold and imperious. "You too, remember your sacred duty. The holy sect convoy permits no infighting." Chen Jun instantly feigned wounded innocence. "Sister Lu Ming, it's not my fault. It's Shui Tianming who provoked me first." Shui Tianming merely snorted, refusing to engage, and lifted a bottle of beer from the table to drink at his leisure. Moments later, Brother who arrived, dragging Qianxin and Li Yong forward in chains. "Hail the holy maiden! Hail Guardian Shui! Hail Guardian Shun!" As they neared, the men dropped to their knees in unison, voices booming with reverence. Qianxin too was forced down, his stone long seized. Gazing upon this eerie, cult-like tableau, his spine prickled with dread. How had it come to this? Holy Maiden Lu Ming gave a slight regal nod, her tone glacial. Rise and speak. Brother Hu sprang upright with deference, while the others remained kneeling motionless. He bowed deeply and declared, Holy Maiden, we apprehended these two. They claim affiliation with the terminal convoy bearing a sealed letter and a radio. They report a colossal aberrant beast ahead and propose joint hunting, meat to be divided equally. They also claim 3 transcendents accompany their convoy. I intended rigorous interrogation to extract their location, but this youth threatened suicide unless granted audience with your honors. Lacking authority to decide, I dared disturb you. Please forgive my intrusion. Lu Ming nodded faintly, her gaze shifting coolly to Chun Jun. Guardian Chun, you handle this. Heh. Falling into my hands means fortune favors you, boy. Not bad looking either. Hand over the letter and radio, now. Oh, and tonight send him to my vehicle. Huh. Qian Shen's face drained of color, he strained to rise, but iron grips held him fast immovable. The harder he struggled, the more unsettlingly intimate Chun Jun's stare grew. Taking the letter, Chun Jun noticed its wax seal intact, and murmured intrigued, how curious. I wonder what lies within. All eyes in the chamber fixed upon him. Smiling, Chun Jun broke the seal and unfolded the parchment, only for his grin to freeze rigid and lifeless in an instant. The paper boldly displayed 2 large characters, fool. Following was a scrawled message, Dad is waiting for you 20 kilometers to the east, you foolish things, useless cowards, damn you. Chun Jun's face flushed crimson as he roared in anger, bastards. I will kill them. The man in his arms trembled in fear, too frightened to move. He also caught sight of the profane words densely written on the paper. Another person might have been merely angry, but he knew that this person beside him was genuinely incapable. His heart raced with anxiety, afraid of collateral damage. He instinctively glanced at Qian Shun and Li Yong, knowing those two were doomed. Chun Jun clenched his teeth and spoke to Brother Hu word by word. Who's he make these two scum into sticks? I want them to suffer worse than death. Brother Hu was taken aback. Though he didn't know what had happened, he dared not defy the furious Chun Jun and gritted his teeth in reply. Only then did Qian Shun realize something was wrong. Just as he intended to explain, Brother Hu stuffed a stinky sock into his mouth, the overpowering stench nearly causing him to faint. Li Yong had long been beaten into unconsciousness, unaware of the impending doom. Shui Tianming curiously picked up the letter, and upon reading it his expression darkened as well. He coldly snorted, "This convoy is quite bold, daring to provoke us. Haha, Chun Jun, they said that about you. You must play with them well." "Shut up," Chun Jun roared. "Huh." Shui Tianming, too lazy to argue with the furious madman, handed the letter to Lu Ming and returned to his seat to watch the show. Lu Ming's expression was equally grim after reading the content. How could their holy sect convoy be so underestimated? 3 guardians couldn't even suppress a small convoy. Interesting. Could it be that the opponents were chosen ones? Attack. Move quickly. Chun Jun screamed. I want to torture them to death. How dare they toy with this protector? They must be tired of living. Bastards. You demons. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Qian Shun, with the stinky sock in his mouth, shouted angrily. Brother Hu dared not delay, immediately ordering his men to hold the two down and raised an axe to strike. Li Yong had long been beaten into a state of helplessness, unable to resist, and was directly chopped into pieces amidst his despair. Meanwhile, Qian Shun, firmly pinned to the ground, suddenly realized in horror that he could no longer control his body. In his panic, his body suddenly jumped up, and the several strong men holding him were thrown away by his sudden explosive force. Seeing this, Chun Jun was furious and jumped down from the table, cursing, "A bunch of useless trash. You can't even hold one person down. What use are you?" Before his words fell, his fingernails suddenly extended into 30-centimeter-long claws, blood-red light swirling around them. "Since you don't want to be turned into sticks, I'll fulfill that for you." Chun Jun sneered. "I will tear you apart bit by bit, so you can savor the power of my eagle claws." Qian Shun watched as Chun Jun approached, despair consuming, yet he couldn't even move a finger, only able to watch helplessly as his mouth bizarrely stretched open, his hands gripping the corners, tearing it apart little by little. Damn. So that's how it is. Qian Shun suddenly pieced everything together. Bizarre. Why did Zhu Yitian die so miserably? Why were he and Li Yong, who witnessed his death, why were they specifically sent to this terrifying convoy to deliver the letter? Why did the other party erupt in rage upon seeing the letter? It's all a conspiracy. It's long, yes, conspiracy. He must have known long ago about the strange possession of himself and Li Yong, so he intentionally used this tactic to divert the blame, shaking off these 2 ticking time bombs. No, it's not just Long Yi. There must be that bastard Yifan pulling the strings behind the scenes. No wonder both Long Ye's and Yifan's actions today seemed so unusual. He truly thought the two were just tired. In reality, I have been nothing but a pawn from the beginning. He recalled Zhu Yishan's tragic state before death, his heart sinking deeper into despair. He could clearly feel that the strange entity within him thrived on his despair. This thing was sustained by devouring, despairing emotions. It's likely that I can still think now because the entity is intentionally allowing it just to let me feel this despair more deeply. Yifan, what do you think is happening over there now, eh? Long Yes' voice came through the intercom, filled with undeniable curiosity. Yifan, stroking Gu Yan's smooth thigh, also wanted to know if the diversion was successful and suggested, "Why don't you take another look in the mirror?" "No. The cost of using this mirror is too great. I'm almost drained. 1 jar of goji berries, nothing more." "Deal?" Damn, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Clearly you want to see too. We agreed if you backtrack, I won't let you see. Alright, just call me when you're ready. Long Yi immediately stopped the car, telling Uncle Li to notify the convoy to rest for 10 minutes. Then he eagerly hurried Uncle Li off the car. As Uncle Li got off the car, he saw Yifan sneakily approaching with a cylindrical object wrapped in a chip bag. He smiled knowingly, pretending not to see anything, and turned to leave. Yifan did not understand Uncle Li's smile. His attention was quickly drawn to Long Yes' vehicle. Curiously, he leaned against the car window, wanting to glimpse the scene inside. Though he already knew the energy source of Long Yes' mirror, his curiosity was hard to suppress. But Long Yi had tightly covered the window, and after circling the car, once Yifan saw nothing, and became infuriated, clenching his teeth. A minute later, Long Yes' weak voice came out, "Get up here. Damn it, how is this old guy getting faster and faster? It looks like he's really worn out. TSK tisk, indulging too much isn't good, and now we're down to just a minute. How will we manage in the future? Oh, wait, this seems to be a good thing. The quicker it is, the more efficiently we can gather intelligence. Sai Long Yi, the revolution is not yet successful. Comrades still need to work hard. You should strive to claim the title of a 3-second true man. No, 3 seconds is still too slow. It has to be done in 1 second for efficiency. Why aren't you speeding up? The good show is about to begin." Long Yes' urging voice interrupted Yifan's wandering thoughts. Yifan grinned and opened the car door. Sitting inside, he saw that the vanity mirror had returned to its original state, and reflected in it was the image of the Protector's convoy. A gloomy-looking man stood in the center of the crowd with blood-red claws that were 30 centimeters long, looking exceptionally fierce. At a table beside the crowd, Shui Tianming and the Saintess Lu Ming stood out conspicuously. "Oh ho, these three must be their convoy's extraordinary beings. That woman looks like she's at level 3 in the sequence. TSK tisk, these guys are really pitiful." Yifan chuckled mischievously. The mirror clearly showed that facing the gloomy man were Li Yong and Qian Shun. Li Yong had already been reduced to a mere stick figure lying on the ground abandoned, while Qian Shun stood alone in the center, appearing to resist. In the next second, Long Yi and Yifan saw Qian Shun's hand suddenly thrust into his own mouth. "Damn!" Yifan reacted quickly, slamming the mirror down onto the ground. From the mirror emitted a strange muffled sound. "Damn!" Long Yi instantly pushed Yifan aside, carefully lifting the mirror back up, and scolding, "He's committing suicide. I had already switched the Do you have to do it so forcefully?" Yifan looked confused. He suddenly felt that Long Yi was acting a bit strange. "Damn, you don't have a fetish, do you?" Just as Yifan was about to shout, he was silenced by Long Yes' hand covering his mouth. Long Yes' eyes were fierce as he gritted his teeth, and threatened, "Yifan, this matter is known to heaven, earth, you and me. If a third person finds out, I'll fight you to the death." "Huh?" Yifan clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. Goodness, Long Yi actually has a craving for a forbidden item. 2 minutes later, he finally managed to stop laughing, struggling to say, "I want to disturb you and your sister-in-law. You two chat slowly." "Alright, tell sister-in-law I'm sorry, I accidentally used too much force earlier, ha." Even as a level 2 extraordinary being, Yifan laughed so hard that his stomach hurt, and got out of the car with difficulty. He unexpectedly ran into Uncle Li's strange gaze, and he asked, perplexed, "Uncle Li, what are you looking at? Your eyes look weird." Uncle Li quickly waved his hands, awkwardly explaining, "No, nothing. Uncle Li is old. You all keep playing it, don't mind me." Meanwhile, in the Protector's convoy, Chen Jun was staring at Qian Shun with a terrified expression. The man who was just begging for mercy on the ground was now slowly tearing at his own mouth. The expressions of everyone around changed drastically. The scene was just too bizarre. Saintess Lu Ming instantly sensed something was wrong, and shouted urgently, "Chen Jun, something's off. Kill him immediately." Chen Jun was not foolish. Seeing Qian Shen's state was clearly abnormal, he dared not approach. He immediately yelled, "Tiger! Quickly, kill him!" Brother Tiger had long been scared silly, his legs trembling with no courage to act. He could only stand there. However, Chen Jun had no intention of letting him off. He pushed him forward and shouted angrily, "Immediately kill him. Otherwise I'll kill you first. And you guys, all of you, go up. Whoever doesn't go up will die." He shoved all the nearby thugs forward, while stepping back, cautiously afraid of being caught in the crossfire. At this moment, Qian Shun was already smiling, tearing his mouth open. That eerie smile remained unchanged even as blood and flesh were in disarray. What on earth is happening? Everyone was frantically retreating, unable to comprehend the sight before them. Even the 3 protectors chosen by a mysterious entity had fear in their eyes. This was something no human could accomplish. If it's not human, then what could it be? The answer instantly surfaced in everyone's minds: bizarre. Lu Ming was the first to turn and run, followed closely by Shui Tianming. Chen Jun reacted, and also bolted, causing the crowd to scatter in panic. In the next moment, a crisp sound of crack pierced through the chaotic crowd. Everyone couldn't help but look back, only to see Qian Shen tearing his own head in half with his bare hands. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. Many people stood dumbfounded. Is this it? But how could the bazaar let them down? Those pushed forward by Chen Jun, including Brother Tiger, were covered in Qian Shen's blood and flesh, suddenly displaying the same eerie smile as Qian Shen, grasping their lips tightly. If Yi Fan were here, he would instantly understand that the warning from the intelligence system was not unnecessary. This suicidal bazaar was pushed to the edge and, shockingly, had no cooldown time. Gulp, gulp. Everyone was struggling to swallow, fear washing over them like a tide. Run. Damn the end convoy. Chen Jun will definitely kill you all. The group, led by Brother Tiger, did not stay put, but instead moved with stiff steps, charging straight into the crowd. Oh, don't come over. Run that way, bastard. Crack, 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 crack. With several crisp sounds, the heads of Brother Tiger's group exploded among the crowd. In the next second, the members of the Holy Teach convoy who witnessed this scene all revealed eerie smiles, crazily charging at others. Bastard! What in the world is going on? Lu Ming shouted angrily while running. Watching the convoy of over 1,000 people instantly fall into chaos, with the bazaar-controlled suicides spreading like a plague faster and faster, she felt a chill down her spine, cold sweat trickling down. Shui Taiming's face was equally as pale, forcibly suppressing his anger and shouting, "Don't worry about it. Drive away. As long as we extraordinary beings are still around, it doesn't matter how many ordinary." Chen Jun snarled with a sinister fury. Go. Find that endpoint convoy. I will slaughter them. Bastards dare to deceive us. They must be courting death. Soon 3 vehicles burst forth fiercely from the Holy Sect convoy. The 6 transcendent experts of the Holy Sect convoy all fixed their gaze on the rearview mirrors, filled with dread. Over 100 ordinary people, with eerie smiles, stood in neat rows, tearing themselves apart with their bare hands in their direction. Damn it! What kind of monsters are these? My Holy Sect convoy. Bastards. Endpoint convoy. I will skin you alive. Lu Ming's roar thundered through the air, heard clearly by Chen Jun and Shui Tianming in the other 2 vehicles. Both were burning with rage, determined to annihilate the endpoint convoy. Otherwise, they could never swallow this bitter grievance or clear their minds. But in the next instant, all 3 were horrified to see the first-tier transcendent drivers in their vehicles, slowly spreading that familiar, eerie smile across their faces. Damn it, run. The 3 simultaneously flung open their doors and leapt out. The 3 first-tier transcendent drivers also jumped down their stiff steps, propelling them directly toward the trio. Attack. Kill them. Don't let them commit suicide. This curse must spread through self-destruction. Lu Ming shouted urgently, his staff suddenly emitting a red glow as a fireball coalesced in his palm. Shui Taiming was no less fierce, his muscles swelling as he transformed into a raging green giant, roaring as he charged forward. Chen Jun's blood-red claws extended 30 centimeters with a sharp snap. His figure shifted as he pounced on the leading transcendent. Lu Ming's fireball struck first, exploding with a thunderous blast, shredding the transcendent's flesh and leaving a gory hole in his abdomen. Yet to their horror, the transcendent still bore that eerie smile despite the grievous wounds, roaring as he charged at them. Shui Tianming roared and grabbed the enemy's head, exerting brutal force. With a crisp snap, he twisted the head off. Chen Jun's claws followed swiftly, ripping the transcendent's body in 2 with several swift slashes. They were killable. The 3 breathed a collective sigh of relief. Oh, as long as they could be slain, there was hope. Just as they prepared to finish off the remaining 2, both turned their heads sharply to fix their gaze on Chen Jun. Then with a muffled bang, both tore their bodies apart with their bare hands simultaneously. Immediately, Lu Ming and Shui Tianming saw Chen Jun's mouth uncontrollably curl upward, revealing that chilling, uncanny smile that sent shivers down their spines. Lu Ming's staff clattered to the ground with a crisp sound. Long Yi and Yi Fan no longer dared to use the dressing mirror to spy on the gruesome scene. They did not wish to witness the eerie suicides firsthand. If this curse could spread through the mirror, the consequences would be disastrous. Just endure a little longer and let the bullets fly. If unbearable, they could always rely on the intelligence system. He best if those scoundrels all get trapped and none survive. A bloodless victory. Tsk tisk, I am truly formidable. The fishmonger did not deceive me. Suanzi's art of war is indeed an indispensable treasure for home travel and trickery. Yi Fan proudly drove the truck, biting into the jerky Gu Yin handed him, feeling utterly content. The only flaw was that supplies were running low. It was already the 4th day of the apocalypse, and his consumption rate was terrifyingly excessive. He had devoured all the supplies in this truck and finished off the tentacle beast's meat, enough to clear out 2 entire truckloads of food. Now only the double-temperature truck supplies remained, but how long could that last? One battle wearing the chi and blood armor required an entire truckload of food. Damn, it was a full-blown case of supply deficiency anxiety. However, the benefit of this voracious appetite was undeniable. His physical strength was skyrocketing wildly, now double what it was when he had just ascended to second-tier sequence in the apocalypse. He felt that if he continued eating like this, ascending to third-tier sequence would not be far off. The voracious sequence's method of advancement was simple and brutal: eat. But the electromagnetic sequence's progression was a complete mystery. For now, he could only rely on the daily intelligence system's aid. Sigh, what a headache. Back in physics class, I was too busy reading novels to care. Never imagined I'd have to learn this stuff during the apocalypse. The electromagnetic sequence probably required cramming physics knowledge. Thinking this, Yifan rubbed his brow and casually asked, "Guyan, how's your grasp of physics?" Huh? Guyan was stunned by the sudden question, blinking his large eyes with confusion. What physics? You know, the physics classes from school. Oh, I'm decent at liberal arts, but science subjects are a total mystery to me. Guyan looked bewildered, utterly unable to understand why Yifan would suddenly ask this during the apocalypse. Sigh, it's nothing, just that I might have to learn physics. Headache. Yifan sighed helplessly. Suddenly Guyan recalled the bald man who researched gunpowder before and quickly said, "Right. I remembered someone. When Captain Long dismantled the bullets to demonstrate the failure of gunpowder, a bald uncle rushed up crazily. He seemed to be a university physics teacher, even a physics PhD. Upon hearing this, Yifan's face instantly lit up with joy. He suddenly realized there really was such a treasure in their convoy. He immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Long Yi, is that bald man in the convoy still alive? The one who rushed over and nagged you when you dismantled the bullets last time?" "Who knows? Even Uncle Yi isn't sure. Who the hell cares about a madman? What's up?" Long Yi's voice was full of confusion. "I have big plans for him. I'll have someone ask properly later." Yifan excitedly kissed Guyan hard and grinned. "You really are my little lucky star." Guyan instantly blushed to his ears, embarrassed, and murmuring softly, "I didn't do anything though. Haha, once we find a place to rest, I'll treat you well. Then you'll call me your godfather." He. Annoying. Hey. Yifan, there's trouble ahead. 3 first-tier beasts. Should we attack or avoid? Long Ye's voice suddenly came through the walkie-talkie. He knew Yifan was short on food supplies, otherwise he would definitely detour. Not all beasts in the apocalypse were easy prey, especially those living in groups. It was better to avoid them if possible. So he simply left the decision to Yifan. After all, the entire convoy's fate now rested in Yifan's hands. Who else but this guy had such absurd combat power? Even Xiong Jiangwo, barely breaking through to second-tier sequence while near death, was no match for Yifan. Moreover, Yifan now possessed a second-tier ability plus that gleaming cold spear. Taking down even 2 Xiong Jiangwos would be child's play. Attack. Absolutely attack. I'm craving meat. Hopefully these 3 are all plump and healthy. Yifan's eyes gleamed as he slammed the accelerator to the floor, the truck roaring as it charged toward the beasts. Feeling drowsy, Yifan rushed to the pillow. How could he let go of the 3 heads of meat delivered right to him? He poked his head out of the car window and shouted at Xiong Jiangwo's vehicle, "Uncle, there are 3 strange beasts ahead. I'll take care of 2, you handle 1, no problem, right? Just make sure not to let it escape." Facing 3 beasts was naturally a piece of cake for him, but he feared that the giant wolf might be scared off missing out on the meat. Good. Just in time, I wanted to test my strength after the breakthrough. Xiong Jiangwo's hearty laughter came through. At this moment his feelings were quite mixed. Yifan and Long Yi had been making small moves these past 2 days without including him, leaving him feeling anxious. He could sense that the 2 were definitely plotting something, but why were they excluding him? Damn it. He had to vent all his frustrations on the strange beasts later and beat that creature to death. Ow! Not long after, a piercing beast roar echoed. As the convoy drew closer, everyone clearly saw 3 giant wolves attacking 3 abandoned cars. The members of the convoy knew that the extraordinary beings were going to hunt the strange beasts and stop the cars from a distance. Yifan and Xiong Jiangwo walked side by side, quickly heading towards the giant wolf. Sensing the presence of the 3 giant wolves immediately stopped their attack, their blood-red eyes fixated on them, taking up a defensive stance. Yifan was surprised to find that the 3 giant wolves were covered in varying degrees of knife wounds, their bodies drenched in blood, clearly having just endured a few. Interesting. Yifan raised his eyebrows with interest. Xiong Jiangwo's expression grew serious. I wonder if those people are enemies or friends. Yifan nodded. Let's observe the situation first. As they approached, they could see a young boy wearing a gray headscarf standing in front of the 3 cars, his youthful face appearing to be no older than 17 or 18. His muscles were taut, and in his right hand he held a peculiar long sword engulfed in purple flames. His chest bore a deep gash from a giant wolf's claw, blood continuously flowing down his clothing. Despite his labored breathing and serious injuries, the boy's eyes remained fierce as a wolf locked onto the 3 giant wolves. Behind him crouched a man and 3 women, trembling all over, desperately covering their mouths in fear of attracting the wolves' attention. Yifan's magnetic field perception swept over and found 2 cowards hiding under the car. It looks like only this boy can fight, the others are just ordinary people. Yi Fan said. Xiong Jiangwo looked at the boy with admiration. This kid is pretty impressive. He's holding off 3 giant wolves, and that sword looks exceptional. It's a good sword, certainly not low-ranked, but unfortunately I can't use it. But what might the side effects be? Yi Fan said with certainty. The 3 giant wolves, seeing Yi Fan and Xiong Jiangwo approaching, without fear instantly ignited with rage. They were hunting these bipedal creatures, and these 2 fellows had the audacity to approach swaggeringly. It was simply a provocation against the wolves' dignity. Awoo! The 3 giant wolves roared in unison, abandoning the sword-wielding boy, turning their direction and charging straight towards Yi Fan and Xiong Jiangwo. Seeing this, the boy's expression changed dramatically as he shouted urgently, "Run!" At the same time, he gritted his teeth against his injuries, wielding the long sword engulfed in purple flames and charging forward, trying to block the wolves from attacking Yi Fan and Xiong Jiangwo. Yi Fan and Xiong Jiangwo exchanged glances. Xiong Jiangwo's eyes were filled with appreciation. This kid has good character. Yi Fan, however, wore a helpless expression. He thought, could this kid, facing off against 3 giant wolves alone, while his companions cowered behind him like turtles? If it were him, he would have already fled alone, not caring about others. Let the wolves go after those cowards. It would give him time to escape, and there was no way he would charge and to die in his injured state. In this apocalypse, such a saintly character was the most troublesome, and he needed to keep his distance. Yi Fan stopped thinking further, gripping tightly with his right hand the cold light spear instantly appearing in his palm. "Beast, take this shot." He hurled the spear, which transformed into a streak of flowing light, accurately pinning the middle giant wolf to the ground, silencing its howl. Following that, the external aura of vitality surged around Yi Fan, and he pushed off the ground, his figure shooting out like a cannonball, landing firmly on the back of the right giant wolf. He clenched his fist, striking down in rapid succession like lightning at the same spot on the giant wolf's head. Awoo! The giant wolf let out a mournful cry, instantly knocked unconscious. Meanwhile, Xiong Jiangwo charged straight at the leftmost giant wolf, his figure rapidly swelling as he transformed into a 5-meter giant gray bear. He landed on all fours, each step causing the ground to quake violently, his imposing presence intimidating. The giant wolf, witnessing this, was so frightened that it slammed to a stop and turned to flee. But how could its 2-meter body outrun a 5-meter giant bear? After just a few steps, it was swatted down to the ground by Xiong Jiangwo's paw, and then the massive bear paw plunged into the wolf's head, killing it instantly. The battle ended in an instant. Yi Fan jumped down from the giant wolf's back and shouted towards the convoy, "Get to work." In the next moment, over 20 strong men rushed up with knives, ropes, and other tools, quickly surrounding to deal with the 3 giant wolves' corpses. Yi had long established the rule: everyone had to find a way to collect resources themselves, taking responsibility for their own lives and deaths. Now these people were risking everything to contribute to the convoy, or they would no longer receive food distributed by the convoy. Even the combat and patrol teams formed now were the same. The convoy only provided a platform, and opportunities, whether they could survive and receive benefits, depended entirely on their own abilities, ultimately a mutually beneficial relationship. However, Yi Fan understood that this model was difficult to maintain for long. Once the number of casualties in the convoy became too high, the so-called combat teams and patrol teams would all be empty talk. Moreover, as his strength continuously increased, the power gap within the convoy would grow larger, and conflicts among the extraordinary beings would inevitably erupt. Not to mention, once he became strong enough, he could easily slap down any strange beast he encountered, and when it came time to divide half the prey with others, he certainly wouldn't be pleased. Other extraordinary beings would naturally band together to counterbalance him, and the previously agreed-upon distribution ratio would likely become very difficult to uphold. More importantly, after experiencing the battle at Tai Town, Yi Fan was very aware of his shortcomings. His explosive power was strong, but his endurance was poor. The higher the battle intensity, the harder it was for his stamina to keep up. This shortcoming, if not resolved, would lead to significant losses. Fortunately, he had Xiong Jiangwo to save him this time, but what about next time? He couldn't keep relying on others, could he? With that thought, Yi Fan's sense of crisis could no longer be suppressed. He didn't want to be at the mercy of others. The endurance issue of the Gluttony Sequence must be resolved quickly. What abilities did the 3rd level of the sequence possess? He had to find a way to quickly elevate his sequence level. Perhaps he could conquer this difficult problem. The ability of the Electromagnetic Sequence is similar. The magnetic field perception of Sequence 1 is merely a foundation. He has a premonition that the ability of Sequence 2 must be related to controlling the magnetic field. If the Electromagnetic Sequence could also be upgraded to level 2, his methods of attack would become much more varied. Even if his blood and energy were overly consumed and he felt fatigued, he could still rely on his magnetic field abilities to continue launching attacks. As for the 3rd solution, it is to find a way to get a sequence crystal to turn the fatty into a transcendent being. This way, even if he were to faint after a fierce battle, he could rest easy knowing the fatty was there to guard him. But all of this depends on the daily intelligence system. It's so frustrating. There is too much information he wants to know, yet the customized intelligence from the daily system provides only one opportunity each day. It's truly maddening. Yifan sighed helplessly. He could only take it step by step, as rushing wouldn't help. Just then he caught sight of Long Yes' old fox-like face adorned with a friendly smile as he dashed towards the knife-wielding. Yifan sneered inwardly. This old fellow is really impatient. Can't he hold back a bit before trying to recruit people? Isn't he worried about stirring up trouble? He couldn't be bothered with Long Yes' little antics. The most important thing now was to find that physics PhD. Long Yi had no choice. The pressure Yifan exerted on him was truly overwhelming. Especially after realizing that this kid's electromagnetic sequence could actually perceive biological magnetic fields, he was even more restless. Although Yifan's perception range was not as far as his, and could not detect the core competitive edge of his perception sequence was gradually being weakened. What would happen to someone who lost their irreplaceable value in a team? He knew it all too well. He had run a company before. He was intimately familiar with the term optimization. It was precisely because of this that he felt intense anxiety. If one day he became useless to the convoy, let alone being able to maintain his 2/10 share of supplies, he might even struggle to keep his 3 forbidden items. So when he saw that knife-wielding youth just now, his eyes immediately lit up. This kid has too much of a savior complex. Is a savior complex annoying? No, it's actually good. It's easier to control a savior. What he desperately needed was combat power. As long as he could manipulate this kid, wouldn't he dare go east if told to go west? Hee. Long Yi cheerfully pulled Su Jianguo along and quickly approached the knife-wielding youth, his face full of friendliness, as he said, "Hello, little brother. We are from the Endpoint Convoy. I am the team leader Long Yi, and this is my brother Su Jianguo. We are both transcendent beings in the convoy. You are also a transcendent being, right?" Upon seeing Long Yi's kind face, the youth's tense body instantly relaxed. Just as he was about to say his last bit of strength dissipated and his injured body could no longer endure, causing him to black out and fall backward. Long Yi was quick to react and swiftly caught the youth. Lowering his head, he saw the deep claw wound on the youth's chest, revealing his bones, and immediately displayed a heartbroken expression, shouting, "Uncle, quick, hurry and find someone to carry this little brother onto my vehicle. Also go find Lu Ying to save him. I will pay any price." What a good kid. He has fought to protect his companions to this extent. We cannot let him die without a reason. Long Yi held the youth, his eyes reddening, as several tears fell at just the right moment. Captain Long, may I ask, can we join your convoy?" At this moment, the few survivors who had been hiding behind the vehicle, trembling, gathered around. No one cared about the fallen youth. Each person wore a flattering smile, eagerly looking at Long Yi. Su Jianguo had initially looked at the youth with pity. This kid was only a few years older than his daughter, Su Xian. Seeing him desperately protect his companions, Su Jianguo even entertained the thought of matching him with his daughter. He couldn't possibly entrust his wife and daughter's future entirely to Long Yi and Yifan. This kid had a kind heart. He believed that his daughter would certainly have a good life following this kid. But now, seeing the ungrateful faces of these people, Su Jian's expression darkened instantly, and his anger surged. Just as he was about to scold them angrily, Long Yi gently stopped him and turned to face the survivors, asking in a deep voice, "Are you all from the same convoy? What exactly happened to your convoy?" "We are survivors from the Ironstone Convoy." A tall, skinny individual quickly nodded and bowed. "Our convoy was attacked by another convoy yesterday, and all the transcendent beings died. Only our 3 vehicles managed to escape, but on the way we encountered these 3 giant wolves chasing us. There was no choice. Zhang Ziqiang had no option but to get out and fight the giant wolves." After listening, Long Yi's heart sank. The Ironstone Convoy had such terrible luck. Combining this with the grim situation he saw in the mirror regarding the Guardian Convoy, he quickly deduced that the Ironstone Convoy had most likely encountered the Guardian Convoy. So, this kid is not a transcendent being. Long Yi's gaze fell on the purple flame long knife that had fallen to the ground. Could it be because of this forbidden knife? He bent down to pick up the long knife and saw that the unusual blade, once surrounded by purple flames, had now returned to being an ordinary long knife resembling a tang knife. Long Yi studied the knife carefully for a long time, but sensed no information about the forbidden item at all. It seemed this knife had already recognized its master. What a pity. Forbidden items have a master recognition mechanism. Only those recognized by such sentient forbidden items can unleash their true power. Some sentient forbidden items are even known to actively protect their masters, much like Yifan's frostbite gun. If others obtained it, they wouldn't be able to use it at all, not even sensing its forbidden properties, unless they could gain the recognition of the forbidden item. But how easy is it to gain recognition from such a master-bound forbidden item? Long Yi sighed inwardly. It seemed this knife could only exert its maximum effect in the hands of that kid named Zhang Ziqiang. Fortunately, this kid is a savior. Hopefully, he can be well controlled. If this kid becomes ungrateful, then there's nothing to do but let him die. He weighed the purple flame long knife in his hand, raised his eyes to the group of survivors, still eagerly awaiting a response, and coldly said, "You all stay here for now. We'll discuss specifics once this kid wakes up. Someone will come to explain the convoy rules to you. Remember, be well behaved and don't cause trouble for me." "Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Captain Long." "That's great. Captain Long, you are truly a good person." "Yes, just like little brother Zhang Ziqiang, both are good people. Good people will surely be rewarded. Buddha will surely bless you." The crowd quickly nodded and bowed continuously, saying flattering words. Long Yi smirked, coldly ignoring them. On the other side, Yi Fan returned to the convoy and immediately called for the fatty and old Zhao, instructing everyone to disperse and urgently find that physics PhD. Not long after, a bald middle-aged man, led by old Zhao, walked over, followed by his wife and son. Wu Xuanming looked at Yi Fan with trepidation, feeling anxious. He simply could not understand why he had been suddenly summoned by the most powerful big shot in the convoy. Yi Fan sat at the camping table with a smile on his face and asked, "Are you Wu Xuanming? I heard you are a university physics teacher and also a physics PhD." Wu Xuanming looked at the smile on Yi Fan's face, feeling inexplicably uneasy. For some reason, this smiling man before him resembled a lurking beast in his eyes. The oppressive gaze made him feel that the other party might leap forward at any moment and swallow him whole. He instinctively recalled the scene when this guy was in a coma, forcibly swallowing over 1,000 pounds of beast meat. At that time, the entire convoy of over 100 people was surrounding him, with some cutting meat, others cooking it, while 4 or 5 people took turns stuffing it into his mouth. And the key point was that this guy was sleeping the whole time. Is this even something a human can do? He swallowed hard, feeling anxious. He was just an honest teacher, hadn't offended anyone, right? "Hey, what are you daydreaming about?" The chubby guy saw him standing there, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, and shouted impatiently. Yi Fan wasn't in a hurry. After all, this was his future teacher, and he couldn't scare the person away or who would teach him physics. His current mindset was to take any chance he could get, just in case he could stir up some surprises. He didn't want to miss any opportunity to become stronger. Yi Fan smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, come sit down and chat with me." The more polite Yi Fan was, the more anxious Wu Xuanming felt, always sensing that something bad was waiting for him. He fidgeted, rubbing his hands, too scared to sit down, and forced a laugh, saying, "Fan, brother Fan, it's fine, I can just stand and listen." That smile looked worse than a cry, and in the next moment the chubby guy forcibly pressed him into a chair. Yi Fan personally brewed a cup of tea for him. The tea leaves had been borrowed from Long Yi, as that old guy needed to borrow Lu Ying to save someone. "Dr. Wu, I called you over this time because I want to ask you to teach me physics. The extraordinary ability I awakened is from the electromagnetic sequence. You know this is right up your alley. As for me, I spent the entire physics class reading a novel called Survival on the Sequence Highway, binding the information system at the start, which was so engrossing that it left me with almost no foundation in physics. Now I want to ask you to give me a makeup class and explain electromagnetic knowledge to me. What do you think?" Wu Xuanming trembled as he took the teacup, feeling embarrassed to the point of his scalp tingling. "Well, brother Fan, my research direction is geometric optics. I really don't have much knowledge about electromagnetism, and I truly don't dare to show off in front of you." Yi Fan's expression darkened instantly upon hearing this. This was not the answer he wanted to hear. He took out 2 more teacups, handed them to Wu Xuanming's wife and son, poured tea for them, but his smile had cooled a few degrees. "Dr. Wu, you are a PhD in physics. You are probably the only one who understands physics in this convoy. You say you don't understand electromagnetism. Think carefully." Wu Xuanming was terrified in his heart. His research direction was indeed optics, and he really knew nothing about electromagnetism. Moreover, Yi Fan said he had no foundation in physics at all, which meant he had to start teaching from scratch. If he taught something too simple, and Yi Fan couldn't understand, it would be. If he taught something too advanced, and Yi Fan couldn't use it, it would also be his fault. What's worse, if Yi Fan practiced based on what he taught, and something went wrong with his abilities, would his life still be safe? This was clearly a thankless task. How could he dare to take it on? But when he saw Yi Fan pouring tea for his wife, his heart sank to the bottom. The scalding hot tea had already overflowed the cup, yet Yi Fan seemed oblivious, continuing to pour. The hot tea burned his wife's hand, causing her to shiver in pain, but not daring to make a sound or let go. Seeing his wife gritting her teeth and trembling, Wu Xuanming felt like his heart was bleeding. With a mournful face, he said, "Fan, brother Fan, I will teach. I will teach. But where do you want me to start? I can't really start from zero, can I?" Upon hearing this, Yi Fan finally revealed a satisfied smile. "Teacher Wu, that's your job now." "Oh, I don't know either. I only know that my electromagnetic sequence can sense the magnetic fields of living beings and metals. You should think along that line and teach me whatever you come up with. You know Magneto, right? First, based on his abilities, think about the principles for me. From now on, this will be your research direction, and do you understand? In return, I will take care of your family's rations from now on." Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Wu Xuanming was in despair, tugging at his bald head. Isn't it better to just kill him directly? Yi Fan meant that he wanted him to rely solely on his brain to deduce the principles of Magneto's abilities out of thin air. He didn't know about Magneto, but that was something he had seen several years ago, and had long forgotten. Now without data or supercomputers relying solely on his brain to deduce. Isn't that nonsense? But when he heard Yi Fan say he would take care of the family's rations, a thought suddenly popped into Wu Zuming's mind. Why not just take some optical-related stuff to fool him? After all, Yi Fan had zero foundation in physics, and as a distinguished PhD in physics, he could casually pull out some professional terms to confuse Yi Fan so he wouldn't have to worry about being exposed. Academic deceit wasn't that a piece of cake. But the next second, Yi Fan's words nearly scared him out of his wits. However, every 3 days you must present me with a usable principle of ability. Otherwise I will kill your wife. If you still can't come up with something, your son will be next. Do you understand? Wu Shuiming was soaked with cold sweat, realizing he couldn't fool Yi Fan anymore. This is bad. Where the hell can he come up with something? But he had no choice and could only agree with a mournful face. Even if he didn't want to, he had to agree. Then Yi Fan shared some of his speculations about the electromagnetic sequence with Wu Shuiming in detail. Alright, go ahead, my teacher Wu. If I think of other research directions, I'll let you know at any time. I believe in you, you can definitely do it. Yi Fan waved his hand, sending him off. The chubby guy chuckled, pulling out a box of compressed biscuits and handing it to Wu Shuiming, patting his shoulder and grinning playfully. Teacher Wu, take this, it's your don't think about fooling anyone. Watching Wu Shuiming leave in a dejected manner, Yi Fan sighed helplessly. He knew he was grasping at straws, but he had no choice. After all, he was suffering from a fear of insufficient firepower. What if he could really force Wu Shuiming to come up with something useful? Every time the extraordinary sequence levels up, new ways to use abilities automatically appear in his mind, as if there was a skill tree hidden within his body. Once the level is reached, new skills can naturally be unlocked. But Yi Fan always felt that there must be custom skills in this world. Even if there weren't, the deeper the understanding of extraordinary abilities, the stronger the power. But he also understood that this couldn't be rushed and could only be explored slowly. Yi Fan turned to chat with the chubby guy and others. Not long after, he saw Lu Ying and Zhao Shui return looking exhausted. Yi Fan immediately stood up and asked, "How did it go?" "Fan Gu, the wound has been temporarily stopped, but whether he can survive depends on his own fate. I'm just a nurse forced to perform suturing with a needle and thread meant for sewing clothes. How could he possibly survive?" Her voice grew softer, revealing a sense of guilt on her face. Yi Fan glanced at the 3 buckets of instant noodles in Zhao Shui's arms and smiled to ease the mood. "Alright, it's the end of the world. Whether we can live or not is all up to fate. If you really save him, Long Yi will surely reward you with another box of instant noodles. If he doesn't make it, there's nothing we can do, haha." Lu Ying was about to say something, but was startled by Yi Fan's suddenly grim expression. In the next second, Long Yi's terrified shout echoed, a large pack of giant wolves. "Run away." In an instant, everyone was in a panic, immediately dropping whatever they were holding and scrambling into the vehicles. Long Yi's vehicle charged ahead with Yi Fan and the others following closely behind. He grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted at the others, "At least a dozen giant wolves. Damn it, they were attracted by those 3 we saw earlier. Be careful, this is a big trouble. Since they are pack hunters, there might be more lurking nearby." Damn. Before he could finish his sentence, his magnetic sense detected dozens of biological magnetic fields ahead. A deafening howl of wolves echoed from all directions, and the faces of everyone in the convoy instantly turned as pale as paper. They were surrounded by a pack of wolves. Everyone had grim expressions as they watched the giant wolves slowly emerge from the surrounding mist, densely packed, and Long Yi's vehicle suddenly stopped, and his trembling voice came through the walkie-talkie. "There are over 100 giant wolves. Prepare for battle." Hey. The convoy was thrown into chaos with cries and curses rising and falling. "Damn, is this crazy? We're finished. How do we fight against over 100 of them? We can't possibly win. Aren't extraordinary beings supposed to be powerful? Can't they kill beasts in an instant? 1 or 2 can kill instantly, but how about 100? If one slips through, we are all done for. What if we charge out? Maybe we can fight for a way to live." "You go ahead, idiot. Whoever wants to go can go." Yi Fan's face was dark with fury, having just lost everything. He found the food in the car nearly gone, and now so many giant wolves were Guyan, you drive and be ready to charge out at any moment. Yi Fan threw out a command and directly jumped onto the roof of the car, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Fatty, abandon your car immediately and come to mine for defense. Old Zhao, bring your car over and drive alongside me. Wu Shuiming, if you want to survive, get into the cargo truck now." He knew it was not the time for hesitation. Decisive choices had to be made. Against the attacks of over 100 giant wolves, an ordinary sedan was no different from being made of paper. Although the truck was slow, its defense was at least strong, and now that both trucks were nearly out of supplies, their speed wouldn't slow down much. Most importantly, he could stand on top of the truck using a 3-meter-long frosty spear for direct defense. Fatty Zhuge crossbow could also provide long-range harassment, giving them at least a fighting chance. As for the others, Yi Fan didn't have the energy to care. They would have to fend for themselves. Old Zheng, we are really finished this time. Old Luo's car was right next to Yi Fan, and he heard his words clearly. The meaning was obvious. Yi Fan wouldn't care about their survival. Old Luo, this is the apocalypse. Old Zheng feigned bravado and laughed, but the fear in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Captain Long said long ago, life and death are on our heads. What's there to be afraid of? Let's fight these beasts. Old Luo didn't respond but stared intently at Yi Fan's two trucks, gritting his teeth. You get in my truck, we'll charge out behind his truck. Old Zheng paused for a moment and then simply said, okay, before turning back to the car to grab his weapon. Uncle Li, you'll drive later, stay close to Yi Fan. That's the only way we can survive. Long Yi pulled out a bloody hand cannon, staring grimly at the approaching giant. He knew clearly that they had become lambs to the slaughter in the eyes of the giant wolves. These giant wolves clearly possessed intelligence, and this time it was likely to be disastrous. Xiong Jingwo was anxiously pacing his wife. He couldn't drive, and he had no way to escape. Just as he hesitated whether to send his wife and daughter to Yi Fan's truck, the pack of wolves moved. A whoa! A powerful wolf howl suddenly erupted from the pack, like a horn signaling an attack. In the next second, several giant wolves charged towards the convoy. Drive! At Yi Fan's command, Gu Yan and Old Zhao simultaneously started their vehicles, and the two trucks roared forward. Long Yes vehicle immediately followed closely on the right side of the truck. As for Xiong Jingwo, Yi Fan couldn't help but yell, Uncle, throw your wife and daughter up here. You guard the left side. Do you want to get them killed? Xiong Jingwo awakened from his daze and didn't dare hesitate any longer. Gritting his teeth, he transformed into a 5-meter grizzly bear in the van, grabbing his wife and daughter and throwing them towards Yi Fan's truck. Wu Xuanming had already opened the cargo truck door. Yi Fan reached out to catch the two and tossed them directly into the truck. Then the frosty spear appeared in his hand, and Yi Fan's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the pack of wolves ahead. Behind the convoy, everyone scrambled to gather around the cargo truck, knowing that only by staying close to the extraordinary being's truck could they have any hope of survival. This was exactly what Long Yi wanted to see. Yi Fan was at the very front with Xiong Jingwo on the left and his bloody hand cannon and fatty Zhuge crossbow on the right, creating a possible path to break out. As for those ordinary people, they were merely tools to divert the wolves' attention. Since the giant wolves had intelligence, as long as they withstood the first wave of attacks and made the wolves realize they were not to be trifled with, they would naturally turn to attack the unthreatening ordinary people. Long Yi knew that Yi Fan, that little fox, must be thinking the same way. But the problem was, could they intimidate this ferocious pack of giant wolves? Yi Fan's gaze was fixed firmly on the thickest line of magnetic fields ahead, which undoubtedly belonged to the life magnetic field of the leading wolf. This bastard really looks up to me. He clearly saw that 10 giant wolves were charging towards him, while only 4 were at Xiong Jingwo's side, and a mere 2 at Long Yi's. Goodness, Yi Fan didn't know whether to feel fortunate that they took him seriously or to curse. He took a deep breath. There was no staying on the roof any longer and shouted, "Keep driving. Don't stop." Before his voice faded, Yi Fan jumped off the car and charged towards the giant wolves ahead, his right hand's frosty spear instantly transforming into its 3-meter-long full form, the spear tip, leaving screeching marks on the road. Seeing Yi Fan charge, the giant wolves bared savage fangs and quickened their pace. Yi Fan sneered, gripping the spear, but with his left hand, as the 3-meter cold glint spear swept across from his right in a fierce horizontal arc. With a swish, he slashed deep, bone-bearing wounds across the heads of the 3 lead wolves. Blood spurted forth in an instant. In the next moment, the cold glint spear contracted into a short 1.3-meter form. Yi Fan flashed aside, evading the 3 wolves' charging inertia, then flicked the spear tip forward to pierce a wolf's brow with surgical precision, ending it instantly. But he immediately became the target of 6 remaining wolves. Their companion's brutal death had awakened their ferocity. With bloodshot eyes, they locked onto Yi Fan and lunged toward the center. Yi Fan snorted coldly, drove his right foot into the earth, and vaulted into the air, evading the 6 wolves' pincer assault. The cold glint spear lengthened in an instant. Riding the drop of his leap, Yi Fan drove the spear downward. The tip struck in rapid succession, piercing the skulls of the 6 wolves with deadly accuracy. A mournful howl rose as the 6 wolves collapsed dead. Upon landing, Yi Fan swept his gaze across the pack and fixed his sensing on the Wolf King's position via his field perception. He knew clearly that they had to kill the Wolf King now if they were to have any chance of breaking out, otherwise these beasts would grind them down slowly to death. 15 more giant wolves surged out of the pack, advancing slowly toward him. The Wolf King was clearly aiming for a war of attrition. Using his magnetic field sensing, Yi Fan glanced at the convoy flank. Xiong Jingwo had only dispatched 2 wolves. Long Yi had managed 1, and wolves were already attacking the vehicles to the rear. The situation was grim. Damn, wolves picking on the few, he cursed inwardly. This had to be a swift, decisive fight. Red light blossomed at his feet, as his Kiblud mantle cloaked only his lower legs. Against first-grade aberrant beasts, he needed no full-body shroud. What he sought now was pure speed. In the next breath, Yi Fan became a streak of red and plunged into the mass. The crimson glow flashed among the wolves, and the cold glint spear's point flickered with each strike. With every glint, another giant wolf fell. 15 wolves were cut down in the blink of an eye. The Gluttony Sequence's initial eruption was terrifying, but its stamina was woefully limited. Having used his Kiblood mantle, Yi Fan wasted no time and charged straight for the Wolf King. Wolves leapt at him along the way, but each was dealt with swiftly by his cold glint spear. What puzzled Yi Fan was how similar the wolves all looked. By right, the Wolf King should have been larger and more formidable. Otherwise, how could it command the pack? Why then would its life field be stronger? Pressing forward, he finally locked onto the Wolf King's location, only to find the creature was actually a size smaller than the ordinary giant wolves. No wonder it had been so hard to find. It had come at them in reverse. In the next instant, Yi Fan understood the answer. The Wolf King regarded the charging Yi Fan with contempt, gaped its jaws, and a terrifying flame burst forth in an instant. He had not expected the Wolf King to wield magic. The path was blocked by wolves on all sides. There was nowhere to hide. At the critical moment, Yi Fan drove the cold glint spear into the belly of a wolf on his left. The shaft instantaneously extended to 3 meters and skewered another beast behind it. Gripping the spear with both hands, he hauled the 2 wolves into front of him, then lunged forward and slipped beneath their bodies. A howl rent the air. Flames swept over instantly. Yi Fan felt the temperature spike and the acrid scent of roasting flesh fill his nostrils. Damn it! My well-roasted meat ruined, he fumed. He sprang up, drew out the cold glint spear, and stared at the first wolf burned to charcoal, and the second half-charred, his heart sinking. The flames were terrifyingly potent. Hanging in the air, he saw the Wolf King open its mouth again, aimed straight at him. A cold sweat soaked his back. He had been careless. This was almost handing himself over. At that moment, a strange, piercing chime rang out, and the hairs on his arms stood on end. The next instant, fear flickered across the Wolf King's eyes, and its flame was snuffed. With a terrified howl, it turned and fled. In Yi Fan's field perception, every giant wolf suddenly went mad and scattered in flight. What on earth was happening? Damn, he realized and bolted toward the truck, shouting, there is something uncanny. If even a level 2 aberrant beast like the Wolf King was fleeing in panic, then something far stronger must have appeared. Damn it. No sooner had they shaken the wolves than another aberration arrived. Today could not be more unlucky. Just as he reached the truck roof, he saw 5 off-road vehicles charging from the northwest, and shouted, Gu Yen Lao Zhao, drive east. Xiong Jingwo, get up. Long Yi, point the way. He barked. He glanced back, and his eyes narrowed. The convoy had already become a wreck. Shards of vehicles littered the ground, and bodies lay everywhere. Originally, over 40 vehicles had been in the convoy. Now only 10 remained. A chill ran through Yi Fan. This was the end of days. Xiong Jingwo, battered and bloodied, clambered onto the truck roof and collapsed like a broken heap. Yi Fan cast his eyes over the 8 giant wolf carcasses strewn nearby, then to Xiong Jingwo's deep claw gouges, where bone showed through. He could picture how brutal the struggle must have been. In the end, it came down to insufficient strength. His fear of inadequate firepower had returned. Xiong Jingwo's strength lay in his thick hide and sheer bulk. Against nimble wolves he could manage one-on-one, but when beset, he could only take blows. As for Long Yi, he had killed only 1 wolf, and that beast's eyes were riddled with coral bolts. It seemed Long Yi's flesh and blood pistol only worked against humans. Against beasts, it was useless. Long Yi looked helpless. The wolves' hides were simply too tough, and his weapon's power too weak. He glanced at the unconscious Zhang Ziqiang in the rear, and at the purple flame long blade beside him, thinking, I hope you can be of use, kid, or he'll have to find a way to take that blade. Seeing the convoy's ruin in the rear view chilled Long Yi to the bone. Under the apocalypse, human life was astonishingly cheap. Long Yi stopped dazing, and point the way. Yi Fan's roar came over the radio. The convoy fled frantically towards the east. Out of the corner of Yi Fan's eye, he glimpsed the pursuing off-road vehicle convoy, closing in on them, prompting him to shout urgently, those bastards are luring the anomaly towards us. Long Yi, which way should we go? Dingling, the eerie sharp sound echoed through the mist. Yi Fan turned to see layers of gray-white mist surging behind them, closing in like a tide. Quick, turn northeast. Long Yi yelled from the window, his voice hoarse. That is a level 2 anomaly, the soul-corroding ice mist. Getting touched by it would mean freezing to death. Yi Fan, your blood aura is the only thing that can temporarily resist the mist attack. There is a core mist cluster. If we shatter it, we can kill it. Keep an eye on the roof of the car. Look back yourself. Yi Fan's mouth twitched as he retorted angrily. The range of this mist is bigger than 3 football fields. My vision is filled with gray-white. How can you expect me to find a mist cluster in this mess? Why don't you fly up? He cast a glance at the off-road vehicle behind them, noticing that it was gaining on them at a considerable speed. The entire convoy was in a state of panic. If this continued, they would inevitably be caught up and swallowed by the soul-corroding ice mist. Damn it. We must buy time with their lives. Yi Fan's eyes hardened, having made up his mind. He planned to find an opportunity to ambush the convoy, using their lives to buy himself time to escape. Long Yes flesh and blood pistol, which had been ineffective against anomalies and beasts, finally found its use. It was more than enough to deal with humans. At that moment, a man in a suit climbed onto the roof of the leading off-road vehicle. He waved vigorously towards Yifan, shouting, "Brothers over there. We have a way to locate the core mist cluster, but we lack the ability to attack. Do you have any strong fighters who can attack directly on your side?" Yifan, Long Yi, and Xiong Zhangwo perked up upon hearing that. Long Yi immediately shouted, "Where is its weakness?" They all understood that even if they ambushed the other side, it would only temporarily alleviate the crisis. The soul-corroding ice mist was closely trailing them, turning, whenever they turned, clearly determined to stick to them. If they could truly find the core mist cluster with Yifan's blood aura, they might really be able to eliminate this anomaly. Yifan stared grimly at the massive soul-corroding ice mist behind them, sighing inwardly. This time, they were likely facing the anomaly Hedon, but could they trust the other party's words? If he wanted to use them as bait, would they not have the same intention? "We have a forbidden item that can mark the anomaly's weakness, but we can't get close to the mist cluster." The man in the suit shouted, pulling out something resembling a firecracker. "We must cooperate. Do you have anyone who can approach the mist cluster? This is the prerequisite for cooperation, otherwise I would rather take the risk and charge out." Yifan did not hesitate, his entire body suddenly radiating a crimson glow as his blood aura enveloped him completely. Then it quickly dissipated. The blood aura can form a high-temperature energy layer, allowing it to resist the mist's attack for a short time. Next, the man in the suit showed no hesitation and directly tossed the firecracker over. Yifan reached out to catch it, and a surge of information flooded his mind. Forbidden item 08239 firecracker description, a firecracker designed specifically to locate the anomaly's weakness. Throwing it at the anomaly after pulling the fuse will automatically fly towards the weak point and explode, forming a blood-red mark at the weak point. Note it cannot cause any harm to the anomaly. Instead, it will enrage the anomaly, putting it into a furious state. Please use with caution. What a good item. The root cause of the anomaly's difficulty in being killed is that its weakness cannot be found. Especially since most anomalies lack a physical body, conventional attacks are utterly ineffective. However, as long as they can lock onto the weakness and then use the cold, gleaming gun infused with blood energy to attack, Yifan is confident he can take it down. Long Yi, the item is real. Yifan quickly shouted out the function of the forbidden item. Long Yi focused on the encroaching soul-corroding ice mist, his extraordinary abilities running rampant, feeling something was off about this anomaly, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. But time was of the essence. The soul-corroding ice mist was getting closer and closer, and they had no choice. "All right. Be careful, I have a feeling something is off about this item," Long Yi reminded loudly. Yifan also knew the situation was critical. He had already seen a cliff appear ahead. Charging forward would lead to an abyss, and falling would surely mean death. Since there was a forbidden item that could locate the weakness, he had to take a gamble. If it really didn't work, he could always jump off the cliff for a slim chance of survival. There's no time. Since there was a forbidden item that could locate the weakness, he had to take a gamble. If it really didn't work, he could always jump off the cliff for a slim chance of survival. They'll kick you towards the mist cluster. As the convoy was about to plunge off the cliff, Yifan took a deep breath, yanked the fuse from the firecracker, and hurled it towards the soul-corroding ice mist. The firecracker transformed into a shadow, flying straight into the gray-white mist, exploding near the core and instantly revealing a striking blood-red mark on the mist cluster. Buzz! The gray-white mist surrounding the soul-corroding ice mist surged violently, the temperature dropping sharply. Clearly enraged. "Found it! That is the weak point." Yifan shouted, "Stop! Uncle, transform and throw me over." "All right." Xiong Zhangwo immediately jumped out of the car, his form exploding in size as he transformed into a 5-meter grizzly bear. Yifan leaped onto his right hand, and Xiong Zhangwo gripped his legs tightly, exerting his strength to hurl him towards the man in the suit. Whoa! The man in the suit was taken aback. This could be done too. He did not dare to delay, leaping into the air and performing a backflip, kicking Yifan with all his might, as if he were playing soccer, sending him flying towards the blood. Damn! That hurt! Yifan cursed under his breath. The power of the suitman's kick was truly immense. His body flew like a cannonball straight towards the blood-red mark of the soul-corroding ice mist. The cold, gleaming gun appeared in his right hand, his blood aura completely enveloping his body, the red blood energy wrapping around the gun like a giant crimson dragon, whistling fiercely as it charged toward the target. However, under the protection of the blood energy armor, this slight drop in temperature had no effect on him. In the next moment, the soul-corroding ice mist seemed to sense a fatal threat, and the surrounding temperature plummeted to an extreme. Yifan watched as the ground below instantly froze into a thick layer of ice. Even the blood energy armor on him began to cover with a fine layer of ice shards. Now it's too late to worry. Yifan had already flown to 4 meters in front of the blood-red mark, and the cold light spear in his hand instantly extended to its full 3-meter form, the spear tip, like lightning, piercing straight at the blood-red mark. With a crisp sound, the ice layer surrounding the blood-red mark was shattered by the cold light spear in an instant. Almost simultaneously, Yi Fan distinctly felt the bone-chilling coldness around him suddenly dissipate, and the surrounding gray-white mist rapidly retreated. Is it over? Yi Fan watched the changes in front of him, his heart, suddenly relaxed, finally saved. But just then Long Ye's voice suddenly exploded in his ear. Yi Fan, there's something strange below you. Quickly chop it to death. At this moment Long Yi was sitting on top of his car, his eyes bloodshot, and bright red blood was continuously trickling down from the corners of his eyes. He had always felt that the soul-corroding ice mist was suspicious, unable to articulate why, but vaguely sensed that there was something else hidden deep within the mist. He knew very well that if Yi Fan failed to completely resolve the soul-corroding ice mist, they would all be doomed. The cliff ahead was bottomless, shrouded in mist. Jumping down was simply a gamble with their lives, and he didn't have the courage for that. Therefore he had to find out the strangeness of the soul-corroding ice mist. He focused intently on the front, completely unaware that his eyes were already bloodshot, and even as blood flowed out, he felt nothing. In a daze, he seemed to enter a mysterious state. The world before him became incredibly clear. He clearly saw that at the moment Yi Fan shattered the blood-red mark and the gray-white mist began to dissipate, a strange doll-like creature suddenly appeared in Yi Fan's lower right. A level 2 anomaly, the snow doll. Long Yi instantly understood. No wonder the power of this level 2 soul-corroding ice mist was so terrifying. It turned out to have devoured the level 2 anomaly, the snow doll. No wonder its freezing range was so vast. The moment he found the answer, Long Yi's expression drastically changed. He knew that Yi Fan absolutely had not discovered the existence of the snow doll at this moment. As soon as the soul-corroding ice mist died, the snow doll hid in the remaining mist, making it the perfect concealment. He had to warn him, otherwise everyone would still die. He instinctively shouted, Yi Fan, there's something strange below you. Quickly chop it to death. The snow doll feared high temperatures, and Yi Fan's blood energy armor was just capable of countering it. As soon as his voice fell, Long Yi's eyes rolled back, and he fainted, tumbling down from the top of the car. Only then did the people around notice the abnormality in his eyes and hurried over to check. If Long Yi were awake, he would definitely realize that the two were so far apart that even if he shouted with all his might, Yi Fan could not possibly hear him. Yet Yi Fan happened to hear it. The voice was so clear, as if Long Yi was speaking right next to him. Yi Fan had no time to delve into the reason. His left hand quickly grasped the spear shaft, and his body forcibly twisted as he turned in midair, the cold light spear cutting down at a diagonal angle. The suited man was stunned by this scene and questioned the rugged man beside him. Lu Li, what is he doing? Didn't the soul-corroding ice mist already get killed? The rugged man called Lu Li was also staring blankly at Yi Fan's bizarre actions. He was also an extraordinary being of the perceiver sequence, but could not comprehend what Yi Fan was doing. Could it be? A terrifying thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could there be another anomaly at that position? As he thought of this, cold sweat instantly drenched his back. How did this guy discover it? In the next moment, everyone saw a white anomaly resembling a snowman suddenly appear where Yi Fan's cold light spear struck down. Dangling on the chest of the anomaly hung a small bell, which at this moment emitted a crisp sound. It was the eerie sound that everyone had initially heard. Yi Fan was preparing to respond to the possible changes when he saw that the snow doll instantly melted away under the intense heat of the blood energy armor. At the same time, the remaining gray-white mist completely dissipated, leaving behind a thick layer of ice below, blocking the path of the convoy. Yi Fan landed on the ground, staring blankly at everything, wondering how it could be so simple. Just then, two warm currents suddenly surged into his body. Dingling, the bell on the snow doll's chest fell to the ground, and Yi Fan bent down to pick it up, puzzled. A piece of information instantly surged into his mind. Forbidden item 09831, snow doll's bell description, the favorite toy of the snow doll. Shake it in water to purify it, turning any water source into clean water that can be consumed directly. Note for female use only. Goodness is the ranking of this forbidden item series. Its effect is simply incredible. With the snow doll's bell, there will be no more worries about water issues in the future. The so-called side effects are practically non-existent. Just let Gu Yin use it since I can't. These two anomalies were worth the kill. Yi Fan felt exceedingly pleased, especially with the two warm currents surging into his body, which made him incredibly delighted. For the first time, he realized that killing anomalies could yield such great benefits. At the moment the currents surged in, he distinctly felt a pulling force emerge simultaneously in his stomach and brain, as if both wanted to claim the two currents for themselves. But the pulling force in his stomach was evidently stronger, and in an instant the two currents were absorbed into his abdomen. In the next second, a feeling of bliss that made him feel ethereal and euphoric swept through his entire body. The energy consumed from two consecutive fierce battles was instantly replenished, and it even left him feeling overstuffed. He could clearly sense that his gluttony sequence had strengthened significantly. He finally understood that the enhancement of the extraordinary sequence required the killing of anomalies. The effect of these two currents on the sequence's enhancement was far superior to merely eating meat. It was simply worlds apart. Yi Fan's heart was filled with overwhelming joy. If he could kill another anomaly, his gluttony sequence would surely advance to level 3. At this moment, he even began to look forward to encountering more anomalies. On the other side, the suited man and Lu Li exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. That's a snow doll, a level 2 anomaly. Lu Li swallowed hard, his voice trembling. This person is not simple. The burly man spoke with a serious expression. His abilities just happened to restrain the snow doll, which would be fine, but the key is that he can quickly detect its presence. Either he has special abilities or forbidden items, or there's a level 2 perceiver in his convoy. The man in the suit chuckled. I bet it's the latter. I just glanced over, and it seems someone in their convoy has fainted. Most likely that perceiver has leveled up. Yi Fan tucked the snow doll's bell into his pocket, gripping the Hanmang gun. Upon seeing the chaos in the convoy, he paused beside the man in the suit and said, Gentlemen, shall we continue this conversation later? The man in the suit laughed heartily. No problem, you carry on, we'll wait here. All right. Yi Fan quickly returned to the convoy and immediately saw Long Yi's grim condition. Not only were his eyes bleeding, but blood was oozing from his mouth, nose, and ears, looking extremely terrifying. Uncle Li was anxiously pacing nearby. What happened to Captain Long? Xiong Zhangwo also had a worried expression and added. He suddenly stood up and opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, but no sound came out, and then he just collapsed. I noticed blood flowing from his eyes at first, and then other places started bleeding too. What could this possibly mean? Yi Fan looked at Lu Ying, who was in a flurry, and asked gravely, Is there any external injury? No, none. Lu Ying shook her head with a mournful expression. I checked, there are no wounds at all. It seems like there's an issue with his brain. But now we don't have any instruments. I really can't do anything. Fanga, what should we do? Just as everyone was anxiously fretting, they turned to look at Yi Fan and found him. As everyone looked on with confusion, Yi Fan said, It's fine. This old fox must have leveled up to a level 2 perceiver. This situation is probably a side effect of the advancement. He won't die. Let's disperse till wake up on his own. Yi Fan was clear in his mind that Long Yi had definitely advanced to level 2. Otherwise, how could he possibly see through the snow doll's concealment and even notify me in a manner similar to telepathy? As for why he was bleeding from all 7 orifices, Yi Fan wasn't sure, but he knew this old fox had a strong constitution and wouldn't die. That's enough. Just don't sleep too long. Yi Fan glanced solemnly at the cliff ahead, silently praying. Please let nothing bizarre emerge from below. Uncle Li, with a worried expression, arranged for people to lift Long Yi onto the vehicle. There was already an unconscious Zhang Ziqiang lying in the vehicle, and now Long Yi had been added. It was truly distressing. Yi Fan called over Fatty and Old Zhao, asking them to assist Uncle Li in counting the status of the convoy to see how many people and supplies were left. Given the current situation, it seemed they wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. After making the arrangements, Yi Fan and Xiong Zhangwo walked directly towards the man in the suit and the burly man. We are the convoy at the destination. My name is Yi Fan, and this is Xiong Zhangwo. What are your names? Yi Fan took the initiative to speak. From the Kunkin convoy. My name is Chun Kuan, a brother. You are truly formidable. The man in the suit laughed heartily while pointing at the burly man beside him. This is our Captain Lu Li. Yi Fan felt quite favorably towards these two. Although Chen Kun's kick had hurt him earlier, it had to be said that the strength in that leg was truly impressive and should not be underestimated. Thanks to you guys stepping in to help this time, or we might have truly been doomed today. Lu Li also spoke with a smile, gratitude evident in his tone. Pausing for a moment, his gaze swept towards the direction of the destination convoy, and he said meaningfully, Congratulations, it seems your convoy's strength will significantly increase again. Yi Fan was slightly taken aback, looking at Lu Li with a hint of surprise. It seemed this guy was also a perceiver and had seen through Long Yi's situation. Seeing Yi Fan's astonished expression, Lu Li explained with a smile, The one you killed last was a level 2 anomalous snow doll. If it weren't for your convoy's perceiver advancing to level 2, you could never have discovered its trail right. Yi Fan instantly understood. No wonder. Upon hearing the snow doll was an anomalous level 2, he was 100% sure that Long Yi had indeed leveled up. Yi Fan did not deny it and nodded. Yes, he has exhausted his energy and is currently resting. However, with Long Yi unconscious and without his ability to perceive anomalies, their convoy had now become passive. Thus, he now needed Lu Li's perceiving abilities. Yi Fan's mind raced, and he said, Captain Lu, the ice layer ahead is blocking the way, and we can't proceed for a while. How about we take a break here for the night? Lu Li paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded sure. 2 level 2 anomalies just died here, so there shouldn't be any danger in a short time. Don't worry, if anything happens I will inform you immediately. Yi Fan smiled and cupped his hands. Then I thanked Captain Lu. I'll have someone send over some cured meat later for you to taste. That's too polite. Just a small matter. The man in the suit, Shin Kuan, seeing that the two had finished discussing the important matters, immediately leaned in curiously and asked, Yi Fan, what level are you exactly? It's too extraordinary. You can kill a level 2 anomaly just like that. You're quite the monster. I'm from the Gluttony Sequence, just fairly average. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow with pride glancing at Chen Kun. But that kick of yours was quite powerful. Have you also reached level 2? Of course. I leveled up on the first night of the apocalypse. Chen Kun patted his chest confidently. Advancing to level 2 is a piece of cake. Yi Fan shot a glance at this guy's boastful demeanor and said blandly, not at all, I leveled up on the first day in the daytime. Chen Kun and Lu Li gasped in shock, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Chen Kun originally thought that leveling up on the first night was impressive enough, not expecting there to be someone even more formidable. He widened his eyes incredulously, asking, how did you level up so quickly? Yi Fan casually replied, it's nothing, my sequence ability is a bit special, I can level up by eating. Chen Kun's eyes turned red with envy and jealousy. Lu Li beside him stifled a laugh and interjected, that doesn't count as special, his is truly unique. In theory, his sequence ability should allow him to directly advance to level 2 the moment he awakens. Yi Fan knew in his heart that his gluttony sequence was simple, it was just one word, eat. However, in the apocalypse, maintaining a large intake of food to replenish enough energy was no easy feat. Xiong Jiangwo had broken through on the brink of death, and it seemed Long Yi had advanced after overexerting his abilities with significant side effects. As for how Chen Kun managed to level up to level 2 in such a short time, they truly knew too little about the ways of advancement in the extraordinary sequences. If only they could learn about Chen Kun's breakthrough method, perhaps they could also try it out to see if they could get the electromagnetic sequence to level up as well. Xiong Jiangwo also perked up his ears, equally eager to find a suitable advancement method for himself. Thus he couldn't help but ask, so how exactly did you? In the next moment, Yi Fan and Xiong Jiangwo noticed that Lu Li's expression suddenly became peculiar, as if he wanted to laugh, but dared not, leaving the two of them. Chen Kun, on the other hand, was quite candid, directly stating, it's nothing, just that my sequence ability is a bit special. How special can it be? Yi Fan asked, curiously wondering if it could be more special than his gluttony sequence. It's the human demon sequence. Yi Fan and Xiong Jiangwo were instantly taken aback, their faces displaying the black man question mark expression. What does that mean? It couldn't be the kind of human demon they were thinking of, could it? Chen Kun looked at their shocked expressions and burst into laughter, saying, yes, it's exactly what you think, it's the human demon sequence. My sequence 1's ability is castration, which requires removing the root of troubles for the human demon sequence to continue advancing. Yi Fan was utterly shocked, thinking this person was too harsh on himself. Chen Kun shrugged, helplessly, looking indifferent. What can I do? In the apocalypse, raising one's strength for survival is the most important thing. That night, I found a safe spot and directly sent myself into the palace. You guys wouldn't believe it, the human demon sequence is truly incredible. With one strike it didn't hurt at all, just as the sequence introduction said, remove the root of troubles for a life. Then I directly advanced to sequence 2 and gained the ability of human demon soft technique. Now I'm quite satisfied with my body, when facing equally ranked exotic beasts it's a total slaughter. Yi Fan and Xiong Jiangwo exchanged glances, both seeing deep fear in each other's eyes. Yi Fan sincerely admired, Kun Gu, you are truly ruthless. I, Yi Fan, admire you. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't have the resolve to make this decision. Xiong Jiangwo nodded repeatedly, fearfully agreeing, me too. Without that thing I could really go insane. Lu Li, who had been holding back laughter, chimed in, right? I said only this guy can be so open-minded, just like nothing happened. Anyway, I'd rather die than have such a sequence ability. Chen Kun rolled his eyes, saying, hey, stop making sarcastic remarks here. You guys are just envious that I can advance to level 2 so quickly, you're jealous. Besides, is it really that enjoyable to do what you're hinting at? What? Are you a lifelong single? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Yeah, what's wrong with that? Chen Kun replied nonchalantly. Wow. So you never watched any films growing up? I've seen some of what's so great about those things, hey. Alas, you've lost the greatest joy in life. It's evident that this method of advancement is absolutely unsuitable for him. Even if it could instantaneously promote the electromagnetic sequence, he would never He truly enjoyed intimacy. If it weren't for the apocalypse, he would want to indulge every day. Although rationality told him that one shouldn't think with their lower body in the apocalypse today. He might have to make having just taken down 2 level 2 anomalies, it should be safe for a while. Moreover, having just absorbed those 2 streams of energy, he was now at his peak state, completely unperturbed, even if a battle broke out. Yi Fan and Xiong Jiangwo didn't chat much, and quickly returned to their convoy. The tally results were out. Only 37 ordinary people remained with rations sufficient for only 5 days. Nearly 100 people had perished in the attack by the giant wolf pack. The atmosphere in the entire convoy was at its lowest point. This was the most devastating loss since the convoy was formed. Yi Fan shook his head helplessly. Now the previously formed combat and patrol teams were entirely useless. With just over 30 people, what kind of team could they form? He never expected that just on the 4th day of the apocalypse the convoy would completely resemble the wasteland style described in novels. The chubby guy walked over to Yi Fan with a heavy expression whispering, "Brother Fan, too many people died in this convoy. Don't overthink it, it's useless to think about it. This is just fate." Yi Fan patted the chubby guy's shoulder softly to comfort him. The chubby guy sighed helplessly, looking at the lifeless expressions of everyone in the convoy, feeling a sense of despair. Even the usually loud old Zheng was eerily quiet at this moment, clearly feeling the same pain. Under the apocalypse are ordinary people's lives so worthless. All right, let them adapt slowly. Yi Fan said no more and turned to find Old Zhao, asking, "Old Zhao, is there any way to increase the speed of these two trucks? Our current speed is still too slow." Old Zhao showed a troubled expression and smiled wryly, shaking his head. "We'll keep an eye out for suitable vehicles and see if we can switch one or maybe disassemble some parts for modifications. Please pay more attention." Yi Fan knew well that this was a case of a skillful woman unable to cook without rice. The gluttony sequence was indeed troublesome, requiring far too many resources. If only he could have a forbidden item like a spatial storage bag, that would be much more comfortable. Yi Fan stopped thinking about it, took Gu Yan's hand, and directly boarded the truck. As night gradually fell inside the truck, Yi Fan and Gu Yan were chatting softly. Gu Yan's cheeks were flushed, and her ears were also tinged with red, because Yi Fan's hand was continuously scaling new heights on her body. Gu Yan shyly squirmed, trying to avoid that restless right hand, softly pleading, "Brother Fan, please don't do this." Yi Fan laughed heartily, leaning close to her ear and whispering, "Should keep it down. Brother Fan, I beg you, please don't do this." Gu Yan's voice was soft and small, filled with an unmistakable shyness. The more she acted like this, the more Yi Fan wanted to tease her. He raised his right hand into the air, indicating that he was being honest, smiling as he said, all right, I will take it away, I will take it away." Yet in the next moment his hand landed on Gu Yan's waist, gently kneading her tender waist, then slowly moving along her waist to her back. Gu Yan felt a wave of tingling sensations throughout her body, and her form instantly softened. She reached out her hands to push Yi Fan away, but felt utterly powerless, her slight strength feeling more like a playful gesture. "Brother Fan, don't do this." Gu Yan's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, her small face blushing deeply, which made Yi Fan feel hot all over. He leaned close to Gu Yan's ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe, causing her body to involuntarily tremble slightly. She bit her lip tightly, her eyes filled with nervousness and panic, and she could even distinctly hear her heart pounding, a soft involuntarily escaping her throat. Gu Yan was about to speak when Yi Fan's lips sealed his mouth, causing his body to instantly go limp in Yi Fan's embrace. Suddenly the sound of strange movements came from the truck. Upon listening closely, the two realized it was Gu Yan singing a cheerful song in the truck. The fat man and Lao Zhao exchanged glances, grinning as they quietly moved away, not wanting to disturb their singing. At this moment, everyone in the convoy was silently processing their inner sorrow. No one spoke or communicated. In the silent wilderness, Gu Yan's beautiful and enchanting cheerful song reached everyone's ears clearly. Many people who heard this voice displayed expressions of dissatisfaction. Someone murmured, "At a time like this, having the mood to listen to songs is really..." Just halfway through, she suddenly stopped speaking. The singer was Yi Fan, their convoy's pillar, someone they could not afford to offend. She did not want to bring trouble upon herself. However, a woman nearby rolled her eyes nonchalantly, saying, "What's wrong with that? Having the mindset to enjoy oneself at such a time is what counts. Who knows, we might end up like those who have died tomorrow. Isn't it normal to seize the day? No, I want to sing too." Saying this, she stood up and walked towards Lao Luo's truck, having heard that the microphone in his truck had a long-lasting battery. The woman who had just murmured stared blankly at her back, the retort she intended to make stuck in her throat. She watched as the woman chatted with Lao Luo for a moment, both of them laughing as they climbed into the truck, seemingly preparing to sing together. She suddenly felt that what that person said didn't seem wrong. Isn't life just about seizing the moment? She recalled her previous days, meticulously budgeting, treading carefully, saving every penny just to pay off a mortgage on a house that incurred a loss of millions. With only 6 months left to pay off the mortgage, the apocalypse arrived. The house was gone, and all the hard work of a lifetime was wasted. Oh, what was the point of it all? Tears involuntarily slid down her cheeks, soaking her clothes. She suddenly felt that her life was truly worthless. She turned to glance at Lao Luo's truck, which was slightly shaking due to the loud music. Was this a localized earthquake affecting only the vehicle? What could that experience be like? Suddenly, she smiled widely and walked over to the fat man, cheerfully saying, "I want to try the sound system in your truck and see how good it is." "Sure," the fat man replied with a grin. Unbeknownst to them, pleasant singing began to arise from various parts of the convoy, echoing and intertwining, sometimes low and melodious, sometimes high and resounding, sometimes in unison, sometimes in solo performances, creating an uproarious atmosphere. Half an hour later, this unique concert gradually reached its climax. The singing suddenly resonated throughout the land, causing the distant wild grass to sway. Soon some microphones ran out of battery and had to withdraw from the performance, and the concert slowly approached its end. Until the very end, the main star of the concert, Gu Yin, who had initiated the singing despite not being particularly skilled, managed to perform the entire show thanks to her unique. She surprisingly persevered and completed the entire performance. The Huranda Halflong cheerful song left all the female singers in the convoy envious. In fact, many unconsciously began to fiddle with their microphones, hoping to fix them and play songs again, attempting to challenge Gu Yan's status as the diva. However, as everyone knows, microphones require power. The older a microphone is, the more troublesome it is to change the battery. Thus, most of the competitive female singers ultimately gave up in disappointment. But from that moment on, a unique connection had been established between the singers and their microphones. It seemed that in the future, any collaboration would come naturally. The members of the Kuan convoy stared dumbfounded at the neighboring destination convoy. Listening to this unique symphony, they all believed it was a cultural phenomenon exclusive to the destination convoy. Many men wore expressions of envy, their eyes filled with longing, wishing to join this grand concert immediately. Chen Kuan looked at Lu Li in disbelief, shouting, "Hey Lu Li, is that thing really that interesting? Why are the people in our convoy acting like this?" Lu Li patted Chen Kuan on the shoulder, suppressing a laugh as he replied, "It's nothing not interesting at all. Just go to." After saying this, Lu Li turned and walked toward a woman's truck, determined to join the concert. Chen Kuan. Soon the music festival of the two convoys came to a. However, the singers did not come down from their respective stages. After the passionate performance, they all felt shy. It was their first time so unreservedly showcasing their vocal talents in front of others, and it was truly too embarrassing. Inside the truck, Gu Yin, blushing, leaned against Yi Fan, her right hand gently resting on his chest, her fingers unconsciously drawing circles. She mumbled shyly, "What should I do? I want to have the face to see people again." Yi Fan raised an eyebrow in triumph, pinching her cheek. "What's there to be embarrassed about? You are the MVP of the whole event." "How annoying!" Gu Yin playfully punched him. The next morning, the weather was exceptionally bright, just like everyone's mood. The long-awaited sunlight bathed the earth warmly, completely dispelling the gloom in everyone's hearts. Yi Fan stretched lazily and opened the door to get out of the car. Looking at the dissipating mist around him, he felt in high spirits after a night of toil. He raised his eyes to the cliff ahead, where the mist had also cleared significantly. Yi Fan squinted, clearly seeing the environment on the other side of the cliff. He suddenly felt that the scene seemed somewhat familiar. Yi Fan racked his brain, thinking that he had never been to such a place in this life. Suddenly, Yi Fan's pupils constricted. He realized that he indeed had never been here, but he had in his previous life. Wasn't it from that direction that he had fallen? Then beneath the cliff he obtained that sequence crystal. Unfortunately, he was killed in a bizarre manner right after snatching the crystal. Thinking of this, Yi Fan's heart warmed instantly. If he could find the sequence crystal from below, he could use it for the fat man. Although he had also considered whether to try awakening the third sequence for himself. But previously Long Yi had warned him that the risks of awakening other sequences were enormous, because no one could know what kind of ability would be awakened after using the sequence crystal. This would lead to a troublesome problem. If the newly awakened ability conflicted with his existing abilities and couldn't coexist, it could trigger a terrifying backlash of sequence abilities, possibly leading. Therefore, using the sequence crystal must be approached with extreme caution. These words were spoken by Long Yi only after learning that Yi Fan had consumed a sequence crystal and successfully awakened a second sequence. He had withheld this information earlier for a simple reason: obtaining a sequence crystal was extraordinarily difficult. Thus, Yi Fan immediately thought of reserving this sequence crystal for his friend Fatso. If he himself wished to acquire an additional sequence ability, he would only make such a choice under the guidance of the daily intelligence system. This was a matter of life and death, and he would take no unnecessary risks. Yet Yi Fan turned back with solemn expression toward the convoy. Current circumstances were dire, and he could not depart for the time being. Moreover, at the bottom of the cliff lurked an enigmatic entity whose strength remained unknown. He required sufficient intelligence before taking action. Though he had already slain two such entities, both victories had been achieved only after identifying their weaknesses. Yi Fan glanced at the thick layer of ice left behind after the demise of the soul-eroding frost mist. The melting rate was astonishingly slow, completely blocked. Judging by its pace, they would not be able to leave this place until at least the day after tomorrow. Plenty of time remained for preparation. He then cast another glance toward Kuan's convoy, before turning back toward his vehicle. He intended to await today's randomized intelligence report before devising a plan to descend into the ravine alongside Chen Kuan. July 7th, 2045, 0800, Day 4 of the Apocalypse. Congratulations, host, on successfully eliminating an enigma. You have surely grasped the benefits of such a feat. Upon death, an enigma releases a thread of pure, refined, ghastly chi into the Slayer's body. This ghastly chi directly enhances the potency of one's transcendent sequence, especially critical when nearing a breakthrough threshold where it serves to shatter the barrier of ascension. Regrettably, human transcendents rarely succeed in slaying enigmas. Indeed, host, your strength is truly exceptional. As a reward for your first Enigma elimination, we graciously provide supplementary intelligence. A sequence crystal lies concealed beside the pond in the valley. However, a notoriously tenacious level 1 Enigma, the marrow-devouring brainworm, lurks there while numerous level 1 mutated monkeys inhabit the valley. Furthermore, submerged beneath the pond rests a turtle-shaped forbidden artifact. Even the most inferior forbidden artifact remains a forbidden artifact. Do not let it go to waste. Indeed, it was precisely there. In his previous life, though Yifan never learned which enigma had slain him, he vividly recalled discovering the sequence crystal beside that very pond. Back then, upon falling, they had inadvertently breached the enigma's territory, yet the mutated monkeys, likely too fearful to approach, had refrained from attacking. What surprised Yifan was the presence of a forbidden artifact there. Though the description implied mediocrity, it could serve perfectly as barter currency. Yifan felt no urgency whatsoever. With the current environment relatively secure, he resolved to depart only at dawn the following day. Tonight, he would use a customized intelligence query to confirm the marrow-devouring brainworm's weakness. Tomorrow's customization opportunity would be held in reserve. Only with absolute certainty would he dare descend into peril. Even now, as a level 2 transcendent, he dared not guarantee victory without knowledge of the enigma's vulnerability. Moreover, the intelligence system itself had emphasized the creature's tenacity. He must remain vigilant, never reckless. Fortuitously, these 4 apocalyptic days had demanded unrelenting vigilance. Rare indeed was a moment like this offering gentle respite. Yifan sought out Uncle Li and instructed him to announce, "Today the convoy shall halt and rest in place. Everyone is to relax and recuperate." Upon hearing the news, those who had begun disembarking one by one exhaled in collective palpable relief. Yifan surveyed the group and noticed deep bruised shadows beneath every eye. Exhaustion etched unmistakably into each gaze. He knew well that last night had brought little sleep, witnessing nearly 100 comrades, fellow travelers with whom they'd shared countless dawns, torn apart by colossal wolves, was a horror few could readily reconcile. And after days of sustained dread, mental reserves had long since reached their breaking point. Profound rest was indispensable. Yifan reiterated his instructions: for the remainder of the day, rotate rest shifts. Half sleep, while half remain alert to surroundings. Captain Long remains unconscious. No one can guarantee against sudden enigmatic assault. The endpoint convoy, long accustomed to apocalyptic survival protocols, had already formed trusted partnerships. Old Zheng and Old Luo exchanged glances. Their eyes mirrored identical exhaustion, and simultaneously declared, "You sleep first. I'll stand watch." Their voices overlapped, halting mid-sentence, then bursting into laughter. They clapped each other's shoulders. Old Luo, mused Old Zheng, gazing toward the horizon. When will this life ever settle? When will stability return? His voice carried a quiet, unmoored uncertainty. Well, since when did Old Zheng grow so melancholy? That doesn't suit you at all, teased Old Luo. Why shouldn't it suit me? Old Zheng retorted defiantly. You've known me this long. Surely you know my nature. Then why this sudden bout of poetic sorrow? Who knows? Old Zheng sighed. Don't you miss the old days? Hey, miss them? Absolutely. Old Luo's eyes lit up. Let me tell you, I crave the braised pig feet rice from that shop downstairs. Its flavor is utterly authentic. Especially that side of sweet and sour radish. Ah, that taste still lingers on my tongue. Seated on the ground, bathed in the faint crimson glow of dawn, especially that side of sweet and sour radish. Ah, that taste still lingers on my tongue. Seated on the ground, bathed in the faint crimson glow of dawn, the two drifted into tender reminiscence. Their voices, soft yet clear, reached nearby ears. Once the floodgates opened, others drew near, joining the warm, wistful exchange of memories. Yifan listened quietly as Fatso approached, clutching a handful of sunflower seeds and grinning. Here, brother Fan, finish your abalone, then crunch some seeds. Life doesn't get any better. Yifan playfully punched him and teased, so, you no longer need me to arrange foot baths for you. Fatso instantly adopted a lewd, blissful expression. Why, there's a queue just to share my bed. This fat master's life now surpasses even Chow Chow's in comfort. Ha. Yifan spat out a seed shell and draped an arm over Fatso's shoulder, promising with a smile, relax, stick with brother Fan, and women will never run short. Ha. Then I'll hold you to that. Fatso laughed until his eyes crinkled into slits. Who'd have thought apocalypse days could feel this rich? Just then Yifan leaned in conspiratorially. You'll soon feel even richer. Fatso blinked, baffled. What do you mean? Is something good coming my way? Yifan nodded, slowly elongating his tone as he mimicked a classic line. Old Wu. Do you wish for transcendent abilities? Are you pulling my leg again? Fatso instinctively shot back, then froze, realization dawning. He whirled around, locking eyes with Yifan, lips trembling. What did you just say? Yifan suppressed a grin, nodding toward Fatso's mouth. You've got a sunflower seed shell on your lip. Don't change the subject. Fatso gripped his arm urgently. Say it again. Repeat what you just said. Yifan stifled his laughter and whispered, I asked, do you want transcendent abilities? Damn, I want it. Foster father. You are my real dad. I want it. The chubby man shouted excitedly as he jumped up. From now on, whoever you tell me to kill, I woo and will slay them. The surrounding crowd paused their conversations and turned to look this way. Yi Fan waved his hand, gently pulling the chubby man aside and lowering his voice. According to the information I have received, there are sequence crystals beneath that valley up ahead. I plan to go down there tomorrow. By then you should be able to awaken your extraordinary sequence ability. Wait. The excitement on the chubby man's face instantly faded, revealing a look of concern. Will it be dangerous for you to go down there? Don't worry, it's fine. Yi Fan said, feeling warm inside at the chubby man's anxious expression. This was the bond they had formed since childhood. Even in the face of the immense temptation of becoming an extraordinary being, his first thought was still for his safety. With Yi Fan's reassuring response, the chubby man felt much more at ease. But in the next moment his heart sank again. He suddenly remembered the tragic fate of Zhu Etian from their previous convoy, and nervously asked, what if the awakening of the sequence crystal fails? Would it be as tragic as Zhu Etian? Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback by the question, but quickly understood what the chubby man was referring to. He then recounted the entire incident regarding the suicidal. The chubby man was left dumbfounded, finally managing to exclaim, damn. Brother Fan, aren't you too cruel? That so-called guardian convoy, they won't be completely wiped out by you guys, right? Haha, who knows? Yi Fan shrugged nonchalantly. After all, they aren't good birds either. It wouldn't matter if they all perished. At this point, Yi Fan suddenly slapped his forehead, remembering that there was still one guy in the convoy who had been kept in the dark. He probably harbored a lot of grievances by now. Yi Fan smiled and turned to find Xiong Jiangwo, and sure enough, he saw the man sulking in the vehicle, refusing to come out. He approached and knocked on the window, shouting, hey, uncle, where did you get this luxury car? It looks really nice. Xiong Jiangwo rolled down the window and shot him a glare. Someone gave it to me. What's up? Yi Fan detected the dissatisfaction in his tone and smiled as he pulled him out of the car, explaining the details of the suicidal monster incident. After hearing the whole story, Xiong Jiangwo fell silent. Clearly, he had misunderstood Yi Fan and the others. Seeing this, Yi Fan seized the opportunity. Uncle, the reason I didn't tell you about the suicidal monster was to avoid alarming anyone. But there's something I need your help with. Upon hearing this, Xiong Jiangwo perked up, immediately thumping his chest. What do you need me to do? Just tell me. I'm not good at thinking, but I can lend my strength. It's not a big deal, Yi Fan said. Tomorrow I plan to go down to the valley. There shouldn't be any danger here for a while. You can guard the convoy, no problem, right? Moi. Xiong Jiangwo frowned. He had just looked at the situation below the cliff, which was unfathomable. Who knew what dangers lurked? He couldn't help but ask, there must be dangers down there, right? What exactly are you going down for? It's nothing. I just dropped something down there and need to retrieve it, Yi Fan said casually. I definitely won't do anything dangerous. He'll be back soon. All right then, Xiong Jiangwo sighed helplessly. He knew very well that there must be good things hidden beneath the cliff. But since Yi Fan wouldn't take him along, he had no choice. I will help you take care of the convoy, ensuring that no one dares to touch your things. Good, then I appreciate it, uncle. Yi Fan flashed a satisfied smile. He glanced through the car window at the still sleeping Xiong Xinshin and said with a smile, Uncle, I'll have the chubby man bring some snacks for Xinshin to eat later. This little girl must be starving, haha. Time of relaxation always flew by quickly. Yi Fan, lying in the cargo truck, slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at Gu Yin, who was sleeping beside him, and silently thought, System, I need today's customized information. I want detailed abilities of the brain-eating worm as well as the methods to kill it. He had already grasped the pattern of the information system. The more concise the command, the more accurate the information obtained. To get specific information about something, it was best to raise only one request. This was the most reliable. Ding. Customized information request received. Today's customized information has been delivered. Level 1 Anomaly Brain-Eating Worm, tiny and completely transparent. Its primary attack method is to launch ambushes using nearly invisible tentacles. It can be killed with high-frequency strikes. Note, this anomaly can obtain memories by devouring the brain marrow of its enemies and implant a worm body into the target's brain, thereby achieving complete control over the target. Currently, all 187 mutated monkeys in the valley have been controlled by the brain-eating worm body. These bodies can absorb damage on behalf of the main body. Once the brain-eating worm is attacked, it will inevitably provoke a frenzied assault from the mutated monkeys. Currently, all 187 mutated monkeys in the valley have been controlled by the brain-eating worm body. These bodies can absorb damage on behalf of the main body. Once the brain-eating worm is attacked, it will just as I thought. Yi Fan's guess was correct. If you want precise information, you must simplify the request. He was extremely satisfied with this customized information. The information clearly stated that to obtain the sequence crystal, Chen Kuan and Lu Li must be brought along. Lu Li would be responsible for sensing the anomaly's location, while he and Chen Kuan would deal with the brain-eating worm's main body, with one of them holding off the mutated monkeys. Such a division of labor was the safest strategy. As for Xiong Jiangwo, Yi Fan had never considered taking him along from the beginning. This big, clumsy bear was best suited for guarding the home, especially since they would need Xiong Jiangwo's immense strength to pull them up from below the cliff. Early the next morning, Yi Fan asked Uncle Zhao to invite Chen Kuan and Lu Li from the Kuan convoy to come over for breakfast together. He specifically asked Lu Ying to stew a pot of giant wolf meat, which tasted quite similar to pork. This was the first time Chen Kuan and Lu Li were eating exotic beast meat. They had killed many exotic beasts before, but had never thought of this meat as edible. Especially when they heard Yi Fan say that eating exotic beast meat could potentially enhance physical strength, both of them immediately lamented, slapping their thighs in regret for wasting so many fine ingredients before. Their convoy supplies were also running low, so they immediately proposed to trade some supplies for giant wolf meat. Yi Fan naturally couldn't agree, shaking his head with a smile. We only have the meat of 3 giant wolves left, there won't be enough even for ourselves. Previously they had indeed killed over 10, but unfortunately all the corpses were taken away by the wolf pack. If you two want to eat exotic beast meat, there's still a way to get it. What way? Chen Kuan and Lu Li asked in unison, their eyes filled with anticipation. Yi Fan pointed toward the cliff ahead, a smile creeping across his lips. There are many level 1 exotic beasts, mutated monkeys down there. I plan to go down there tomorrow. Are you two interested in joining me? Then Yi Fan pointed at Xiong Jiangwo and said to Chen Kuan and Lu Li, since we can't leave for a while, the supplies will eventually run out. Why not go down to hunt the mutated monkeys, and Uncle Jiangwo can stay with the convoy to guard it? He added, Uncle Jiangwo is from the Grizzly Bear sequence and quite strong. I have ropes on my truck, we can use them to go down, and he can pull us back up later. We can split the meat from the mutated beasts 50-50 between our 2 convoys. What do you think? Are you interested? Chen Kuan and Lu Li exchanged glances, their faces showing a solemn expression. They did not agree, immediately saying they needed to think about it. Yi Fan understood their concerns, they were merely worried that he would play tricks on them. He chuckled and continued, I just checked the ice layer over there, it won't be broken open violently until at least tomorrow. I don't know how much supplies your convoy has left, even if you can last until tomorrow, what then? How far is it to the next city? No one can say for sure. During that time will we encounter mutated beasts or meet other convoys for supplies? Are you willing to take that gamble? As for me, I'm not taking that gamble. If you decide not to go, I can wait for our captain to wake up before going down. Bringing you along is merely to avoid complications from delaying too long. You don't need to worry about me turning on you, you have nothing I covet, and it's not worth my effort. If anyone should be worried, it's me. I'm more afraid of you two teaming up against me. Yi Fan was very clear in his mind, he needed to rely on Lu Li's sensing ability to detect the nearly transparent, soul-eating brain worm, and he also needed Chen Kun's assistance. Otherwise, even if he knew the worm's weaknesses, it would be easy to fail. Once Long Yi woke up, the 3 extraordinary beings could certainly solve the problem, but getting back up would be a hassle. He couldn't dare entrust his life to ordinary people. Thus he had to find a way to have Chen Kuan and Lu Li accompany him. Luring them with the mutated beast meat was the first step, and that turtle-shaped forbidden item was the second bargaining chip. His plan was already taking shape, have Chen Kuan restrain the soul-eating brain worm, while he quickly dealt with the mutated monkeys, then return to jointly handle the worm and seize its eerie energy. Perhaps his gluttony sequence could directly advance to level 3 with this eerie energy. Thinking of this, Yi Fan spoke again, dropping a bombshell. We might encounter a creature called the soul-eating brain worm down there. I know its weaknesses, if we really come across it, I just need you to restrain it for a while. He continued, I will first deal with those mutated monkeys and then handle. In return, I will tell you about a forbidden item in the valley. What kind of forbidden item? Hearing the words, forbidden item, Chen Kuan and Lu Li asked in unison, their eyes filled with urgency. A turtle-shaped defensive forbidden item. I think you would definitely find it useful. Yi Fan said casually. I've already shown my sincerity. If you're unwilling, then forget it. I can just go by myself. Yi Fan was at a loss. He didn't know when Long Yi would wake up. The convoy supplies were running low, and even his own reserves were limited. Moreover, even if Long Yi woke up and could go down with him, that guy could only sense the anomalies. He couldn't provide much combat power. The current convoy really needed a strong output. Chen Kuan and Lu Li exchanged glances again, both seeing clear interest in each other's eyes. Whether it was the mutated beast meat or the forbidden item mentioned by Yi Fan, they were in urgent need of both. But what exactly did Yi Fan want? He couldn't be working for nothing, could he? Lu Li couldn't help but ask. I have to say your terms are very tempting. But I'm curious, what exactly do you want? I want the sequence crystal. Yi Fan stated frankly. What a? Lu Li suddenly stood up, his face filled with shock as he pressed. Are you sure there is such a thing down there? They had been worried that Yi Fan would deceive them into a trap, but now it seemed unlikely. The value of the sequence crystal far outweighed anything else. Yi Fan wouldn't risk. Chen Kuan and Lu Li exchanged glances once more, their desire growing stronger. They had been worried that Yi Fan would deceive them into a trap, but now it seemed unlikely. The value of the sequence crystal far outweighed anything else. Yi Fan wouldn't risk harming them for something so important. Beside them, Xiong Jiangwo instinctively turned his head to look at the chubby man who was happily pouring tea for everyone secretly envious. This kid has such good fortune, no wonder he's so diligent today. It turns out he's aiming to get the sequence crystal to awaken extraordinary abilities. Chen Kuan still had some concerns and asked, Yi Fan, are you sure we can kill that anomaly? I don't want to walk into a trap. As long as you're not just a pretty face with no real use, it won't be a problem. Yi Fan scrutinized Chen Kuan and asked seriously, how long can your kick's attack power last? How fast can you move? Chen Kuan knew that to obtain more food and forbidden items, he couldn't hold back. He quietly stood up, firmly planted his left foot on the ground, and then swiftly kicked out several times with his right foot, moving with incredible speed that left faint afterimages in Yi Fan's eyes. Good. A glint of satisfaction flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. With this speed and attack power, Chen Kuan could easily restrain the soul-eating brain worm, allowing him to focus on eliminating the mutated monkeys. He pressed further. How long can you maintain this state? Quite a while, Chen Kuan replied vaguely. Yi Fan looked at him with interest. This kid was still wary of him and reluctant to reveal his full capabilities. However, he didn't mind if he were in Chen Kuan's position. He wouldn't easily expose his trump card either. He smiled at the three of them and finalized the arrangements. Let's settle. When the time comes, you will restrain the soul-eating brain worm. I will deal with the mutated monkeys. Captain Lu will be responsible for sensing the locations of the beasts and anomalies, and Uncle Xiong will pull us and the spoils back up. The sequence crystal is mine, the forbidden items are yours, and the mutated beast meat will be split 50-50. Is that all right? Naturally, the three had no objections. Immediately, they agreed to set off in 2 hours. Xiong Jiangwo immediately got up and took the others to prepare ropes, tools, and other supplies. Yi Fan remained in place, leisurely sipping tea as he quietly awaited the random intelligence to arrive at 8 o'clock this morning. Ding! Today's random intelligence has arrived. On July 8, 2045, at 8:00 a.m. on the 5th day of the apocalypse, the Holy Teachings convoy was completely destroyed last. Poor host, your final convoy has successfully angered an invincible mysterious presence. Your convoy has been targeted by a new guardian convoy. Beware of the mysterious presence's revenge. Additionally, other mysterious entities have begun to pay attention to your convoy. Soon a representative of the mysterious presence will likely contact you. Remember, chips are only valuable when they are in your own hands. Another mysterious presence. Upon seeing this random intelligence, Yi Fan furrowed his brow. It seems that in this apocalyptic world a bunch of strange things have emerged. What on earth is wrong with this world? Mysterious presence, guardians, representatives, chips. What do these all mean? Yi Fan let out a gentle sigh filled with helplessness. Sometimes the more one knows, the more troubles one has. He looked at the bustling crowd around him and suddenly felt a pang of envy. These people knew nothing and thus had no worries. How carefree they were. His gaze fell upon the chubby man who was busily directing others. Yi Fan felt somewhat reassured. At least he had someone he could fully trust. Next, he thought of ways to make the chubby man a transcendent being, perhaps to help share some of the pressure for himself. Yi Fan's right hand unconsciously tightened into a fist. There were many unknowns in this world. Only by becoming strong enough could one truly control their own destiny. Soon the two teams sprang into action with remarkable efficiency. A nearly 100-meter-long rope was found and Xiong Jiangwo led the team to measure the depth of the valley, approximately 80 meters. The rope was more than sufficient. Supplies from 2 trucks were concentrated into one, with the fully loaded truck used as a counterweight to secure one end of the rope. Xiong Jiangwo held tightly onto the other end of the rope, stabilizing it firmly. Yi Fan, Chen Kuan, and Lu Li grasped the rope and slowly descended towards the valley floor. In the driver's seat of the truck, Gu Yan gripped the steering while tightly, her expression tense. If anything went wrong below, she would immediately reverse the truck to pull the others back up. Lu Ying and Zhao Shui sat in the passenger seat, equally tense, as they watched the valley floor. Lao Zhao, along with Lao Zheng, Lao Luo, and several combat team members stood guard at the edge of the rope, vigilantly preventing anyone from recklessly coming over to damage it. The chubby man simply sat atop the truck holding the Zhuge Divine crossbow, his gaze coldly scanning the area below. Yi Fan was taking risks this time to snatch the sequence crystal for him. He had to guard Yi Fan's retreat. Anyone who dared to obstruct his path to awakening would have to face his wrath. The three of them successfully reached the valley floor. To their surprise, the bottom of the valley was a dense forest, a stark contrast to the desolate wilderness above. Standing amidst the lush greenery, looking at the vibrant scenery, the three felt a sense of illusion that the apocalypse had never arrived, their moods lightening a bit. However, this lightness did not last long. They soon realized that in this forest not a single bird chirp or insect buzz could be heard. Had they all been eaten by those mutated monkeys? Yi Fan lowered his voice to warn, be careful. This forest is likely entirely occupied by mutated monkeys. Yes, I will keep a close watch on our surroundings. Lu Li's expression was tense, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The perception ability of the perceiver sequence was fully activated, probing for any movement around them. Having made up his mind, he and Chen Kuan resolved to act with full force. The allure of exotic beast meat and forbidden items was simply too great. Yi Fan provided them with what they desired, yet they had little interest in that sequence crystal. They dared not gamble on whether using it would cause a conflict of abilities. There were no trusted friends in their team to rely on, so obtaining the sequence crystal would be of no use. Yi Fan was willing to take risks for his friends to obtain the sequence crystal. Such a person should not resort to dark means against them. There were no fundamental conflicts of interest among the three. It was merely a matter of mutual benefit, which was the root reason they were willing to work together. Yi Fan also spread his electromagnetic sequence's magnetic field perception to the fullest, but whether it was due to the vastness of the forest or other reasons, he detected no magnetic field fluctuations of any creatures within the range. This forest is not small. Oh, let's leave some markers along the way to avoid getting lost. When we come back, Yi Fan said with a serious expression. All right. Lu Li drew a long knife from his backpack and walked at the front, heading towards the direction of the water pool he had seen earlier on the cliff, while marking the tree trunks along the way. Gluttony Sequence. Sequence 1: Rapid Digestion. Ability greatly accelerates digestion, transforming food efficiently into blood-danki power to enhance physical fitness. Side effect: if the Gluttony Sequence operates with, the three instantly darted behind a large tree, concealing their figures. Yi Fan immediately enhanced his magnetic field perception, clearly sensing that 37 creatures were rapidly rushing ahead. Were they mutated monkeys? At this moment, Lu Li swiftly turned his head and signaled the two with a 3 and 7 gesture, indicating that 37 creatures were. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A series of monkey calls came, filled with terror. The three exchanged serious glances. Could it be that the brain-eating insect was coming? In the next second, Chen Kuan noticed Lu Li's face suddenly darkening, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead as he raised his right hand, gripping and releasing it repeatedly. Chen Kuan's pupils constricted. This was the signal indicating a large number of exotic beasts ahead. What was going on? Yi Fan was equally perplexed. In his magnetic field perception, the exotic beasts ahead were clearly divided into two groups. The first 37 seemed to be fleeing in panic, while the second group of 70 to 80 was in hot pursuit. The three held their breath and quietly waited for the group of exotic beasts to pass. Taking advantage of a gap in the trees, Yi Fan quickly glanced, and indeed saw the mutated monkeys mentioned in the intel. These mutated monkeys stood about 1 meter tall, their fur falling out, their skin a sickly dark green covered in gray spots of varying sizes, their claws glinted with a purplish red sheen, and their tails were lined with numerous barbs, looking even more ferocious than the giant wolves encountered earlier. Moreover, the group of mutated monkeys closely pursuing them had grown a blood-red tentacle from their backs, with countless small tendrils writhing at the tip. It was clear that this extra tentacle made the mutated monkeys' movements even more agile. Upon witnessing this, Yi Fan's expression darkened dramatically. He immediately realized that latter group of mutated monkeys was definitely being controlled by the brain-eating insect. This was troubling. These mutated monkeys could probably no longer be considered as food. The giant wolves and tentacle monsters they had encountered before were merely enlarged in size. There had not been such bizarre bodily mutations. But these mutated monkeys, setting aside the tentacled ones, even the normal ones with sickly dark green skin, were utterly unappetizing. Lu Li and Chen Kuan also witnessed this scene, their expressions equally grave. Once all the mutated monkeys vanished into the forest, Lu Li bitterly smiled and said, "Now we probably made this trip for nothing." Yi Fan was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed, and he turned sharply to look behind him. Lu Li was also staring fixedly in that direction, eyes filled with terror. There a dozen exotic beasts were charging towards them. "Damn! Prepare for battle," Lu Li hissed in a low voice. Chen Kuan stepped forward, immediately shielding Lu Li behind him. Yi Fan's cold, gleaming spear unfolded in an instant as the three tensed their nerves, staring intently at the trees ahead. Chirp, chirp, chirp. In the next moment, a dozen mutated monkeys appeared on the branches ahead, warily staring at them. Yi Fan keenly noticed that one of the mutated monkeys was distinctly larger. It seemed to be the king of this group of monkeys. Chirp, chirp. The Monkey King let out a sudden cry, and the next second, all the mutated monkeys leapt down from the trees, pouncing towards the three. Yi Fan's expression darkened instantly. He absolutely did not want to engage in battle in this place. The sub-bodies of the brain-eating worm had just passed by, and attacking now could easily draw them back. If even the main bodies of the brain-eating worm were summoned, it would spell great trouble. The brain-eating worm was nearly transparent, making it nearly impossible to detect amidst the chaos of battle. Yi Fan's original plan was to find the brain-eating worm first, have Chen Kuan hold off the main body, and take responsibility for clearing the controlled sub-bodies. But now everything was probably about to be disrupted. Seeing this, Chen Kuan sighed helplessly and said softly, "Yi Fan, we need to resolve this quickly." As he spoke, he was about to rush out, but was firmly blocked by Yi Fan's cold light spear. "Don't rush, something's up," Yi Fan said rapidly. "What's wrong?" Chen Kuan asked, puzzled. Lu Li glanced deeply at Yi Fan, and then responded in a low voice, "There are still a large number of mutated monkeys behind us, over 100. Hiss. Chen Kuan gasped sharply. How is that possible? Over 100. Could it be that we've been discovered by the brain-eating worm? That can't be our luck. Yi Fan lowered his voice. Something feels off. Let's take a look before acting. Lu team leader, keep an eye on the movements of the brain-eating worm. The monkeys in front are normal mutated monkeys. They seem to have no hostility towards us. Don't provoke them. Lu Li nodded, his expression serious as he murmured, these creatures actually possess intelligence. How is that possible? Yi Fan casually replied, I encountered a pack of giant wolves before. That Wolf King was a second-level mutated beast and could even, if you hadn't brought the soul-eating ice mist, I might have fallen into its hands. It even pretended to be harmless. Can you believe it? So doesn't that mean the bazaar saved your life? Chen Kuan forced a joke as he looked at the increasing number of mutated monkeys trying to ease the tense atmosphere. So I performed salvation for it, which counts as a repayment. Bro, why not save this group of monkeys too? You dare? What are you talking about, bro? Chen Kuan turned back to look at Yi Fan, only to see the expressions on Yi Fan and Lu Li's faces were extremely grim. Chen Kuan, what is going on? In the next second, he suddenly realized that the previous "you dare" was not said by Yi Fan or Lu Li at all. The voice was hoarse and muffled, as if something thick was lodged in its throat. His neck stiffly turned back to look at the mutated monkeys, and a strong sense of unease rose within him. No way. Then a gray-haired monkey slowly walked out from the group of monkeys. Unlike the other mutated monkeys which moved on all fours, it stood firmly on two legs and leaned on a greenish wooden stick as a cane. Seeing this, the surrounding mutated monkeys all actively made way. Chen Kun's throat tightened. Could that sentence have been spoken by this monkey? In the next moment, the three watched in astonishment as the old monkey opened its mouth and clearly said, humans, what are you doing in Monkey Valley? A chill instantly surged up the spines of the three, shooting straight to the top of their heads. What on earth was happening? It was only the 5th day of the apocalypse and monkeys could already speak human language. Could this still be Blue Star? Yi Fan's face looked extremely grim. Everything had exceeded his expectations. He had tried to gather information about the valley, but had completely overlooked the description of a large number of mutated monkeys in yesterday's random intel, and never expected the mutation of these monkeys to be to such an extent. He had originally thought that these creatures only had physical mutations, but to his surprise their brains had mutated to possess intelligence. Damn it. Did humanity still have a way out? Yi Fan spoke with difficulty, trying to keep his tone as calm as possible. We are here to find something, and will not disturb you. This place was too strange. He did not want to on someone else's territory. It was best to be low-key. Lu Li and Chen Kuan said nothing, silently standing behind Yi Fan, vigilantly watching the group of monkeys in front. The old monkey stared at Yi Fan for a long time, then suddenly sighed, and slowly said, you are here to take the sequence crystal from the holy water pool, right? How does it know? Yi Fan responded with suspicion, yes, we need that thing. That place hides a bizarre entity that you cannot defeat. Go back. If you stay here any longer, those traitors will come looking for you. Yi Fan, the three exchanged glances, all seeing shock in each other's eyes. It was terrifying enough that this old monkey could talk. It even knew about the sequence crystal and the bazaar. What was going on? Yi Fan was silent for a moment, organizing his words, as he said, we must obtain that sequence crystal. We will handle the bazaar ourselves. Lu Li opened his mouth. In fact, he was already somewhat inclined to withdraw. This place was simply too strange. Even if the meat of the mutated monkeys was edible, given the current situation, the monkey group would definitely not allow them to leave with it, so it wasn't worth the risk. But ultimately, he still did not speak, helplessly sighing. He knew he had boarded a pirate ship. It would be difficult to disembark. The old monkey's expression suddenly turned cold, and it slammed its cane violently onto the ground, snorting, humph. We will not allow you to go. You will die there, only strengthening that bazaar's power. In the next moment, the monkey group immediately bared their teeth and quickly surrounded the three, ready to strike at any moment. Yi Fan furrowed his brows. He knew the detailed intelligence of the brain-eating worm and immediately understood the old monkey's reason for stopping them. It was merely afraid that they would die at the hands of the brain-eating worm and be implanted with subbodies, turning into puppets, allowing the brain-eating worm to obtain human memories. Hiss. Thinking this way, the ability of the brain-eating worm was indeed terrifying. Fortunately, this creature was trapped in Monkey Valley, only able to devour some foolish monkeys. But even so, why did the intelligence of the other mutated monkeys seem no different from that of ordinary animals, while this old monkey was so exceptional with intelligence, almost on par with an... Yet even so, they had no right to stop him. Yi Fan snorted coldly and said, my strength is formidable. You need not worry. You better keep your monkeys in check. If you come any closer, don't blame me for being rude. With that, the cold light spear in his hand unfolded, instantly transforming into a fully extended 3-meter form. The 50-kilogram spearhead struck the ground fiercely. Bang! The ground was instantly smashed into a large pit. The surrounding mutated monkeys were so frightened that they all retreated, hiding behind the old monkey. The old monkey's face changed instantly, and it let out a sharp cry followed by the entire monkey group retreating at incredible speed, vanishing into the forest. They retreated quickly and urgently, leaving Yi Fan and the others in a daze. But in the next moment, Lu Li suddenly shouted behind. Yi Fan's face instantly darkened to the extreme as he sensed through the magnetic field that 30 mutated monkeys with tentacles were charging wildly towards them. He immediately realized that the commotion from his previous gunshot had attracted these creatures. At this point, there was no use in saying more. Yi Fan picked up the cold gleam spear and charged forward, thrusting the spear directly into the body of the leading tentacle monkey. Thick, dark, green blood gushed out instantly, filling the air with a stench of rotting corpses. Damn! Yi Fan frowned tightly. This smell was utterly disgusting. Shen Kuan, who had originally wanted to rush and halted in his tracks upon smelling the foul odor, retreating 2 steps with a pale face. Yi Fan had no time to pay him any mind, shouting, "You all fall back, he'll handle this." Lu Li, keep a close watch on the movements of the bone-eating brainworm. Shen Kuan, be ready to deal with it at any time. Got it. Understood. Both responded in unison. Yi Fan understood in his heart that the promised beast meat was completely out of the question, and who would dare eat such disgusting things. Now he just hoped that no more unexpected events would occur, and that he must obtain the sequence crystal, or else this descent into the valley would truly be a blood loss. Moreover, the spear itself had the advantage of being 1 inch longer, 1 inch stronger. He could definitely handle these repulsive tentacle monkeys, and naturally did not mind taking on this responsibility. Facing the swarm of tentacle monkeys, Yi Fan advanced instead of retreating. The 3-meter-long cold gleam spear instantly adjusted its weight, becoming 20 pounds, moving through the air like a swimming dragon, piercing and sweeping among the tentacle monkeys. Although there were many tentacle monkeys, their defense was extremely poor. Each thrust of the spear could accurately claim the life of a tentacle monkey. However, the nauseating stench was truly unbearable, forcing Yi Fan to retreat while fighting, trying to keep these disgusting creatures at a distance. On a distant tree, the old monkey watched Yi Fan's battle with a solemn expression, a glimmer of faint hope gradually emerging in its eyes. In the entire monkey valley, only their remaining 100 monkeys were left. It knew it had to protect these young ones and safeguard the last spark of the monkey clan. The old monkey gently stroked the trunk beside it, its thoughts drifting back to the past. This used to be a human tourist attraction, the famous Monkey Valley Scenic Area. More than 400 monkeys lived here, enjoying various foods fed by humans daily, living carefree without any threats. But 5 days ago, everything changed. The monkey group suddenly began to mutate, transforming into this terrifying appearance. In that instant, it awakened its intelligence. The human language it had never understood before was suddenly clear to it. It realized it had awakened a supernatural ability called Qi Ling. However, it was too old, having lived approximately 70 human years. What was worse was that using this Qi Ling ability consumed its own lifespan. To make matters worse, a terrifying anomaly had appeared in the Monkey Valley. Monkeys killed by it would sprout disgusting tentacles and turn against their kin. In a fit of rage, it had once led the entire clan to attack that demon, but had returned in utter defeat. Not only did they lose half the monkey group, but even the Monkey King it had summoned at the cost of its lifespan was sacrificed. With no other choice, it had to consume its lifespan again to summon a new generation of Monkey King, hoping to lead the clan to survive. But they were no match for that anomaly, and could only hide in the familiar Monkey Valley. However, those controlled traders were equally familiar with the environment. The number of the clan diminished daily. In human terms, they were on the brink of extinction. Its lifespan was running out. Filled with resentment, why was the world so unfair to the Monkey clan? Why was it this old thing that awakened the supernatural sequence? If it were a younger monkey, perhaps there would still be a glimmer of hope for the Monkey clan. When the monkey group reported that humans had intruded, its first reaction was to expel them. It could not allow the humans to be controlled by that demon, otherwise with human intelligence the Monkey clan would truly be without hope. But it never expected that this human with a spear would be so strong, able to easily kill those traitors. It was simply unbelievable. These humans were actually powerful to this extent. At that moment, the old monkey saw hope, the hope for the continuation of the Monkey clan. It knew its time was running out. If it missed this opportunity, the Monkey clan would truly be finished. It gritted its teeth, fully aware that the next choice could directly lead to the demise of the entire monkey group, but it had no other options. Eek! The old monkey let out a long howl, a mournful, yet resonant monkey call echoing through the forest. The surrounding normal mutated monkeys, upon hearing this call, all froze and looked towards the direction of the old monkey. The old monkey slowly turned around, kneeling down towards the monkey group, tears rolling down its cheeks. Those unawakened monkeys, though not understanding why the old monkey was crying, knew that it wanted them to charge forward and kill those traitors. Eek! 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 The passionate monkey calls echoed throughout the forest like the sound of a charge. Chun Kuan and Lu Li's expressions changed drastically as they saw over 100 mutated monkeys pouring out of the forest like a dense swarm. Yi Fan also sensed the anomaly immediately through the magnetic field. The three of them turned solemn as they realized they were about to be attacked from both sides. But in the next moment all three were stunned. Those mutated monkeys were actually armed with sharpened wooden sticks charging directly at the tentacle monkeys, their eyes filled with anger and determination. Yi Fan had long known the origin of the tentacle monkeys. Seeing the determination in the eyes of the normal mutated monkeys, and recalling the old monkey's mournful howl, he instantly understood what was happening. He looked in surprise towards the depths of the forest, wondering how that old monkey dared to gamble. With those broken wooden sticks, it was simply courting death. Old monkey, make them retreat. Yi Fan shouted furiously. In the next second he charged forward, his blood chi coating his entire body, without holding back in the slightest. The normal mutated monkeys immediately surrounded him, baring their teeth and growling at Yi Fan, trying to intimidate him into retreating. But Yi Fan paid no attention to these foolish monkeys. Soon all the tentacle monkeys were slaughtered by Yi Fan. He retracted his blood chi, walking with a cold expression towards the direction of the old monkey. The normal mutated monkeys immediately surrounded him, baring their teeth and growling at Yi Fan, trying to intimidate him into retreating. But Yi Fan paid no attention to these foolish monkeys and took another step forward. Seeing this, the monkey group instinctively took a step back. Sigh. An elderly sigh emerged from behind the large tree as the old monkey slowly walked out from the dense forest. Yi Fan and the others clearly saw that tears were still streaked down its face. Chen Kuan and Lu Li exchanged glances, both shocked, still trying to comprehend what was happening. Then an even more shocking scene unfolded. The old monkey slowly walked to the front of the monkey group, thud, knelt down on both knees, and slowly bowed its. The hundreds of mutated monkeys behind it also knelt down in unison at that very moment. This? What the hell? Chen Kuan and Lu Li stared in utter disbelief. Their entire worldview shattered in an instant. What on earth was happening? Today's expedition had truly opened their eyes, like a small knife slicing where it shouldn't. Yi Fan gazed upon the troop of monkeys kneeling before him in unison and sighed softly. What is this about? The elder monkey slowly raised its head. Its already weathered face now appeared even more haggard. In a hoarse, trembling voice it pleaded, "Humans, I beg you, save my troop. We cannot defeat the traitors among us, nor can we withstand that grotesque entity. We will be hunted to extinction sooner or later. Before the cataclysm, we were your captive spectacles. If you have no objection, we willingly resume that role, so long as you grant our troop a sliver of survival." "No need," Yi Fan replied calmly. "We came here precisely to slay that grotesque entity. Once it perishes, your salvation follows naturally." Hearing this, the elder monkey froze, its mind utterly blank. Why? Only when its gaze fell upon the corpses of the traitors slain by Yi Fan did comprehension finally dawn. A bitter self-mocking smile flickered across its face. "So, even before the cataclysm, humanity held absolute dominion over our kind. Oh, and now in its aftermath, we remain just as insignificant before you. Our very survival is but a trivial afterthought to you. Mere happenstance, is it not?" "No, it bears no relation to that." Yi Fan faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. Gazing into the elder monkey's eyes, where despair shimmered like tarnished silver, Yi Fan sighed inwardly. At least humanity retained the capacity to resist. These monkeys, however, clutched only absurd wooden clubs. Gazing into the elder monkey's eyes, where despair shimmered like tarnished silver, Yi Fan sighed inwardly. At least humanity retained the capacity to resist. These monkeys, however, clutched only absurd wooden clubs in their futile struggle. Gazing into the elder monkey's eyes, where despair shimmered like tarnished silver, Yi Fan sighed inwardly. At least humanity retained the capacity. Yi Fan turned away without another glance at the troop and strode resolutely toward the pond. Chen Kuan and Lu Li, having grasped the gravity of the situation, exhaled helplessly, a pang of shared sorrow rising in their chests like foxes mourning fallen rabbits. Yet they knew deep down their own powerlessness. All they could do was eliminate the grotesque entity and the tentacle monkeys, granting these wretched, tragic creatures a fragile margin of survival. Lu Li cast one last lingering look upon the elder monkey. He sensed clearly this primate had awakened an exalted sequence ability. Yet inexplicably he felt that very gift had become their curse. Better to remain an oblivious primal beast. Why open one's eyes only to behold the world's merciless cruelty? What cruel irony! The elder monkey read the pity in Lu Li's gaze, and clenched its jaw until blood welled from its gums, its claws digging deep furrows into the earth. It refused to accept it. Why must the monkey clan fade into oblivion? Did they not deserve to exist, to breathe, to thrive, in this world? At that moment a young monkey stepped forward, knelt before it, and spoke haltingly, each word painstakingly formed in human tongue. "Elder Monkey King, grant me leave to lead our kin into battle. Better to fall gloriously upon the battlefield than starve to death within this valley." The elder monkey lifted its gaze, and beheld one by one the troop kneeling behind the youth, each face burning with defiance, their low, fierce cries rising like a chorus of rebellion. Tears spilled uncontrollably from its eyes. It saw them, it truly saw them. These beings whom humanity dismissed as mere animals. In this instant, every single one had awakened. They raged. They resisted. They would rather shatter themselves against fate's injustice than submit, proving in fire and fury their sovereign worth. At last the elder monkey understood the heart of its clan. Trembling, it advanced step by step toward the young monkey. If the clan's destiny was to bloom and vanish like a fleeting moonflower, then let vengeance blaze with equal intensity. With a thunderous strike, its claw slammed onto the youth's crown, the surge of its exalted sequence power erupting, instantly channeling the awakening force once more into the young one. In that breathless instant, its fur whitened entirely, its skin crumpled into deep folds, its frame collapsing inward with rapid, irreversible decay. Gnashing its teeth, it poured forth the final ember of its life, forcing the awakening force beyond all limits. In the next heartbeat, its body dissolved into ash, vanishing before the watching troop. In humanity's tales, the greatest monkey bore the title Great Sage, equal to heaven, son Wukong. Child, from this day forth you shall be named Wukong. The young monkey fixed its gaze upon the twin claw grooves the elder had carved into the earth, whispering hoarsely, Wukong, Wukong. Then, its eyes blazed crimson, and its roar tore through the air, syllable by syllable, iron-forged and unbreakable. From this day forth, I am the great sage, equal to heaven, son Wukong. To destroy you, is that any concern of yours? Chun Kuan murmured wryly. I'm suddenly reminded of that line from the three-body problem. Tell me, could our cataclysm, to destroy you, is that any concern of yours? Chun Kuan murmured wryly. I'm suddenly reminded of that line from the three-body problem. Tell me, could our cataclysm too be the work of extraterrestrial intelligences, eh? What then separates humanity's fate from that of these monkeys? Lu Li sighed resignation, lacing his voice. Don't dwell so deeply. Yi Fan responded gravely. At least we retain the will, and the means, to resist. Obsessing changes nothing. Strength, only strength, grants us the right to defy. Right? Shin Kuan nodded, glancing back once more into the dense thicket. Yes, at least we still possess the capacity to fight back. Let's go. Yi Fan quickened his pace. If monstrous flesh is off the table, then the forbidden artifact and the sequence crystal are non-negotiable. Self-strengthening. This is our sole imperative now. Agreed. Execute the plan. Lu Li abandoned all hesitation, resolving if nothing else to aid these foolish noble monks. Soon the trio reached the pond where Yi Fan had fallen in his prior life. His eyes locked instantly upon the sequence crystal, hovering midair beside the... In his previous life, he'd fought for that crystal here, only to have his brain devoured by a marrow-devouring cerebral worm, after which he inexplicably reincarnated. He'd assumed the crystal itself triggered his rebirth, yet in that life, he'd never even touched it. Could a level 1 grotesque, approaching level 2 strength, really have caused his resurrection? Then perhaps his return was tied to those mysterious, unseen entities referenced in intelligence reports. Perhaps he, like the monkeys of this valley, had been resurrected solely for the amusement of those entities, as a circus performer, a plaything to be observed and toyed with. Even if so, what of it? He possessed the daily intelligence system plus the gluttony and electromagnetic sequences. He would annihilate those contemptible nameless beings, no matter their stature. Suddenly Lu Li's expression twisted, his shout piercing the air, watch out. At least 30 tentacle monkeys. Before the echo faded, he saw Yi Fan already charging forward, cold gleam of the frostlight spear flashing in his grip. Lu Li shook his head, a quiet envy stirring within him. For Long Yi of the Zenith Fleet, having Yi Fan as a comrade must surely ease half his burdens. In the next breath he bellowed at Chun Kuan, over 100 more are breaking through. Move. Understood. Through repeated combat, Yi Fan's mastery of the spear had grown increasingly refined. The frostlight spear danced fluidly in his hands, each thrust precise, lethal, leaving no opening for the tentacle monkeys to close in. Yet as wave after wave surged forward, relentless, endless, the three soon found themselves encircled. Beware, it's coming. Lu Li's voice sharpened with urgency. Yi Fan, to your left front. Lu Li shouted urgently. Yi Fan's figure suddenly retreated. He had just quickly scanned the left front and had not detected any trace of the bone-eating brainworm. Not daring to be reckless, he could only withdraw to create some distance. As he focused and looked closely, he could barely discern a worm over a meter long, faintly floating there, its 6 tentacles writhing and twisting on its... Damn, is this what they call almost transparent? If it weren't for the light reflecting off the water surface causing him to notice the distortion in the light of that area, he wouldn't have discovered this thing at all. Focus on it, don't let it escape. Yi Fan shouted while keeping a vigilant watch. Be careful of its tentacle attacks, it fears high-frequency strikes. Moreover, those tentacle monkeys can take damage for it. Unless we wipe out the monkeys, we can't kill it at all, so don't be careless. I will deal with the monkeys as quickly as possible. Rest assured, as long as I land a kick, it won't escape. Chen Kun's legs suddenly shimmered with a vibrant pink hue. With a powerful stomp on the ground, he leaped into the air, his right foot slicing through the air with a fierce wind aiming directly at the bone-eating brainworm. But how could the bone-eating brainworm just stand there and take the hit? 6 tentacles suddenly lashed out toward Chen Kun, and at the tips of the tentacles were sharp stingers. If Yi Fan had seen this scene, he would have recalled the excruciating pain from being pierced in the brain by these stingers in his past life. But at this moment he had no time to be distracted. His own task was equally daunting. The key to killing the bone-eating brainworm lay in its ability to transfer the damage it incurred to the tentacle monkeys. They had to eliminate the tentacle monkeys quickly, otherwise attempting to kill the bone-eating brainworm was nothing but a pipe dream. There were still over 100 tentacle monkeys in front of him. Yi Fan's aura of blood and energy instantly expanded, transforming into a red glow as he charged straight into the monkey horde. Even though these tentacle monkeys were under the control of the bone-eating brainworm and had grown extra tentacles, their fundamental weakness in defense remained unchanged. The red glow flickered and darted through the monkey horde, leaving the tentacle monkeys powerless to resist. They died upon contact. This was not a battle, but a thorough slaughter, for Yi Fan's strength utterly crushed these first-level mutated monkeys. Even Lu Li could wield a machete while simultaneously dealing with 2 tentacle monkeys. Yet on the other side, Chen Kun's face was ashen. He glimpsed the sharp stingers on the tentacles and had no desire to experience that tentacle acupuncture sensation. In a critical moment, he stomped down with his left foot in midair, creating a piercing sonic boom echoed, and the air he stomped on seemed to solidify for a moment. Using this recoil, his body swiftly sidestepped to evade. With this incredible movement technique, Chen Kun narrowly avoided the tentacle attack. He then quickly stomped again, another sonic boom erupted, and he charged once more toward the bone-eating brainworm. Yi Fan heard the sonic boom and turned his head for a glance. His eyes lit up instantly. This method might be something he could learn. Why did it feel so similar to the moon step from an ancient anime? If he could master this technique, wouldn't his mobility experience a qualitative leap? Wait. Since the moon step could be achieved through extraordinary abilities, could the other 6 styles also be replicated? Goodness, this Chen Kun had opened a door to a new world for himself. Even in the apocalypse, perhaps he could attempt to realize those bizarre techniques from anime. Yi Fan's heart ignited with enthusiasm. This was a technique that could directly enhance combat power, and he had to learn it. Bang! With a dull thud, Chen Kun's foot solidly kicked the bone-eating brainworm. The worm shot downward like an arrow, crashing into the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Bang! Almost simultaneously, a tentacle monkey in the horde exploded without warning, splattering blood and flesh. Chen Kun landed on the ground, staring intently at the spot where the bone-eating brainworm had fallen, his expression dark enough to drip water. So this is damage transfer. Damn, does that mean we have to kill it 100 times? I've already killed 30 monkeys, give me a bit more time. Just keep it busy. Yi Fan's voice came from within the monkey horde, speaking at lightning speed. Rest assured, it has already been marked by me, but won't escape. Chen Kun took a deep breath, watching as the dust in front gradually cleared and immediately charged again. The bone-eating brainworm's attack power was already not high, and against 2 second-level transcendent beings, its weaknesses were fully exposed. It was powerless to turn the tide, only death awaited it. The bone-eating brainworm suddenly let out a sharp screech. The next moment, all the tentacle monkeys seemed to receive an order, instantly stopping their attacks on Yi Fan and Lu Li and turning to flee deep into the forest. Damn! Yi Fan's face changed drastically upon seeing this. It was eerie that it actually knew to avoid danger. With over 100 tentacle monkeys remaining, were they really expected to kill the bone-eating brainworm 100 times? Damn it! Chen Kun's expression was equally grim. His condition couldn't hold out for that long. Yi Fan's aura of blood and energy also couldn't maintain high-intensity attacks for long. This was troublesome. Let's end this quickly. Lu Li, kill as many as we can. Yi Fan shouted, suddenly chasing after the fleeing tentacle monkey horde. Eek! 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 At that moment, 3 excited monkey calls echoed from the forest. The 3 men were delighted to see over 100 normal mutated monkeys charging out fiercely, directly forcing the fleeing tentacle monkeys back. It's them. Lu Li shouted, enjoy, they're here to help us. Yi Fan scanned the monkey horde and did not see the old monkey from before. Instead, he spotted the little monkey king, who was loudly screeching and commanding the monkeys. In that moment of eye contact, Yi Fan clearly sensed that the intelligence in this monkey's eyes was already comparable to that of the previous old monkey. The old monkey is dead. Although he previously scoffed at the reckless act of sending this group of monkeys to their deaths, he had to admit that he needed these monkeys to block the tentacle monkeys. Move quickly, Yi Fan shouted. With his full-powered output, the tentacle monkeys were like fragile chickens. They died upon contact. However, those normal mutated monkeys were equally no match for the tentacle monkeys' attacks, suffering heavy casualties in an instant. Yet they showed no signs of retreat. Even when battered and bloodied, they clung tightly to the tentacle monkey horde, refusing to let them advance. In the monkey horde, a mutated monkey was pinned down by a tentacle monkey, and the latter's sharp claws were about to pierce its body. The mutated monkey struggled in terror, but its strength was too weak to break free. The little monkey king saw this scene, and its eyes burst with a crimson light. A dark long stick suddenly appeared in its right hand. Eek! It screeched in anger and swung the long stick fiercely at the tentacle monkey, sending it flying. The little monkey king charged madly toward the tentacle monkeys in the horde, doing everything it could to rescue its kin. The old monkey king was dead. The monkey clan must be protected by it. Yi Fan watched in shock as the little monkey king, with its red eyes, desperately rushed to rescue its companions. The mutated monkeys that had been killed transformed into red glows and slowly merged into the little monkey king's body. Yi Fan's cold, gleaming spear showed no signs of stopping. Seeing that the little monkey king could barely deal with some of the tentacle monkeys, he immediately changed direction and charged towards another group of monkeys. Although these normal mutated monkeys could not defeat the tentacle monkeys, their desperate resistance significantly accelerated Yi Fan's extermination speed, causing the number of tentacle monkeys to plummet rapidly. The devouring brain worm instantly became frenzied the moment it saw its mutated monkey kin appear, with 6 tentacles wildly thrashing around, making it difficult for Chen Kun to find an opportunity to attack. He could only exert all his effort to restrain it, preventing its escape. Chen Kun's pressure increased as the devouring brain worm's attacks became too frequent. Several times he narrowly avoided being pierced by the needle-like tips of its. In its frenzied state, those needle tips emitted a strange silver glow. Chen Kun dared not let this creature touch him. Just the thought of the controlled mutated monkeys turning into such disgusting forms made him realize that this silver light was no ordinary thing. Yi Fan, hurry. I can barely hold on. The intense battle was exhausting his stamina rapidly. If this continued, he would eventually be overwhelmed. He had already successfully struck the devouring brain worm 3 times, but this strange creature could transfer damage through the tentacle monkeys, making it nearly impossible to kill, which was incredibly frustrating. Yi Fan quickly swept through with his magnetic field perception. There were still 24 tentacle monkeys remaining. Damn it! He swiftly swept his spear, instantly killing 3 tentacle monkeys in front of him, and then charged towards the devouring brain worm, shouting, "Chen Kun, you go kill the tentacle monkeys." Alright. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Kun kicked the devouring brain worm towards Yi Fan and turned to rush towards the remaining tentacle monkeys. Rather than waste time fighting this undying enigma, he preferred to kill those disgusting monkeys. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened as the cold, gleaming spear lunged forward, accurately piercing the flying devouring brain worm. Then, with a swift twist and slice, he cleaved the creature in half. Almost simultaneously, a tentacle monkey in the group exploded into 2 halves without warning. Yi Fan sneered. "You only have 23 chances of resurrection left. Oh, let's see how long you can last." 22. Chen Kun's roar echoed as he ferociously kicked a tentacle monkey, its disgusting dark green blood splattering all over him. He couldn't care to wipe it off and lunged towards another target. Lu Li severed the neck of a tentacle monkey with his knife, laughing as he shouted, 21. Bang! A pitch-black long staff suddenly smashed down onto the tentacle monkey's head in front of Lu Li. The little monkey king bared his teeth and shot Lu Li a glance before turning and leaping towards the next tentacle monkey. Lu Li laughed, haha, 20 left. The devouring brain worm's form instantly regained its original state, but it was clearly agitated, its entire body glowing with a silver light, suddenly leaping up ready to escape deep into the forest. Yi Fan would not let it escape. This was the experienced baby he had worked hard to find. He had grasped this strange weakness firmly, having planned for so long. How could he let it escape with its strange aura? He was counting on this power to break through the extraordinary sequence. Yi Fan leaped high, and the cold, gleaming spear instantly extended to 3 meters in length, thrusting directly towards the devouring brain worm. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let me kill you 20 times first, ha. As the saying goes, an inch of strength is an inch long. The tentacles of the devouring brain worm were only a little over a meter long at most, and against the fully flexible, cold, gleaming spear, it could only passively take hits, unable to touch Yi Fan at all. Spear shadows sliced through the air. Yi Fan had lost count of how many thrusts he had made. All he could hear were the devouring brain worm's mournful screams and the painful wails of the tentacle monkeys. Suddenly the surrounding cries ceased abruptly. A dense aura of strangeness burst forth from the devouring brain worm, riddled with wounds, and surged directly into Yi Fan's body. As soon as the strange aura entered, it was instantly devoured by the gluttony sequence in his abdomen. Yi Fan felt an immense sense of comfort throughout his body, and in the next second a crisp sound echoed within him, as if some invisible shackles had been completely shattered. Immediately after, his blood and chi outer garment automatically manifested, but unlike before, it did not condense on the surface of his body. Instead, it rapidly ignited within him. Yi Fan's heart surged with joy. This was a sign of the Gluttony Sequence advancing to level 3. But the next moment, intense pain swept through his entire body, as if a raging fire were burning in his bones, nearly causing him to faint. He forcefully propped the cold, gleaming spear against the ground, gritting his teeth, his hands tightly gripping the spear shaft, barely managing to keep himself from collapsing. Sweat mixed with the impurities expelled from his body continuously oozed out, only to be instantly evaporated by the high temperature within him, forming a cloud of white mist around him. Chen Kuan and Lu Li stared wide-eyed at this scene, seeing Yi Fan suddenly tremble all over his body, continuously emitting mist, his complexion changing dramatically. Lu Li, what's happening? Chen Kuan asked in shock. He won't be possessed by the strange being, will he? I don't know. Lu Li's forehead also broke out in cold sweat. They had witnessed Yi Fan's strength. If even he were controlled by the strange entity, neither of them would have any hope of leaving alive today. I am fine. Yi Fan heard their conversation, gritting his teeth to speak with difficulty. It's just a side effect of the promotion. It will be fine in a moment. He was in an extremely weakened state now. If those two truly thought he was possessed and took the opportunity to strike at him, he would be utterly defenseless. Chen Kuan and Lu Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Li quickly said, "It's good if you're fine. We'll wait here for you to recover." Thanks. Yi Fan was clear that this was a critical time for his promotion and that he absolutely could not be disturbed. The burning sensation within him was in fact the process of washing the marrow and opening the veins. This energy, while burning, was not only purging the impurities from his body, but also continuously strengthening his internal organs. And this was merely the basic benefit of the Gluttony Sequence at level. As the impurities within him gradually expelled, Yi Fan could clearly feel the burning energy converging towards his abdomen, compressing and condensing continuously. Boom. At the moment when the energy was compressed to its limit, it suddenly erupted within him. At this moment, Yi Fan fully comprehended the abilities of the third level of the sequence. Gluttony Sequence 3 Flesh Body Furnace Description. Using the flesh body as a furnace, it can store the power of blood and chi. By compressing the blood and chi through the flesh body furnace, it can crystallize into blood and chi crystals. After detonating the blood and chi crystals within the body will enter a combustion state, with all functions receiving a threefold enhancement. Side effects: after the combustion state ends, the body will fall into extreme weakness and must promptly replenish blood and chi power. Wow. This is simply a divine skill for explosive growth. A threefold enhancement, that's outrageous. At level 2 of the sequence, he was already powerful enough. With this threefold enhancement in the combustion state, when facing an enigma like the devouring brain worm, he wouldn't even need Chen Kuan and Lu Li's help. He could easily massacre it with just his own strength. The flesh body furnace. Surely it can't only rely on eating food to store blood and chi, right? Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. Enigmas, your nightmare is coming. Standing beside him, Chen Kuan and Lu Li suddenly felt a wave of heat erupt from Yi Fan's body. Meanwhile, after Yi Fan dealt with the blood-devouring brain worm, the Monkey King leaned against his dark staff, staring blankly at the bodies of the mutated monkey. Isn't it obvious? Lu Li sighed helplessly. Is that the only side effect? Chen Kuan slumped to the ground, saying, "What? This is sequence 3. Then I have wasted my efforts." Meanwhile, after Yi Fan dealt with the blood-devouring brain worm, the Monkey King leaned against his dark staff, staring blankly at the bodies of the mutated monkeys scattered around, tears slowly streaming from his eyes. In this battle, only 5 mutated monkeys remained, while the other 4 silently dragged the bodies of their kin aside. He really wanted to help them collect their clan's bodies, but he was too exhausted. Feeling the wave of heat erupting from Yi Fan's body, the Monkey King glanced at him enviously, thinking that human is truly powerful. The crimson glow in the Monkey King's eyes gradually faded, returning to its original state, and his dark staff disappeared at that moment. Bang! The Monkey King's body fell weakly to the ground. The 3 immediately turned to look and noticed that the Monkey King's body was actually changing. The dark green skin on his body vanished in an instant, and thick fur quickly grew on the formerly bare skin, completely erasing the mutated form and restoring him to his original monkey appearance. Eek! Eek! The remaining 4 monkeys hurriedly rushed over, realizing that their king was merely asleep, and they all sighed in relief. However, as they looked at the Monkey King's body, and then at their own, they were stunned, and in the next moment, they excitedly began to jump around. Eek! 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 The 3 could hear the happiness in the calls of the 4 mutated monkeys, and they exchanged glances, all revealing smiles of relief. These silly monkeys are truly too amusing. However, Yi Fan keenly noticed that the wounds on these 4 monkeys had torn open further from their wild jumping, continuously oozing blood. Seeing this scene, his expression dimmed involuntarily, and he shouted, "Hey, stop jumping. Your wounds are splitting open. Be careful not to bleed to death." Upon hearing this, the four monkeys stopped, looked at Yi Fan, and then chattered incessantly. Finally, an older-looking monkey stepped forward, glanced at Yi Fan, and pointed at the sequence crystal floating nearby, chattering away. Yi Fan turned to look at the sequence crystal, smiling with satisfaction. What is this? A reminder not to forget. He darted forward and grabbed the sequence crystal, tucking it into his pocket. Fatty, oh fatty, I truly care for you. Then Yi Fan turned to the direction of the pond, and immediately spotted a broken turtle shell at the bottom. He thrust the cold glint spear in, and swiftly flicked the turtle shell out, which landed steadily in his left hand. Forbidden item 07125 broken turtle shell description. A turtle shell with decent defensive power. It can be attached to a certain part of the body, greatly enhancing that part's defense. Side effects: must continuously provide moisture to the turtle shell. Once attached to the body, it cannot be removed. If sufficient moisture is not provided, the turtle shell will absorb the bodus water. This forbidden item's ability looks pretty good, providing defense, but unfortunately, it can only protect part of the body and cannot be removed. Yi Fan doesn't want to run around with the turtle shell. He tossed the turtle shell to Lu Li, saying with a smile, "Here's the forbidden item. I promised you decide how to deal with it." Lu Li, upon seeing the information about the turtle shell, immediately handed it to Chen Kuan, saying, "This thing suits you better, it's yours." Chen Kuan, after reading the description of the forbidden item, directly attached the turtle shell to his right calf, without hesitation, and a dark turtle slowly appeared on the front of his calf. Chen Kuan moved his right foot, grinning. "It's ugly, but it feels pretty good. Now that everything is settled, let's head up," Yi Fan said, eagerly anticipating what kind of abilities Fatty would awaken. However, the four monkeys blocked his way. They lifted the Monkey King and pointed in a direction while chattering excitedly. Yi Fan asked in confusion, "Are they trying to lead us somewhere? Probably should we go?" Lu Li understood the monkeys' intentions, but what were they up to? The older monkey, seeing that the three did not follow thought for a moment, pointed in that direction, pretended to nibble on a fruit, then gestured, as if offering something. The three immediately understood that they wanted to offer them food. Yi Fan hesitated and asked, "Are you offering us something to eat?" The monkey nodded vigorously and then took the lead in walking forward. Yi Fan exchanged glances with the two and smiled, saying, "Let's go. These little guys seem to want to thank us." Chen Kuan and Lu Li also laughed, realizing that there was an unexpected reward. They weren't worried that the four mutated monkeys would have any ill intentions. Even Lu Li alone could handle all four of them. The ones who should be concerned were the monkeys. Soon they discovered a cave behind a large tree where a net woven from countless vines held many red fruits resembling apples. One monkey ran over, picked a fruit, and handed it to Yi Fan, signaling him to eat. Yi Fan did not refuse. Now possessing the flesh-melting furnace, he was no longer afraid of common toxins. He took the fruit and bit into it. Rich and sweet juice immediately flooded into his body. So sweet. This fruit is delicious. It melts in your mouth, and the juice is so sweet. Yi Fan exclaimed in surprise. Seeing this, Chen Kuan and Lu Li also took the fruits handed over by the monkeys, biting down, and instantly their eyes lit up. Lu Li exclaimed, "Oh my, I haven't eaten such delicious fruit since before the apocalypse. Right? It's so tasty and very filling." Chen Kuan quickly finished one fruit, praising loudly. Seeing that the three were very satisfied with the fruit, the two monkeys brought the Monkey King over, gently placing him in front of Yi Fan, and then all four monkeys knelt. "Eek, eek, eek." The older monkey chattered, pointing at the Monkey King, then at Yi Fan, and then at the fruits. Yi Fan looked solemnly at the four monkeys, noticing the blood oozing from their wounds, and he understood what they meant. He helplessly said, "You want me to take him with me?" "Eek, eek, eek." The four monkeys excitedly nodded, their eyes filled with hope. Yi Fan looked at the hideous mutated monkey, and seeing their pure eyes, his heart softened. The Monkey King's crimson eyes, the souls of the deceased mutated monkeys flowing into his body as red light, and his dark staff all indicated that this monkey was extraordinary. He took a deep breath and silently thought, "System, I want the detailed information on this monkey." Ding. A customized information request has been received, and today's information has been delivered. After the apocalypse descended, the old Monkey King of Flower Fruit Mountain awakened the extraordinary sequence, Awakening Sequence. With the Awakening Sequence, the old Monkey King glimpsed the fate of the Monkey Clan and resolved to use the power of awakening to save his kin. The old Monkey King, born anew with the awakening, led the entire mutated monkey group to attack the soul-devouring brain worm, intending to reclaim their homeland, only to return in utter defeat. In desperation, the old Monkey King had no choice but to lead his clan in evasion until a host appeared, reigniting hope within him. However, the host soon shattered the last vestige. In a moment of despair, the little Monkey King stepped forward before the host. He voluntarily requested to lead the mutated monkey group into battle, reasoning that since death was inevitable, he would rather fight for revenge and die on the battlefield. The old Monkey King, at the cost of his own life, forcibly awakened the little Monkey King twice more, who had already been awakened once. The foolish old Monkey King never considered that such a small, mutated monkey could not bear the burden of 3 awakenings. Fortunately, a mysterious existence noticed this scene, and with its assistance, the little Monkey King, who should have perished from the collapse of his intellect, successfully awakened the fantasy sequence. Influenced by the old Monkey King, the little Monkey King vowed to become the great sage equal to Heaven's Son Wukong as recognized by humanity, and his fantasy sequence successfully anchored the image of Sun Wukong. This pitiful little Monkey King, under the influence of the extraordinary sequence, faced the choice of either becoming the Sun Wukong in his heart, or being completely replaced by that image. Yet it cannot be denied that he successfully saved the mutated monkey group. These little monkeys upon death had their souls merged into the fantasy sequence, meaning that in a certain sense the mutated monkey group had indeed survived. Please take note, host, after using extraordinary abilities, this little Monkey King will enter a period of regression and his intellect will revert to that of an animal. At this moment he can only remember the host, and feels closest to the host. Yi Fan sighed softly upon finishing reading the little Monkey King's information. This monkey group truly has had a hard time. He received information from the mysterious existence once again, but this time the entity no longer appeared as a protector or spokesperson, but instead took action personally. Moreover, the wording used in the daily information system was unexpectedly help. Does this imply that the mysterious existence taking action harbors goodwill towards this little Monkey King? Since it is close to him at this moment, it would be best to observe it closely for now. Yi Fan secretly thought, I want to see what these mysterious existences truly intend. The great sage equal to Heaven's Son Wukong. He is also curious whether this little Monkey King can ultimately become such an entity. Having made up his mind, Yi Fan looked down at the 4 little monkeys and slowly spoke, Alright, I will take your Monkey King with me. Where it goes from here depends entirely on itself. Upon hearing this, the 4 little monkeys were overjoyed, repeatedly bowing to Yi Fan and his companions, completely ignoring the blood streaming from their bodies. Yi Fan sighed softly and quickly stopped them. Alright, get up. If you keep this up, you will really lose your lives. He bent down and picked up the little Monkey King. At this moment, the little Monkey King had reverted to his pre-apocalypse monkey form, appearing especially cute in his unconscious state, with fur soft and fluffy to the touch. As soon as he was picked up, the little Monkey King instinctively reached out both hands, wrapping them around Yi Fan's neck. Yi Fan, slightly surprised, realized that since it was still asleep, it was a reflex, and as having no money or energy to raise pets before the apocalypse, he unexpectedly found himself raising a pet during the apocalypse. Truly, the twists of fate are unpredictable. Seeing this scene, the 4 mutated monkeys were even more ecstatic, chattering and dancing about, then pointed at the fruits, indicating for Yi Fan and his companions to take them. After careful counting, Yi Fan and his companions discovered that these fruits weighed over 500 pounds, enough to sustain them for several days. The 3 of them were immediately overjoyed and promptly used the frost spear to string the entire vine net together, with Chen Kun and Yi Fan carrying it, one in front and one behind, slowly moving all the fruits away. The 4 little monkeys continually helped picking up the fruits scattered on the ground and returning them to the vine net. It was not until Yi Fan and his companions exited the cave that they stopped remaining at the cave entrance, staring intently at the unconscious little Monkey King on Yi Fan's back. As Yi Fan and his companions approached the rope, they suddenly sensed movement behind them. Alertly, they turned around only to see 4 red lights swiftly flying towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan instinctively tried to dodge, then realized that the target of the red lights was the little Monkey King. Having experienced the apocalypse and hardened his heart, he suddenly felt a heavy sadness rise within him. Those 4 little monkeys ultimately still perished. After a long while, Yi Fan let out a deep breath and looked at the little Monkey King on his back. It was sleeping soundly, as if experiencing a beautiful dream. Hopefully in that dream it can see its kin. Let's go, it's time to head back, Yi Fan said. Luli, you go up first, and Chen Kun and I will carry the fruits up slowly. The physical enhancement brought by Sequence 3 is extremely significant, and the cliff here is not very steep. With his current strength, climbing solo with just the frost spear is no problem at all. Chen Kun, being a physically enhanced type of extraordinary person, found it more than sufficient to climb with Yi Fan while carrying 500 pounds of fruit together. I will go up first to inform them to prepare, Luli replied. Meanwhile, a farce was quietly unfolding in the valley above. 20 minutes earlier, the youth Zhang Ziqiang, who had held the forbidden purple flame long knife, woke up. He held the purple flame long knife, groggily stepped down from the Dragon Wild vehicle, and saw many people crowded at the edge of the cliff, momentarily unsure of the situation. Did this convoy rescue him? Just then a girl at the edge of the crowd caught sight of Zhang Ziqiang, her eyes suddenly brightening. My devoted admirer is awake. Chen Jiao immediately sprinted towards Zhang Ziqiang, throwing herself into his arms, her tear-filled eyes gazing up at him, as she pitifully cried, Ziqiang, you finally woke up. Oh, I've been bullied terribly. Huh, Jiao, what happened? Who bullied you? Zhang Ziqiang, seeing his goddess rushing towards him and directly leaping into his embrace, was instantly. Indeed, Zhao Zhao was ultimately swayed by my bravery. After chasing her for so long, I finally gained her recognition. These bastards dared to bully my goddess, their ass. Observing Zhang Ziqiang's furious demeanor, Chen Jiao Jiao sneered inwardly as expected. He's a devoted admirer. With just a little manipulation, I can have him completely under my thumb. If it weren't for this useless guy being unconscious and unable to find food for me, how would I be starving? Damn it, why didn't he provide me with food? Just wait. Those extraordinary beings are trapped below. I hope they never come up. By then Zhang Ziqiang will be the second strongest force in the convoy, and all the supplies in that vehicle will be mine. Huh. She lifted her head, tears rolling down instantly, as she further lamented. Ziqiang, they didn't let me eat. Oh. Zhang Ziqiang was taken aback by the words not allowed to eat. What does that mean? Chen Jiaojiao, seeing his confusion, wrapped her arms around Zhang Ziqiang's neck without hesitation and initiated a kiss. Zhang Ziqiang's lips were suddenly blocked by the soft little mouth, his eyes widening in shock as his heart raced wildly, as if it were about to leap out of his chest. At that moment, he had even thought of the names for their future children. A minute later, Chen Jiaojiao angrily said, Zhong Ming and the others have all been killed by the beasts. Those people don't care about our lives at all. I've nearly died several times. Those extraordinary beings clearly have plenty of food, yet they refuse to share any with us, ordinary people. I'm almost starving to death. If it weren't for worrying that no one would take care of you in the future, I would have considered ending it all. Zhang Ziqiang, upon hearing this, was almost overwhelmed by happiness. His mind was filled with the phrase, if it weren't for worrying that no one would take care of you in the future, I would have considered ending it all. He gazed at Chen Jiaojiao dreamily and said with deep emotion, Jiaojiao, so you really care about me? Chen Jiaojiao looked at his lovesick expression, feeling a wave of disgust in her heart, but she feigned a look of disappointment, coldly huffing huff. Haven't I always cared about you? It's you who haven't worked hard. I ignored you before just to stir up your fighting spirit. Look, haven't you become much stronger now? This is all my achievement. Zhang Ziqiang was instantly wrapped in happiness, moved to the point of being incoherent. So that's how it is. Jiao Jiao, you're so wonderful. I love you so much, boohoo. As he said this, he lunged forward to embrace Chen Jiaojiao, but she pushed him away. Chen Jiaojiao, fuming, said, stop talking nonsense. I'm starving. Look at that truck. It's full of food, and those extraordinary beings refuse to share with us. Doesn't this make sense? We're also human. Why shouldn't they share with us? Zhang Ziqiang, if you really love me, go cut that rope. Those extraordinary beings have already descended into the valley. If you cut the rope, they won't be able to come back up. Then you'll be the strongest person in the convoy. Except for that, I've observed that the big guy has a wife and children, so he won't dare to do anything to you. At that point, we can seize that truck and share the supplies with ordinary people, who everyone will surely thank you. Zhang Ziqiang was momentarily overwhelmed with information. Seeing this, Chen Jiaojiao immediately seized the opportunity, leaned in close to his ear, and whispered, Brother Ziqiang, as long as you get that truck, it'll be completely yours. Let's get married, okay? Alright, Jiao Jiao, just wait. I will definitely marry you in style. After hearing this, Zhang Ziqiang's eyes turned red, and he charged out. Chen Jiaojiao watched his back with a cold smile. This fool is so easy to control. But worried that Zhang Ziqiang might run into trouble, she gritted her teeth and followed closely behind. Zhang Ziqiang approached with a long knife, and the people around him thought he was just curious to watch the commotion. Even the fat guy and the others did not stop him, since he was considered half an extraordinary being and belonged to the upper echelon of the convoy. No one expected him to cause trouble. But in the next second, Zhang Ziqiang swung his knife fiercely and directly cut the rope. What the hell? Xiong Zhangwo reacted swiftly, instantly transforming into a grizzly bear, and caught the cut rope. He knew very well that someone was climbing up the rope below, and if it fell now, the consequences would be unimaginable. The three people still climbing, Yifan and the others, suddenly felt the rope loosen, then tighten, violently breaking out in a cold sweat. Something must have gone wrong above. Charge up with all your strength. The others above saw Zhang Ziqiang trying to rush over to cut the rope held by Xiong Zhangwo, and the combat team immediately surrounded him. Even the ordinary people from the other two convoys began to gather around. They all understood that if the extraordinary beings of the convoy died, they ordinary people wouldn't survive much longer. No one wanted to see such a thing happen. Bastard, what are you doing? The fat guy's eyes turned red as he shouted angrily, and Zhuge Lian Nu aimed directly at Zhang Ziqiang. As long as the other party dared to move, he guaranteed that 10 crossbow bolts would immediately shoot into him. Chun Jiaojiao, with her hands on her hips, looked like she had achieved success, shouting loudly, Brother Ziqiang, what are you hesitating for? Hurry up and cut the rope. Once it's cut, this convoy will be ours to command. Then she shouted to everyone, don't stop him. If we take out those extraordinary beings, we'll share the supplies in the truck. Why should we starve? At that moment, everyone was stunned. Was this woman crazy? It was already the 5th day of the apocalypse. Hadn't she realized the situation? If they killed the extraordinary beings, how many more days could these ordinary people survive? Chun Jiao, seeing that no one was paying attention to her, and instead looking at her like she was a fool, was instantly filled with anger and embarrassment, tears streaming down her face as she cried, "I'm thinking of everyone too. I've been under a lot of pressure too. Brother Ziqiang, they're bullying me. If you don't act now, I'll sever ties with you, boohoo." Hearing her cries, Zhang Ziqiang's heart melted. He didn't want to lose the goddess, so he took a step forward, and the long knife in his hand suddenly ignited with two purple flames. The onlookers turned pale upon seeing this, frightened and retreating in haste. The fat guy, seeing Zhang Ziqiang charging at Xiong Jiangwo, no longer dared to hesitate, continuously pulling the trigger of Zhuge Lian Nu, firing 10 bolts at Zhang Ziqiang. He absolutely could not let the other party cut the rope again. Xiong Jiangwo gritted his teeth, clearly feeling something heavy pulling on the rope below. It was likely the flesh of an altered monkey. At that moment, he dared not loosen the rope to fight back, and had to wrap it tightly around his left hand, preparing to use his right hand to confront this reckless kid. Clang, clang, clang. The fat guy looked grim as he watched Zhang Ziqiang swing the long knife, blocking each crossbow bolt that came his way. Zhang Ziqiang glared angrily at the fat guy and shouted, "You dare to shoot cold arrows? Just wait, I will settle the score with you later." Damn. The fat guy didn't expect this kid to react so quickly. Wasn't he said to have not awakened extraordinary abilities? Could it be the knife's fault? He gritted his teeth and quickly loaded the crossbow bolts. Yi Fan was going down this time to help him seize the sequence crystals. He absolutely could not let Yi Fan get into trouble. At this moment, Zhang Ziqiang had already rushed up to Xiong Jiangwo, dodging the strike of his right paw with a quick move, and turned to cut at the rope once again. Chun Jiao shouted loudly, stopping Zhang Ziqiang's forward momentum. He turned his head to see a sight that filled him with uncontrollable anger. At this moment, old Zhao held a machete against Chun Jiao's neck, blood slowly trickling down her throat. Chun Jiao was terrified, tears streaming down her face, and Zhang Ziqiang noticed a wet patch between her legs. Old Zhao shouted angrily, "Speak." Chun Jiao, with a sorrowful face, screamed, "Wu, brother Ziqiang, put down the knife. Otherwise he will kill me. I don't want to die, Wu." Zhang Ziqiang opened his mouth, but was momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing this, old Zhao snorted coldly and shouted, "Ingzi." Lu Ying without hesitation stabbed a small knife directly into Chun Jiao's thigh. Oh! The intense pain made Chun Jiao scream, yet she dared not move, fearing that a slight misstep would lead her neck to collide with the sharp machete. Zhang Ziqiang's eyes turned red at this sight, his body trembling uncontrollably as he roared, "You dare to lay a hand on my goddess? I will kill you." With that, he charged at old Zhao, raising the purple flame, long knife high, poised to strike him down. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out. Zhang Ziqiang stared in shock at the 3 blood holes appearing in his chest, unable to believe what he saw. The shooter was Long Yi. His face was pale, and the blood-soaked handgun in his hand was still emitting wisps of white smoke. He sighed helplessly and said coldly, "I was too naive. You are not just a saint, but also a super sycophant. If I had known, I would have killed you directly to avoid this disgusting situation." Clatter! Blood gushed from Zhang Ziqiang's wounds, and he could no longer hold onto the forbidden long knife, which fell to the ground. He turned to look at his goddess and saw her terrified expression. Chun Jiao's desperate scream echoed in his ears, "Don't kill me. It's all his idea. He instructed me to do this. Don't kill me." Zhang Ziqiang helplessly closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, Lu Li suddenly leaped up. Looking at the chaotic scene before him, and seeing the boy lying on the ground, he instantly understood what had happened. Just as he was about to speak, the woman with the knife at her throat suddenly shouted, "Look, your extraordinary being is dead. Only this person is still alive. Quick, kill him to avenge your extraordinary being." Lu Li's face instantly turned ugly. He wanted to explain, but saw old Zhao snort coldly and wipe the machete, sending blood flying. Lu Li looked at the bear Xiong Jiangwo, and upon meeting the bear's kind gaze, he immediately realized they had not misunderstood him. After all, this big bear was still holding onto a rope with something heavy hanging from it. How could he not feel it? He smiled with interest and said, "Looks like I missed a good show. Are you all right?" Xiong Jiangwo hurriedly asked. "We're fine. Hurry, come over and help pull things." Lu Li smiled and said, "We managed to get a lot of..." Long Yi with Uncle Li's help picked up the forbidden purple flame long knife lying next to Zhang Ziqiang. He was surprised to find that even after the owner died, there was still no related information visible. He uneasily fired a few more shots at Zhang Ziqiang's body, even blasting his head apart, but the long knife still showed no signs of change, prompting him to give up helplessly. Weak and leaning against the side of a car, he listened as Uncle Li recounted what had happened after he fell unconscious. Uncle Li, having heard Chun Jiao's words to Zhang Ziqiang, realized something was wrong and rushed back to the car to wake Long Yi. Long Yi understood the urgency of the situation, and despite his weakened body, stepped out just in time to see old Zhao holding Chun Jiao. He seized the opportunity and decisively fired his gun. At that moment, he looked at the broken rope and silently rejoiced that no major incident had occurred, otherwise it would have been a big problem. Although Uncle Li only briefly mentioned the situation of the convoy, Long Yi still keenly sensed the convoy's most pressing issue: food. He looked towards the cliff, seeing the situation, and knew the haul this time would surely be substantial. Look, so many fruits. Yes. Heavens. Yi Fan actually climbed up here barehanded. Many people leaned out to look down the cliff, seeing Yi Fan and Chun Kuan carrying a big net bag full of red fruits, and they couldn't help but exclaim, those red fruits look particularly tempting. Soon the two climbed back up. Seeing Yi Fan safe and sound, the fatty and old Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. The earlier scene had been too thrilling. Hearing someone in the crowd say that Yi Fan had climbed up without using a rope, the fatty sneered inwardly. If those two fools knew about this, they would probably die without peace. How could the power of an extraordinary being be something ordinary people could imagine? When the fatty's gaze met Yi Fan's, he immediately saw the smile in Yi Fan. The fatty instantly realized that the sequence crystal had been obtained. Gulped. The fatty had difficulty swallowing. Am I going to become an extraordinary sequence user too? What kind of ability will I awaken? Oh heavens, how nerve-wracking. Yi Fan saw Uncle Li and Long Yi in the crowd, and walked over saying, Uncle Li, could you help me distribute the fruits? There are about 500 pounds, let's split it evenly between the two convoys, and well divided among our team later. Sure. He'll go do it now? Alright. Then Yi Fan looked at Long Yi, who was pale. Before he could say anything, Long Yi smiled, and said, I didn't help at all, so I won't participate in this distribution. You and Brother Jiangwo can decide how to split it. Yi Fan nodded and smiled. Okay, they'll save a few for you to taste later. They taste great, and eating some fruits will help you recover faster. Alright, what's that monkey around your neck? Long Yi curiously looked at the cute little monkey around Yi Fan's neck, realizing that this little creature was definitely We'll talk later. You should rest for a bit. I still have some things to do. After saying that, Yi Fan called the fatty and walked towards the already emptied double-temperature cargo truck. The fatty followed excitedly, fully aware that the moment to decide his fate had arrived. Yi Fan did not tease him and directly took out the sequence crystal from his pocket, handing it to him with a smile. Here, just eat it. The fatty looked at the excised sequence crystal, feeling as hard as a stone, and hesitantly asked, how do I eat this? Just pop it in your mouth. It melts instantly. That's how I did it. Yi Fan laughed heartily, eagerly anticipating what kind of sequence ability the fatty would awaken. Seeing that Yi Fan had said so, the fatty naturally had no reason to hesitate and directly stuffed the sequence crystal into his mouth. In the next moment, a peculiar energy suddenly erupted from the mysterious existence, the guardian, the spokesperson, and that ultimate destination which must be reached within 3 years. This apocalyptic world still holds too many unknowns waiting for Yi Fan to explore. If the fat guy could awaken a powerful extraordinary sequence, it would alleviate a lot of his pressure. Especially that ultimate destination. Although Long Yi had previously speculated that there were no strange phenomena there, Yi Fan knew in his heart that things were likely not that simple. Even if that place truly was a sacred ground, the journey to the sacred ground would undoubtedly be extremely perilous. He gazed at the fat guy with eager anticipation, watching as a peculiar energy gradually gathered above his head. In the next moment, Yi Fan was astonished to find a green lotus flower unexpectedly emerging from the fat guy's head. The lotus bud was tightly closed, seemingly nurturing a fruit within, as if it possessed intelligence, curiously swaying side to side as it surveyed its surroundings. The fat guy stiffly raised his head to look at the lotus bud, his face turning ashen. Awakening an extraordinary ability, how could a flower grow on his head? Isn't this just like the village chief from the sheep village? Yi Fan suppressed a laugh and curiously asked, fat guy, quickly feel it out, what is this sequence ability all about? It's the Gluttony Sequence. This sequence ability feels quite strange. Quick, elaborate. Gluttony Sequence 1, plant induction ability, can induce the growth of any plant and freely control the induced plants. Side effects: your companion Qinglian may spring up at any time. Please take good care of your companion Qinglian. If the companion Qinglian dies, the sequence bearer will perish. Yi Fan. The fat guy sat on the ground looking despondent. He had originally hoped that awakening an extraordinary sequence would allow him to rampage freely, but instead, Yi Fan stared at the lively companion Qinglian swaying above the fat guy's head, firmly believing that this thing was definitely not simple. He had seen quite a few extraordinary sequences, but the fat guy's was the most peculiar, as it actually carried a companion being. Fat guy, does your inheritance information include any introduction about this companion Qinglian? Yi Fan asked. The fat guy glanced irritably at the companion Qinglian above his head, which seemed to greet him by bending its bud for a look, then joyfully swayed side to side again. There's nothing. Is my sequence ability useless? Even if it is useless, it shouldn't be growing grass on my head. Yi Fan cautiously reached out his hand, wanting to touch the companion Qinglian. He was certain this thing was definitely unusual. Just as his hand was about to touch the Qinglian, it suddenly froze, the bud slightly bending towards Yi Fan, and the originally green bud gradually turned purpler. Yi Fan sensed something was off and quickly withdrew his hand. Just as he did, a purpler beam suddenly shot out from the bud, aimed directly at Yi Fan, who had just retracted his hand. Fortunately, Yi Fan was already on guard, swiftly dodging to the side as the beam grazed him and shot towards the front of the vehicle. The fat guy jumped up in fright, while Yi Fan stood frozen in place, staring at the fist-sized hole behind him. The power of that purpler beam was unexpectedly formidable. "Fang, are you okay?" the fat guy shouted. "I'm fine. Fat guy, you're going to be amazing from now on." Yi Fan suddenly turned around, staring intently at the companion Qinglian on the fat guy's head. At this moment, the bud had returned to its green color, albeit slightly lighter, and showing signs of wilting. The fat guy naturally understood which family's Qinglian could launch such an attack. "Fanga, fat guy, are you okay?" Old Zhao shouted anxiously outside the vehicle. The previous purplered beam had just grazed his feet, creating a fist-sized hole in the ground, scaring him to death. If it had hit him, he would have been finished on the spot. "I'm fine, how are you?" Yi Fan responded. Old Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm fine, no one was hurt." "Good, let's discuss this later." "All right." Old Zhao replied enviously from outside the vehicle, suspecting that the purplered beam was likely the fat guy's new ability, which seemed quite powerful. "I really envy the fat guy." The fat guy also noticed the wilting of the companion Qinglian, cautiously extending his hand to touch the Qinglian on his head. The companion Qinglian affectionately rubbed against his palm, clearly allowing only him to touch it and no one else could. The fat guy tentatively activated the Gluttony Sequence's induction ability, and a green beam concentrated in his palm, slowly flowing into the companion. 3 minutes later, the color of the companion Qinglian gradually returned to normal, and the fat guy was panting heavily, his face filled with distress, as he said, "My God, this nearly drained me dry." Yi Fan chuckled and teased, "Haha, just enjoy it. Clearly your extraordinary ability is far from an ordinary Gluttony Sequence. The companion Qinglian you have to take care of seems quite extraordinary." The fat guy said helplessly, "The key is that I don't even know what this companion Qinglian is, or what abilities it has." Yi Fan didn't mind. In this damned apocalypse, there were too many unknowns. Having one more lotus flower was nothing. He glanced down at the little monkey king sleeping soundly around his neck, and suddenly thought of its fantasy sequence. This little thing could anchor the great sage Sun Wukong through the fantasy sequence. Wouldn't the fat guy's Gluttony Sequence also be able to grow legendary plants? Thinking of this, Yi Fan's eyes lit up, and he focused again on the companion Qinglian, simply explaining to the fat guy about the little monkey king's origin and the abilities of the fantasy sequence. The fat guy was dumbfounded. "Heavens, this is too outrageous. You can even summon monkey bro. So fat guy, do you think it's possible that this companion Qinglian could turn into the chaotic Qinglian from ancient novels?" "Huh, isn't that just a fictional thing from novels? Was there ever such a bizarre thing in reality?" Just boldly hypothesize. If this little monkey king could summon the great sage, perhaps you could indeed cultivate this companion Qinglian into a chaotic treasure like the chaotic Qinglian. After all, there are no useless extraordinary sequences, only sequence bearers who don't know how to use them. Besides, your ability to induce plants can also freely control the induced plants. Just think if we could get some man-eating flower seeds, or other more terrifying and aggressive plants, and you use your ability to induce them, what kind of effect would that have? The fat guy's eyes gradually lit up, and he exclaimed excitedly, "So the previous ability of that insect-controlling master from the Rose Convoy, my Gluttony Sequence, can do that too. As long as I find a way to let the plant pollen enter the enemy's body and then induce it immediately, I can grow the plants inside the enemy's body and still kill them. And the fruits you brought up, can I also use my extraordinary ability to induce and reproduce them?" Yi Fan instantly reacted with excitement. "Wow. Then won't we never lack food in the future? Haha, and more. Some plants have pollen with hallucinogenic effects, and there are vines that can entangle and control enemies. My goodness, thinking about it, if I can find the right plants, I could become a versatile warrior." Yi Fan looked at the chubby man with satisfaction. By saying this, it seems that his abilities truly qualify him as a versatile warrior. As long as he is given the right plants or seeds, the potential impact could be immense. Then the chubby man slyly looked at Yi Fan. Have you ever played a very old game? Plants vs. Zombies. Yi Fan suddenly inhaled sharply. Wow, yes, the chubby man is currently at sequence 1, but what about later? It's known that the further along the extraordinary sequences, the greater the potential for ability development. The chubby man's sequence 1 involves plant gestation, and just looking at the description reveals its broad application range. As long as it falls under the category of plants, he can control it after gestation, which somewhat resembles conceptual abilities. However, the drawbacks are equally evident. His combat power is weak at the beginning of awakening, offering limited enhancement to the overall team strength. The violet tread ray of the accompanying blue lotus is clearly a one-time attack and cannot be sustained. Most critically, his ability is highly dependent on the strength of the plants themselves. Gestating wildflowers and weeds by the roadside might only trip ordinary people, but if he can obtain special plants, he will definitely soar to great heights. Yi Fan smiled and patted the chubby man's shoulder, saying earnestly, "Your abilities are weak in the early stages. You need to wait until you obtain special plants to unleash the terrifying potential of the garden. This ability has a myriad of application scenarios. First, familiarize yourself with your extraordinary abilities, especially this accompanying Blue Lotus. Understand its abilities as quickly as possible, and it's best if you can freely control the firing of the violet red ray at least to have some self-defense. Once you understand it, try to minimize using that violet red ray from before. I feel that using it too much will definitely affect its growth. You are now in a symbiotic relationship, and you must ensure the safety of the accompanying Blue Lotus. The chubby man's expression grew serious as he nodded. I know if it dies, I won't survive either. Just wait, I will quickly study my abilities and first try gestating the red fruit you brought back. He reached out to touch the accompanying Blue Lotus atop his head, which affectionately rubbed again. At this moment, the chubby man had long forgotten the discomfort of the grass growing on his head, his mind filled with the eagerness to cultivate this accompanying Blue Lotus as soon as possible. He even began to wonder what would be nurtured inside the Blue Lotus. Could it really turn into a chaotic Blue Lotus, as Yifan mentioned? Just then a voice suddenly came from nearby. Yifan, chubby, when you're done, come over for a cup of tea. The chubby man was startled by the sudden voice and hurriedly shouted, Long Yi, you scared me to death. Yifan had already sensed through the magnetic field that the life magnetic field representing Long Yi was entangled with Xiong Zhangwo's far away from them, definitely not shouting from outside the vehicle. It seems this is Long Yi's new ability at Sequence 2. He smiled and said, Don't shout, Long Yi isn't outside the vehicle. Let's go drink tea. I want to see what this old fox has awakened. The two of them walked out of the dual temperature van and saw old Zhao busy in front of the truck with Gu Yin Luing and Zhao Shui helping nearby. Yifan glanced at the chubby man, who immediately showed an embarrassed expression and glared discontentedly at the accompanying Blue Lotus that was shaking above his head. This thing broke the vehicle. Ooh, I wonder if it can still be repaired. If it can't be fixed, it would be quite awkward. When the four of them saw them come out, they all poked their heads out from behind the hood, and at first glance they spotted the conspicuous green on the chubby man's head. Their expressions instantly turned strange, each of them stifling laughter until their faces turned red, yet they dared not laugh out loud. The chubby man's original sense of guilt instantly vanished. Hey, what are you looking at? This is my accompanying Blue Lotus, not grass. Huh. Old Zhao couldn't hold back and laughed out loud, then quickly stifled it, pretending to be calm, and said, No, it's just that I suddenly thought of a funny story. The chubby man shot him a glare, wanting to clarify for his accompanying Blue Lotus that violet red ray just now was shot out by it. I still can't control it, yet if you laugh again and provoke it, be careful of getting shot by the ray. Hearing this, the four of them instantly froze in laughter, all of them warily staring at the accompanying Blue Lotus on the chubby man's head, their hearts filled with shock. Yifan intervened to ease the situation. Alright, don't provoke it. It shouldn't attack people indiscriminately. By the way, old Zhao, can this vehicle be repaired? Old Zhao replied with a pained expression. Fortunately, it didn't damage any critical components. I previously collected some universal parts from abandoned vehicles that can barely run, but I estimate it won't last. It seems that when we reach the next city for supplies, we'll have to change vehicles. Yifan's expression grew serious. His small team now had 6 people and a monkey. With more people, the demand for food increased significantly, especially since he himself was a bottomless pit, which brought considerable pressure. He increasingly needed a vehicle that could store a large amount of supplies, but the larger the cargo truck, the higher the fuel consumption, and the slower the speed, and its ability to escape in dangerous situations was even weaker. When he was chased by the soul-eating ice mist last time, he deeply felt this speed disadvantage, helplessly watching Chun Kun's convoy's off-road vehicle gradually kept. Alright, in the next city, I will pay special attention to the vehicle situation. You also need to keep an eye on the regular maintenance parts for the cargo truck. It seems we need to stock up more. After saying this, Yifan led the chubby man towards Long Yi's vehicle. Looking at Long Yi, who was having tea with Xiong Zhangwo, he was contemplating that the allocation rules for the convoy supplies should also be. Now that there are 2 more Sequence 1 extraordinary beings on his side, the 3 extraordinary beings will definitely act together when exploring for supplies, and the quantity of supplies collected will far exceed what the previous 2 could achieve. If it were still divided in the ratio of 5-3-2, he would definitely not accept it. Yifan sat down with a smile, gestured for the chubby man to sit beside him, and then cheerfully said, Oh, quite leisurely, still drinking. Long Yi cheerfully poured tea for the 2, his gaze fixed on the chubby man. Fatty, your sequence ability seems quite distinctive. The chubby man, who was already relaxed, gulped down the tea with annoyance, emphasizing, Let me reiterate, this is a companion green lotus, not grass. Long Yi and Xiong Zhangwo exchanged glances, both seeing the amusement in each other's eyes. However, as extraordinary beings, they managed to suppress their laughter in front of the new extraordinary member, the chubby man. Xiong Zhangwo curiously looked at the monkey hanging from Yifan, puzzled. Yifan, what's the deal with your monkey? At that moment, the little monkey king had climbed onto Yifan's back. Yifan reached out to stroke its head, its fur smooth and soft. The little monkey king, seemingly sensing the touch in its dreams, opened its drowsy eyes to glance at Yifan, comfortably shook its little head, and shifted to continue. Yifan briefly recounted the events that had transpired, only glossing over the origins of the little monkey king. After all, the little monkey king would revert to its animal form once it exhausted its abilities, making it incredibly easy to kill at this moment. Even a few ordinary people working together could easily deal with a monkey. In the end, Yi Fan smiled and concluded, in short, this little monkey king can now be considered an extraordinary being as well. Long Yi felt a complex mix of emotions. He was glad that the team's strength had increased, as it provided more survival assurance. Yet he also realized clearly that the imbalance in combat power within the team had not eased due to his advancement to Sequence 2. Instead, it had become increasingly severe. Yi Fan's growth rate was truly terrifying, especially since he had previously used a perception lens to check the energy intensity of Yi Fan and the chubby man's own energy intensity was quite low, merely on par with an ordinary Sequence 1 extraordinary being. However, the companion green lotus above his head emitted a purplish red beam, radiating energy comparable to Sequence 2 Xiongjiangwo. Even though that energy dissipated instantaneously after the beam was shot, Long Yi would never underestimate the companion green lotus. It was definitely not simple. As for Yi Fan, it was even more exaggerated. The energy intensity he now radiated was at least more than twice that before he fell unconscious, and it was even approaching 3 times. Seeing this terrifying level of energy, Long Yi immediately guessed Yi Fan had actually advanced to Sequence 3. How was this possible? It was only the 5th day of the apocalypse, and he had reached Sequence 3. Was he cheating? No matter how unbelievable it was, Long Yi had to accept reality. He helplessly discovered that even though he had advanced to Sequence 2, it seemed he still couldn't change the situation of the team's combat power imbalance. Long Yi looked at Yi Fan with a wry smile. Congratulations, you've gained 2 more extraordinary beings, and you've advanced to Sequence 3 as well. What ability did you? Yi Fan didn't rush to respond. Instead, he smiled and asked back, I'm more curious about your Sequence ability. It's probably something like remote communication, right? Long Yi was taken aback for a moment, raised his teacup to take a sip, and his voice directly resonated in the ears of the 3. That's right, my Sequence 2 ability is Mind Whisper, which enables remote communication. Currently, I can sense a distance of about 3 kilometers, and I can establish 2 modes of mental links within a range of 1 kilometer. One mode is the broadcast mode, where my voice can be transmitted directly to specified individuals. The other mode is the intercom mode, allowing you to directly communicate with me over long distances whenever I wish, essentially a phone call. In situations like this one, we can even have a multi-party conversation. Yi Fan immediately understood. So in the future, when we explore for supplies, you can remotely and real-time notify us if any anomalies appear around us. And how long does your perception last? There hasn't been any fundamental change in that regard. Under normal circumstances, I can sense once every 20 minutes. In emergencies, I can quickly scan the surrounding 3 kilometers every 5 minutes. After hearing this, Yi Fan did not say much. It was a standard ability. Scanning 3 kilometers every 20 minutes still posed certain risks, but it wasn't a major. He then asked, what about weaknesses? Can you sense weakness information about anomalies? Not yet. Currently, my legacy information contains only a small amount of weakness information for the lowest level anomalies, and I need to first sense the anomaly and combine it with its aura to identify it. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's gaze instantly changed, staring at Long Yi with greedy eyes, as if he had seen a beautiful woman fresh out of the bath. Then in the future, if we encounter anomalies that have known weaknesses or can be forcibly killed, bring it in. Huh? What? Why? The other 3 simultaneously showed confusion. Why would they want to bring in such terrifying anomalies? Shouldn't they try to avoid them as much as possible? Has Yi Fan gone mad? Yi Fan chuckled softly. Have you forgotten? We need to reach the final destination within. If we have to avoid even Sequence 1 anomalies, then when we encounter Sequence 2, 3, or even higher level anomalies in the future, should we continue to hide from them? Where can we hide? The voice from the beginning of the apocalypse was very clear. If we don't reach the final destination within 3 years, we will all be obliterated. Even if the final destination is indeed, as Long Yi said, a holy land, without anomalies, can we really guarantee safety along the way? Can we truly avoid anomalies throughout our journey? Seeing the 3 gradually grow serious, Yi Fan did not pause, signaling Long Yi to activate Mind Whisper. Long Yi's expression tightened, immediately activating the multi-party dialogue mode of Mind Whisper, quickly linking the spirits of the 4. Yi Fan's mouth did not move as he silently drank tea, but his voice reverberated through Mind Whisper, striking the hearts of the 3 like a heavy hammer. The protector convoy we trapped with the suicide anomaly the day before yesterday only completely perished yesterday. Do you know what this means? Their strength managed to resist that unknown level of anomaly for a full day, indicating they are very strong. And after their demise, a new protector convoy has already appeared, and this time, they are coming directly for our convoy. The 3 looked at each other in confusion. What does that mean? How did another protector convoy suddenly appear? Long Yi asked gravely. Yi Fan, what exactly are they protecting? Yi Fan scoffed coldly, saying indifferently in a mental whisper, who knows what path they are protecting? Perhaps it is to safeguard our route. But clearly they are not here to protect us, they are here to kill our convoy. What do you think they are truly safeguarding? The three fell silent simultaneously. Clearly there was a tremendous horror concealed within this matter. Long Yi sighed. In the inheritance information I received upon my promotion, there was no mention of the protectors of the path, only some details related to the bizarre and the weaknesses of lower-level anomalies. This damned apocalypse has too many unknowns. Yi Fan squinted at Long Yi, who was drinking tea with his head down, uncertain if this old fox was speaking the truth, but it didn't matter. He believed the other wouldn't dare act recklessly. After some thought, Yi Fan continued. In any case, we need to strengthen our power quickly. It is not only to reach the final destination within 3 years, but also to deal with these inexplicable protectors of the path. The fat man asked in confusion through mental whispers, but why do we have to kill the anomalies? Because killing anomalies can yield bizarre energy, and that energy can enhance the extraordinary sequence level. Damn, is that how you reached sequence 3? Long Yi asked in shock. How many anomalies did you kill, eh? Xiong Zhangwo stared blankly at the two, his mouth agape enough to fit a sequence crystal, stuttering, You are already sequence 3. That's right, sequence 3. How many did you actually kill, eh? Long Yi pressed urgently. He had previously speculated based on Xiong Zhangwo's promotion method that overloading abilities or reaching peak survival could trigger promotion. Thus, when being pursued by the soul-eating ice mist, he had gritted his teeth and pushed his sensory abilities to their limits despite the splitting headache. He wanted to uncover the source of his unease and also hoped to break through to sequence 2, and he succeeded. But he was also aware that this method was extremely risky with terrifying side effects. Having been unconscious for so long in this apocalypse, had it not been for the safety of his location, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Now that he knew killing anomalies could lead to promotion, it meant he could reduce the risk of fainting, which made him eager. Yi Fan did not keep him in suspense. This was not a secret. Anyone who had killed an anomaly would know, provided they had the ability to do so. He stated plainly, I killed 2 level 2 anomalies, namely the previous soul-eating ice mist and the snow doll, as well as a level 1 anomaly, the bone-eating brainworm, which was nearly at level 2, below the valley. Long Yi and the others felt as if they had been doused with cold water. Their previously excited expressions dimmed instantly. Xiong Zhangwo immediately said, so in order for a sequence 2 to advance to sequence 3 through killing anomalies, at least 3 level 2 anomalies must be slain. Long Yi sighed, rubbing his forehead. This is going to be tough. You can still kill, but as a perceiver, how am I supposed to kill anomalies? It's giving me a headache. Xiong Zhangwo also chuckled bitterly. With my abilities, there are probably very few anomalies I can defeat. I can't even get close to something like the soul-eating ice mist. The fat man, unable to interject, was still trying to grasp his newly awakened abilities. Encountering anomalies felt no different than facing ordinary people, with only the companion Qinglian above his head, swaying happily. Yi Fan chuckled lightly. There are always more solutions than difficulties. That's why I want you to pay attention and bring in anomalies that have known weaknesses and are easy to kill. After a pause, he added, or we can directly go and kill them. Long Yi said helplessly, are you speaking like a human? Just a day ago we were forced by the anomalies to act like lost dogs, and now you want me to chase after anomalies to kill, eh? I'm just asking you, do you want to advance to sequence 3? Yi Fan saw through this old fox's thoughts, knowing he wouldn't work without benefits. How could Long Yi not want to? The stronger he was, the longer he could live. But he was clear that as a perceiver he had no effective combat means. While a flesh and blood gun could work against humans, it was as ineffective as a meat bun hitting a dog against anomalies. Thus he had to share the bizarre energy. I can help you find anomalies, but you need to share the bizarre energy with me. You can't expect me to work for free, right? Haha, how do you want to share? Yi Fan replied. His magnetic field perception could not recognize anomalies, and even if he could not determine their types and weaknesses through the magnetic field. He could only remember the magnetic field information he had come into contact with to sense human movements. After all, he was the main attacker of the electromagnetic sequence, and not a supportive perceiver sequence. The benefits he deserved could not be diminished. Yi Fan watched Long Yi leisurely sipping tea, not wanting to disturb him. This matter required careful consideration from anyone. The four at the camping table each sipped their tea in silence, with only the fat man's companion Qinglian still swaying. After 10 minutes, Long Yi spoke up. How about this? I will be responsible for finding anomalies with known weaknesses, or those that can be forcibly killed at the same level. You can decide whether to take action or not. My request is simple. For every 3 pieces of information about anomalies I provide you, you must help me seriously injure one anomaly of the same level, and then assist me in killing it. After all, with my sequence promoted, your efficiency in harvesting anomalies will also increase, right? If you provide me with information on 3 level 1 anomalies, but expect me to help kill 1 level 2 anomaly, that would be unreasonable. Yi Fan was the first to reject. Let's do it this way. Let's calculate based on a points system with your sequence level as the basis at a ratio of 1 to 3. You provide information on 3 anomalies of the same level, and we will help you kill 1 anomaly of the same level. If the provided anomalies are of a lower level, it will be calculated proportionally. The fat man understood and summarized, so the information on one level 1 anomaly counts only as 13 of a level 2 anomaly. To get us to take action, you'll need to provide 2 more level 1 anomalies and 2 level 2 anomalies information. Long Yi also understood that Yi Fan was just filling in the gaps in his plan. This way it could prioritize ensuring the combat power of the convoy was enhanced, and they could also better assist him in killing anomalies. Furthermore, as long as there were enough extraordinary individuals in the convoy, his speed of acquiring bizarre energy would also soar. He looked at Xiong Jiangwo, noticing that he seemed hesitant to speak, and asked Brother Jiangwo, "What do you think?" Xiong Jiangwo scratched his head awkwardly, and said, "I am not sure if I can kill the eerie creatures. Besides, can we really encounter so many easily defeated eerie beings?" Upon hearing this, the three exchanged glances, realizing they had overlooked this issue. Finally, Long Yi sighed helplessly and said, "Let's just decide this for now. If we meet eerie creatures later, we will deal with them step by step." What is this situation? We used to hope that the eerie creatures would stay far away from us, and now we are hoping they come to us quickly. Yi Fan laughed heartily, but we still need to be cautious. We can only handle a few eerie creatures. If we don't know their weaknesses, we have to avoid them as much as possible. Also, we haven't encountered level 3 eerie creatures yet, so we don't know their strength. We must stay cautious and avoid unnecessary risks. Don't worry, I naturally know how to tell. Long Yi nodded in response. Then he looked at Yi Fan curiously and asked, "So what ability does your Gluttony Sequence 3 have?" "Flesh Furnace." Yi Fan said calmly, "It's an explosive skill. In short, I can slaughter level 1 eerie creatures with ease at the moment. Against level 2 eerie creatures, I probably still need to exploit their weaknesses to kill them. I haven't encountered level 3 eerie creatures yet, so I don't know." Xiong Jiangwo looked at Yi Fan with envy. He was already a level 2 sequence. But the gap between him and Yi Fan was huge. When Yi Fan was level 2, he could already kill level 2 eerie creatures. His own level 2 grizzly bear sequence was too timid to confront even level 1 eerie creatures. Long Yi noticed Xiong Jiangwo's thoughts and poured him a cup of tea before speaking lightly. "Brother Jiangwo, I understand that you want to spend more time with your wife and daughter and avoid overusing your sequence powers. But you must understand the convoy will inevitably move toward the final destination. When you encounter stronger eerie creatures in the future, if your strength hasn't caught up, how will you protect them?" Yi Fan sipped his tea silently, saying nothing. He clearly knew that Xiong Jiangwo cared deeply for his wife and daughter. Such care might at some future moment endanger the safety of the convoy. This was why he was eager for the fatty to awaken into a transcendent sequence. His Gluttony Sequence was rapidly evolving on the path of explosive growth. He could not entrust his safety to someone burdened by family ties when he was weak. If one day someone threatened him by holding his wife and daughter hostage, demanding he kill himself, Yi Fan believed he would act without hesitation. Therefore, refraining from interfering with others' fates was all Yi Fan could do. They were just convoy teammates, survival partners. A mere reminder was enough. Xiong Jiangwo turned to glance at his vehicle, quietly sipping tea. Seeing this, Long Yi said no more. Some matters are better left at a hint. At that moment, Uncle Li approached quietly, saying, "Yi Fan, those fruits have been processed, totaling 540 gene. The Kunkan convoy has already taken their half. What shall we do with the remaining 270 gene?" Yi Fan looked at Xiong Jiangwo and said directly, "Uncle Jiangwo, let's split these 270 gene of red fruits evenly." Xiong Jiangwo was surprised and said, I didn't do much, just helped you carry them up. Besides, you climbed up by yourself, so you don't need to take so much. It's all right. These fruits are sweet and filling and should preserve well. Your daughter Xiong Xinxin will definitely love them. Consider it thanks for saving me in Yingtai town before." Upon hearing the fruits were sweet and knowing his daughter loved sweets, Xiong Jiangwo agreed. "All right then, thank you." Long Yi sighed quietly. "Xiong Jiangwo, you are truly too deeply entangled by your family. This life-saving favor will be lost, and you will regret it." And Yi Fan smiled cheerfully at Long Yi and then gestured for Uncle Li to bring over 30 gene of fruit. When the fruits arrived, he pushed them to Long Yi and said with a smile, "My Captain Long, here you go, don't be polite. These fruits are very filling." Long Yi naturally did not refuse and bit into a fruit immediately. The sweet juice burst in his mouth. The refreshing taste was exquisite. He praised repeatedly, "Not bad, these fruits are truly delicious." Yi Fan chuckled, "Haha, tasty, right? Then let's discuss the convoy supplies allocation. You know I have many transcendent ones on my side, so the 5-3-2 ratio for supplies distribution might not be quite fair, right?" PFT. Long Yi choked on the fruit at Yi Fan's words, coughing for a while before recovering. He looked at Yi Fan with a scowl and said, "I knew you, little fox, why are you suddenly so kind to give me so much food? You've been waiting for me here." Xiong Jiangwo opened his mouth, wanting to say the agreed rules shouldn't be changed on a whim, but thinking of Yi Fan's strength, he swallowed his words. The fatty silently sipped his tea, his symbiotic green lotus still swaying atop his head. Long Yi sighed helplessly and asked, "So what's your current idea?" Yi Fan smiled brightly. It's simple, just like before. You are responsible for sensing eerie creatures, and we will give you 20% of collected supplies as for how ordinary people handle it, that's up to you. Upon hearing this Ye's anger eased considerably. This way he would not lose out. 20% of supplies was substantial. Especially since Yi Fan had 2 large trucks. 20% of fully loaded trucks was a lot. But in the next moment Yi Fan continued, considering my vehicles are large trucks, and I will definitely upgrade to even larger capacity transports in the future. Then I will set the upper limit of my supplies contribution to 5 times that of Uncle Jangwo's. How about that? I am being generous, right? Long Yi gritted his teeth and growled. Yi Fan, you even want to scheme against me? Can't you show some consideration for a sick man like me? Captain Long, 5 times is already a lot, isn't it? I didn't say 3 times, which would have been generous enough. Can't you give a bit more? Long Yi said through clenched teeth. Yi Fan said, no, but I can give you an extra 10 gene of fruit now. Long Yi replied, deal. Yi Fan, damn, you tricked me again. Long Yi, you dug the hole first. Yi Fan, old fox. Long Yi, little fox. The fatty watched the two bickering like children, helplessly eating the red fruit Yi Fan had just given him. He toyed with the fruit pit in his hands, trying to use his plant cultivation ability to see if he could make it sprout. His transcendent power slowly condensed and flowed onto the pit. The next moment a scene that shocked everyone unfolded. Yi Fan did not care about the extra 10 pounds of fruit. With the fatty around, he believed there would always be fruit in the future, which is why he was so generous in using the fruit to pave the road this time. He just wanted to spar with the old fox Long Yi in a war of words. The two who had been bickering suddenly stopped as they realized the fatty had actually used his extraordinary ability. The fatty was completely focused on activating his plant growth ability, beads of cold sweat already forming on his forehead. Miraculously, a tiny seedling sprouted from the fruit pit in his hand. Long Yi looked at the scene in disbelief and murmured, little fox, what sequence has the fatty awakened? Gardener sequence. Yi Fan replied softly, sequence 1 is plant growth C. This will be our future cash cow. With him around, it will be hard for us to starve. Don't let him down in the future. Long Yi glared at Yi Fan and said, damn, I'm not that kind of person. He then solemnly watched as the seedling grew taller. This ability can actually cultivate plants. This sequence ability is incredible. Once the seedling poked its head out of the fruit pit, its growth rate soared. Just a moment ago, it had merely sprouted a small seedling, and now Long Yi saw it had already grown over 20 centimeters tall with roots sprouting abundantly from the fruit pit. This growth rate is insane, exclaimed Xiong Jangwo in astonishment. Yi Fan also did not expect that the fatty's plant growth ability would be this form. The fatty looked at the scene with immense joy. He placed the fruit pit on the ground and directly increased the output of his plant growth ability. In the next moment, everyone was astonished to see the seedling seemingly with a mind of its own as its roots burrowed into the soil. Then under the fatty's ability, it began to grow wildly. Soon it reached over 2 meters in height, and everyone in the convoy witnessed this miraculous scene. Look, what is that? Heavens, how did a tree grow out? That seems to be created by the fatty. Has he also become an extraordinary being? No kidding, isn't that obvious? I'm so envious. The excitement in the fatty's eyes intensified. He increased his effort again, and the fruit tree was about to climb towards 3 meters in height. In his excitement, the fatty forgot that he had just awakened his extraordinary ability, and the sustained intense use of his power caused him to feel a strong sense of dizziness. The fruit tree was about to bear small fruits. However, the fatty was already dizzy and could no longer hold on, collapsing onto the ground, interrupting the plant growth ability. Everyone watched in disbelief as the 2-meter-tall fruit tree withered and died in an instant, becoming a withered tree. In the distance, Zhao Shui stared blankly at this scene and asked Luing, Mom, is this what they call pulling up seedlings to help them grow? Yes, Ui. Luing was already so shocked that she stuttered. Yi Fan smiled as he helped the weary fatty up, asking with concern, are you okay? I'm fine, just overexerted. If I take it slow, it shouldn't die. As he spoke, he reached out to grab another fruit. Yi Fan smiled and said, you can eat, but don't try again, don't exhaust yourself. Young people need to learn moderation, understand? The fatty's outstretched hand stiffened, then he chuckled and picked up a fruit to eat, saying, ha, good, I think I roughly understand now, I'll try again after I rest. After the fatty rested for a while, Yi Fan and he walked towards the truck. The ordinary people around looked at the fatty with awe in their eyes. The fatty felt it, a deep-seated awe for the strong. Yi Fan smiled and said, that's how people are, they admire the strong. Although you have killed many people in the past, you are ultimately just an ordinary person, and they will always be unconvinced, thinking that if they have your Zhuge crossbow, they can do. However, once you become an extraordinary being, they will understand that you are no longer on the same level as them, and naturally, they will develop respect for you. At that moment, even if you were to squat down to relieve yourself, people would say it was fragrant. When you are strong, there will be great scholars to debate for you. The fatty chuckled, I don't need great scholars to debate for me, I just need girls to debate for me. You're amazing, Yi Fan exclaimed. That night, the extraordinary beings from both convoys gathered in front of a thick ice wall. Long Yi remarked, these two level 2 anomalies have actually created such a thick ice wall. This is so unscientific. The level 2 soul-eroding ice fog combined with the level 2 snow doll 1+1 is greater than 2. Their combined strength is probably close to the level 3 anomaly level. Unfortunately, they were unlucky to encounter Yi Fan's blood aura, which severely restrained them. Yes, it's fortunate to have met you all. If I had rushed in with a firecracker, I probably would have turned into an ice sculpture before getting close. Yi Fan reached out to touch the ice wall at surface, already melting into some water. He turned to Chen Kuan uncertainly asking, Chen Kuan, I remember your turtle shell needs to absorb water, right? Yeah, what's wrong? Chen Kuan asked, puzzled. Seeing the water droplet in Yi Fan's hand, he immediately understood. Are you suggesting I use the turtle shell to absorb the moisture here? Why not give it a try? Although it has melted a bit, we can't just brute force this ice wall. Chen Kuan looked down at the turtle shell on his right calf, and without hesitation, he stepped forward and brought his right foot close to the ice surface. After all, the introduction of forbidden items doesn't stipulate what kind of moisture must be absorbed. Thinking this way, could it be that even urine would work? Suddenly, Chen Kuan realized that once this line of thought opened up, his turtle shell might never absorb moisture from his body for the rest of his life. With so many people in the convoy, and everyone urinating daily, how could a small turtle shell not get enough moisture? The turtle shell, which was slowly absorbing moisture from the ice surface, seemed to sense its master's wicked thoughts, and its absorption speed suddenly increased significantly. Seeing the turtle shell truly absorbing the water droplets from the ice surface, and the speed increasing, everyone couldn't help but smile. Chen Kuan chuckled. It looks like we'll be able to leave here tonight. Lu Li exchanged glances with Chen Kuan. Then Lu Li smiled at Yi Fan and the others, saying, we plan to leave once the ice wall breaks tonight. What about you? Shall we leave together? Long Yi thought leaving together was a good idea, and was about to speak when Yi Fan spoke first. Then Yi Fan looked at Long Yi, smiling as he said, Captain Long, you just woke up and your body is still weak. You should take a good rest for now. Though Long Yi did not understand why Yi Fan chose not to leave with them, he did not question him. He followed Yi Fan's lead, saying, right, our convoy is planning to rest for another night before setting off. You all go ahead, perhaps we will catch up later since the roads are the same. Lu Li laughed heartily, saying, haha, great. We are all on the same route, so we will definitely meet up. In the future we might even need your convoy's help. It's just mutual assistance. Chen Kuan's turtle shell absorbed water at a remarkable speed, quickly creating a significant gap in the ice wall. Chen Kuan looked at his creation with great satisfaction. He had spent a long time studying this turtle shell yesterday, only to find that it was a useless forbidden item capable of negating only about 10 of damage. Because this 10 required him to constantly provide it with a water source, and he also risked having his boat's moisture drained by it, it was not worth it. However, it now seemed that the forbidden item was not useless, it was just that the usage scenario was incorrect. After estimating, he figured it would take about half an hour to completely break through and create a path wide enough for a vehicle to pass. Lily, we can set off in half an hour, but I plan to wait a bit longer to allow the turtle shell to absorb more. You should have the convoy come over here and wait. The four extraordinary beings from the destination convoy stood quietly to the side, watching as Kuan Kun's convoy members busily worked. An hour later, the all-terrain vehicle from Kuan Kun's convoy set off directly ahead. Chen Kuan leaned out and shouted, Yi Fan, until we meet again. Yi Fan laughed heartily, saying, safe travels. After Kuan Kun's convoy left, the fatty asked in confusion, Fan Z, why aren't we leaving with them? Isn't it better to travel together for mutual protection? Yi Fan chuckled, it's simple, if there's danger ahead we let them lead the way for us. Oh, the fatty was shocked, thinking, is that even possible? Long Yi had already figured it out. He shook his head helplessly, saying, it's just a question of probability. In the apocalypse, no one knows whether danger is coming from the front or the back. But Yi Fan was right, it was wiser for us to rest well before setting off. Yi Fan secretly thought to himself, rest? Nonsense. I just advanced to sequence 3 and am now full of energy. Ooh, I want to wait for tomorrow's daily intelligence system refresh. The members of the convoy quickly learned that they would be setting off early the next morning. Everyone quietly took the opportunity to rest, knowing that once the convoy set off, it would not be easy to rest properly. That night, many people began to indulge again. Pleasant songs poured out from each vehicle, and naturally the MVP of the music concert, Gu Yantianho, was not absent. Surprisingly, this concert also showcased a powerful support performer, a new generation singer from the fatty's vehicle. Her bright voice combined with Gu Yan's beautiful singing led the entire concert to one climax after another. Long Yi and Uncle Li sat in the car with Long Yi looking bewildered as he listened to this extraordinary concert. He looked at Uncle Li in confusion, asking, Uncle Li, what's going on? When did they start singing so freely? Uncle Li explained the grand scene of the last concert, causing Long Yi's mouth to twitch in disbelief. What on earth had Yi Fan done to his convoy? Damn it, they've created a unique cultural identity for the convoy. However, the continuous waves of climax stirred Long Ye's heart, gradually igniting his passion. He cleared his throat and spoke. Ahem, Uncle Lee, the moon is very round tonight. Do you want to go out and enjoy the moon? Uncle Lee was taken aback upon hearing this, then laughed, saying, Haha, how did you know that I used to love moon gazing? It's rare to have this leisure time. I'll go enjoy it. After finishing, Uncle Lee smiled and got out of the car. However, as he stepped out and looked at the dark clouds in the sky, the corners of his mouth twitched. Uncle Lee shook his head helplessly and pulled out a chair to sit down. Meanwhile, Long Yi, unable to wait any longer after Uncle Lee got out, took out his coveted witch's vanity mirror. Long Yi gently caressed the back of the mirror with his right hand, revealing a tender expression as he said, Sorry for keeping you waiting after being unconscious for a few days. The vanity mirror slowly transformed into a human shape. Upon hearing this sound, Uncle Lee sighed and facepalmed. Young people really hard to understand. They waste their youth on all sorts of strange games. A middle-aged woman approached with a smile. Uncle Lee looked up and saw it was Aunt Lee, who he had heard lost her husband in his 20s and had never remarried. What is she here for? Aunt Lee shyly asked. Brotherly, may I sit beside you? The next morning, Yi Fan, comfortably resting on Gu Yan's lap, was abruptly awakened by the sound of the daily intelligence system. Ding! Today's random intelligence has been delivered. At 8:00 a.m. on July 9th, 2045, on the 6th day of the apocalypse, congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to Sequence 3. According to the host's route, there is a convoy practicing slavery ahead, and surprises await you there. Interesting, the system is actually trying to tease me. Yi Fan opened his eyes and looked out at the desolate apocalypse scene, feeling contemplative as he said, It's only the 6th day of the apocalypse, yet it feels like so much time has passed. Gu Yan cuddled Yi Fan, her arms pressing against his, making him feel incredibly comfortable. She said, Yeah, I feel like so much time has passed too. The first few days were spent constantly fleeing, and only these past 2 days have we been able to relax a little. Gu Yan rested her head on Yi Fan's shoulder, her delicate demeanor increasing Yi Fan's protective instinct. A gentle breeze blew and cheerful songs once again filled Yi Fan's vehicle. Soon the convoy set off again towards the northwest. They needed to quickly reach the next city for resupply. Previously, they had fled in the opposite direction from the pursuit of the soul-devouring ice mist, and now the entire convoy basically just had to drive back along the same route. Everyone hoped to return to the spot where they had been attacked by the giant wolf pack in order to see if they could find any leftover food there. Even if the extraordinary beings looked down on these scraps of food, at least they could help ordinary people hold out a little longer. Moreover, they could find some gasoline in the vehicle. Yi Fan was looking forward to whether any giant wolf corpses would still be left. It had only been 2 days since their death, and he wondered how long the freshness of this exotic beast meat would last. However, if they couldn't eat it, that was fine, or it could still be used as fertilizer for the plant-growing techniques for fatty. Their demand for meat was truly increasing, as long as it was an exotic beast, they could maximize its use. Moreover, Yi Fan had discovered a hidden benefit of the flesh-melting furnace. It could save a significant amount of storage space. Before setting off, he had eaten all the giant wolf meat left in the vehicle, directly converting it into blood energy stored within his flesh-melting furnace. Thus, only a small portion of the supplies brought from Huaqing remained in the 2 trucks. This was the first time these 2 trucks had traveled light after carrying such heavy loads for so long. But he didn't know what the rules would be in the next city. If he could find a large vegetable market, a large supermarket, a meat wholesale market, or a slaughterhouse, he would definitely empty. If only the Gluttony Sequence could allow him to feed without using his mouth, it would be great if food could just fly into his mouth when he opened it. He still reminisced about the time before the apocalypse when he could eat meat in a buffet. He really wanted to have another bite of beef. By the way, it shouldn't just be food that can replenish blood energy. Some medicinal herbs might work as well. Ginseng. With this thought, Yi Fan's eyes gradually brightened. Great ideas were gradually expanding. Gu Yan, what else do you think can replenish blood energy besides meat? Driving, Gu Yan looked at Yi Fan with curiosity, then immediately understood the reason behind his question. She recalled and said, It seems that ginseng, astragalus, red dates, and goji berries can all work. What about things like the complete nourishing pill? Since Gu Yan drove the truck once, she realized it wasn't that difficult, so she volunteered to drive from now on. Even if Gu Yan hadn't brought it up, Yi Fan was prepared to request this. He didn't want a woman who just took advantage of them. Moreover, only with Gu Yan driving could his hands be freed, allowing him to place things wherever he wanted. The complete nourishing pill, huh? Yi Fan wasn't sure if the blood energy provided by these medicinal herbs would be better than eating meat, nor did he know where the herbs were abundant. He immediately grabbed the intercom and contacted Old Zhao's truck, sharing his thoughts with Lu Ying. After listening to Yi Fan, Lu Ying replied, Brother Fan, those things are generally not well stocked unless we find a large traditional Chinese medicine hospital, a Chinese medicine clinic, or a Chinese medicine pharmaceutical company. Only then would the cost effectiveness of collecting them be high. Yi Fan could only helplessly move step by step. Once they reached the new city, he would let Long Yi use his mirror to search if there was a chance they could check it out. The convoy quickly returned to the place attacked by the giant wolves where corpses and car wreckage lay scattered. The Kuan convoy had clearly passed this way, but they hadn't touched the supplies here. It seems they left this for us. Fatty, getting out of the car, said with a smile, these two are quite principled. Yes, they are smart people and wouldn't do foolish things. Yi Fan said lightly. If they dared to take the supplies here, that would be offending their convoy. Not to mention whether they would end up fighting later. At least, if the Kuan convoy encountered danger, the end of the road convoy would definitely not help. Even if Yi Fan and the others looked down on these scraps, greed was the original sin. The ordinary people in the convoy were excitedly rummaging through the wreckage to find usable supplies, and they even found 2 cars that could still run. Yi Fan directly took one of Fatty, and Wu Zuming's family also had their own car again. Wu Xueming was very touched, but when Yi Fan asked about the research progress, he almost got scared. He had been too busy singing these past few nights. He could only say reluctantly, it's almost done. I have some ideas now, ha. Yi Fan glanced at him and said nothing. In any case, Yi Fan didn't hold out too much hope. If there was something that would be great, if not, it was just a dead person. Eating a free meal was not good. Soon the convoy set off again towards the northwest. Yi Fan glanced at the guiding pointer in his right hand. Could its only function really be to guide? So far they had wiped out the 2 convoys of Chunhai and Luing, but they had no guiding pointers. Moreover, judging by their accents, they seemed to have come from the direction of Hua. He had previously discussed this issue with Chun Kuan and Lu Li and found out that they had actually escaped from the North City convoy. North City is over 500 kilometers away from Huaqing. 2 convoys coming out from different cities had converged onto the same route. After setting out from Huaqing, their convoy had headed northeast, while the Kuan convoy had headed directly north. This meant that convoys from different cities would gradually converge onto the same route. Based on the daily intelligence systems reports and Long Yi's descriptions, it was inferred that there would be many such routes. Therefore, since everyone's goal is the final destination, these routes would inevitably continue to converge and merge. Just like the tributaries of a great river, countless small tributaries converge into a larger one until they ultimately flow into the sea. But what is this sea? What is the goal we are continuously advancing towards? Apocalypse, you have so many secrets. After finishing gathering supplies, the convoy set off again, and the following journey was peaceful. Time slowly arrived at midnight. Yi Fan, resting with closed eyes, glanced at the red moon in the night sky. He calmly spoke in his heart system, I want to customize today's intelligence. I want to know what our ultimate goal is as humanity moving along this route, or rather what exactly is this so-called final destination. Although I know I should customize intelligence related to my electromagnetic sequence at this time, as that is the optimal solution. But I really want to know, is this the end of the world? This time, Yi Fan received the shortest answer from the daily intelligence system in history, just 7 words. However, it stirred up a storm in his heart. He thought the end of the world would be cruel enough, but little did he expect that what he saw was merely the tip of the iceberg. He took a deep breath, believing that with the daily intelligence system, he would surely go the farthest in this apocalypse. Yi Fan gazed at the desolate scenery outside the car. For an entire day, all he could see were endless stretches of yellow earth devoid of trees, slopes, or rivers. Not to mention the strange beasts and anomalies. The only sound in this barren land was the roar of the engines from the convoy. Initially, everyone was relieved that the day was going so smoothly. It was rare to have such a calm moment since the apocalypse began. But as the sun gradually rose the next day, the endless yellow earth still lay before them, causing everyone's hearts to grow restless and uneasy. All along, the sword of Damocles hanging over their heads came from the threats of anomalies and strange beasts. But at this moment, everyone began to worry about their gasoline, food, and water. No one knew how much longer they would be stuck in this yellow earth. Even Yi Fan began to doubt whether there was a problem with the route. During this time, he frequently glanced at the guiding pointer, constantly confirming the direction of the vehicle. But the direction was correct, their path was fine. There was nothing he could do, he could only wait and see if today's random information would provide some insight. Ding! Today's random information has arrived. On July 10th, 2045, at 8:00 a.m. on the 7th day of the apocalypse, there exists a vast area of yellow earth at the edge of Biama City. Resources are extremely scarce here, but it is also the safest place. After all, even the anomalies and strange beasts do not want to stay here. Once you leave the yellow earth area, you will enter the desert region of Biama City. It is recommended that the host conserve resource consumption as much as possible. Additionally, the representative is coming. How will you choose host? Yi Fan took a deep breath and picked up the walkie-talkie, saying, Long Yi, let's pass through this area at full speed. Oh, we don't have much supplies left and can't afford to linger here. Just as Long Yi was about to say something, he saw Yi Fan's 2 trucks speeding ahead. Long Yi took a deep breath. Since Yi Fan was leading the way, he could only follow. Uncle Li, speed up and follow. The originally evenly paced convoy quickly accelerated, forming a long line. By around 5 in the afternoon, Yi Fan, who had been resting his eyes, suddenly heard Gu Yan's excited shout. Look, that's the Gobi Desert. Yi Fan opened his eyes wide, realizing that what lay ahead was no longer a stretch of yellow earth, but rather a sudden appearance of white with some hills. The Gobi Desert. Are we finally getting out of this damned yellow earth? Yi Fan finally revealed a look of excitement on his face. He took out the walkie-talkie and shouted, Long, Yi, we finally exited the yellow earth. Let's rest for a while in that Gobi Desert ahead. Be sure to keep an eye on the surroundings. Alright. Long Yi also noticed the Gobi Desert ahead and felt incredibly excited. After nearly 2 days of looking at yellow earth, he was about to go crazy if they didn't get out soon. As they gradually approached the Gobi Desert, they discovered that there were signs of human habitation rising from the shaded area of the desert. At that moment, the voice of the fat man came through the walkie-talkie. He shouted, Fan Z, something feels off. I saw signs of a struggle through my scope. There might be trouble over there. Guyan, stop the car. Yi Fan immediately shouted. Is this the slave convoy mentioned in the information? I want to see what surprises you have in store for me. Then he took out the walkie-talkie and shouted, Long, Yi, can you sense the situation over there? My magnetic field perception range isn't enough. Long Yi also noticed the anomaly, but in his perception there were no strange beasts or anomalies, only humans. The convoy was still at least 5 kilometers away from the Gobi Desert, and his perception glasses couldn't detect anything there. So Long Yi said, there are no anomalies nor strange beasts. Let's cautiously approach and see. As long as we get within 1 kilometer, my perception glasses will pick. Yi Fan did not refuse and said, Guyan, approach carefully and be ready to leave at any moment. Okay. Yi Fan fixed his gaze on the direction of the Gobi Desert and shouted into the walkie-talkie, Long Yi, mind link. In the next moment, Yi Fan felt his spirit connect with something, and Long Yi's voice immediately rang in his ears. What's wrong? Long Yi, maintain the mind link. Let's slowly approach. If we can fight well, eliminate them. Xiong Zhengwo asked in confusion. Why? Uncle, how much fuel do you have left in your truck? The fat man said irritably, can you guarantee you'll definitely get resupplied later? What if we run out of fuel on the road? Then, Xiong Zhengwo hesitated. But he was directly interrupted by Yi Fan, who impatiently said, Uncle, if you don't want to harm the innocent, then you don't have to act. We can handle this ourselves. Long Yi clearly understood what Yi Fan did not say. If you don't take action, then don't expect any resources. Long Yi chuckled and said, alright, I'll keep an eye on it with the perception glasses. Just then Gu Yan suddenly shouted, Yi Fan, look over there. At that moment, the hearts of everyone in the survivor convoy sank, as if their hearts were being tightly squeezed by something, making it extremely uncomfortable. They even felt somewhat breathless. Everyone struggled to turn their heads toward the west, where something was flying towards them in the sky. The convoy on the Gobi Desert also noticed the approach of Yi Fan's convoy. No one panicked, they were all excited. Especially the man dressed in a red robe at the center, who at that moment was holding a tall red wine glass, swirling the bright red liquid inside. At his feet lay a stunning woman, completely bare, and he was stepping on her with his bare feet. He listened to his subordinates reporting on the convoy situation, grinning, as he said, more new slaves have come to us, huh? But the next moment his smile froze instantly, because he also felt that terrifying pressure. He suddenly stood up, staring incredulously at the thing flying from the west, and shouted in terror, what is that? The fat man trembled, and said, Fan Z, that thing looks like a dragon. Yi Fan could clearly see that this was indeed a giant dragon. Moreover, it was a skeletal dragon. Yi Fan didn't know how to describe this creature. Its entire body was basically nothing but bones, yet there were still plenty of flesh remnants clinging to it. The only part of it that remained intact was its head, although its face was obviously crushed. This creature seemed as if it had been beaten by some existence and discarded halfway through eating. However, no one dared to underestimate it, because the suffocating pressure emanated from it. Yi Fan growled in a low voice. He didn't know whether this creature was a monstrosity or an exotic beast, but it was clear that its level was not low. He could only hope it wasn't like that iron abomination. When he was in Iron Camp, he had also experienced similar pressure emanating from that level 5 iron abomination. At that time, the iron abomination was still in a sealed state, but the skeletal dragon before him was not sealed. Could this creature be the emissary mentioned in the intelligence report? Shouldn't this be the emissary dragon? The skeletal dragon before Yi Fan emitted a magnetic field unlike anything he had ever sensed. It was nearly 5 times stronger than himself. Even though Yi Fan was in the explosive state of his physical furnace, which granted him a 3-fold enhancement of his physical abilities. Yet this creature's combat power was simply too extraordinary. Long Yi smiled wryly and said, the highest level I can discern is level 4 for monstrosities and exotic beasts. It must be at least level 5 or above. Upon hearing this, everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning, staring in disbelief at the skeletal dragon floating before them. Its eyeballs had been excavated, and its eye sockets flickered with what looked like ghostly flames. On the Gobi Desert, the members of the convoy stood frozen, watching the scene unfold. None of them dared to speak, fearing that even a careless word might attract the skeletal dragon's attention. The man in the red robe breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the skeletal dragon wasn't coming to cause them trouble. He coldly stared at the convoy ahead, wondering if those fellows had obtained something extraordinary to attract such a creature. The flying skeletal dragon slowly opened its mouth, and a thin stream of blue-hot flame surged forth. Yi Fan's expression tightened as he was startled by the flame and instinctively sidestepped. However, that flame seemed merely to be the creature exhaling who had no intention of attacking. The skeletal dragon slowly flew above the convoy. As everyone beheld its 50-meter-long body, even though it was nothing but bones, the terror of being gazed upon by such a massive creature lingered deeply in everyone's hearts. If this skeletal dragon wanted to kill them, could they really resist? The skeletal dragon slowly lowered its massive head, and tiny flames flickered from its hollow eye sockets. It spoke human language, its voice heavy yet filled with arrogance. "Lowly human ants, you are fortunate. My master, the great emissary of Hu Yu, permits you to become the chosen one of the Hu Yu faction." Immediately after, it spat out a bottle of golden potion from its mouth, a transparent vial containing a few drops of rich golden liquid. As soon as everyone saw it, they could not tear their eyes away. It was as if they inherently recognized what this was: the Extraordinary Promotion Potion, also known as the Extraordinary Awakening Potion. Its function was simple: drink it, and an extraordinary person's sequence could be directly promoted by one level. If an ordinary person drank it, they would directly awaken their extraordinary sequence, and might even ascend to level 2. Then the skeletal dragon continued, "As long as you agree to become the chosen one, this bottle of basic extraordinary promotion potion will be yours." The small blue flames continuously spewed from the skeletal dragon's nostrils and mouth, and its heavy words felt like a demon's whisper, stirring the greed within people's hearts. The members of the convoy's eyes gradually turned red. They didn't care what a chosen one was, they only knew that agreeing would grant them a basic extraordinary promotion potion. This was a potion capable of directly promoting extraordinary beings below level 3. The temptation was too great. Many wanted to speak up and agree. After all, the skeletal dragon hadn't named anyone specifically, so perhaps they had a chance. Perhaps just agreeing would allow them to become extraordinary beings, and even at level 2. Who could resist such temptation? However, when they tried to open their mouths to speak, they were horrified to find that they couldn't open their mouths at all. It was as if someone was firmly pressing down on their chins. The harder they tried to open their jaws, the stronger the resistance they felt. Realizing this, the crowd displayed expressions of terror as the greed that had surfaced in their minds was instantly washed away by fear. Once they calmed down, they realized that how could such a thing be something ordinary people like them could touch? At this moment, Xiong Jiangwo felt the same. He too desperately wanted that extraordinary promotion potion. If he drank it, he would directly ascend to sequence 3, and then he could adequately protect his wife and daughter. He was well aware that his strength was far too weak in front of Yi Fan. The earlier discussions about resource allocation, as well as Yi Fan's intention to decisively grant him half of the red fruits, had made him realize that Yi Fan no longer. His strength had been left far behind by Yi Fan. Understanding this, he craved even greater power. Even though he knew in his heart that the skeletal dragon was talking to Yi Fan. But what if? Yet even though he was a gray bear sequence with his physical strength enhanced twice by his sequence ability, he still could not resist this feeling of resistance. He was a level 2 gray bear sequence focused on strength enhancement, yet even if he wanted to transform into a great gray bear and forcibly seize that extraordinary promotion potion, he couldn't muster any extraordinary power at this moment. A chill shot up from his tailbone to the crown of his head. Was this the power of the skeletal dragon? He couldn't even think of resisting, let alone move. Could he truly protect them being just a level 2 sequence? The skeletal dragon's voice was loud enough that even the man in the red robe by the gobi heard it. He fixed his gaze on the basic extraordinary promotion potion, his heart racing. He let out a sinister laugh, his mouth curling into a wicked grin resembling that of a crooked-mouthed dragon king. As long as he obtained the promotion potion, he would directly ascend to level 3, and then once he devoured the convoy ahead, he would undoubtedly become the king in this. That thing is mine. Without any hesitation, he charged towards the direction of the convoy. He dashed out at an incredible speed akin to a streak of red lightning. However, the closer he approached the position of the skeletal dragon, the slower his speed became, as if he had plunged into a thick swamp, facing immense resistance. He looked up at the enormous skeletal dragon with a pale face, realizing that something was amiss. He wanted to retreat, but found himself completely immobilized. He couldn't even activate his extraordinary abilities. How could this be possible? Shocked, he thought, how could this skeletal dragon be so powerful? Was it going to leave him no chance of survival? Seeing that Yi Fan made no move, the skeletal dragon spoke slowly again. "Ant, what are you hesitating for? This is a great opportunity granted to you by the magnificent messenger of the foolish god. Drink it, and you can become the chosen one under the great messenger of the foolish god." Yi Fan watched as the golden potion floated gently in front of him. It seemed that by merely raising his hand to take it, he could become the chosen one spoken of. Yi Fan turned to look at the others, discovering that their eyes were filled with terror. Were they unable to move? Then he looked at Long Yi, signaling him to initiate a mental whisper, but all he saw in Long Yi's eyes was fear and panic. Could he no longer use his abilities? In the distance, the man in the red robe saw the beginner's extraordinary upgrade potion flying toward a man in the crowd and felt extremely anxious. When he saw that the man was shaking his head and looking around as if nothing were happening, he was instantly horrified. How could this be possible? Couldn't he feel that overwhelming pressure? Although Yi Fan could sense the pressure emanating from the skeletal dragon, he was not completely immobilized like the others. It seemed that this was the skeletal dragon's intention to force him to make a choice. Chosen one, spokesperson, messenger of the foolish god. Interesting, so that's how it is. Were those mysterious beings the so-called messengers? But how many messengers are there exactly? Is the role of the spokesperson merely to seek out chosen ones for these messengers? In other words, these so-called messengers cannot act freely. Or at least they won't come here in person. Yi Fan watched with great interest as the skeletal dragon hovered above him, its hollow eye sockets flickering with blue flames. In Yi Fan's magnetic field perception, the life magnetic field intensity of the skeletal dragon before him was merely twice his own. The beginner's extraordinary upgrade potion spewed from its mouth contained a life magnetic field that was actually 3 times his own. Yi Fan couldn't believe that a skeletal dragon, which was only twice as powerful as him, could suppress them to the point of immobility, unable to even use their extraordinary abilities freely. This was unreasonable, and all of this change occurred when this creature expelled the extraordinary upgrade potion. He stared at the potion before him. It was definitely something unusual. He had a feeling that as long as he reached out to grab it, he would be signing some mysterious contract with the skeletal dragon, or rather with the messenger of the foolish god behind it. System, I want to customize today's information. Tell me, does this bottle of extraordinary upgrade potion have any traps? How can I avoid this trap? Yi Fan was unconcerned about the skeletal dragon, for in his perception, the energy intensity of the skeletal dragon was certainly inferior to his own in a state of explosive power. Moreover, this creature was merely a beast. As long as it was a flesh and blood being with a lower life magnetic field than his own, he had nothing to fear. If this creature were truly bizarre, Yi Fan might have been wary of it, but alas, it was not. Therefore, what he needed to address now was the issue of this extraordinary upgrade potion. As long as he could resolve the hidden dangers within, he could enhance his electromagnetic sequence. At that point, with a level 3 Devour sequence in his left hand and a level 2 electromagnetic sequence in his right, who among humanity could possibly rival him? Ding. Customized information request received. Today's customized information has been delivered from the extraordinary upgrade potion granted by the messenger of the foolish god. Please note it contains the curse power of the messenger of the foolish god. After consuming this bottle of extraordinary upgrade potion, the host's soul will be tainted by the messenger of the foolish god, and there will be no possibility of escaping its control for the rest of one's life. The information system rarely experienced a second pause in information delivery, the first being when it answered the question of the ultimate destination, which lasted a full 10 minutes. This time the information system only paused for a few seconds, then continued to resonate in his mind. To avoid being tainted by the curse of the messenger of the foolish god, simply let someone else bear this curse. Seeing this, Yi Fan was astonished. No wonder the skeletal dragon so casually placed this bottle of extraordinary upgrade potion before him, as if it were unafraid of him snatching it away. It turned out it was hoping he would take it. Once he reached out to touch it, it would be tantamount to selling his own soul. Yi Fan would never do something so foolish. No wonder everyone else was suppressed and unable to move. It was to prevent others from stealing it and triggering the curse of the messenger of the foolish god. Interesting, Yi Fan never expected that this curse power could be so easily cracked. As long as he found his scapegoat right. Yi Fan smiled as he looked at the skeletal dragon ahead. It was merely twice as strong as him. Was this its true power? Oh, no, this skeletal dragon clearly appeared to have been nearly consumed by someone before being discarded to deliver a message. Its current strength was probably at its weakest. And what are you laughing at? Do you want to die? The skeletal dragon realized Yi Fan was actually laughing at it and deduced that it was mockery. The blue flames flickered violently in the skeletal dragon's eye sockets, and Yi Fan observed its demeanor, sensing it seemed angry. Yi Fan spoke up. Hey, I'm curious, were you discarded by that great messenger of the foolish god after being half-eaten? Hearing this, everyone was left dumbfounded, and upon recalling the scattered flesh on the skeletal dragon, they suddenly understood Yi Fan's implication. But could this really be possible? Such a powerful being was treated as food. Upon hearing this, the blue flames in the skeletal dragon's eye sockets momentarily shrank to their deepest point, and Yi Fan clearly saw that this creature's body was actually trembling slightly. Is it really like that? In the next moment, the skeletal dragon immediately reacted, realizing that the being standing before it was just an ant-like human. Bastard! You dare mock the great Tulu's dragon. You scoundrel, I will kill you. From the hollow eye sockets of the skeletal dragon, Tulu's blue flames erupted fiercely. It rushed toward Yifan swiftly, its right claw striking down fiercely. Yifan squinted his eyes, standing still, without any movement, not believing that this skeletal dragon would dare to attack. Moreover, in his magnetic field perception, the life magnetic field fluctuations of the skeletal dragon were not significant when it angrily struck, consistently remaining at twice its own strength. Therefore, it was not his opponent. He needed a surprise attack, and the shorter the distance the better. The skeletal dragon charging towards him was just what he wanted. Besides, it was already half-eaten by the call of the Void Envoy, and had come all the way to deliver a potion to him, which was akin to saving its life. If it killed him in a fit of rage, its fate would surely be sealed. After delivering the potion, it might even survive. If it messed this up, it might truly be doomed. Since the call of the Void Envoy could place a curse on the Transcendent Enhancement Potion, it must certainly be able to impose restrictions on this skeletal dragon. Otherwise, the skeletal dragon would have fled with the potion long ago. As the giant claw, as massive as a truck, was about to strike down, everyone in the convoy displayed expressions of despair, unable to imagine any way for them to survive once that claw landed. Yifan snorted coldly and shouted, "Are you not afraid of the call of the Void Envoy if you destroy the Transcendent Enhancement Potion?" The claw of the Tulu's skeletal dragon abruptly halted in midair, the blue flames swirling violently as it angrily opened its mouth and said, "Human, do you truly wish to become the chosen?" Wait, I'm considering. Yifan understood in his heart that as long as he did not refuse this, Tulu's would not dare to act against him. It seems that the call of the Void Envoy is indeed quite terrifying. Look at how scared it is, not daring to take action against him with just a single sentence. How about this, Lord Tulu's? Come down, don't fly so high, my neck is getting tired. Let's have a good chat. You tell me about the call of the Void Envoy. How does that sound? Yifan smiled and took slow steps towards Tulu's. He noticed that the Transcendent Enhancement Potion did not move along with him. So, was this pressure controlled by Tulu's or by the call of the Void? Human, do not overreach. Tulu's said angrily. Lord Tulu's, not only have you invited me to become the Chosen One, but others have also invited me to become the Guardian. I also don't know how to choose. Lord Tulu's, could you tell me more about the call of the Void? Yifan said with a smile. At this moment, the benefits of the daily information system were evident. A information disparity can sometimes determine the outcome of a battle. Upon hearing this, Tulu's eyes, which had been flickering with blue flames, suddenly quieted down, fixating on the slowly approaching Yifan. This human being chosen by the call of the Void Envoy is indeed not simple. His ability to survive was also thanks to this guy. Moreover, as long as this fellow is willing to become the Chosen One, then his mission would be considered completed, and perhaps the call of the Void Envoy would no longer see him as food. This human being chosen by the call of the Void Envoy is indeed not simple. His ability to survive was also the call of the Gator Envoy invited you to become a Guardian. Oh, interesting. Is the backing behind the Guardian called Gator? Yifan smiled and replied, yes. I accidentally killed 3 Guardians before, and perhaps the call of the Gator Envoy thought I was too powerful, so he wanted to invite me to become a Guardian. The call of the Gator Envoy invited you to become a Guardian. Oh, interesting. Is the backing behind the Guardian called Gator? Yifan replied cheerfully, Lord Tulu's, aside from the Transcendent Enhancement Potion, do you have anything else for me? You little human, a bottle of basic Transcendent Enhancement Potion is enough to demonstrate the importance the call of the Void Envoy places on you. Do not overreach. Yifan displayed a look of regret, then immediately curiously asked Lord Tulu's, what level of beast are you? Is the call of the Void Envoy hard to get along with? Yifan's voice grew smaller, as if he was afraid of being discovered while probing for secrets. Upon hearing this, Tulu's instinctively trembled, causing a cloud of yellow dust to rise from the ground. It trembled and said, the great call of the Void Envoy is very easy to get along with. It's just that the great envoy likes to eat dragon meat. Then Lord Tulu's, may I ask what level of beast you are? Level 5. Human, why are you so chatty? Hurry up and take the Transcendent Enhancement Potion and leave. I have to go. Seeing Tulu's already growing impatient, Yifan realized he probably wouldn't get much more information. At this moment, he had walked up to Tulu's, already aware that the pressure came from the Transcendent Enhancement Potion. In his magnetic field perception, the potion remained floating in place, without moving. The farther he was from the potion, the less pressure he felt. And from Tulu's earlier words, this skeletal dragon likely could no longer control the Transcendent Well then, I'm sorry. Yifan smiled mischievously at the skeletal dragon before him, and said, Lord Tulu's, I also want to find out how dragon meat really tastes. What? Tulu's momentarily failed to react. But how could Yifan give it any time to respond? At the moment he spoke, the blood-chi aura immediately enveloped Yifan. The flesh furnace in his abdomen erupted explosively within him. In an instant, Yifan seemed to ignite, a terrifying high temperature surging from his body. At this moment, to the dragon, Yifan even appeared distorted. He knew this was because the temperature in that area was too high, causing the light to distort as it passed through. This phenomenon was common, easily observable when using a gas stove at home. However, seeing this phenomenon occur on a person was simply unbelievable. The surrounding yellow dust was instantly blown away by the surging high temperature, and white steam rapidly dispersed from Yi. The frost blade appeared in his right hand, quickly enveloped by the blood chi aura, the intense heat causing the frost blade to glow red. Continue chatting. No, having the information system was enough. Earlier conversations were merely a means to approach it. In a state of explosive combustion, Yi Fan's body functions were tripled. Continue chatting. No, having the information system was enough. Earlier conversations were merely a means to approach it. In a state of explosive combustion, Yi Fan's body functions were tripled as he instantly closed the distance to Toulouse. The skeletal dragon Toulouse realized he had been played the moment he saw Yi Fan charging forward. How dare a mere insect mock Toulouse? He was doomed. The dragon's mouth suddenly opened wide and blue flames coalesced within, ready to incinerate the human at a mere thought. The terrifying aura emanating from Yi Fan made even Toulouse tremble in fear. In its prime, such a pressure would have been nothing to Toulouse. One slap could easily crush Yi Fan. Yet now it had been reduced to mere bones, its strength diminished to almost nothing. Toulouse could not comprehend how this human had suddenly grown so powerful. At this moment it could not defeat this human, or it had to flee. Once its strength was restored, no matter how Yi Fan struggled, he would not escape its grasp. Toulouse believed that the god of foolishness would not blame him. Without a moment's hesitation, he flapped his wings and prepared to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yi Fan leaped into the air, thrusting the cold radiant spear directly toward the dragon's massive head. Toulouse ignored Yi Fan's attack. He was a magnificent dragon. How foolish of this human to aim for its scales, not knowing that dragon scales were the hardest part of its body. Humans are indeed foolish creatures. Toulouse's weakness is clearly behind its head, yet it chooses to attack my strongest defense. Toulouse mocked disdainfully as his massive claw lunged towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan snorted coldly. He had surely thought of that, but there was no time to circle around. That would only alert Toulouse, and he would lose the element of surprise. This foolish dragon had likely forgotten how its face had been struck by the great god of foolishness. Toulouse mocked disdainfully as his massive claw lunged towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan snorted coldly. He had surely thought of that, but there was no time to circle around. Roar! Toulouse roared in anger, its form quickly flipping into the air, dragging Yi Fan along with it. Yi Fan did not stop his attack. The blood energy surrounding him immediately contracted, extending along his right hand to the tip of the cold radiant spear. The blood energy surged into Toulouse's wound, and the terrifying heat ignited its entire brain. Under the searing heat, the dense flesh of Toulouse's brain softened instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Fan plunged the spear in, easily piercing through its entire brain. As the horrendous heat passed through its brain, it vaporized the brain tissue in an instant. Toulouse's body suddenly stiffened in midair, its wings drooping uselessly as the massive dragon plummeted toward. The onlookers in the convoy gaped at this scene. As Toulouse took flight, they felt the oppressive pressure on them suddenly ease. The pressure remained, but they could barely move. They gazed in shock at the battle between Yi Fan and Toulouse, which was a complete massacre. Yi Fan was actually slaughtering this terrifying dragon. Yi Fan, how could he be so strong? Long Yi said in disbelief. Wow, Fanzi is incredible. I just awakened, and he's already slaying dragons. The little monkey king who had been sleeping in the truck woke up under the pressure. It lay by the window, astonished that this human could kill such a terrifying creature. Xiong Zhengwo's eyes were filled with shock. That was a dragon over 50 meters long. How could it be possible? Is this the power of a level 3 extraordinary? Xiong Zhengwo looked fervently at the floating extraordinary advancement potion. If he got it, he could also become a level 3 extraordinary. At that moment, the value of the extraordinary advancement potion skyrocketed. The ordinary survivors who had followed Yi Fan for so long were yearning for the day they could also become extraordinary like him each time they witnessed him kill enemies. In this convoy, ordinary people had to contribute 70% of their supplies, and when danger struck, they would be ruthlessly abandoned. With no basic survival security, they could only cling to the protection of the extraordinary. Now an opportunity lay before them. If they obtained that extraordinary advancement potion, they could become extraordinary or even directly advance to level 2. They could stand on equal footing with Xiong Zhengwo, who had transformed into a grizzly bear. At that point, even Yi Fan would not be able to easily kill them. They could stand on equal footing with Xiong Zhengwo, who had transformed into a grizzly bear. At that point, even Yi Fan would not be able to easily kill them. Long Yi silently stood in place without moving. A similar thought flashed through his mind for an instant, but it was quickly extinguished. He could guarantee with absolute certainty that if he dared to touch that extraordinary advancement potion, Yi Fan would definitely take his head off and use it as a ball. The fat man also noticed someone trying to snatch the extraordinary advancement potion, and he cursed, "Bastard, you're looking for death." Don't steal it, get back. Meanwhile, he was also struggling to approach the extraordinary advancement potion, not to steal it, but to guard it for Yi Fan. Xiong Jiangwo gritted his teeth. This was the fastest way to enhance his power. At worst, he would work harder for Yi Fan later, helping him kill more strange creatures to repay the debt. He believed that once he also advanced to level 3, even if Yi Fan harbored some resentment, he would not actually attack him. Because he knew very well that every time Yi Fan went all out, he would enter a period of weakness. At that moment, his value would become apparent. Yi Fan could not possibly kill him, which was why Xiong Jiangwo wanted to snatch the extraordinary advancement potion. Jiangwo. Just as he was about to take a step forward, Chun-Yi called out behind him. Xiong Jiangwo instinctively turned around and saw Chun-Yi gently shaking his head at him, indicating that he should not go for the snatch. However, if he did not seize this opportunity, how could he protect you and your daughter? God of foolishness. God of Gadiel. The chosen. The protector. Everything he had just heard clearly told Xiong Jiangwo that this apocalypse was not simple. His grizzly bear sequence was not a highly promising extraordinary sequence. He had to fight for it. Wife, you're just being overly kind. This chance is once in a lifetime. I cannot miss it. As Xiong Jiangwo kept encouraging himself, just as he was about to step forward, a sudden whoosh echoed. The cold gleam of the spear pierced the ground before the extraordinary enhancement potion. Yi Fan stood at the tail of the spear, coldly observing the members of the convoy. At this moment, he looked emaciated like a mere skeleton. Having just ascended to sequence 3, the strength of blood and chi stored within him was limited. He could only maintain the explosive state for 3 seconds, any longer, and he would be backlashed by the effects of the Gluttony Sequence. At the rate of burning through his blood and chi in the explosive state, once the side effects of the Gluttony Sequence kicked in, his internal organs could be devoured in an instant. He never expected that he would become a true man for 3 seconds in such a place. Fortunately, even in his weakened state, he still had the strength to act, unlike in Yingtai Town, where he had been knocked out completely. Yi Fan's appearance frightened those who were eager to act, causing them to freeze in place. Under the cold gaze of Yi Fan, beads of cold sweat began to bead on him. Yi Fan even took a moment to glance at Xiong Jiangwo, unexpectedly discovering that this guy had resisted the temptation. He wasn't sure if the curse from the god of foolishness had any effect on ordinary people. When he learned through the intelligence system that touching the potion could transfer the curse, his first thought was to make Xiong Jiangwo the scapegoat. However, since this guy had resisted, he decided to try it on an ordinary person first. If that didn't work, he would have to make do with Uncle Jiangwo. Yi Fan jumped down from the spear, gripping the shortened spear, and slowly walked toward the person at the front of the line. As he passed by the fat man, he gently patted his back in gratitude. The fat man was facing away from the extraordinary enhancement potion, but Yi Fan understood. With Yi Fan's arrival, the oppressive aura emanating from the extraordinary enhancement potion dissipated, significantly restoring much of the crowd's motivation. Yet no one dared to move an inch. Yi Fan patted the face of a scarred-faced man at the front of the line and smiled, saying, "Scarred face, do you want the extraordinary enhancement potion?" Oh. The scarred man's head shook like a rattle drum, his eyes filled with fear. He stammered, "Fa phage 2 was wrong, please." Before he could finish, Yi Fan interrupted him, making an effort to show a kind smile, and gently said, "It's okay, here you go." Oh. The scarred man was momentarily taken aback, only to be grabbed by Yi Fan by the neck, being pulled toward the extraordinary enhancement potion. The crowd was dumbfounded. What was happening? Was the extraordinary enhancement potion really going to be given to the scarred man? Expressions of regret appeared on their faces as they realized that it was so easy for the scarred man to become an extraordinary being. Damn, why didn't they rush forward faster? A voluptuous woman shouted, "Phage, I want the extraordinary enhancement potion too. Please, I'll do anything you want. I sing very well." Hearing this, Yi Fan turned around and saw a woman with dyed yellow hair and an oval face. Her figure was indeed quite good, but what a pity. He smiled and said, "Okay, the next one will be for you." Oh. The yellow-haired girl didn't understand what Yi Fan meant by the next one. Did that mean that next time he encountered the extraordinary enhancement potion, he would give it to her? That seemed possible, but why not now? Was he perhaps interested in that short, scarred man? Could it be that Yi Fan was into both men and women? Damn, what was so good about him? I could pose better than him. Yi Fan ignored what the others were thinking behind him and tossed the scarred man in front of the extraordinary enhancement potion, smiling, "Come on, take it, and you'll be an extraordinary being." The scarred man, with a face full of despair, said, "Fa phage, I'm scared, I really am, please don't kill me. I don't want the extraordinary enhancement potion anymore." Yi Fan shook his head with a smile, gently, saying, "It's fine, this is for you, it's a reward for the brave, take it." A reward for the brave. The scarred man didn't understand what that meant. Was this some strange quirk of an extraordinary being? He looked at Yi Fan suspiciously, seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, and hesitantly said, "Phage, are you serious? Really giving it to me?" Yi Fan smiled and nodded, signaling the scarred man to feel free to take it. The scarred man gulped nervously, steeling himself, thinking that it was now or never. He reached out sharply toward the extraordinary enhancement potion. Just as his hand touched the potion, a chilling energy surged up his arm straight to his brain. From the side, Yi Fan, who was watching the scarred man intently, clearly captured a massive magnetic field flowing from the extraordinary enhancement potion into the scarred man's body. But at the moment it entered his brain, the magnetic field began to ripple violently. In the next instant, it retreated back along the original path. Yi Fan saw that blood began to flow from the scarred man's features. It was clear he wouldn't survive. There was no way Yi Fan would let this magnetic field return. This was clearly the so-called cursed power set by the god of foolishness. Since an ordinary person could bear this curse's harm, how could he let a tiger return to the mountain? The cold gleam of the spear shot out in an instant, directly severing the scarred man's hand. Yi Fan, do you dare to play tricks on this god? A hoarse roar echoed from the scarred man's brain. The scarred man's face twisted, as if something was struggling to break free from within. Looks like our Lord God is quite angry. I really shouldn't have done this. Yi Fan drove the cold gleam of the spear straight into the scarred man's brain, shaking the spear tip, vigorously mixing the red and white blood violently. The scarred man's magnetic field, when it first contacted the extraordinary enhancement potion, had even approached the intensity of his own magnetic field. Once he was pierced through the brain, the magnetic field rapidly dissipated. Yi Fan knew this was the magnetic field dispersing after normal death. This meant that this method was effective. He could indeed use an ordinary person to counteract the curse from the god of foolishness. Yi Fan glanced at the extraordinary enhancement potion floating nearby. There was still plenty of magnetic field left there. He cheerfully walked over to the previously mentioned yellow-haired girl, gentlemanly taking her hand and leading her toward the extraordinary enhancement potion. All right, my dear, I've cleared the issue with the extraordinary enhancement potion for you. Now it's time for you to become an extraordinary being. Remember to come to my car tonight, okay? The girl with yellow hair had just seen clearly that the scar-faced man trembled violently upon encountering the extraordinary promotion potion, letting out a hoarse roar that no human could produce, a sound that chilled her to the bone. She also witnessed Yi Fan thrusting the spear into the brain of the scar-faced man, seemingly stirring it, as if he were concerned that the opponent hadn't fully died. Initially, she was infuriated by her inability to match the scar-faced man, but at this moment, she felt an immense sense of relief for having narrowly escaped disaster. Little did she expect that after killing Yi Fan would actually come walking towards her. What does this mean? Is he smiling? Could it be that he is helping me eliminate the monster hidden within the extraordinary promotion potion? Oh my god, is my spring finally arriving? I knew it. With my figure, how could I possibly be worse than that Guyen? Tonight, I must dress up beautifully and ensure I serve him well. I will make sure that Guyen knows clearly who the true master of the harem is. The girl with yellow hair obediently followed Yi Fan to the extraordinary promotion potion, her eyes greedily fixed on the golden liquid before her. Her right hand trembled as it reached for the potion, and an icy chill immediately surged from the potion into her brain. She shuddered violently, turning her head in disbelief to look at Yi Fan. She trembled as she spoke, "WWHY." In the next moment, the expression on the girl's face contorted rapidly again. In an instant, Yi Fan noticed that the life force was rapidly retreating from the extraordinary promotion potion. Oh, such a quick reaction. Yi Fan chuckled as he pulled out the cold, gleaming spear, once again severing the girl's outstretched hand, and without saying a word, he pierced through her brain. After killing 2 people, Yi Fan turned to look at the ordinary people who had originally intended to seize the extraordinary promotion potion. There are 3 left. That should be enough. The 3 of them were so frightened that their legs trembled, unable to stand firm. Watching Yi Fan approach them step by step, one of the skinny men directly dropped to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head to Yi Fan. Tears and snot streaming down his face in fear, he spoke, Brother Fan, it was my fault. Please, I beg you, spare me. I want dare again. It's fine since you 3 want the extraordinary promotion potion, come and take it. As long as you can withstand the curse of the Hu Yu divine messenger, the potion is yours." The other 2 were so terrified that they slumped to the ground. They were just ordinary people. How could they possibly withstand the curse of that divine messenger? They had seen the fate of the last 2 clearly. They did. A plump woman stumbled to Yi Fan's feet, clutching his leg and crying, Brother Fan, I beg you to spare me. They'll do whatever you say, I beg you, I don't want to die." Yi Fan looked down at the plump woman incredulously, saying, "What confidence do you have? However, I suppose sparing you isn't impossible. Come, if you survive, I will let you go. What do you say?" "No, please, no." The plump woman was hoisted into the air by Yi Fan, struggling desperately and unwilling to comply. The remaining 2 saw this scene and immediately turned to flee, but were firmly pinned to the ground by Lao Luo and Lao Zhang. The skinny man shouted angrily, "Let me go, you bunch of bastards. He is a murderer, why are you listening to him?" The plump woman quickly stepped in front of the skinny man, stepping on his face, and coldly saying, "Shut your filthy mouth, or I'll make it hard for you to wish you were dead." "You dare to touch anything. You really are very brave." Yi Fan ignored the commotion behind him, and placed the cold, gleaming spear directly against the plump woman's neck. You see what you need to do. As long as you are unharmed, you will survive. Otherwise, I guarantee you will regret not dying in the jaws of the giant wolf. The plump woman trembled all over. She glanced fearfully at Yi Fan, and upon meeting his cold gaze, she realized she had no choice. Buddha bless! Buddha bless! Buddha bless! The plump woman shouted loudly as her right hand shot forward. She found the surface of the extraordinary promotion potion surprisingly cold, and oddly enough, this coldness extended all the way to her brain. What is happening? She turned her head in confusion to look at Yi Fan. All she saw was a flash of cold light, and in the next moment her right hand was severed. She didn't even feel the pain before that cold light reappeared before her eyes. Looks like Buddha is off duty today. Next one. Yi Fan said coldly. The plump woman squatted down and patted the skinny man's face coldly, saying, "Kid, it's your turn." The plump woman yanked the skinny man towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan looked coldly at the skinny man and smiled, saying, "It's okay. How I said, as long as you aren't affected, the extraordinary potion is yours. Don't be nervous." "No, I don't wanna. You're a murderer, a demon. Even if I awaken as an extraordinary person, I will still kill you." The skinny man, seemingly gone mad, struggled incessantly, even spitting at Yi Fan. Yi Fan sidestepped the spittle, and the tail of the cold, gleaming spear pressed hard against his belly. The violent impact made the skinny man double over in discomfort, retching repeatedly. "Pull him over." Another muscular man was dragged over by Lao Luo and Lao Zhang. Yi Fan smiled and said, "Come, hold him down to touch that potion. Dead friends, or dead monk, you choose." The originally struggling muscular man immediately stopped when he heard this. He said in disbelief, "Brother Fan, are you sure?" "Yes." Yi Fan nodded, indicating he could go ahead. The muscular man, getting Yi Fan's affirmative answer, grabbed the curled-up skinny man and took his hand to touch the extraordinary promotion potion. The muscular man felt that as soon as the skinny man touched the extraordinary promotion potion, he trembled uncontrollably. Bang! Blood splattered all over the muscular man's face, and he instinctively released his grip, asking stiffly, "Brother Fan, do I also have to touch it?" "Clever, you've learned to answer quickly." The muscular man took a deep breath and trembled, saying, "Brother Fan, if I'm unharmed, will I survive?" "Exactly. The curse power left by the Huyu divine messenger should be gone now, so you should be able to drink it directly," Yi Fan replied with a smile. In his magnetic field perception, the extraordinary promotion potion had no life magnetic field fluctuations anymore. Logically, it should be safe to consume. The muscular man smiled stiffly, knowing he had no choice. Yi Fan would not spare him, so he could only gamble. He trembled as he reached out his right hand, muttering, "God bless, God bless, God bless." The muscular man's hand nervously brushed against the extraordinary promotion potion, causing him to tremble instinctively, as if something terrifying was about. He saw that the four people in front of him reacted the same way. Upon contact, they began to shake, only to be met with Yi Fan's blade cutting off their hands and piercing their skulls. Although he didn't want to end up like them, he instinctively started to tremble. This guy actually scared himself so much that he lost control of his bowels. Unbelievable. He believed in the intelligence system and his own magnetic field perception. Everything he saw told him that the curse left by the foolish divine envoy had been completely eradicated. This bottle of extraordinary promotion potion had no toxicity left. The muscular man also realized that he seemed to be fine. He hadn't lost a hand or had his brain pierced. So did I survive? Does that mean I can have this extraordinary promotion potion? He remembered that Yi Fan had mentioned something like that at the beginning. The muscular man turned to Yi Fan with hopeful eyes and asked, "Brother Fan, I'm fine. Can I become an extraordinary being now?" Yi Fan directly took the extraordinary promotion potion, silently stepping back, and expressionlessly said, "It seems your God has blessed you. Congratulations, you have survived." "Ha ha ha, great, great. I survived, I survived." Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, the muscular man laughed heartily, his excitement making it hard for him to catch his breath. After calming down a bit, he raised his head, his burning gaze fixed on the extraordinary promotion potion in Yi Fan's hand. He could finally become an extraordinary. But the moment their eyes met, he saw the disdain and coldness in Yi Fan's gaze, and the words he wanted to say about the extraordinary promotion potion were forced back down. He knew that Yi Fan would never give it to him. That bastard dared to deceive me. But, he had no way to deal with Yi Fan, so he could only force a stiff smile, and reluctantly said, "Brother Fan, I'll head back now too, won't disturb you." Yi Fan nodded silently, and said, "As I promised, you survived without falling under the curse." Hearing this, the muscular man felt a sense of relief and instinctively glanced at the several headless corpses nearby. At least he had survived. But just as he turned around, a long spear pierced through his chest. He turned to Yi Fan in disbelief, desperately gasping for air, and managed to say a few words, "WWHY. Because you stink too much." "Huh." The muscular man turned his head in disbelief to look at Yi Fan. Was it really just because of that? Yi Fan looked at the people in the convoy and coldly said, "I hope everyone understands, do not reach for things." Yi Fan looked at the people in the convoy and coldly said, "I hope everyone understands, do not reach for things that do not belong to you. There exists a luminous crystal suspended in midair known as the sequence crystal. If you want to become extraordinary, go find it yourself. If you find it, it's yours. I won't interfere. However, if you wish to seize my belongings, the only outcome is death, and it applies to everyone, understood?" Despite their visible fear, they could see that Yi Fan was in a very weak state. They witnessed Yi Fan experimenting on the greedy individuals one by one, and hearing his cold words deepened their fear of him. Many began to feel despondent. Is there really no way for ordinary people to survive in this apocalypse? Brother Fan, will the sequence crystal also have side effects like the extraordinary promotion potion? Old Zheng, who was always a loyal follower of Yi Fan, only had the thought of seizing the sequence crystal in his mind at this moment. Currently, as far as I know, there are no side effects. Oh, just swallow it directly, and you will become an extraordinary being. Yi Fan's words were like a shot of adrenaline to everyone's hearts, reigniting hope in their eyes. They all knew that only by becoming extraordinary could they truly enter that circle. Many looked enviously at the fat man standing aside, as he was a typical example. He had been an ordinary person before, but suddenly transformed into an extraordinary being, and it was said that Yi Fan had found the sequence crystal for him. If he can do it, so can we. Old Zheng excitedly asked Brother Fan, "When do we set off? I want to go find the sequence crystal." Old Luo, "Once I become extraordinary, you better behave and be my driver, haha. Get lost, you'll still be my driver, even if you become extraordinary." "You're talking nonsense, I'm already extraordinary, why would I drive for you? You think I'm a fool? Then give me back my cigarettes and alcohol." "Damn, driving is driving, ew, I just love to drive." Yi Fan raised the extraordinary promotion potion in his hand, the golden liquid inside, slightly swaying, and his extraordinary power trembled slightly within him. He could sense the cravings of the Gluttony Sequence and the Electromagnetic Sequence. Just as Yi Fan was about to open the potion, he sensed something unusual behind him. Turning around, a man in a red robe was grinning and rushing towards him. His arrogant words reached everyone's ears from a distance. "You're quite impressive, kid. You helped me kill that bone dragon, and even resolve the issues with the extraordinary promotion potion. I like you so much that I've decided you will be my #1 blood slave from now on. Quickly hand over the extraordinary promotion potion. You're in such a weak state now, you're definitely no match for me, Sato Taichi. Don't resist futilely." "Sato Taichi." Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, "A little brat. Interesting. So the extraordinary being from the slave convoy over in the Gobi Desert is just a little brat. How dare he enslave fellow countrymen?" Not only Yi Fan's gaze turned cold, but even the ordinary people behind him revealed unkind expressions. "This is a blood feud." Long Yi quickly took out his perception glasses and exclaimed, warning, "A level 2 extraordinary being much stronger than Brother Jiangua." Xiong Jiangua let out a furious roar, transforming into a giant bear, and standing beside Yi Fan, shouting, "I'll help you kill this little brat." The fat man also immediately stood up, his innate green lotus quickly bouncing out from the top of his head. Old Zhao, holding the Zhuge divine crossbow that the fat man had left for him, coldly aimed at the man rushing over. Having served in the military, his hatred for little brats was the strongest. Even the ordinary people in the convoy stood up at this moment, not a single one backing down. Internally, they could vie with each other, but externally they would show no selfishness. Very good, a spirited Chinese. Sato Taichi glared at the crowd with a fierce light in his eyes, disdainfully spitting on the ground. He mocked, "There is an ancient saying, those who know the times are the wise. You brat, I advise you to obediently hand over the extraordinary advancement potion to avoid suffering." After saying this, a thick mist of blood rapidly dispersed from his body as he displayed a crooked grin, arrogantly proclaiming, "After all, I am a level 2 extraordinary of the Blood Clan." Yi Fan had never regarded this clown seriously. Even in his weakened state, it didn't matter. After all, he had the extraordinary advancement potion in his hand. Drinking it, he could easily eliminate this guy. He could not understand why this group from the convoy wanted to show their presence at this moment, especially that big bear. Was it really because of Sato Taichi, or did he want to curry favor with him? Originally, Yi Fan thought that since Sato wanted to step out, he could let him have his moment, allowing himself to enjoy some peace. However, when Sato Taichi showcased his abilities, the rich blood mist was too tempting, truly too tempting. It turned out that the surprise mentioned by the daily information system was this. Yi Fan had thought it was because he could kill the little brat, but it turned out to be a supplement. Yi Fan hesitated not at all. He would not allow anyone to lay hands on his precious supplement. He took a step forward and quietly said to those beside him, "No one move, he's mine." What does that mean? The chubby guy did not understand. Yi Fan was already in a weakened state. How could he fight? "Fanzi, don't be reckless," the chubby guy anxiously shouted. Long Yi also reminded, "This guy's energy intensity is almost on par with yours. Don't act impulsively. Let's all go together." Xiong Jiangwo, who found the little brat unpleasant, also wanted to showcase his value in front of Yi Fan. During Yi Fan's moment of weakness, he needed to protect him, and showing off his muscles at this time would force Yi Fan to consider his own interests more. Xiong Jiangwo charged forward shouting, "I'll help you." "Shut up, who dares to snatch my supplement?" Yi Fan whispered fiercely. "What supplement?" Xiong Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback. But Long Yi reacted fastest. He glanced at the blood mist and immediately understood the meaning of the supplement. He quickly stopped Xiong Jiangwo, gesturing for him not to go over. He whispered, "Brother Jiangwo, don't worry, that guy is a supplement delivered right to us." The chubby guy also realized the issue, stifling a laugh and saying, "This is hilarious, it's like delivering someone's head from 1,000 miles away." Yi Fan stared at Sato Taichi in front of him, slowly raising the extraordinary advancement potion, smiling, as he said, "Lord Sato, is this what you want?" "Yes, give it to me quickly." Sato Taichi's eyes burned with fervor as he fixed his gaze on the extraordinary advancement potion. Drinking it would allow him to advance to level 3. Then his slave convoy could expand again. "All right, Lord Sato, I'll hand it over to you, just please don't kill me, okay?" Yi Fan said with a cheerful smile, his bony frame swaying with every step. Sato Taichi saw this scene, his face beaming with a bright smile. He was very familiar with the weakness radiating from Yi Fan, because he had felt the same after a night of excessive indulgence, taking half a month to recover. After that time, he understood why there was an ancient saying in this country, "Those who indulge will turn to ash." Rest assured, as long as you obediently hand over the extraordinary advancement potion, you will become my top blood slave in the Tianhuan convoy, your status only second to mine, and you will enjoy all the riches and glory you deserve. Yi Fan inhaled the sweet scent in the air. The blood mist on Sato Taichi was indeed incredibly fragrant. His gluttonous instincts were quaking with excitement, wishing he could swallow Sato Taichi whole. In the past, whether human blood or exotic beast blood, Yi Fan had tasted them all. However, the transferable vitality was very thin, and as a human, drinking fresh blood always fell off, while the vitality from cooked blood was even more diluted, far less satisfying than eating meat. But he never expected that a super blood bag would appear. Yi Fan stopped 200 meters away from Sato Taichi, smiling as he looked at him, gently saying, "Taikuan, don't be anxious, I'll be there to pamper you soon." "What do you mean?" Sato Taichi did not understand, instinctively asking. But in the next moment, he was shocked to see Yi Fan actually opening the extraordinary advancement potion. "Bastard, you're seeking death." He charged fiercely towards Yi Fan as the surrounding blood mist quickly swept towards him. Yi Fan swallowed the extraordinary advancement potion in one gulp. "Stop!" Sato Taichi shouted angrily. "Bastard, you're looking for death, ah. The golden liquid flowed down Yi Fan's throat, a gentle medicinal force rapidly spreading as it circulated through his body, quickly rushing towards his brain. Yi Fan felt the new sequential ability and smiled with satisfaction. His form visibly restored to its original state, showing no signs of weakness. Sato Taichi's expression was extremely ugly. His extraordinary advancement potion was actually used up by this bastard just like that. But immediately after, he revealed a crooked grin. "He use it if you want, as long as I eat you I too can ascend to level 3. The dense blood mist rushed forward, directly enveloping Yi Fan. "This is bad. Get away." Old Zheng shouted loudly, confused as to why the other extraordinary beings in the convoy weren't helping. Others not going was one thing, but why did the chubby guy look like he was enjoying the show? Old Luo pressed Old Zheng's shoulder, grinning. "What are you anxious about? Didn't you see that in good the chubby guy isn't worried?" "Off." Old Zheng looked at Old Luo in confusion. But he saw Old Luo looking ahead with a serious expression, as if witnessing something incredible. Old Zheng turned his head to look, instinctively shouting, "What the hell? This is possible." He saw Yi Fan wrapped in blood mist, tilting his head back and greedily inhaling. Yi Fan's mouth seemed to possess a terrifying suction power, pulling in the surrounding blood mist directly. "Nanny!" Sato Taichi's advancing steps suddenly halted. How could this be possible? At this moment, his blood mist was supposed to dissolve that damned brat little by little. How could it be swallowed by that bastard? Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He felt that he had indeed kicked an iron plate. His expression was as ugly as someone who had just eaten feces. He tried to control the blood mist to return, but the suction from that bastard's mouth was too strong, and he completely lost control over the blood mist. The blood mist released by Sato Taichi was only a small part, and Yi Fan quickly devoured it all. It was simply too delicious, and he wanted more. He craved it. He craved it too much. He turned to the terrified Sato Taichi, licking his lips with a lecherous expression akin to an old bachelor seeing his young wife bathing, and said with a smirk, "Taikaisen, just stand there and don't move." Sato Taichi suddenly shivered, instinctively tightening his grip. Yet he quickly reacted, turning his head with a grim expression and running away. This guy was too strange. A portion of the blood mist was swallowed by that bastard, significantly damaging his mental strength. He couldn't fight here. He had to return to the convoy for safety. As long as he returned to his convoy, no matter how strange this guy was, he wouldn't escape his grasp. Blood slaves are just blood slaves. No matter how they struggle, they can't escape their fate. "Keek keek, stinky brat, you do have some strength. Come along if you can. Keek keek. Ha, blood bag, don't run." Yi Fan laughed heartily and rushed forward. This guy claimed to be from the Blood Clan. That meant his slave convoy must have many so-called blood slaves. Blood slaves should also be tasty, right? Kik. Yi-Fan felt today was undoubtedly his lucky day. His electromagnetic sequence had advanced to level 2, and he had found so much delicious food. With a feast before him, Yi-Fan had no intention of holding back. The chi and blood outerwear instantly enveloped his feet, dramatically increasing his speed, and in the blink of an eye he caught up with Sato Taichi. Sato Taichi turned his head and suddenly felt a surge of fear. He cursed, "Baka, how are you so fast?" Yi-Fan wasted no time. The cold light spear in his hand transformed into its complete form, and with a fierce thrust directly severed Sato Taichi. Sato Taichi was caught off guard as Yi-Fan severed his left hand. He didn't even have time to react. That bastard was too fast. Sato Taichi gritted his teeth, blood mist surging around him. His speed increased once more. He had to hurry back to his convoy. Only there could he have a chance to kill this bastard. Yi-Fan cheerfully picked up Sato Taichi's left hand and brought it to his nose for a sniff. Although it was the hand of a little baka, it smelled too good. This Blood Clan sequence was definitely the best ingredient for him. In Yi-Fan's eyes, Sato Taichi's left hand contained an incredibly rich power of chi and blood. If the power of chi and blood in the blood mist he just devoured was a 1, then the power in this arm was at least a 30. The power of chi and blood provided by the previous blood mist would require him to devour 10 giant wolves to convert. Yet now he could simply suck it in with his mouth. A little baka was simply too good. With his left hand gripping Sato Taichi's left hand, and his right hand holding the cold light spear, Yi-Fan chased after Sato Taichi to his convoy. Yi-Fan knew very well that Sato Taichi wanted to return to his convoy where he definitely had his trump card. But so what? Yi-Fan had already realized that he completely countered his opponent. This ridiculously good start allowed him to gather those blood slaves for himself. Oh, wasn't that great? Finally returning to the convoy, Sato Taichi gasped for breath, turning to look at the pursuing Yi-Fan, his eyes filled with resentment as he roared, "Bastard, how dare you cut off my left hand? Hey, you actually dared to chase into the Tianwan convoy. Hehe, you're doomed, you're doomed. Do you know what the Blood Clan sequence is? You dare to rush into my lair. Now kneel down and chop off your legs, and I might spare your life." Kik. At this point the people in the Tianwan convoy had already stood behind Sato Taichi, densely packed with at least 500 people. These people looked abnormal, each with red-eye disease, their eyes gleaming red as they fixed their gaze on Yi-Fan, all speaking in unison, "Kneel down." These people looked abnormal, each with red-eye disease, their eyes gleaming red as they fixed their gaze on Yi-Fan, all speaking. He actually saw familiar figures in the crowd. He looked in disbelief at the two disfigured figures at the front, but one of them had a green turtle shell on his right calf. If it weren't for that turtle shell, I really wouldn't recognize them. It was actually Chen Kuan and Lu Li. Yi-Fan carefully sensed their life magnetic fields. Aside from becoming much thinner, their life magnetic field fluctuations were identical. Yi-Fan looked at the two with blood-red eyes, sighing helplessly. They were already beyond saving. It seemed they had lost their self-awareness. Moi. Sato Taichi followed Yi-Fan's gaze and quickly spotted Chen Kuan and Lu Li. He turned to look at Yi-Fan. Kik, what? You know them? Sato Taichi waved his right hand, and the two stiffly walked to his side, then knelt down together. So how about it? Aren't these two slaves obedient? They came to me yesterday to trade red fruits for gasoline. I really didn't expect them to be so foolish. I just casually invited them to dinner, and they actually came over like fools. Kik, are they your friends? Quickly give me back my left hand, or I'll torture them to death. Yi-Fan let out a cold laugh, looking at Sato Taichi with eyes as if he were looking at a corpse, coldly saying, "Taikizan, if I let you die comfortably, that would truly be unfair to these two fools." Yi-Fan suddenly squeezed hard, and Sato Taichi's left hand exploded violently, transforming into an extremely rich blood mist. Sato Taichi's face turned extremely ugly as he desperately activated his Blood Clan sequence, trying to reclaim that portion of blood mist. Yi-Fan would never let him have his way. He opened his mouth to suck in, and his Gluttony Sequence operated frantically. A powerful suction force surged from Yi-Fan's mouth, directly pulling that blood mist. Gulp. Yi-Fan rarely let out a satisfied burp, having eaten too much, and nearly choking. Bastard. Sato Taichi's face was extremely ugly. His own blood mist was beyond his control. What the hell was going on? He grabbed the blood slave Lu Li, who was kneeling on the ground, squeezing hard with his right hand. Lu Li exploded, transforming into a blood mist that surged into Sato Taichi's body. Immediately after, he grabbed blood slave Chen Kuan by the head, angrily shouting at Yi-Fan, "Bastard, just wait. I will definitely kill everyone around you bit by bit." After speaking, he squeezed hard with his right hand, and Chen Kuan also exploded. He closed his eyes in enjoyment, saying, "Indeed, the effect of the blood mist from extraordinary beings is the best." Yi-Fan was astonished to see this guy's left hand rapidly regrowing after absorbing those two blood mists. What the hell? It can actually grow back. Yi-Fan's eyes sparkled with greed, staring intently at Sato Taichi, bursting into a big laugh. Keek. Ito Taichi's expression froze as he gazed upon Yi Fan's smile, his face stiffening with disbelief. This scoundrel, my body has recovered. Why does he feel no? Shouldn't he be terrified? Behind me stand countless blood slaves. Ito Taichi shouted furiously, bastard, aren't you afraid? Behind me there are so many blood slaves, you cannot kill me. You cannot kill me, yet you will only be killed by me. Why aren't you afraid? Yi Fan looked at Ito Taichi with a gentle smile, and softly said, it's alright, Taichi's endured, it truly doesn't hurt at all. What? Ito Taichi was baffled. What madness possessed this scoundrel? He must have been frightened by himself. He must have gone mad from fright. He simply could not understand why this man behaved like this. His bloodline sequence, which had never failed him, was inexplicably powerless before him. Just yesterday those two supernaturals before him were as powerless as ordinary men, ruthlessly crushed within his blood mist without any resistance. Why then was he unharmed? Even more infuriating was that this scoundrel's gaze upon him resembled that of a connoisseur admiring a delectable feast. He could not accept that his bloodline sequence seemed utterly suppressed before this man, even becoming as if it were the other's nourishment. This was impossible. Ito Taichi was unwilling to submit. He was resentful. He was so strong, capable of easily commanding a vast convoy. He watched the man approaching step by step, even noticing saliva dripping incessantly from his mouth, clearly intending to devour him. Ito Taichi roared, enough of this insolence. Die all of you, Aya. Bang bang bang. At that moment the onlookers from the terminal convoy witnessed with wide eyes as the men with bloodshot eyes on the desert plain suddenly exploded. Blood mist filled the air. Everyone who saw this was chilled to the bone. More than 500 perished in an instant. Bastard, little bastard. Old Zhao shouted with bloodshot eyes, his anger blazing. As a veteran, he deeply understood this sentiment. The little bastard's evil was ingrained to the bone. All members of the convoy charged toward this direction furious. They had lacked power before, but now at the end times they were determined to kill this demon. Yi Fan stared incredulously at Ito Taichi. How dare this little bastard? Rest assured I will never let you die, though I will make your living more miserable than death. Yi Fan ceased his playful demeanor. Though he clearly knew those men had long been killed by Ito Taichi, and were now merely blood slaves. Yet to kill his compatriots before his very eyes again was intolerable. Originally he had planned to kill this little bastard outright to avenge his people. But now it seemed too lenient to kill him immediately. His body could regenerate after all. He chuckled, then he shall serve as my resource. A person must be used to their fullest, especially those heinous villains. Only by exhausting all value can they atone for their sins. Suddenly the blood mist surged into Ito Taichi's body, inflating him several sizes larger. The grotesquely swollen Ito Taichi glared arrogantly at Yi Fan, boasting, "Brat, your good days are over. Once I ascend to sequence 3 you are doomed." At the next moment a visible ripple emanated from Ito Taichi as his body began to compress inward. Originally inflated to nearly 4 meters tall, Ito Taichi rapidly shrank. From Yi Fan's perspective, the vitality in his body grew increasingly concentrated with the compression. Seeing this, Yi Fan did not rush to act. He was confident that even if the blood bag advanced to sequence 3, it remained a blood bag, unable to overturn the heavens. Yi Fan calmly walked to a distance of 100 meters from the blood bag, propping his cold spear against the ground, as he quietly watched Ito Taichi ascend to sequence 3. Seeing this, Ito Taichi bellowed with fury, "Bastard, how dare you disregard me? How dare you ignore me?" Yi Fan chuckled, "Hey, don't get angry, but it's bad for your health. If you fall ill, my meal won't be as delicious. Such a grave sin." At the same time he glanced back at the terminal convoy rushing over and smiled. "I told you to keep your distance. Aren't you afraid this guy's power might harm you? Bastard, why aren't you afraid yourself?" Ito Taichi was nearly driven mad. "I'm ascending to sequence 3. Show some respect. Do you know the weight of sequence? Damn it, how dare he ignore me? Once I reach sequence 3, I will definitely kill this arrogant brat." Longya, wearing sensory glasses, warned loudly, "Be careful, his energy level is nearly catching up to you." Yi Fan waved it off indifferently. "So what if he catches up? Can he match me at full power?" Longya's originally tense expression froze at those words, then he quickly realized Yi Fan at full strength had just killed that Toulouse. Even though that beast had been gnawed down to bones, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. Yi Fan's ability to kill it, even through a sneak attack, already demonstrated the terrifying strength of his full power. Could this little bastard compare to that skeletal dragon in such a state? Clearly not. Moreover, it was obvious the little bastard's bloodline sequence was completely suppressed by Yi Fan's gluttony sequence. With this thought, Longya's last worry vanished. He sat cross-legged and laughed to those around him. Come, everyone sit and watch the rare spectacle of a brutal slaughter of the little bastard. Free to watch he. Ito Taichi's face darkened to a liver-like hue in fury at this scene. That scoundrel looked down on him, but why did those common folk dare to look down on him as well? Bastards, you have gone too far. Ito Taichi roared. If he were not immobilized, he would have charged to kill them all. He fixed his cold gaze on Yi Fan and sneered. Since you dare be so arrogant and allow me to ascend to Sequence 3, you will regret it later. Yi Fan casually pinched his nose and flicked a booger toward Edo Taichi, saying indifferently, whatever come if you have the guts. The booger landed in Edo Taichi's mouth, making him tremble with rage. At the next moment, a terrifying aura burst forth from his body as the blood mist surged toward Yi Fan. At the same time, he charged at Yi Fan, cackling, "Hee hee, you're dead." At that moment, Yi Fan smiled, having waited so long for the talent to finally mature. Boom. Yi Fan instantly entered a state of explosive fury, dashing forward in a flash as the cold gleam of his spear struck down fiercely. Edo Taichi stared in horror at Yi Fan, who charged at him like a bolt of lightning, desperately trying to evade. But the speed of his opponent was simply too fast. As the thought of escape crossed his mind, he was directly smashed to the ground by the cold gleam of the spear. Bang! The ground was directly smashed into a large human-shaped pit. Having advanced to Sequence 3, Edo Taichi's body, tough and resilient, was struck by this immense force. Even though his forehead was dented, he was still alive. His eyes were filled with fear. Why? Why was it that despite having advanced to Sequence 3, he couldn't withstand even a single blow? How could this be possible? Why did his blood mist become uncontrollable whenever this demon approached? Why had all of it been absorbed by this demon? Wow, this is so unfair. He wanted to struggle to get up, he needed to escape. As long as he could leave this demon, he could survive. Yi Fan wasted no time directly severing Edo Taichi's hands and feet, then striking down with the spear's tail, causing a dense mist of blood to explode. Yi Fan wasted no time directly severing Edo Taichi's hands and feet, then striking down with the spear's tail, causing a dense mist of blood to explode, which was immediately absorbed by Yi Fan. Aunt! Edo Taichi cried out in agony. You demon! How dare you turn me into a human stick? If you have the ability, kill me then. No, you are mistaken. I am not turning you into a human stick, but rather into a talent. Yi Fan explained seriously. Remember, you are a useful talent, not a useless human stick, understand? Do you know what talent is? It is fully known as a human-shaped medicinal material, understand? You must know that in the apocalyptic era, talents are the most important. To me, you are a great tonic. How could I possibly kill you? Don't worry, I will take good care of you. Once your hands grow back, I will crush them and drink your blood, haha. Don't you know? The blood on your body is the most wonderful supplement in this world. The survivors exchanged glances, each showing pitying expressions towards. They never expected that he was preparing to turn him into a sustainable super resource. Looking at Edo Taichi, now reduced to they knew that according to Yi Fan's personality, he would definitely squeeze out the last bit of value from this little fool. They thought that it would merely mean draining him completely. They never expected that he was preparing to turn him into a sustainable super resource. Looking at Edo Taichi, now reduced to a stick, Xiong Zhengwo's eyes were filled with fear. He felt immensely grateful that Chun Yi had just stopped him. Had it not been for Chun Yi's intervention, he might have already taken that step, and at that point it would have been irreversible. He had already realized that his value to Yi Fan was diminishing. But he always relied on his status as a Sequence 2 extraordinary being, believing he could still assist Yi Fan in his moments of weakness. Thus he had always held on to a sense of confidence. However, just now seeing the fat guy rush out to stop those individuals, he suddenly became enlightened. It turned out that without realizing it, he had already been replaced by the fat guy. No wonder Yi Fan was so eager to help the fat guy advance to the extraordinary sequence. It was to guard against him. He couldn't believe that if he had truly snatched the extraordinary advancement potion, how Yi Fan would torment him. In that moment, he couldn't believe that if he had truly snatched the extraordinary advancement potion, how Yi Fan would torment him. In that moment, Xiong Zhengwo was utterly disheartened. Only by wholeheartedly following Yi Fan could he survive well in this convoy. He had not initially had these thoughts, only wanting to live well with the convoy. But he didn't know when his mindset suddenly changed, desiring to fight for more benefits. Xiong Zhengwo couldn't help but bitterly smile. Human greed is insane. Edo Taichi watched Yi Fan earnestly explain his future role. His pupils shook violently. He couldn't believe this man had actually invented the term talent. You demon, you'll face divine retribution. Edo Taichi roared in despair. He had no other options left. His sequence abilities relied on blood slaves or his own blood mist for attacks. Now it was all gone, completely devoured by this demon. If he detonated the blood mist within his body, he would die as well. Had he known this would happen, he should have used the blood slaves to stop him and then escaped. Everything was too late. He had already become a prisoner. Divine retribution? Yi Fan paused at these words, unable to contain his laughter. Do you think you little fools have no idea what you've done? If there's divine retribution, it should come to you first. I am the one sent by heaven to deal with you. In the future, whenever I encounter you little fools, I will turn you into blood slaves for my use. Once you grow back your hands and feet, I will crush them and absorb your vitality. That is the use of talent, understand? Kik. Hearing this, Edo Taichi trembled uncontrollably, angrily shouting, You lunatic! I will never cooperate with you, you wish. Yi Fan's expression instantly turned cold, staring at Ito Taichi like a demon fixating on his eyes. He spoke slowly. Taikizan, we have an old saying, if you refuse a toast you will be forced to drink a forfeit. I want to see if you really are that stubborn. At the same time, the tip of the cold, gleaming spear was continuously pointing at a certain part of Ito Taichi's body. Yi Fan coldly said, Taikizan, you say you have no hands or feet left, so this thing is useless. How about I chop it up and feed it to you? Ito Taichi desperately struggled to look at the place Yi Fan mentioned. When he saw that it was actually his lifeline, his face turned ashen. You bastard. Ito Taichi gritted his teeth, saying, you dare. You will definitely face divine retribution. The fat guy beside him said with great interest, Fanzi, I think not only will you not face divine retribution, you might even gain merit. Yi Fan turned to him in confusion. Merit? What a novel term. The chubby man chuckled slyly. We've all seen those video bloggers' edited clips. Videos claiming the little 8 crows committed unforgivable atrocities, their deeds inciting heaven's wrath and arousing universal outrage. Even if a demonic cultivator annihilated the little 8 crows island, he would instantly receive an immense influx of merit, perhaps even ascending directly to sagehood through merit alone. After all, this is an apocalyptic era of creeping anomalies. Anything bizarre could manifest. Isn't that so? Exactly. Yi Fan. Those beasts have accumulated mountains of bloodshed. How could they possibly escape heavenly retribution? Yi Fan suddenly grasped the logic, turning his gaze toward the dazed Sato Taichi. With a cheerful smile he said, Mr. Sato, if celestial retribution truly exists as a cosmic law, then I quite frankly would not be subject to it. Look, you're the one who killed them. If retribution must fall, it should strike you, Mr. Sato. And since I absorb your life force energy from your body, doesn't that constitute avenging the slain? By that logic, I wouldn't merely accrue merit. I'd earn double merit. Ha ha ha. The chubby man grew solemn, studying Yi Fan intently before nodding firmly. Indeed, it's sound reasoning. I'd completely overlooked this point. This is unquestionably a deed of boundless. Yi Fan beamed at Sato Taichi and declared cheerfully, Mr. Sato, once you become the mightiest demonic cultivator, and I the sovereign of supreme merit, shall we join forces? Join forces? What nonsense is this? Sato Taichi's jaw twitched violently. This is an apocalypse of anomalies, not some Kiravival fantasy you've conjured. Is this even a request for my consent? And I refuse. Absolutely not. Yi Fan's grin vanished instantly as he met Sato Taichi's incredulous, pitying stare. With a flash, the frost-glint spear tore free, plunging deep into Sato Taichi's left kidney. Sato Taichi watched in frozen horror as the frost-glint spear pierced the left kidney, now hovering midair before him. And boom, Ni's kidney detonated. Sato Taichi's face contorted in shock. He ignored the searing agony of his kidney being ripped from his body. He had to reclaim that vital life force energy immediately, before Yi Fan's, but in the next instant Yi Fan's size 44 boot slammed down onto Sato Taichi's face, leaving no opening whatsoever. In a heartbeat, the life force energy was gone. Yi Fan spoke coldly, we don't just have ancient proverbs. We have the 18 exquisite tortures of Manqing. And cooperate well, and perhaps I'll even arrange for you to enjoy one of your own kind. Refuse, and I'll show you what true living torment feels like. Choose wisely. Don't mistake kindness for weakness. Hey, I know them well. Old Zhang's eyes lit up as he raised his hand eagerly. Back when I ran with the underworld, I mastered countless methods of extracting compliance. He'll get more than he bargained for. Haha, excellent. Yi Fan laughed heartily. From now on, whenever my mood sours, I'll drag him out for a beating. His rank 3 physique won't break easily after all. Sato Taichi stared into Yi Fan's increasingly feverish gaze, and genuine fear took root. Talent. Yes, talent indeed. And I recall one of their ancient sayings, sleep on brushwood and taste gall. His abilities were utterly nullified by this man. Escape was impossible. As long as the mountain stands, firewood will never run out. So long as he lived, hope remained. Hope to break free someday. That man couldn't possibly watch him every moment. He'd simply skim off a portion of life force energy each time he absorbed it, hiding it away secretly. That fool would never detect it. And when the moment ripened, he'd use the hoarded energy to regrow limbs and seize his chance to flee. He only stood powerless before this man, against anyone else. A single breath would suffice. Given the opportunity, he wouldn't just escape. He'd slaughter every last member of this convoy and seize their supplies for his flight. I am truly a genius. And that imbecile dares torment the great Sato Taikisama. Just wait, sooner or later I will end you. And having settled on his stratagem, Sato Taichi instantly adopted the posture of utter submission, his face crumpling into wretched despair. Master Yi Fan, please treat me mercifully as a prisoner of war. Has resignation finally taken hold? Yi Fan regarded Sato Taichi with a faint knowing smile, utterly unconcerned about escape attempts or hidden schemes. He possessed magnetic field perception, and Sato Taichi's unique biomagnetic signature was etched indelibly into his awareness. Within range, he could locate him anytime, anywhere. Moreover, through that magnetic resonance, he could precisely gauge an individual's cultivation strength. No need to fret over concealed life force energy. Thus, the moment Sato Taichi feigned surrender, Yi Fan instantly understood this man was scheming to hoard energy and flee. Yi Fan had no intention of exposing him, and he wanted Sato Taichi to cling to hope, to work harder, serve more diligently. Once the hoarded life force reached critical mass, Yi Fan would accidentally discover it, and confiscate it right before his eyes. Ha ha ha, how exquisite, mister. Sato's expression will be then. Yi Fan grinned. Ha ha, hear this, mister. Sato, I shall most certainly grant you special treatment as a prisoner. Longye stepped forward with a smile. He fully trusted Yi Fan's magnetic sensibility and felt no apprehension about the captive's treachery. He glanced at the shattered, pitiful form of Sato Taichi, his gaze devoid of sympathy, as if observing a discarded corpse. Turning to Yi Fan, he remarked meaningfully, Yi Fan, the other convoy still harbors stragglers, including at least one rank 1 transcendent. Shall I take Brother Jiangwo to deal with them? Yi Fan understood his implication instantly, and supplies were dwindling for everyone. Each sought to claim resources from the Tianhuang convoy. Yet this entire convoy had been obliterated solely by Yi Fan. Without participation or contribution, they would claim nothing. Today, having received so many benefits, I naturally don't mind leaving some soup for them to drink. After all, in terms of supplies, I definitely have the most in hand. With Taichi Sato as a super blood bag, I won't lack for food in the short term, so I naturally don't mind sharing some benefits with them. Alright, I'll take 70% of the collected supplies, and you can divide the remaining 30%. Fatty, you go help out too, we'll keep an eye on this guy here. Yi Fan gave Fatty a look signaling him to follow and keep watch. Fatty immediately understood, smiled in response, and then walked towards Long Yi. Haha, then we won't be polite. Long Yi glanced at Fatty, understanding Yi Fan's meaning. He certainly didn't mind, as it was clear that with Yi Fan's character, if he wasn't on guard against them, it would be a miracle. He looked in the direction of the Tianhuang convoy, and continued to ask, what are you planning to do with those who are still alive? If it's the small ones, just let our Taikazan take care of them. If they are fellow countrymen, those who are willing to follow can come along, and for those who aren't, just give them some food to let them leave on their own. You're the convoy leader, you can handle it. Alright. Long Yi smiled bitterly inwardly. Why is it only when there are troubles that I'm recognized as the convoy leader? However, he said nothing more, having already realized that this was an era where strength reigned supreme. Yi Fan had the ability to lead him forward, so he naturally didn't mind being a tool. He immediately gathered the convoy members armed with various weapons and charged towards the Tianhuang convoy. Yi Fan looked at the little monkey king hiding at the back of the crowd, waved at it, and smiled, saying, "Come here, little one." The little monkey king looked left and right, realizing there was no one around. Once it understood it was being called, it excitedly ran towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan gently stroked the little monkey king's head. Its fur was incredibly soft, and it felt very pleasant to touch. The little monkey king, being petted, squinted its eyes slightly, and couldn't help but smile. It seemed to be thoroughly enjoying the head patting. Yi Fan softly asked, "Little monkey king, do you remember me?" The little monkey king let out a soft sound as it leaned against Yi Fan, completely relaxed in his arms. Yi Fan looked at the little monkey king's blissful expression, genuinely puzzled. Is head patting really that comfortable? Yi Fan extended his right hand and pointed to Taichi Sato in the pit, saying to the little monkey king, "I have a task for you from now on. Help me keep an eye on this guy, okay?" Yi Fan extended his right hand and pointed to Taichi Sato in the pit, saying to the little monkey king, "I have a task for you from now on." Seeing the little monkey king's adorably dumbfounded expression, Yi Fan suddenly remembered that this little guy was still in a weakened state of regressed intelligence. "Little monkey king, can you control your extraordinary serial ability? Where's your black stick? Show it to me." Yi Fan understood from the little monkey king's clueless look that asking was pointless. Having the extraordinary serial ability manifest in this little monkey king was simply a waste. With the regression of intelligence, if I really let this monkey keep an eye on Taichi Sato, who knows, it might get fooled by this little brat one day. Not worth it. Yi Fan looked at Taichi Sato's hopeful gaze and said with a smirk, "What's wrong? You really want this little monkey king to supervise you?" "Yes and no, haha, it's all good, all good." Taichi Sato's gaze kept dodging, as if he didn't want Yi Fan to see through his thoughts. Indeed, he wasn't being honest. Yi Fan ignored him and looked down at the little monkey king, smiling as he said, "Monkey brother, I have something to tell you." "Huh?" The little monkey king looked up at Yi Fan with confusion. Yi Fan smiled and picked up the little monkey king, gently ruffling its fur, as he said softly, "From now on I'll call you monkey brother. The human world has a character called Sun Wukong, also known as monkey brother." "Huh?" Upon hearing the name Sun Wukong, the little monkey king's eyes lit up. Yi Fan keenly noticed that an extraordinary energy fluctuation appeared within it at that moment. Is it because of the name Sun Wukong? Interesting. However, Yi Fan had no intention of continuing the experiment, seeing that the little Monkey King showed no signs of objection. He directly settled the matter. Very well, from now on you'll be called Monkey Brother. The little Monkey King clearly understood, waving its arms in delight. Yi Fan smiled and patted its head, saying, Monkey Brother, if I encounter danger in the future, you'll protect me, right? Huh. It looked at Yi Fan with serious eyes sparkling with sincerity. Yi Fan wasn't sure if it understood, but he took it as if it did. Monkey Brother, before the apocalypse began, I said that now I can easily punch a bull to death. Do you know what happened next? Huh. One day I dreamt of the Bull Demon King saying to me, every day you kill a bull, I'm just standing here, come and kill me. Huh. Monkey Brother, if a bull really comes to attack me, you'll step in to save me, right? Just like I would step in to save your mutated monkey group. Huh. Although Monkey Brother didn't understand what this human was babbling about, it understood the last sentence. This human saved its tribe, and if this human were in danger, it would surely come to his rescue. Ha ha ha. Yi Fan laughed with satisfaction, and what if the Bull Demon King came? What could he do? Monkey Brother is in my hands. Taichi Sato stood by, bewildered, listening to Yi Fan's conversation with the monkey, wondering what on earth was going on. How did Sun Wukong and the Bull Demon King come into the picture? Immediately after, Yi Fan saw Xiong Jiangwo dragging a woman by her right leg forcefully, bringing her over. Behind them, 7 other people. Immediately after, Yi Fan saw Xiong Jiangwo dragging a woman by her right leg forcefully, bringing her over. Behind them, 7 other people were being brought along. One, Yamiati. The woman screamed in terror, please don't kill me. I'm very capable, I can do anything. Yi Fan took a closer look and found that this woman resembled Shin Hang. She is the perceptual sequence of this convoy, and there are 7 more little brats in the convoy. There are only 27 fellow countrymen still alive, all locked in the carriage. According to them, they are all backup food for these 2. Long Yi was evidently angered by the situation in the convoy, his face looking extremely grim. Just throw them to him. Yi Fan signaled for them to throw the people to Tai. Then Yi Fan coldly stared at the other party, saying each word clearly, Taikazan, it's your turn to work. Yi Fan covered Sun Wukong's eyes. Such a gory scene was best left unseen. The enslaved people, now freed, stared fixedly at their former captors, fists clenched tight. Excellent. A fitting death. Those beasts. We always knew justice would come. Why wasn't Sato Taichi executed? Isn't he formidable? What if he suddenly strikes back and kills someone? Haha, rest easy. With Brother Fan here, that wretch stands no chance. He mustn't die yet. He's valuable to Brother Fan. Old Zheng, noticing doubt among the crowd, stepped forward to explain. Valuable. A living medicinal resource. Once his limbs regenerate, we'll sever them anew. Huh. Keeping him alive inflicts far greater torment than mere execution. Haha. You truly have imagination. Exhilarating. Utterly exhilarating. He deserves this fate. A young boy suddenly dashed forward and began pounding Yi Fan's chest with both fists. Tears streamed down his face as he roared, why did you come so late? Why so late? Give me back my mother, you monster. Huh. What in the world? Yi Fan shoved the boy aside and turned to Long Yi, puzzled. Who is this kid? Who is he? Long Yi, equally bewildered, glanced toward a bearded man among the freed slaves. The boy had stood just before him moments earlier. The bearded man trembled slightly and hastily replied, my lords, his mother was taken away 2 days ago. We know nothing of her fate thereafter. Silence fell. The slave's expressions dimmed, hollowed by sorrow. Meanwhile, the boy, shoved aside, clenched. Silence fell. The slave's expressions dimmed, hollowed by sorrow. Meanwhile, the boy, shoved aside, clenched his teeth and charged Yi Fan again, relentless, striking with small, furious fists. Silence fell. The slave's expressions dimmed, hollowed by sorrow. Meanwhile, the boy, shoved aside, clenched his teeth and charged Yi Fan again, relentless. Bowing deeply, he stammered, Lord, Yi Fan, please forgive us. This child knows no better. Since his mother vanished, he's spoken not a word, perhaps traumatized. I beg your forbearance, though I shall discipline him well. Yi Fan said nothing more. He saw no reason to reproach a child. And indeed, the boy's plight was grievous. Orphaned adrift in this apocalyptic wasteland, survival alone seemed improbable. Yet the boy refused to relent. Spitting directly at Yi Fan, he snarled, you bastard. This is all your fault. You should have arrived sooner. Then my mother wouldn't be dead. I'll never forgive you. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. In that instant, the very air grew glacial, tangible, biting cold. The bearded man felt it most acutely the moment the boy spat. He sensed himself locked in the gaze of some primordial ravenous beast. Goose flesh erupted across his skin. He dropped the boy like scalding iron and stammered, Lord Yi Fan, it's got nothing to do with me. The boy hit the ground hard, face first, yet scrambled up instantly, ready to curse again, only to find a long spear thrust inches from his face. Wretched impostor, dare you masquerade as one of us? Die. With a flash of frost-laced steel, the cold gleam spear struck the boy's waist, hurling him straight into Sato Taichi. Boom. He exploded midair, a crimson mist instantly absorbed by Sato Taichi. Sato Taichi recoiled, eyes wide with dread, too terrified even to draw breath. Silence descended, absolute suffocating. No one dared utter a sound. When no voice rose in agreement, Yi Fan turned slowly to the bearded man and asked, voice low and grave, well, did I misjudge? Is he truly not an impostor? The bearded man shuddered violently, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. The boy was his neighbor's child, raised under his watchful eye since infancy, indulged shamelessly by his family. Sometimes even he found the brat insufferable, but an impostor? Impossible. His voice quavered, Lord Yi Fan, he truly isn't, Boom. Before Sato Taichi could react, blood sprayed across his face. Captain Long, immediately investigate. How many imposters still hide among these people? We cannot let them slither unnoticed. Unforgivable. What do these imposters intend lurking within our convoy? Do they plan to free Sato Taichi under cover of night and slaughter us all? Investigate, thoroughly. Would you rather sleep soundly tonight, or wake up dead? Yi Fan feigned alarm, shouting with theatrical urgency. Sato Taichi. Long Ye's jaw twitched. Yi Fan, acting talent truly is innate. Investigate, every single soul released. Not one impostor shall slip through. Long Yi sighed inwardly, then shouted in resigned compliance. The freed slaves exchanged stunned glances. The plot had twisted too swiftly for comprehension. At Long Ye's command, several quick-witted individuals immediately knelt, crying, my lords, we swear we are not impostors. That bearded man had barely spoken a single sentence in defense, and was branded an impostor, executed without hesitation. Not even a second's grace was granted. Hesitation equaled self-condemnation. Their kneeling ignited a chain reaction. Others dropped to their knees, pleading, please, don't kill me. Some even broke into regional dialects to prove authenticity. Don't slay me. Before my bed the moonlight gleams. 2 shoes lie on the floor. La la la. I'm the little newsboy selling papers on the street. Like floodgates bursting, 25 voices erupted. Dialects, classical verses, nursery rhymes. Whatever came to mind they recited. Yi Fan's ruthlessness had terrified them utterly. Death followed words without warning. They had no choice but to verify their identities before this merciless execution. Long Yi cast a weary glance over the crowd, then activated telepathic communion with Yi Fan, enough already. Wrap it up. Yi Fan, that's your duty as captain. Long Yi. Ahem, ahem, ahem. He cleared his throat loudly, feigning coughs. Among the kneeling crowd there were always some clever individuals who immediately understood that Long Yi was about to speak, hurriedly pulling the others who were still shouting. Once the crowd had largely quieted down, Long Yi solemnly began, all right, we all trust each other now. You need to consider whether to stay with our convoy. If you want to go on your own, we will provide you with food for a day. The rest you'll have to fend for yourselves. As soon as Long Yi finished speaking, someone immediately responded, I am willing. Yes, Captain Long, I want to stay. Please don't leave me behind. I eat very little, just 1 bun a day is fine, don't abandon me. No one suggested leaving even after witnessing Yi Fan kill 2 companions without a second thought. They were unwilling to face this apocalypse alone. The apocalypse had lasted 7 days, and everyone had come to terms with its cruelty. Moreover, they had been kept as slaves for 2 days, further understanding what it meant to have a powerful, extraordinary being in a convoy. Furthermore, the people in this convoy were all living well, showing no signs of torment. This at least indicated that they were enjoying the treatment of normal humans within the convoy, which was already a form of happiness for those who had been enslaved. They dared not be greedy. Yi Fan naturally had no objections. Ordinary people had their roles, and sometimes the convoy needed them to help with tasks. Moreover, he didn't need to bear any responsibilities for ordinary people. He was not their father and wouldn't hold the line for them in trouble. Besides, in his eyes, the role of ordinary people was becoming increasingly significant. After all, Sato Taichi had already been promoted to talent. As for ordinary people, they represented the most valuable strategic resource in the apocalypse. Yi Fan had already realized what the final place represented. It held the sole qualification for becoming the qualification to become a deity, and it was the only one. This meant that these people before him, no, rather all the survivors in the world, would become his future. He did not intend to share this information with anyone. He knew that revealing it would be pointless. They could never surpass him, and knowing the truth would only lead to Although he did not know what would happen to those who ultimately did not obtain the qualification to become a deity, nor did he know what would happen even if one did obtain it. Although he did not know what would happen to those who ultimately did not obtain the qualification to become a deity, nor did he know what would happen even if one did obtain it. Those mysterious entities, the so-called Gator Deity Envoy, and the Huyu Deity Envoy, as well as the protectors and chosen ones under their influence, were clearly vying for this qualification. Since they were all competing for it, it must be something valuable. Since it was valuable, it must belong to him. Yi Fan. Yi Fan caressed the soft fur on the little monkey king's head, coldly laughing in his heart. The qualification to become a deity was already his. But he wondered what kind of existence was behind these so-called envoys. Yi Fan gazed at the blood sun in the sky, knowing that this world's apocalypse could not possibly have been caused by the Gator Deity Envoy and the Huyu Deity Envoy. If they truly had such power, why would they recruit him? They could have just killed him with a single slap. This apocalypse was becoming increasingly interesting. Yi Fan closed his eyes, sensing the changes in the electromagnetic sequence within his body. Electromagnetic Sequence Sequence 2, Magnetic Control Description Ability 1, I can freely manipulate ferromagnetic materials for physical attacks and defense. Ability 2, can accelerate ferromagnetic materials with a strong electromagnetic field. Weapons with a strong electromagnetic field can interfere with the strange energy barriers of space. Side effects: consumes a large amount of mental power. Excessive use will cause the brain's neural network to collapse. Ever since Yi Fan successfully advanced to Sequence 2 Magnetic Control, he had not had the time to study this new ability. Now he could finally study it properly. As expected, Sequence 2 allowed him to have the ability to control iron much like Magneto. What surprised him, however, was that he could actually enchant iron, which seemed to inflict damage on the strange entities. After all, pure physical attacks found it difficult to harm the strange. This was also the reason why Xiong Jiangwo dared not confront the strange. Yi Fan speculated that if his grizzly bear sequence were to battle the strange, it would likely need to rely on the blood within him. Using the extraordinary blood as a medium to break through the strange defenses, and then inflicting damage through physical impact. This method was fundamentally similar to his Qi blood armor, which aimed to enchant his physical attacks. However, his Qi blood armor was simply more obvious and practical. Now he had gained another ability, strong electromagnetic field attachment, which was interesting. Yi Fan looked around, and suddenly noticed that Lao Luo had a small knife, so he directly took it. He toyed with the knife in his right hand, slowly sensing the weak magnetic field it emitted. In his mind, his body felt like a supersized magnet, gradually drawing the small knife closer. When his magnetic field completely bound the weak magnetic field on the small knife, Yi Fan gently released his grip on the handle, and the knife hovered in midair motionless. As Yi Fan tried to adjust the strength of the magnetic field, he emitted the small knife slowly began to move back and forth. The corners of Yi Fan's mouth gradually curled up, the knife became increasingly agile before him, twisting and turning in all directions. Lao Luo, standing to the side, looked in astonishment at his knife, which began to circle around Yi Fan's body, spinning faster and faster, until it completely turned into a blur before his eyes. What? Lao Luo was drenched in cold sweat at this scene. What kind of ability is this? How did the knife just fly up? If it flew out of control, it could stab someone with a huge hole. Fortunately, the worst he feared did not happen. The knife finally began to slow down. He watched Yi Fan with his eyes tightly shut, the smile on his face growing increasingly exaggerated, and in his eyes Yi Fan's smile seemed a bit insane. However, he understood if he could possess such an incredible ability, he would wake up laughing from dreams. Whoosh! The small knife shot like lightning towards Sato Taichi, who was in a pit nearby. The speed was so fast that Lao Luo merely blinked and the knife had vanished from sight. Oh! Sato Taichi had just heard a sound of something flying rapidly, and that sound lasted less than a second before it suddenly shot towards him. He wanted to dodge, but unfortunately he had lost the use of his hands and feet, and he was too slow. The knife was simply too fast. He barely managed to tilt his head slightly, and the knife plunged directly into the ground beside his right ear. Huh! Yi Fan gestured with his right hand, and the small knife flew back into his grasp with a whoosh. Sato Taichi heard the feigned concern in Yi Fan's voice, and he wished he could dismember him. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm not dead." Huh! Yi Fan gestured with his right hand, and the small knife flew back into his grasp with a whoosh. This was just like the littlely flying dagger. No, it wasn't just the littlely flying dagger. I remember that Qin Shui seemed to have a rather high-quality longsword. If I could use that, wouldn't it become a flying sword? Tisk, maybe I could achieve sword flight. Magnetic control. This ability is really impressive. There are so many ways to play with it. He tried once again to attach a strong electromagnetic field to the small knife. In his perception, as he controlled the magnetic field within his body and attached it to the small knife, he could feel the magnetic field rapidly changing direction on the knife at a frequency of hundreds of thousands of times per second. In an instant, the small knife turned bright red, and a terrifying high temperature appeared on it, causing the air around it to visibly distort. However, the powerful electromagnetic field firmly locked this high temperature in place. Even though the small knife was right in front of him, Yi Fan couldn't feel this terrifying. Yi Fan did not understand the principles behind it. It felt like an innate familiarity, just like a baby crying upon birth. The strong magnetic field was easily attached to the small knife by Yi Fan. Feeling the power it emitted, he took a deep breath and controlled it to throw it towards a nearby hill. Sato Taichi watched this scene and let out a long sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid that Yi Fan would use him as a test subject. Lying in the pit, he clearly saw the changes in the small knife. The high temperature severely distorted the surrounding air. If it hit near his ear like before, even if it didn't strike him, the resulting shockwave would likely scorch his head. What kind of monster is Yi Fan? What kind of terrifying ability is this? Sato Taichi's eyes were filled with fear. He no longer harbored any thoughts of revenge against Yi Fan. As long as he could find an opportunity, he would definitely slip away quietly without alarming anyone. Yi Fan was truly terrifying. He was not to be provoked. Boom. The small knife arrived in an instant, and upon hitting the hill, the strong electromagnetic field surrounding it instantly lost its stability. The moment the strong electromagnetic field dissipated, the terrifying high temperature locked within exploded. Instantly dust and smoke rose, and it could be vaguely seen that the little hill had been blasted open with a large gap. At this moment old Luo was astonished, his jaw nearly dropping. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. This was the kind of effect that even a rocket wouldn't achieve. The people in the convoy in the distance heard the sound, and all turned their heads to look this way, instantly stunned. What happened? Did a missile fly by? Damn, how did this happen? Such an exaggerated explosion. Wasn't it said that gunpowder couldn't be used anymore? How can it still explode? What if I said that it was an explosion caused by an ordinary small knife? Would you believe it? Huh, how is that possible? Yo, what nonsense are you talking about? It was done by Fan Gu. Wow, Fan Gu is really amazing. If it's done by Fan Gu, then it must be true. You should have said it was Fan Gu from the start. That makes sense, haha. Are you okay? Long Yi keenly sensed that something was off with Yi Fan, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead, and he immediately connected through mind speed. Yi Fan glanced at Long Yi in the distance. Was this old guy's observation ability that good? Breathing heavily, he replied. I'm fine, just accidentally played it a bit too far. I just need to rest for a while. Is it the ability of the electromagnetic sequence too? Yes. I envy you, your strength is getting stronger, and now you even have long-range attack capability. Haha, that means you're safer now. Then I must hold on to your thigh tightly. Oh, when it comes to eating meat, don't forget to let your brother have some soup. Don't worry, you won't miss out on your benefits. By the way, can you call Wu Xuanming over for me? Sure. This attack consumed a huge amount of mental energy, and Yi Fan now felt dizzy. The power of this strike was undoubtedly very strong, but it was completely impractical for high-intensity combat. Its sustained combat capability was too poor. He had to find a way to overcome this problem. The excessive mental energy consumption of this strike was fundamentally due to the strong electromagnetic field he attached to. Thus, if he could switch the small knife for a long needle or similar hidden weapon, it would greatly reduce the mental energy consumption. However, this would also reduce his killing. So even if he were to use needles as hidden weapons, he hoped to be able to control multiple at the same time. If he could achieve an effect like the rain of pear blossom needles, that would be best. But this would require him to have a more precise control over the strong electromagnetic field, so he must obtain more theoretical basis from Wu Xuanming. After all, he was truly clueless about this. Wu Xuanming soon jogged over, beads of sweat on his forehead, cautiously looking at Yi Fan, feeling extremely angry. He had just witnessed the commotion caused by Yi Fan, and had already realized the predicament he was about to face. Yi Fan was asking him to submit his homework, but he hadn't done it. Yi Fan was putting him in a difficult position. He cautiously spoke. Fan, good, did you call for me? Yi Fan looked at Wu Xuanming and noticed that his eyes were instinctively darting away, and he understood in his heart. He smiled and said, My teacher Wu, 3 days have already passed. How is the homework I assigned to you? Upon hearing this, cold sweat streamed down Wu Xuanming's forehead. He kept wiping away the sweat, revealing a fawning smile as he said, Fan Gu, you have to let me explain first. Yi Fan stroked the fur of the little monkey king, sneering as he said, Alright, teacher Wu, are you planning to fool your student? You didn't do the homework I assigned to you. What do you want to do? Wu Xuanming heard that familiar reprimand, his legs trembling in fear as his heart raced wildly. He had just witnessed Yi Fan kill 2 people over a minor dispute. Their tragic fates were still fresh in his mind. Was he destined to follow in their footsteps? Terrified, he knelt down, his face contorted in despair, as he said, Brother Fan, I really have no choice. It's the end of days now. There's no data, no testing equipment. How could I possibly come up with a theoretical framework like in the movies? Yi Fan looked at the frightened Wu Xuanming, speechless. Wasn't he just asking him to research how Magneto's powers worked? Was it really that complicated? Remembering his own magnetic control ability, he suppressed his dissatisfaction and said, Go bring me a piece of iron. Huh? Wu Xuanming was momentarily taken aback. He looked up to see Yi Fan glaring at him and immediately ran towards the Tianwang team. Soon he respectfully handed a piece of iron to Yi Fan. Yi Fan did not reach out to take it, but instead used his magnetic control ability to levitate the small piece of iron. While Yi Fan was manipulating that small piece of iron, Wu Xuanming was busy gathering supplies and did not see it. Now he was left dumbfounded by the sight. Mr. Wu, I believe you are a good teacher. I am giving you another chance to redeem yourself. Didn't you say there was no information? Right now I can control this piece of iron just like Magneto. Tell me, what is the principle behind this? Wu Xuanming took a deep breath, knowing this was his last chance. He boldly began to bombard Yi Fan with questions about the magnetic control ability, and even requested Yi Fan to cooperate with him in various simple experiments. Yi Fan actively cooperated with Wu Xuanming. He understood well that the strength of a superpower does not rely solely on the ability itself. The key lies in whether the user of the superpower can truly understand their own ability and find the correct way to unlock it. This was the most crucial point. Just like Sato Taichi's bloodline sequence, the best way to unlock his ability was to be a perfect talent. Previously, he had been misusing his superpower, completely wasting his energy. The magnetic control ability consumed too much mental strength, and he had to find a shortcut. Moreover, excessive use could damage the neural networks in his brain. Although he didn't know the consequences of that, he certainly didn't want to take any risks with such an important organ. If it really came to that, he would have to rely on the daily intelligence system to find ways to enhance his mental strength. Wu Xueming was ultimately a PhD in physics, so he still had some knowledge. The two continued their research until nightfall, with Wu Xueming repeatedly sharing his knowledge of electromagnetism and his speculations about Yi Fan's magnetic. For a full 4 hours of explanation, if this had been the old Yi Fan, he would have already dozed off. But now it was different. What Wu Xueming was saying was extremely important to him, so Yi Fan couldn't recall the specific content, otherwise anyone listening would probably roll their eyes, and those listening would likely feel sleepy. In simple terms, when Yi Fan activated his magnetic control ability, it was akin to turning himself into a gigantic magnet. If he wanted to control the piece of iron, he just needed to concentrate the magnetic poles of his magnet towards the iron, and it would naturally be attracted. Controlling the movement of the iron was also simple. It essentially involved adjusting the strength and orientation of his magnetic poles. The conclusion was that the more complex the actions he made with the iron, the more mental strength he needed to expend. The larger the magnetic object he controlled, the more mental strength would be required. Therefore, he ultimately had to stick to his own thoughts and choose to use weapons like needles, which would be the most energy-efficient method. Of course, according to Wu Xueming, theoretically, the magnetic control ability should not be limited to just iron and other magnetic materials. It should be able to control everything. After all, from a microscopic perspective, all matter is composed of atoms, and atoms have magnetic fields within them. Therefore, if the magnetic control ability could be developed to its extreme, theoretically, he could control the magnetic fields within atoms. In that case, in a sense, Yi Fan would be a god capable of controlling the lives and deaths of any living being. If someone disobeyed him, he could directly disintegrate their atoms, erasing their existence from a microscopic level. But Wu Xueming currently had no equipment to conduct experiments, so he couldn't verify this theory. What worried Wu Xueming even more was that the physical law of gunpowder ignition had inexplicably failed. No one could guarantee if atoms still existed, or if there were still magnetic fields present within them. If the physical rules related to magnetic fields were also influenced by some mysterious force, then their current research might be completely useless, and could even lead to misleading conclusions. As for Yi Fan's strong electromagnetic adhesion ability, Wu Xueming believed it essentially operated like an induction cooker utilizing the phenomenon of electromagnetic induction. Yi Fan attached a strong magnetic field to the iron object using a high-frequency, alternating magnetic field to heat ferromagnetic materials. Wu Xueming was astonished that this process didn't require conductors like copper as a medium. Thus, it didn't require any mysterious entity to intervene. This superpower itself was already violating previous physical laws. Wu Xueming informed Yi Fan that magnetism and electricity were originally inseparable in physics. Magnetism generates electricity, and electricity can also generate magnetism. In theory, Yi Fan's electromagnetic sequence should be a composite of both electricity and magnetism, being able to control both. But all this had to be based on the premise that the existing physical laws were still in place. Yi Fan was becoming increasingly excited, even though Wu Xueming kept explaining without giving him anything directly. Nevertheless, what Wu Xueming said deepened Yi Fan's understanding of his electromagnetic sequence. Seeing that Wu Xueming couldn't offer anything more, Yi Fan asked Lao Zhao to bring him some red fruits. The Tianhuang team's supplies had long been organized by Long Yi. Although their team appeared to have over 500 members, in reality, there were barely 40 living people left, with food and gasoline running low. As a result, after a frantic operation, the food barely sustained them for 3 days. And that was under the condition that everyone was frugal. But worse was the fact that they were running out of gasoline. Even Yi Fan, who was not facing food shortages due to the red fruits, was also troubled by the lack of gasoline. Their gasoline could barely support them for a day and a half. They had to find a city tomorrow to replenish their supplies, otherwise they might end up stranded in this wasteland. Yi Fan felt helpless. With Sato Tai as a blood bag, there was no way they could abandon the 2 trucks. He utilized his magnetic control ability to divide his truck into 2 sections. He fashioned an iron cage locking Sato Tai securely in the truck's cargo area, while the other section was filled with food. The little monkey king was placed directly in Yi Fan's driver's seat. Its fur was simply too pleasant to touch. The fat man and Lao Zhao were arranged to sit in the driver's seat of the other truck. He dismantled the cold storage compartment of the dual-temperature cargo truck, as it had already been rendered useless after being shot through by the fat man's companion Green Lotus last time, making it a waste of fuel. He similarly divided the space into 2 parts, with Lu Ying and Zhao Shui staying in the area near the driver's seat, while the other section was also filled with food. With limited gasoline, there was no need for an extra truck, they could just squeeze together. Fortunately, it was only the gasoline that was running low. If his food supply started to dwindle, Yi Fan might have to abandon some people. As for Wu Zuming's family, he realized later that Wu Zuming's professor title was just a facade. What he spoke of seemed impressive at first, but upon closer reflection, it was merely that the conclusions he drew were things Yi Fan already knew. Yi Fan had no intention of catering to his needs. If he had the ability, he could exchange knowledge for supplies, but if he didn't, he could just leave. At a time like this, he couldn't afford to allocate resources to him. Yi Fan did not seek the longsword from Long Yi. Instead, he took 5 crossbow bolts from the fat man and fashioned 15 slender needles from his cold gleam spear. These would serve as the primary medium for his upcoming magnetic control ability. Although he could perform flashy techniques like Magneto, the mental strain those methods would impose on him was too great and not worth it. Using the long needles for attacks not only consumed less mental energy, but also allowed for surprise ambushes, making it the most suitable form of attack for Yi Fan at the moment. The guiding pointer obtained from killing the Tianhuan convoy was ultimately given to Long Yi. Its utility was greatest when it was with him, and Yi Fan was not worried at all that Long Yi would leave him behind. As for the forbidden item in the form of a turtle shell left by Chun Kun, Yi Fan retrieved it. However, neither he nor the fat man wanted to use it. Who would want to wear a turtle shell that couldn't be removed once donned? They could only keep it for now, perhaps to exchange it with another convoy for forbidden items later. The convoy rested in place for the night, and no one was in the mood to sing. Everyone knew they had to push hard on the road the next day. If they encountered a city tomorrow, they would have to enter to gather supplies. By then, there might not be time for proper rest. A quiet night passed without incident. As the blood moon of the 8th day slowly rose, the convoy set off once more. The people in the convoy were very quiet, driving in silence. The landscape on both sides had gradually transformed from yellow earth to a desert terrain with nothing but sand stretching as far as the. Fortunately, the road they were traveling on was still a highway, preventing their vehicles from getting stuck in the sand. However, the desert environment made the weather increasingly hotter, deepening the anxiety in people's hearts. The desert meant a lack of water. Yi Fan silently took out the bell of the snow doll. This forbidden item might soon come in handy. He just didn't know if they would be able to find a water source. Even if the water source was dirty, he could purify it into drinkable water using the snow doll's bell. As for storing urine and then purifying it with the snow doll's bell to drink, Yi Fan found that he truly could not accept that. He wasn't at the point of being desperate enough to consider. Suddenly Gu Yan shouted, "Yi Fan, look, what is that?" Yi Fan's thoughts were disrupted by Gu Yan's words, and before he could react, he heard Long Yi's excited voice, "Yi Fan, we see a city." Yi Fan looked in the direction indicated and was astonished to see some hazy silhouettes of tall buildings. His eyes immediately brightened. It was a city. Instantly, the entire convoy became agitated, and the leading van driven by Long Yi swiftly turned towards that direction. Yi Fan looked at the hazy silhouettes of the tall buildings, feeling something was off. However, he couldn't quite put his finger on it. After all, he had never been to a desert, and was unsure what it was like to see a city from a distance. Yi Fan cautiously glanced at the guiding pointer in his right hand. The direction was correct, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Moreover, since Long Yi had already charged ahead, it seemed there shouldn't be any issue. He smiled and said, "Let's go, Gu Yan, we should catch up." Finding the city relieved much of the unease they had felt. Although there would certainly be dangers within the city, it was still better than starving or dehydrating to death in the wilderness. What they needed most right now was supplies. The city seemed quite far from them. The convoy had been heading towards the city for nearly an hour without arriving. The shadow of the city in front of them had only been slightly. Yi Fan's doubts resurfaced. He felt something was amiss. He asked Long Yi, but Long Yi couldn't clarify what was happening either. He had been to the desert, and he remembered that what he saw from afar was indeed like this. But it felt odd that they had been driving for so long without seeing the city in its entirety. In this hour they had driven at least 70 kilometers. Could a person see tall buildings from 70 kilometers away? Yi Fan looked up at the sky. It was a clear blue, and he wondered if it was due to his enhanced vision since advancing to Sequence 3. In the next moment, they suddenly felt a haze before them. The shadow of the city ahead suddenly became incredibly clear, and the distance appeared to close and looking as if it were only 2 or 3 kilometers away. "Stop!" Long Yi immediately whispered to his mind and shouted within the convoy. Screech! Everyone simultaneously slammed on their brakes, realizing that something was off. This city ahead was clearly suspicious. Yi Fan's expression darkened. They now knew there was a tiger in the mountain, and they had to venture toward it. This place was obviously different from the previous camp town, and they had yet to enter when they were already met with a big surprise. They were running out of supplies. If they didn't enter the city ahead, they would eventually perish. Yi Fan took a deep breath. He never expected to encounter trouble before even entering the city. It was almost 8 o'clock. He decided to wait for today's random information to assess the situation. Soon the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! On July 11th, 2045, at 8:00 a.m. on the 8th day of the apocalypse, the host is regretfully informed that Bianma City has been consumed by a level 6 anomalous fog, and you have now entered its anomalous domain. This is a special field-type anomaly that will not actively attack living beings. However, if one cannot leave its anomalous domain within 3 days, they will be trapped there forever until death. You only have one chance to escape. At midnight 2 days from now, a thick fog will appear in the anomalous domain of the fog, and you must rush towards the light to escape the fog. As a reward for successfully reaching the second city, a piece of information is provided. Bonus information: besides the anomalous fog, there are also numerous other anomalies in Bianma City. The strongest one aside from the fog is a level 5 anomaly, so be careful. After reading the information, Yifan slumped weakly in his chair, utterly bewildered. What the hell is this? Just a few days of comfortable living, and now I'm thrown into hellish difficulty. Guyan asked worriedly, Fan Go, what's wrong? Is everything okay? Nothing's wrong, Yifan replied, tersely, knowing that saying more to her would be pointless. He picked up the intercom and said, Long Yi, pull everyone in. Hearing Yifan's voice, Long Yi immediately understood what he meant. He quickly activated mental communication, pulling the extraordinary members of the convoy in. I'm sorry to inform you that we have entered the domain of a level 6 anomaly. What? How is that possible? The disbelief in the chubby man's voice echoed through the mental communication. Long Yi's expression also turned grim, something he never expected to have entered a level 6 anomaly directly. I was careless. Long Yi quickly explained, what is this anomaly? I didn't sense any of its aura, even now I cannot detect its existence. It's the fog. It's normal that you can't perceive its existence because it doesn't attack us and won't proactively engage us. Instead, we have intruded into its territory. Hearing the name of this anomaly, Long Yi's expression became exceedingly serious. I found it. There is information about it in my legacy data. This is a lazy anomaly which does not actively attack any living beings, but it seems that creatures entering its territory do not come out again. Did we just enter its territory? Should we retreat? It's too late. We don't have time. Both Yifan and Long Yi replied in unison. Long Yi continued to explain, we must have entered its anomalous outskirts when we saw those tall buildings. Now we are officially inside its anomalous domain. Yifan took a deep breath and added, Bianma City has also been swallowed by it. What? Damn, how unlucky can we get? Long Yi smiled wryly, we should consider ourselves lucky, at least we can survive a few more days in the fog's domain. Well, that's true, at least there are supplies here. But for the entire city to be swallowed, that's just unbelievable. That's nothing, there are numerous anomalies in Bianma City. Besides the fog anomaly, the strongest is a level 5 anomaly. Yifan continued, unrelenting in his revelations. They needed to know this information. With the city being so dangerous, the 4 of them had to cooperate well. The 3 of them turned pale upon hearing this. Damn, just kill me already. Entering a level 6 anomaly with plenty of other anomalies around, and even a level 5 anomaly. How can anyone survive this? Wait, this isn't right. Didn't we only encounter one anomaly in Ingtai Town last time? Why are there so many anomalies here? Yifan naturally had the most authority to speak on this matter. It's likely because the anomaly in Ingtai Town itself was a level 5 anomaly, and it was sealed by some mysterious power. Other anomalies might have been too scared to approach Ingtai Town. Moreover, there isn't just that one level 5 anomaly in Ingtai Town, we simply didn't encounter any others. Don't forget the suicide anomaly followed us out. Long Yi was also aware of the specifics, and added furthermore, Ingtai Town is too small to accommodate many anomalies, while Bianma City is a large city with a population of at least 50 million before the apocalypse. Long Yi gazed at the city built on the oasis. The vast buildings stretched out as far as the eye could see. In this once bustling city, now there was only silence. Only a few places emitted thin plumes of black smoke, uncertain whether they were from humans cooking or from fires ignited during the chaos of the apocalypse that had yet to be extinguished. Long Yi, notify everyone, and then we'll head in, Yifan said. Okay. Long Yi did not use mental communication again. Instead, he got out of the vehicle to inform them directly. His mental energy was precious, as he would need to constantly observe the surroundings once they entered the city. Yifan also got out of the vehicle, leaning against it silently, pulling out a cigarette. Guyan took out a lighter to help him light it. Yifan smiled, and then gazed at the blood-red sun in the sky, inhaling deeply. The chubby man walked over and snatched the cigarette from Yifan's hand, which was from the pack he had brought out. He pulled one out, lit it with the lighter in Guyan's hand, took a deep puff, and felt the nicotine stimulating his brain. Watching the chubby man's expression of enjoyment, Yifan couldn't help but recall the times they used to smoke together before the apocalypse. Back then, he was always troubled by the company's issues, while the chubby man was constantly annoyed by his family's relentless push for marriage. However, after the chubby man's family experienced a tragic accident, they had never shared such moments again. To Yifan's surprise, Xiong Jiangwo actually approached with 2 cigarettes. He smiled as he handed each of them a cigarette, and looked at Yifan, saying, Fan Guim, not good with words, so whatever you want me to do next, I will do it faithfully. I hope you can be generous and not hold my roughness. Xiong Jiangwo took a deep breath, looking earnestly at Yi Fan, and said, Brother Fan, thank you. Yi Fan glanced at his car and noticed Chun Yi looking at them with a worry. He smiled and nodded, saying, make sure to spend more time with them when you can. All right. Xiong Jiangwo took a deep puff of his cigarette, then turned and went back to his car. The chubby man quietly watched from the side. Although Yi Fan didn't say it directly, Xiong Jiangwo clearly realized that he had been set aside by Yi Fan. Usually it wouldn't matter, but now that they were facing such a dire situation, anyone could die in Bianma City. If anyone from this convoy could survive and leave Bianma City, it could only be Yi Fan. So Xiong Jiangwo was here to admit defeat and pledge allegiance. But would Yi Fan really accept him? The chubby man looked at Yi Fan with curiosity, making Yi Fan feel bewildered. Yi Fan suddenly noticed that not only the chubby man, but even the silent Gu Yan beside him was looking at him with a strange expression. Gu Yan saw Yi Fan looking over and hesitantly said, Fan, Brother Fan, are you tired of me? Have I made you uncomfortable? Huh? What? Yi Fan asked in confusion. The chubby man stifled a laugh and said, Fancy Gu Yan is asking you why your tastes have changed, why suddenly you like married women. Huh? Yi Fan looked at Gu Yan and found her cheeks flushed, shyly lowering her head. He immediately reacted and said with a helpless expression, it's not what you think. If I don't say it like this, will he work hard? The chubby man said mischievously, but saying it like this makes people think you like Chow Chow, have a fondness for married women. I will take care of your wife and daughter. Such wolfish words have escaped your lips. Look at how Gu Yan misunderstood right. Hee. Get lost, stop making fun of me. Yi Fan kicked the chubby man irritably. The chubby man lightly jumped aside to avoid Yi Fan's kick, just as he was about to. Suddenly Long Yi shouted loudly, all right, you all know the situation. If you don't want to die, stick with the convoy. We depart in half an hour. Yi Fan took a deep drag of the remaining cigarette, threw it on the ground, stamped on it a few times, and took a deep breath, saying, let's rest for half an hour. The next 3 days won't. Half an hour later, the convoy set off towards the silent steel jungle ahead. No one dared to speak, even as the vehicles moved slowly, fearing to disturb the eerie atmosphere within. Before departure, Long Yi had found the nearest gas station through the mirror of the Witch of Desire. Their priority was to fill up the vehicles and then gather supplies nearby. Then they planned to find a place to hide and wait for the opportunity to escape in the early hours 2 days later. This was their ideal scenario. But Murphy's Law was true. As soon as the convoy entered Bianma City, problems arose. This city, built on an oasis, was extraordinarily green, with peculiar large trees lining the roads. The chubby man looked at these large trees with interest after awakening the gardener sequence. This was his first time seeing greenery, and he planned to take some roots to study later if he had the chance. However, as they went deeper, the trees beside the road grew denser, creating an unsettling feeling for everyone. The roots of the trees extended from the flower beds beside the road all the way to the wooden row houses nearby. They seemed to be particularly fond of those houses as the roots spread over them continuously. They even saw a nearby house completely engulfed by countless roots. Seeing this scene, Yi Fan suddenly shivered. He realized that the path they were on was problematic, completely different from the route seen in the mirror of the Witch of Desire. Yi Fan immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted, Long Yi, we've fallen into a trap. This road is problematic, it's not the one we saw in the mirror. Long Yi immediately reacted, cold sweat soaking his back. How could this be? He hadn't sensed any strange aura. How could they have taken the wrong road? In fact, he hadn't even realized they were on the wrong path. Before entering, he had checked the route using the mirror, and it definitely didn't have this many strange trees, yet he failed to notice. He forced himself to calm down and immediately used his spiritual whisper to halt the convoy. Don't panic, slowly backtrack. We can't go any further, this road is too eerie. Those trees are problematic. Those trees are problematic. Yi Fan's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Indeed, just as he thought. Long Yi stared hard at those trees, not sensing any strange aura. What the heck was going on? Fancy, Long Yi, stop the vehicle. I want to take a look. The chubby man's voice also came through the walkie-talkie. Yi Fan glanced back at the convoy through the rearview mirror. The large trees by the roadside had seemed normal when they arrived. But now those roots had extended out of the flower beds. His expression darkened. Could this be some tree spirit or something? Fancy, Long Yi, stop the vehicle. I want to take a look. The chubby man's voice also came through the walkie-talkie. Yi Fan glanced back at the convoy through the rearview mirror. The large trees by the roadside had seen nothing, but if the other party is a plant-based life form, I might find something by getting out of the car. Besides, it doesn't seem to want us to leave, does it? Stop the vehicle, Yi Fan decisively concluded. He immediately climbed from the driver's seat of the truck to the roof, carefully observing his surroundings. He discovered that the large trees around were merely spreading outward, showing no intention to attack them, and he felt a sigh of relief. The chubby man quickly got out of the car. He glanced back at Yi Fan, who understood, and immediately followed him, avoiding the possibility of those large trees launching a sudden attack. Xiong Jiangwo also got out of the car, willingly, vigilantly guarding the surroundings of the convoy. As for the little monkey king, it was still sound asleep inside the car, having regressed in intelligence and sensing nothing. Guyan looked at it with envy, feeling extremely anxious. The members of the convoy watched the chubby man step by step approach the large tree by the roadside, feeling anxious, fearing that the numerous roots extending from the tree would suddenly attack them. Those roots spread faster and faster, now almost engulfing the surrounding area with dense roots covering the low houses on both sides of the road. Yet on the road they were on, not a single root appeared, leaving it eerily clean. As the chubby man and Yi Fan approached the roots of the large tree in front of them, it suddenly stopped, spreading, no longer extending toward the houses, as if they were scrutinizing them. The chubby man stopped in front of a root of the large tree. Suddenly the accompanying green lotus on his head emerged, not swaying left and right as usual, but slightly leaning forward, as if curiously observing the root in front of it. He took a deep breath, his right hand slowly gathering the plant cultivation ability from the gardener sequence, a soft green light gradually forming in his right hand. With a gentle push of his right hand, the light began to fly toward the root. As the chubby man's plant cultivation ability was activated, Yi Fan noticed that the roots did not exhibit any abnormal movements. However, from his perspective of magnetic field perception, the tree roots, which had previously shown no signs of life magnetic field fluctuations, suddenly began to emit weak life magnetic field waves at that moment, especially after the chubby man's green light hit the roots. He keenly noticed that from that root a faint life magnetic field rapidly spread out in circles around it. The chubby man trembled all over and weakly shouted, "Drive, hurry up." The path ahead of the convoy, blocked by countless roots, unexpectedly parted to the sides at that moment, creating an opening large enough for the convoy to pass through. Seeing this, Yi did not hesitate at all, and directly ordered the convoy to speed forward. At the last moment when the convoy passed, Yi Fan immediately activated his blood aura and dashed out with the chubby man. Once they burst through, Yi Fan sensed that the life magnetic field contained within those tree roots vanished in an instant, as if it had been consumed by something. The opening created by the chubby man suddenly shrank and closed up. They made no additional movements. Behind that crosswalk was a dense mass of roots completely enveloping the entire road, with not a single root extending across the crosswalk. The street just now resembled a tree realm, completely out of place with the outside world. Yi Fan looked up at the traffic lights and discovered that the green light on the crosswalk was actually lit. However, he would not assume that whatever was inside was a law-abiding entity. It could be so distinct for one of two reasons: either there was something even more terrifyingly bizarre in this street, or there was definitely something special about the tree realm behind. But Yi Fan did not intend to delve deeper. He had to keep the customized information in his hands. If necessary, he could always return to investigate. After all, the tree realm wouldn't run away. The chubby man panted heavily. His extraordinary ability had been severely overdrawn to create that opening. Gasping for breath, he laughed and said, "Fancy RNI, awesome. Awesome. You're the most awesome. I never expected you could directly open a hole in that tree realm. I thought we would have to force our way out." Yi Fan sincerely praised. At that moment, they were sitting directly on top of the truck, and Xiong Zhengwo was already sitting atop the dual-temperature truck. He had just transferred supplies from his truck to the dual-temperature truck driven by Lao Zhao, then shoved Chun Yi and Xiong Xinxin into the group with Lu Ying. Yi Fan naturally had no objections to this, but was too strange here, and if they encountered unexpected situations inside the vehicle, it would be far too inconvenient to act. They couldn't just break the door down. That would ruin the truck. Xiong Zhengwo also praised, saying, "Chubby, your ability is really useful. You easily resolved our crisis this time." "Chubby, did you figure out what those things were just now?" Long Yes voice echoed in their minds. "I can't figure it out either. I just feel like the things in the tree realm seem lifeless, like they just grew naturally. After the plant cultivation ability was activated, I didn't sense any life consciousness at all." The chubby man plopped down on the truck roof, and the companion green lotus on his head began to sway happily. The chubby man recalled solemnly, "When I cultivated the companion green lotus, I could feel that there was life consciousness within it, so I can definitely distinguish this difference. But that can't be true. If it had no life consciousness, it wouldn't be able to surround us. Moreover, it specifically avoids eroding our concrete road surface and doesn't cross over the crosswalk behind. That already indicates it has its own consciousness." The chubby man sighed, "I don't know either. If I get the chance, I'd like to take a route and study it carefully, but I worried about unexpected incidents, so I didn't dare to touch it. It's best not to stir up trouble here to avoid any uncontrollable situations." Yi quietly reminded. Yi Fan nodded, although that plant looked truly extraordinary. However, uncontrollable things, no matter how powerful, cannot be utilized. He didn't want to be suddenly attacked by something. Using his magnetic field perception, he glanced at Sato Taichi in the truck. That guy was currently behaving very obediently. Sato Taichi had clearly heard everything Long Yi and the convoy members had said. They had ventured into a level 6 bizarre territory, filled with numerous strange entities, which was undoubtedly a life-and-death crisis. He also understood that even if this convoy robbed his Tianhuan convoy, they had no choice but to enter this marginal city to gather supplies. If he hadn't encountered Yi Fan and the others, he would probably have had to dive in too. No one had any other options. All he could do was stay put. Then he prayed that Yi Fan and the others could escape alive, so at least he could survive. He had once tried to ask Yi Fan to let him out, hoping that with 2 sequence 3 strong, once teaming up they could increase their chances of escaping. But then a metal rod flew in, directly piercing through his abdomen, pinning him firmly in the truck. With no other choice, Sato Taichi had to stay obediently put. Yi Fan would not let this little brat out if it came to the worst-case scenario. His only choice would be to crush Sato Taichi, squeeze out his last bit of usefulness, and then find a way to escape. Letting Sato Taichi out would be dangerous. What if that guy caused trouble and got him killed? He would not allow such uncontrollable things to remain by his side. Therefore, if the chubby man burst out with that root, he would insist that the chubby man discard it. Even though he hadn't used today's customized information, he wouldn't waste it here. After all, this was the perilous marginal city. If the roots in that tree realm were alive and they killed that thing, he wouldn't mind if the chubby man took some of the roots. At least those roots would be dead and would not pose a danger to them. However, the fact that these things had no life, magnetic field fluctuations, left him completely baffled. In contrast, the street before them seemed much more normal. Yi Fan looked at the street sign hanging by the roadside, Yulon Road. This Yulon Road was clearly much more prosperous than the previous street, with all sorts of shops lining the roadside selling a variety of goods. Most of the doors of those shops had been smashed or were wide open, and the goods inside had clearly been looted. Blood stains could be seen on the ground and walls from various vehicles were haphazardly parked on the road, and several areas had clearly experienced car accidents indicative of the chaos following the onset of the apocalypse. Having stared at the yellow earth and desolation for too long, returning suddenly to the familiar human city, Yi Fan felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia as he gazed at the shops lining the streets. Especially when he spotted a restaurant specializing in Longjiang pig trotter rice ahead, Yi Fan almost drooled. The fat man also sat up, pointing to a shop on the left and laughing. Fancy look, a fried chicken store. Yi Fan turned his head to look, and it turned out to be a Korean fried chicken shop. His mind immediately recalled the crispy sound of biting into fried chicken, especially the sweet and sticky taste of honey mustard sauce. The fat man sighed, saying, "It's so tempting. I used to eat several pieces of Korean fried chicken, but the sweetness always made me sick before I could finish them." Yi Fan laughed and responded, "Exactly. I used to order takeout but could never finish it, always wanting to order more. Now it's a pity I can't even get any." The fat man suddenly chuckled and said, "That may not be the case. We're going to be here for a few days. Who knows, we might find some ingredients that aren't spoiled and figure out how to fry some chicken ourselves." Their voices weren't loud, but in this quiet street, everyone could hear them clearly. A man with a square face immediately spoke up, saying, "Fangu, I can make fried chicken. I used to run a fried chicken shop. If there's a chance, I'll make it for you." Yi Fan looked over in surprise, laughing, "Haha, great. That sounds good." Everyone relaxed and laughed upon hearing this. In the apocalypse, survival had already become incredibly difficult. They dared not indulge in their cravings. Although they gazed at the various shops along the street, their inner cravings were stirred, but they only dared to think about them secretly. The square-faced man Lu Zian was no different. He looked at the Korean fried chicken shop and immediately recalled how he had foolishly invested 200,000 to join a brand, only to spend another 300,000 opening 2 fried chicken shops. At that time, the salespeople had promised him the world. He originally fantasized about earning 10,000 a day, but in reality, he lost 10,000 each day. He thought he would break even in 2 months, but unexpectedly the shops closed down in just 2 months. During that time, he ate so much fried chicken that he almost threw up. But now seeing the sign for Korean fried chicken made him feel particularly nostalgic, and he longed to taste that crispy fried chicken again. So when Yi Fan spoke up, he immediately volunteered, as cooking meant he could savor a few bites. It's only natural for a chef to taste the food. Those who have survived to this point, who isn't clever. Hearing what Lu Zian had said, his ulterior motives were obvious to everyone. Since Yi Fan had agreed, naturally others began to express their thoughts. A middle-aged woman poked her head out of a car and quietly asked, "Fangu, I can make pig trotter rice. Do you want to eat some?" Yi Fan turned to glance at the woman, who had a kind smile, clearly someone skilled in cooking. "Ha, yes. Fangu, how about barbecue? There's a self-service barbecue place over there. I used to set up a barbecue stall on the roadside." A bald man immediately chimed in. A slightly plump girl followed up, saying, Fan, good, do you want some milk tea?" "Oh no, I mean, do you want some?" She was so nervous that she misspoke, her face instantly turning red. In an instant, everyone in the convoy burst into laughter. Yi Fan smiled at them, and then turned to Long Yi, asking, "Long Yi, is it safe here?" "For now, it's temporarily safe. A short rest is no problem." Long Yi sensed the surroundings again, detecting no unusual or beastly presence. He understood everyone's thoughts. He himself was also craving. However, the situation in the tree realm had been too bizarre. There must have been something unusual there. But the fact that they hadn't sensed anything was quite abnormal. Fortunately, nothing unexpected had occurred. Yi Fan also sensed the magnetic field around him. This place should be safe for now. He spoke, saying, "Long Yi, choose a place to rest. Whatever we can get, let's eat it. It's a rare opportunity, but let's indulge our cravings." "All right," Long Yi replied with a smile. Since Yi Fan suggested it, he naturally had no objections. After all, if anything happened, Yi Fan would take the lead. Moreover, even if they had to flee, he would take care of his own. Long live Fan Ge. Awesome. Fan Ge, Captain Long, there's a staircase in front of that self-service barbecue shop. It's easy to defend and hard to attack. That should be a good spot. Someone quickly began to strategize. Long Yi looked in that direction and indeed found it quite good. The convoy soon stopped not far from the self-service barbecue shop. Yi Fan got out of the car and looked up at the steak self-service barbecue shop, recalling the Aleocaniate beef hot pot he had emptied before the apocalypse. That was the place where his dreams had begun. The fat man elbowed Yi Fan, pointing to the spring foot massage shop on the left. With a lewd grin, he said, "Fan Z, when you called me, I was getting a foot massage at Spring Wind Foot Massage. I didn't expect there was a chain store here too. TSK tisk, I still remember that foot massage girl. She was only 19 when she started in the business. She said she had a gambling father, a sick mother, and a younger brother in school. Life has been tough for her." Yi Fan looked at the fat man with disdain, while Lao Zhao on the side teased, "Wait, fatty, do you really believe that nonsense?" The fat man looked at the two with disgust, proudly proclaiming, "Do you know what it means to have love rise with the bell, but when the bell stops the heart is hard to calm?" He then looked at Lao Zhao, putting on an act like a big shot, and bragging, "Lao Zhao, the places you've been to must have issues. You clearly haven't tried anything good. You just haven't met me, fatty, otherwise I would have taken you to experience what 92, 95, 0 and 98 are like." Lao Zhao looked at the fat man with disdain, scoffing, "Fatty, I Lao Zhao have been through thick and thin for so many years. What haven't I experienced? Don't try to fool me." The next second his ear was suddenly tugged by Lu Ying. Lu Ying glared at him fiercely and said, "Zhao Tianhai, tell me, what have you experienced behind my back?" Lao Zhao's face immediately fell, and he said with a bitter expression, Wife, be gentle. I was just boasting. There are so many people here, woo-woo." Lu Ying was relentless, her anger flaring. "Don't think I haven't smelled the perfume on you. It must be from some fox that gives you foot massages. I'm telling you, this matter isn't over." As she said this, Lu Ying pulled Lao Zhao away. The fat man continued to stoke the fire, shouting, "Lao Zhao, don't be cowardly. Remember, foot massage is also a skill, and the technique is also a method." Long Yi granted everyone an hour of activity time. Everyone began to showcase their talents, rushing into their desired shops to search for available ingredients. No one went to gather supplies, as they all knew that they would be staying in this city for 2 days, giving them plenty of time to collect resources. After all, some shops had backup power, and only 8 days had passed since the apocalypse, so there were still plenty of things to eat. Soon, 40 minutes later, Yi Fan, sitting in a self-service barbecue restaurant on the second floor, began. After all, some shops had backup power, and only 8 days had passed since the apocalypse, so there were still plenty of things to eat. Soon, 40 minutes later, Yi Fan, sitting in a self-service barbecue restaurant on the second floor, began to enjoy various delicacies. Pork knuckle, rice, roasted duck, Korean fried chicken, barbecue turkey noodles, Zhengshin chicken steak, bubble tea, spicy hot pot. Although most of the flavors were considerably inferior to those before the apocalypse, the ingredients were not very fresh. But to Yi Fan's surprise, the Korean fried chicken tasted exceptionally delicious. He couldn't help but praise Lu Zian several times, making Lu Zian smile brightly, thinking that his 50,000 tuition fees were well spent. The portions prepared by these people were generous, and Yi Fan didn't eat much, as these foods could only satisfy cravings for the moment. For him, now the vitality transformed from these foods was almost negligible. Therefore, Long Yi, the chubby guy, and even ordinary people could enjoy a fair share of these delicacies that were only available before the apocalypse. Everyone sat in the self-service barbecue restaurant, drinking beer and eating food, chatting and laughing as if the apocalypse had never happened. Ahem. Long Yi was chewing on a piece of fried chicken he had just put in his mouth, when suddenly his expression changed as he choked on the fried chicken. The slightly plump girl behind him, who had called out for bubble tea, immediately turned around and patted Long Yi on the back anxiously, saying, "Captain Long, are you okay?" Even though Long Yi was already a level 2 extraordinary being, he had awakened as a pure support type of perceiver, which did not greatly enhance his physical capability. After the girl helped him for a while, he finally recovered and immediately said, "An anomaly is coming." Snap! The bubble tea in the girl's hand fell to the ground, her face filled with terror. The surrounding noise became eerily silent in that instant. Everyone nervously looked at Long Yi. Was their good fortune about to end? Long Yi grabbed a cup of water beside him and took a big gulp to finally clear the foreign sensation in his throat. As he set down the cup, he looked at the tense expressions around him, puzzled, and said, "What's wrong with you all? Why are you looking at me?" The chubby guy replied irritably, "Isn't it because of you scaring us?" Seeing that several extraordinary beings appeared calm, the tension in everyone's hearts eased considerably, but confusion immediately rose. Isn't there an anomaly? Why is everyone so calm? Yi Fan, seeing that Long Yi was fine, casually asked, "So what level is this anomaly?" Long Yi smiled and said, "It's a level 1 corpse anomaly. 7 heads are coming towards us." "Where are they?" Xiong Jiangwo immediately reacted. A level 1 anomaly, given Long Yi's relaxed tone, meant that these creatures could be killed. Very good, it seems we are dealing with a detailed anomaly. Tell us more. Yi Fan looked at Long Yi with satisfaction. This guy was finally showing some usefulness. In my inherited memories, corpse anomalies are the most ordinary and the most numerous type of anomaly. Their essence is a type of corpse worm that resides in the brains of living creatures. After devouring a creature's brain, they can control its actions. These level 1 corpse anomalies are nothing special. They simply become tougher and more resilient after being infested by the corpse worms. The corpse worms themselves are very fragile. As long as we destroy the worms infesting the corpse anomaly's brain, we can kill them. They seem to evolve by consuming the corpses of other creatures, but what kind of abilities they gain after evolving, I am not sure. Great. This means we might all be able to level up. Xiong Jiangwo immediately spoke up, his face filled with uncontrollable joy. These corpse anomalies seemed much weaker than the anomalies they had encountered before they could be killed. Yes. Long Yi also said excitedly, Yi Fan, how do you plan to divide them? Xiong Jiangwo also looked at Yi Fan eagerly. It was rare to have anomalies they could bully. He wanted some too. Based on Yi Fan's previous experience, killing 3 anomalies of the same level could lead to a level up. If he could get more of these level 1 corpse anomalies, he might even advance to a level 3 extraordinary being. But don't get too excited just yet. If these corpse anomalies are indeed as weak as Long Yi says, then the amount of anomaly energy they provide us will probably be quite. That's true. If they provide the same amount of anomaly energy, we could just catch these corpse anomalies and kill them. Wouldn't that make us invincible? The chubby guy agreed. Makes sense. Let's kill one first and see, then we'll know for sure. Long Yi said. Yi Fan smiled at Xiong Jiangwo and said, Uncle Il, take one out first to confirm, and you can handle the rest. Sure. Xiong Jiangwo responded with a smile. A mere level 1 corpse anomaly doesn't interest me. I'm 100% sure that it can provide very little anomaly energy, but I still need to verify it personally, though I don't plan to do the fighting myself. He was currently positioned by the window, turning his head to see 7 humanoid creatures emerging from the nearby office building. Those creatures were moving quite quickly at a speed comparable to a human jog. However, their bodies already showed clear signs of decay. The chubby guy curiously remarked, why do these corpse anomalies look so much like the zombies in old movies? Right? They look exactly the same, just like walking corpses. I just wonder how strong they are in combat. Yi Fan watched the approaching corpse anomalies, activating his magnetic control ability, causing a long needle to shoot out from his jacket pocket. Everyone only felt a silver flash before the long needle pierced effortlessly into the head of the foremost corpse anomaly. Under Yi Fan's control, the moment the long needle penetrated, it began to vibrate violently. The ultra-high frequency vibrations directly killed the corpse anomaly, and a milky white gas began to fly towards Yi Fan. What is that? Someone exclaimed, pointing at the anomaly energy in surprise. Long Yi, Xiong Jiangwo, and the fatty, all 3 extraordinary beings aware of the situation, were fixated on the strange aura. They all knew that this was the very thing that could enhance their extraordinary. The strange aura moved swiftly, arriving before them in an instant. Some timid individuals were so frightened that they retreated, repeatedly staring in terror at the peculiar entities flying out from the eerie presence, convinced that these were not good things. As they watched the strange aura fly straight towards Yi Fan, they noticed that he showed no signs of evasion, and even after the aura entered his body, they could see him with his eyes closed, seemingly in a state of enjoyment. What is happening? How is it? Long Yi asked anxiously. Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes, revealing an expression that indicated it was as he expected. He spoke. The concentration of the strange aura has decreased significantly. If the energy from the strange entity I killed earlier, which was close to level 2, provided a value of 100, then the energy level of these level 1 corpse entities is approximately 1. However, the larger ones at the back might provide more of the strange aura. Yi Fan then looked at Xiong Jiangwo and Long Yi and asked, do you want some? Yes. Xiong Jiangwo and Long Yi replied in unison. Xiong Jiangwo chuckled and looked at the fatty, saying, Fatty, you are so weak right now, but when you recover, I will help you out. All right, you go. The fatty had no objections. He had just awakened his extraordinary abilities and wanted to see what capabilities these corpse entities possessed. After Yi Fan swiftly killed one of the corpse entities, it was evident that this enraged the others, which were now charging rapidly towards them. The 2 immediately descended the stairs, having already agreed that each would handle 3 of the 6 remaining. Xiong Jiangwo transformed into a 5-meter-tall gray bear, unwilling to directly touch the corpse entity for fear that it possessed some special characteristic. He borrowed the spine bone over a meter long from the tentacled creature they had first encountered. In his hand, it resembled a small club. Long Yi nimbly climbed onto a nearby abandoned car, armed with his blood-meat handgun, standing ready as he watched the corpse entities. The 6 corpse entities seemed to have caught the scent of blood and flesh, their expressions growing increasingly excited, moving faster as they charged towards them. Bang! As they approached, Long Yi was the first to launch an attack. He aimed at the head of the foremost corpse entity and decisively pulled the trigger. If he were to face an entity like the soul-eating ice mist which lacked a concrete form, his blood meat handgun would be ineffective. However, the situation was different now. These creatures were fundamentally flesh and blood, and their speed was not as rapid as that of the previous giant wolf. As long as his blood meat handgun could breach their defenses, he could kill. This situation was unlike when he was surrounded by the giant wolves, where he only sought to escape and had no intention of fighting. But now it was different. He had to fight to improve himself to survive better. He had come from the National Special Operations Forces, and his marksmanship was precise. The bullet fired from the blood meat handgun struck its head with pinpoint accuracy, causing a significant dent in its brain. Yet the power of the blood meat handgun was ultimately too weak, failing to completely shatter the defenses of the corpse entity's skull. "Oh, what a pity," old Zhao said regretfully in a low voice. Yifan shook his head, smiling as he said, "If one shot doesn't work, then two will." With Long Ye's marksmanship, it should be noted, he had also learned of Long Ye's identity, a member of the National Special Operations Forces. Before the apocalypse, after encountering incomprehensible strange events, the government immediately organized a large number of experts and scholars to study these phenomena, leading to the establishment of the Abnormal Affairs Group. Simultaneously, they formed special operations forces nationwide specifically to absorb the research results from the Abnormal Affairs Group and develop action plans to counter these strange events. They quickly identified what were referred to as taboo items within these strange events. Astonishingly, their existing scientific theories could not explain the various peculiar abilities these taboo items. They even obtained a taboo item ranked 9th. According to Long Yi, this taboo item could foresee a brief future. They referred to this taboo item as number 9. From that moment on, the government truly realized what humanity was about to face. This was astonishingly a global-level strange apocalypse. Unfortunately, by the time they discovered this truth, there were only half a day's time left until the apocalypse descended. The time left for the government's response was too short. What made them even more desperate was that in the future they saw humanity's so-called high-tech weapons were utterly useless against these strange entities. They all fell silent like a pile of scrap metal. They had no way out, and could only helplessly choose to seal the information. For even if the government revealed the truth to the public, it would only cause endless chaos. Thus, they had even less time to leave a final spark of hope for humanity. Although they did not know whether the contingency plans they left behind would be of any use in the face of an incomprehensible and unstoppable strange apocalypse. Moreover, when the government realized that the more people gathered, the more it would attract strange attacks, they decisively dispersed the members of the Special Operations Forces and even the military nearby. They even distributed some of the collected taboo items. The aim was to enable them to help as many people survive as possible. Long Yi, being a member of the Special Operations Forces, also joined the Special Operations team that arrived in Huaqing. Their team consisted of a total of 40 individuals. The mission was simple: find the sequence crystal that could awaken extraordinary sequences. Then take as many civilians as possible to escape. The blood meat handgun in his hand was the weapon of his team's leader at that time. It was the only hot weapon possessed by the team. As for the Witch of Desire's vanity mirror, it was the taboo item of the team's intelligence officer, specifically responsible for gathering information. As for Long Yi, he was one of the top scouts in his original unit, but once he joined the Special Operations Forces, he became inconsequential. In this Special Operations team, in Huaqing, his seniority only qualified him to drive for the captain. In the future displayed by number 9, humanity was merely food that could run and jump. Long Yi's Special Operations team, except for the captain, who had a blood meat handgun, the others were armed only with cold weapons and long knives. Those guys sacrificed themselves at the very beginning of the apocalypse while covering civilians' escape. The captain, who possessed the blood meat handgun, charged ahead and was the first to die. At that time, Long Yi was quick-witted and rushed to take the blood meat handgun, launching an attack, and barely rescued the vice captain. They were fortunate, quickly locating the sequence crystal. However, at this moment, only Long Yi and the vice captain remained in the Special Operations team. The vice captain, gravely injured, refused to use the sequence crystal. This led to Long Yi successfully awakening as a perceiver. Yet he fully understood why the commander of the Special Operations Forces emphasized a particular statement before their departure. Though I dislike saying this, if the situation becomes dire, you are permitted to prioritize your own survival and avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Remember, as long as there is someone alive, humanity will have hope. Looking at the 40-member Special Operations team, only he was left standing, and Long Yi felt an immense sorrow within. But he knew the apocalypse had arrived. Humanity was truly doomed. All he could do was survive and rescue as many as possible. Of course, during the half-day leading up to the prophesied apocalypse, the country was preparing more than just this. While humanity's weapons were ineffective, they could still consume food. In a mere half-day, the nation swiftly established 50,000 emergency disaster resource centers, large and small. In this border city, with a population of 50 million, according to Long Yi, there were at least 10 emergency disaster resource centers specially prepared by the country. These centers stored a vast amount of essential supplies for human survival. As for the Camp Iron town they had previously visited, it should also have a small emergency disaster resource center. However, they only had 1 hour to search at that time and had no chance to find its existence. Each of these emergency disaster resource centers reminded humanity of their presence in different ways. Upon entering Yulon Road, Long Yi discovered a location prompt for an emergency disaster resource center that only their internal personnel could understand. As long as they followed this prompt, they should be able to see the nearest emergency disaster resource center. Yet he did not understand why this center had not activated regional radio broadcasts. While waiting for food, Long Yi recounted his past experiences to Yi Fan and the others. After hearing this, Yi Fan understood why Long Yi had so much knowledge about the apocalypse from the very beginning. It turned out to be due to the mysterious forbidden object. Who would have thought it could predict the future? Even more frightening was that the forbidden object with the ability to foresee the future was only ranked 9th. So what about the 8 forbidden objects before it? What powerful abilities might they possess? This apocalypse was truly becoming more and more interesting. What excited Yi Fan was that there was actually an emergency disaster resource center here, ensuring a stable food source. All they needed now was to find a vehicle to transport as much as possible. Long Yi's shot caused the advancing corpse monster to halt momentarily. Without hesitation, he quickly aimed and fired again, while the corpse monster was momentarily stiffened. Bang! The corpse monster collapsed in response. In Long Yi's expectant gaze, a milky white mist emanated from the corpse monster, swiftly entering. Everyone in the convoy crowded by the window to witness this scene. They saw Long Yi at that moment reveal a very comfortable expression. Long Yi suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "Haha, this feels amazing." Seeing how easy it was to kill these corpse monsters, Xiong Jiangwo stopped standing defensively and charged forward, wielding the spine of the tentacle monster. As a Sequence 2 user, he possessed immense strength, and he struck the corpse monster's head with all his might using the spine. With that single blow, the corpse monster was crushed. The eerie mist once again flew out and entered Xiong Jiangwo's body. Everyone saw Xiong Jiangwo display an expression of enjoyment once more. Witnessing this, the ordinary people revealed envious gazes. Old Zhao turned to Yi Fan and curiously asked, "Brother Fan, if ordinary people absorb that eerie mist, would it benefit us too?" Yi Fan smiled and said, "I'm not sure, but it can definitely enhance our extraordinary abilities. If you absorb it, I don't know if you can become an extraordinary being, but it will certainly strengthen your body." Upon hearing this, Old Zhao's eyes lit up immediately. He turned to look at the corpse monsters below, his gaze filled with fervor. He knew that Yi Fan would not go look for sequence crystals for him. But he was unwilling to remain an ordinary person forever. He also wanted to become stronger. He wanted to protect his family. Not just Zhao Tianhai, but all the ordinary people in the convoy were gazing fervently at the corpse monsters below. They were tempted. The corpse monsters probably never expected they would become such coveted targets. However, as they watched Long Yi and Xiong Jiangwo effortlessly dispatch the corpse monsters as if bullying kindergarten children, their enthusiasm gradually waned. The corpse monsters seemed easy to bully, but unfortunately, it was not their turn. After easily eliminating 6 corpse monsters, Xiong Jiangwo and Long Yi cheerfully made their way to the 2nd floor. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Xiong Jiangwo laughed heartily, saying, "This feels great. I feel like my extraordinary ability has significantly improved." Long Yi's smile was also unstoppable. He chuckled, saying, "I really hope more of these eerie beings come. Only 6 is too few to enjoy." Yi Fan was left speechless. These 2 guys. Old Zhao also enviously chimed in. "Yeah, I really hope more of these corpse monsters come." What he didn't say was, if that happens, maybe I could kill one and enhance myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Yi's smile froze. Old Zhao's heart sank. He thought to himself, "This is bad. I hope I haven't jinxed it with my words." In the next moment, Long Yi exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Fan, another one is coming. A level 2 corpse monster with 37 level 1 corpse monsters is approaching. Oh my god, we're going to get rich." Everyone was thrilled and rushed to look out the window, but they scanned around without seeing any signs of the corpse monsters. Xiong Jiangwo anxiously asked where. Long Yi squeezed to the window and pointed at a nearby office building, saying, "They're behind that office building. Look, they are coming." As he spoke, a corpse monster larger than the previous one charged out from behind the office building. "It's really here. Wow, so many. If we can kill them, our strength should improve significantly, haha." Xiong Jiangwo shouted excitedly. Yi Fan naturally would not stop him. The fatty must grow on his own. Long Yi immediately arranged for everyone to set up defensive positions. This way they could take them down one by one without being overwhelmed. Revealed its bud. He was now able to freely control the purplured rays shot by the accompanying blue lotus. As they hurriedly set up the battlefield, the corpses in the distance charged towards them. He was now able to freely control the purplured rays shot by the accompanying blue lotus. The vehicles they had positioned in front were directly smashed aside. Seeing this, Xiong Jiangwo immediately transformed into a great bear wielding the spine of the tentacle monster and charged forward, swinging it towards the head of the level 2 corpse. Yi Fan sat by the window, leisurely pouring himself a pot of tea. Gu Yin sat beside him peeling an apple, but her gaze occasionally darted to the window, nervously watching the battle below. The sight of 38 corpses charging towards them made everyone's hearts race. Only Yi Fan maintained an indifferent demeanor. Gu Yin turned to glance at Yi Fan, feeling envious. If only she had Yi Fan's strength, she could sit here, leisurely watching the show like him. Be careful. A shout from someone beside her instantly drew Gu Yan's attention. She quickly looked down and saw that Xiong Jiangwo's blow with the spine towards the level 2 corpse had actually been dodged. The corpse sidestepped Xiong Jiangwo's strike, and its right claw lunged fiercely towards his waist. Bang! Long Yes flesh and blood gun fired instantly, attempting to disrupt the level 2 corpse's attack. The bullet from the flesh and blood gun hit the corpse's right claw, successfully alleviating its attack's force. However, the corpse's claw still tore a gash in Xiong Jiangwo's left abdomen. Seeing this scene, Shun Yi and Xiong Xingxin's faces turned pale. Oh no, could that corpse's claw have some venom? Someone immediately spoke up in a panic. It shouldn't be right. Shun Yi said, her lips trembling as if to reassure herself. Yi Fan picked up his teacup and gently blew on the tea. He slowly spoke, don't worry, its level 2 ability is slow healing, these wounds are nothing to it. Even if there's venom, it can be digested. Shun Yi, you don't need to worry. This was the Westlake Longjing taken from the cabinet at the cashier with a classic bean flower fragrance. Yi Fan took a sip, savoring its fresh and rich flavor. This Westlake Longjing is authentic. It's truly a delight to have a cup of tea in the apocalypse. Then Yi Fan turned to Gu Yin and said, when you leave, remember to bring it for me along with those few bottles of Matai inside. Don't forget. Oh, okay. Gu Yin replied instinctively, her mind fully occupied with the battle below. Xiong Jiangwo, injured by the claw, quickly retreated to create distance. But the level 2 corpse relentlessly charged at him again. At this moment, the fatty shouted, Long Yi, shoot. Long Yi immediately understood and fired 3 shots at the level 2 corpse. The adopted father's ID cannot be produced, leaving him at a loss. What happened? Xiong Jiangwo immediately sensed something was amiss and turned to ask. The overweight man's breath was already a bit labored. Clearly the recent battle was still somewhat strenuous for a level 1 gardener. Long Yes' expression was extremely grim as he shouted towards Yi Fan's direction. Yi Fan, there are 3 level 3 corpse ghouls coming along with 10 level 2 corpse ghouls and over 300 more. Hearing this, everyone's hearts sank immediately. The original team had no hesitation and dashed directly toward the first floor. However, those who had just joined began to hesitate. Could they really fend off so many ghouls? Why not run? Someone glanced at Yi Fan, who was still drinking tea, hesitating to speak. Beside him, Gu Yin coldly remarked, what are you dawdling for? Go down and help. Those people, seeing Yi Fan's lack of response, could only grit their teeth and rush down. Brother Fan, I'm going down to help. Gu Yin immediately asked, as others had already gone. Go ahead. In an instant, the entire second floor was left with only Yi Fan. He watched as everyone fervently arranged defenses with various vehicles, beginning to ponder. The attack patterns of these ghouls clearly indicated some form of command. Wasn't this the classic tactic of a sea of corpses, gradually wearing them down? But who exactly was behind these ghouls? Were they human, or even higher-grade ghouls? He hoped they were human, at least indicating that these creatures could be controlled. If it was a higher-grade ghoul in control, that would be troubling. It would at least prove that there was a hierarchy among these low-grade ghouls. What level would their strongest be? Surely not level 5. If it were level 5, how many ghouls could it control? With these thoughts, Yi Fan lost all interest in tea. He stood by the window, ready to strike at any moment. The level 3 ghoul posed no threat to him. He believed that even if a level 4 ghoul came, he could handle it. As for the 300 level 1 ghouls, he was unconcerned. Even if there were 600, they would only be a bit of a hassle. What worried him was whether the level 5 anomaly in this border city was indeed a ghoul. He shook his head, unwilling to believe he could be so unlucky. Everyone watched as the vast army of ghouls rushed from behind the office building, their hearts pounding. Everyone had picked up their weapons, no longer worried that the anomalous energy would be claimed by the extraordinary individuals. With over 300 streams of ghastly energy, they could each get 4 or 5. However, no one felt happy. They didn't even know if they would survive to enjoy this energy. The level 3 ghoul took the lead and charged directly toward them. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Fan hurled the cold, gleaming spear wrapped in blood energy. The spear shot out like a red lightning bolt. The level 3 ghoul had barely any reaction before its brain was blown apart by the cold, gleaming spear. Immediately after, 10 long needles infused with a strong electromagnetic field swiftly shot towards the 10 level 2 ghouls. As expected, the long needles pierced directly into their brains. The strong electromagnetic field unfolded instantly, and with the high-frequency vibrations of the needles, the 10 ghouls collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone was immediately thrilled. Fan Z is incredible. He annihilated those level 2 and level 3 ghouls in an instant. The overweight man sighed with envy. Standing beside him, Long Yi smiled bitterly. His power is just too exceptional. We can't possibly compare. Xiong Jiangwo, standing in front, was equally envious. His abilities were solely close combat, making him nothing but a laborer. Not wanting to be injured by these ghouls again, he picked up a car with his left hand to use as a shield. If it weren't for the fact that the bear's head was slightly out of place, he would almost be a budget shield warrior. Long Yi was also in a bad mood. The energy in his flesh and blood handgun was already running low. This battle absolutely would not hold out. Looking at the corpses of the ghouls he had just killed, he wondered if his flesh and blood handgun could consume them. Let's give it a try. He jumped down from the car and inserted the flesh and blood handgun into the ghoul's corpse. The handgun quickly extended tentacles, rapidly sucking the... It's useful. Long Yi was incredibly delighted. This way he wouldn't run out of ammunition. He quickly moved among the corpses of the ghouls, sucking each one dry. The ordinary people watching this were dumbfounded, especially those new survivors in the convoy who suddenly felt that this convoy might not be very safe. The overweight man silently watched Long Yi drain the corpses of the ghouls and quickly said, "Long Yi, let's team up. You keep those ghouls immobilized and I'll shoot them down." Long Yi glanced at the overweight man and smiled without speaking. The overweight man naturally understood Long Yi's intentions. He directly stated, "Once the numbers are cleared out, it'll help you hold the line. If we encounter other anomalies, it'll assist you then." All right. Long Yi understood that this was not the time to quibble. He knew in his heart that Yi Fan would not take action now, because he too was worried that level 4 ghouls might appear later. Yi Fan was their support, and they needed to conserve his strength. The army of ghouls became frenzied after the deaths of those level 2 and level 3 ghouls, quickly rushing to their front lines. The battle was about to begin. The overweight man and Long Yi worked together with the accompanying Blue Lotus, continuously firing purplured rays at the charging army of ghouls. It felt like a scene from a Plant vs. Zombies game. Xiong Jiangwo positioned himself in front of them, clearing out any ghouls that slipped through during their attacks. However, there were simply too many ghouls. Numerous ones bypassed their defenses and crashed in from the sides. At this moment, the ordinary people also had to begin their battle. After watching 2 extraordinary battles, they had roughly understood the attack patterns of the ghouls. They mostly formed groups, with some responsible for restraining the ghouls, some defending, and others focusing on offense. Lao Zhao, Lao Zheng, and Lao Luo were such. Lao Zhao stood ready with his axe, watching the ghouls rushing toward them. Lao Luo, quick on the uptake, struck at the feet of a ghoul with his long stick. The rushing ghoul fell headlong. Lao Zheng also held a long stick, firmly pressing against the ghoul's body to prevent it from getting back up. Lao Luo's long stick pushed against it as well. The strength of the ghoul was immense. The two of them could only barely restrain its movements with their crossed sticks. Without any hesitation, Lao Zhao swung his axe directly at the ghoul's head. Bang! The eerie energy swiftly surged into Old Zhao's body. In that instant, Old Zhao felt as if a dozen girls were simultaneously massaging his entire body, leaving him utterly Awesome! He exclaimed joyfully. It works, so I feel my body getting stronger. Old Zhao tossed the axe in his hand to Old Zheng and grabbed the long staff he handed over. With a smile, he said, "Old Zheng, it's your turn now." "Haha, great." Old Zheng laughed heartily. He gazed passionately at the distant corpses, marveling at how well the three of them coordinated. These corpses posed no resistance against them. This was a rare opportunity for them to grow stronger. They had to kill as many as possible. "Over there, another one is coming," Old Luo immediately shouted. He remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings, when he suddenly spotted a corpse breaking through Xiong Jiangwo's defense, charging towards them. The three of them instantly entered battle mode, once again employing their previous strategy against the incoming corpse. However, this attack pattern required a high degree of coordination, which not everyone could manage. Many people saw Old Zhao and his companions successfully kill a corpse and began to mimic them. They rushed forward to attack those corpses, but either their interception lacked strength, allowing the corpses to break through, or the attackers hesitated, fearful to strike, or their blows were too weak to deliver a fatal hit, placing great pressure on those attempting to intercept. Soon casualties began to appear among the ordinary people. Yi Fan stood by the window, silently observing. He was not these people's caretaker and had no obligation. Those who survived would follow along, and those who couldn't survive might as well die early. For them, wasn't it a form of liberation? The battle lasted nearly half an hour. Ultimately, the army of corpses completely scattered the entire convoy, forcing everyone into the fray. The stout man was the most ferocious, continuously unleashing the purplured rays of the accompanying Blue Lotus. He single-handedly shot down nearly half of the corpses. Eventually, he no longer needed Long Yi to help him steady the movements of the corpses. With experience in crossbow shooting, he quickly mastered the aiming method of the accompanying Blue Lotus, achieving nearly perfect accuracy. Eventually, he even began to assist Long Yi in reducing the defensive capabilities of these corpses, allowing Long Yi's flesh gun to deliver fatal headshots. This was also a way to repay Long Yi for helping him immobilize the corpses at the beginning. Xiong Jiangwo had long since smashed his car shield, discarding his spinal bones. He found that his own bare claws were the most comfortable to use. Relying on his slow healing ability, he created an imposing presence in the midst of the corpses. Old Zheng was now covered in blood, yet his face was filled with joy. Sitting on the ground, he gasped. I feel like I've become more than twice as strong, ha. Isn't it? The feeling of strength is truly wonderful. Old Luo also said excitedly. Old Zhao laughed heartily. If we keep killing like this, we might really become extraordinary beings. Wouldn't it be great if even more of these corpses came? Shut up. Close your crow's mouth. Stop talking. As soon as Old Zhao said this, everyone around immediately shouted in anger. Many remembered that it was Old Zhao who had just said, it's absolutely unnecessary for us to take action. And then 3 level 3 corpses appeared. If more corpses were to charge at them, perhaps the next ones would be level 4 corpses. The level 3 corpses came with over 300 of their kind. What about the level 4? Who could withstand that? Old Zhao shrank back under the collective shout apologetically saying, I was just joking, don't take it seriously. Yi Fan also looked at Old Zhao with a speechless expression, wondering when this guy had learned to talk as much as Old Zheng. Long Yi was currently letting the flesh gun devour these corpses, his face filled with excitement. He had already noticed that as his flesh gun devoured the level 3 corpse, its ranking unexpectedly changed from 06312 to 061. The flesh gun could actually advance by devouring peculiar flesh. And there were still over 300 corpses here. With the ranking of the flesh gun rising, its devouring speed also increased significantly, thrilling Long Yi. Hearing Old Zhao's words, he felt a bit of agreement. If more corpses came, perhaps his flesh gun could directly squeeze into the top 6,000 rankings, and then maybe new special abilities would emerge. Throughout the battle, the stout man killed the most corpses. Based on his estimations, if he killed a few dozen more, he should be able to advance to a level 2 extraordinary being. Thinking of this, Long Yi instinctively activated his perception ability to check the surrounding eerie auras. In the next moment, everything before him went dark, and he instinctively cursed, damn it. Zhao Tianhai, you crow mouth. Long Yi shouted, set up the formation. Upon hearing this, everyone inwardly cursed. Long Yi's reaction and this familiar formation request. Damn it, Zhao Tianhai, you son of a BTCH, I won't let this go. Zhao Tianhai, shut your mouth from now on. Old Zhao, is your mouth cursed or something? Dad, please stop talking. Even his daughter Zhao Shui glared angrily at Zhao Tianhai. At that moment, Zhao Tianhai wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. How could he have the power to summon the Eerie? If he had that ability, he would have summoned powerful beings to help them by now. Yi Fan also looked at Old Zhao, speechlessly thinking how this guy's mouth was truly toxic. Whatever he said would come to pass. He directly jumped down from the second floor, helplessly asking Long Yi, Long Yi, what's the situation? Long Yi swiftly moved among the corpses, looking extremely grim as he said, it's a level 4 corpse accompanied by 5 level 3 corpses. I didn't count the others, but there are many, probably close to 1,000. Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock. Many turned pale with fear, collapsing onto the ground. How do we fight this? Old Zhao's back was drenched in cold sweat. Damn it, his mouth was indeed toxic. A newly joined survivor was so frightened that he started crying, asking, Woo, brother Fan, Captain Long, should we run? Long Yi turned his head to glance at him, then swept his gaze across the others. Each face wore the hollow expression of someone who had just lost a beloved father. He shook his head gently and called out, his voice ringing with command, stop hesitating. We are already surrounded. Organize a defense at once. We will fight a guerrilla war using the buildings. He then looked toward Yi Fan and said gravely that it was Yi Fan's turn to act. If they intended to break out, they must first kill any corpse fiends of level 2 or above. Yi Fan nodded. He was not particularly worried. The corpse fiends were too weak in combat. Even a level 4 he believed would not last long against him. What troubled him was sheer numbers. A frontal assault would surely damage their vehicle, and that was unacceptable. Yi Fan returned to the truck and hauled Zhuo Tongtai out. He would not let his mobile blood pack be ruined by the encroaching corpse fiends. Zhuo Tongtai stared at the scene outside, utterly stupefied. At the mouth of the distant street, dense ranks of corpse fiends had already appeared. Both sides of their street were no different. Thousands of corpse fiends surged toward them like a tidal wave. Among them were many hulking brutes like small giants and numerous ones bearing strange jagged spikes along their backs. Most terrifying of all, at the rear of the left phalanx there loomed a monstrous mass of flesh, a mountain of bodies upon which countless corpses seemed to writhe. The corpse mountain rose to the height of 7 stories, its bulk filling the entire street as it slowly slithered.